CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In those primitive societies where a strong central government has not yet taken shape, or in those where it has decayed, justice, as we know it, is not always easily enforced. When that occurs, people begin taking the law into their own hands, as happened in our country, in many places when the United States was a little younger. The frontiers of U.S. history were often characterized by private justice and the blood feud, based on simple vengeance.
This land belongs to me. You come on it only if I want you here. That corpse can just lay there and rot.
But, Pa, you can't do that.
Who says I can't? It can lay there and be dinner for the vultures. But if anyone is foolish enough to dare lay a finger on that dead body, for any reason, they'll pay for it in blood.
Do I make myself clear?
Our mystery drama, The Way to Dusty Death, was adapted from Sophocles' great Greek tragedy, Antigone. It was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Stella and Arnold Moss. It stars Arnold Moss and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the Signet Medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The Civil War, a war between the states, has been over for more than 10 years. But in the mountainous terrain of Thebes County along the rugged Kentucky-West Virginia border, there is still no peace. For years, two families, the Carpenters and the Webbs, have been taking the law into their own hands in a deadly feud that has robbed each side of its share of sons. It is a warm summer night. Paul Carpenter and his younger sister Isabel are stealthily making their way across the fast-running mountain brook that separates their land from that of the Webb.
I tell you, Paul, that code is on the other side. I know it. And Amanda knows it.
You two girls have got a feeling in your bones, is that it?
You don't believe her?
Of course I do, Isabel. Else, why would I be wandering over to the land that belongs to the Webb family in the dark of night, hoping to find a little colt of ours that's been missing since last Thursday? I believe you. I believe our sister, too. Ain't often that Amanda's wrong.
And what's more, I'm sure I know just how it got there.
You mean the little colt somehow crossed the mountain brook all by itself?
And after it crossed, somebody kept it.
I don't put it past them. What's deep into a pack of murderers? If Captain Webb could put a rifle bullet to our father's head with no good cause...
Getting hate to all that Carpenter.
Quiet. We're almost on the other side. Almost on their land. Keep your voice down, real low.
Here we are, on enemy territory. Oh, Amanda will be pleased by what we've done.
Just watch your step.
The stable, where the colt would be, is forward toward that way.
Stay close behind me.
I'm following you, Paul. This is what Papa would have done if he was still alive.
I reckon so.
Over there. There's the bar.
Lucky we got a moon.
Oh, we'll get that colt in no time at all. And then we'll make a run for it. Over the brook and home.
I can just see Captain Crane Webb's red old face when he looks into the stable in the morning and find...
Hey, I've been here. Are we gonna get out of here? But Paul,
I can't get up. I can't see. The blood is pouring in my eye. You go, Isabel. You go quick, run. Got to, or they'll get you too.
Over this way, Harmon. Henry.
Right with you, Paul.
They're coming. Please go, Isabel.
don't worry, Paul. Amanda and We'll be back real soon to get you. Take your time, sister. I think there'll be lots of time.
This way, boy. Over here, Harmon.
Who is it, Carl? Who is it?
Yeah, I got one of them anyway. I haven't completely lost the skill I was known for in the war. Right through the head.
The other one?
Got away.
Wait a minute, Pa. Look who it is.
Yeah, I know who it is, Harmon. It's a carpenter boy.
Paul Carpenter.
Yeah, I know. I knowed it all along, son.
He's dead. You killed him, Pa.
He was trespassing on my land.
And I was hoping that one of these days...
You was hoping what?
Well, it ain't important, Pa.
What do you think you're up to, Harmon?
Well, you ain't gonna let his body lay here on the ground, are you?
A carpenter fell here on my property. He's dead. But he's gonna stay where he fell. Now you put that body down. But, Pa, I don't want to say it twice, boy. That's better. You started to say that you was, hoping something.
I thought maybe all this bad blood between our two families might someday soon be coming to an end.
Why is that?
Well, I've got reasons. Now I'm afraid that things are gonna take a turn for the worse.
Let's get back into the house before your ma begins to worry.
Things are gonna start happening all over again.
Well, then you just let him start, son. 'Cause whatever the carpenters begin, you can be sure we Webbs will finish.
You stop that crying, little. I said, stop it. No, we wasn't doing any harm, man. You tried to get back what rightly was ours. A little brown coat they stole from him. I know, Isabel. And now our brother's dead. They killed him. Just like they killed our pa. Was Harmon with the cabin when the shot was fired? I guess so.
But you ain't sure.
I ran away so quick I couldn't swear Harmon was with him. But I think I heard his voice. Now Paul's dead. Oh, we were foolish to do what we did.
You got to pull yourself together, girl.
Oh, what's wrong with you, Amanda? You got no feelings. You're acting just as hard as stone.
Listen to me, Isabel. Now listen close. Paul's dead. We cannot bring him back. I thought that Harmon and me, that we'd be the thing that would bring our two families together. Once and for all, wipe out the hatred that's been poisoning both our sides since before we was ever born.
You do love each other, Harmon and you.
Well, no one knows that. You and me and Harmon. Now, not only is that not to be, but the Carpenters and the Webb will go on spilling each other's blood till there ain't no more to spill.
Ain't we already got there, Amanda? With Paul's death?
No, not quite. In this house of ours, there's still two of us.
Two girls. Two almost helpless girls.
Helpless, Isabel? I can shoot a rifle as well as any man in this county. You know that. And I'm now head of this family. The honor of this family rests in my hands.
We got lots of men who are kinfolk. Men who'd stop at nothing to get back at the Webbs for our brother Paul's death.
But this is one matter I want to handle by myself. With your help.
You think you can?
I'm sure I can. Right now, our job is plain. At sunup, soon as it gets light, we gotta carry back our dead brother's body, so's we can give him a respectful burial. Now we better get some rest.
Oh, Amanda, couldn't possibly carry Paul's body? Just the two of us?
Well, I think I know where maybe we'll get some help.
Where?
Never you mind.
Well, suppose we don't.
Then we'll do it by ourselves, Isabel. The best we can.
I'm scared, Amanda. Real scared. After last night,
Keep walking straight ahead toward their front door, Isabel. And hold your head up high. That's it.
Well, suppose Captain Crane had it in his head to take a shot at it, the way he did at Call last night in the broad daylight, right out in the open. Hey, Amanda, we're carpenters.
I know what I'm doing. He has to listen to me.
Don't take another step, either one of you.
You can put down your rifle, Captain. We mean no harm.
What do you two want?
I think you know.
We want our brother's body. Let us take him.
Quiet, Isabel. You say nothing.
Well,
We're here to get Paul's body. To take him off your land and give him a decent burial.
and where would that be?
Where he belongs.
6 feet under Carpenter soil, is that it?
Yes, Captain. That's it.
You are out of your mind, girl.
What is that supposed to mean?
Now just turn around, the two of you, and take yourself straight back to where you come from.
Oh, please, Captain Crane.
We are not about to do that. We want our brother's body, and we are here to get it. With your permission or without it.
Your brother had no respect for private property. You come onto my land, Webb land, uninvited, and so he can stay there.
But he's got to be buried. You can't just let him lay there.
Why must he be buried? And who's going to make that happen? You two girls? Or your kinfolk up near Sandy River? You think maybe they'll try to snatch a dead body off in my land?
Times are changing, Captain. There is such a thing as the law. And law is beginning to come here to the mountains.
Through the great power of old Judge Calvin, I suppose.
Judge Calvin, yes, and others.
On my land, there is only one law. And that's a law of Crane Webb. It's always been that way, and no one is gonna change it.
It's nothing else. I think that common decency would be...
Decency? A carpenter talking of decency? The only decency I know is in the speed of my trigger finger. For over 50 years, it's been you kill or you get killed, a Webb or a carpenter. We're getting pretty close to the end of the line, girl, so if you'll just do a smart about face. Where you been, Harmon?
Inside the door. I've been hearing everything that's been said.
Here, take my rifle, son. Get these two carpenters off in our land. Real quick.
I'm not sure I can do that, Pa.
Why not?
Let the girls give their brother proper Christian burial.
And put an end to all the bad blood that's rankled our two families all these years, hmm?
Why not? It's no more than you would ask if it was me laying out there.
I'll tell you why not. And you two girls had better listen, too. I mean for that body out there to be a warning to everyone that this land belongs to me. You come on it only if I want you there. That corpse can just lay there and rot.
Pa, you can't
And lay there and be dinner for the vultures. And if anyone, you hear that, anyone is foolish enough to dare lay a finger on that body for any reason, they'll pay for it in blood. Do I make myself clear?
The ancient Greeks had a word for it. They called it hubris, meaning excessive pride, insolent, overbearing arrogance. The one sin of man the ancient gods would not tolerate. And Captain Crane Webb is such a man weighted down with pride, false pride, with hubris. How will the fates deal with his stiff-necked unwillingness to bend? Join me shortly in Act 2. We're back in the 1870s, in Thebes County, somewhere along the mountainous border between Kentucky and West Virginia, where family feuding is a way of life. Crane Webb, a man who considers himself a law unto himself, has shot and killed Paul Carpenter for trespassing on his land, and refuses to let the body be taken off his property, or to be buried. Confronted by the two young sisters of the dead man, and by his own son, Crane says,
Now, Harmon, who sees to it that these two carpenter girls get back on their own side of the brook? You or I?
We don't need any company, Captain Crane. We can find our own way back.
I ain't asking you.
They're girls, Pa. Ain't the same as if they were men.
A carpenter's a carpenter, son. I see them back myself.
No, give me your gun, Pa. I'll do it.
On your way, Harmon, and keep them covered. I don't trust no carpenter, their women, no more than their men.
Get moving, both of you.
We're going.
We ain't afraid of you, Captain Crane. And we ain't afraid of Harmon either.
You better hush up, Isabel, and keep on moving. Fast.
Don't poke at me with that gun.
I'll be waiting for you, son.
Put down your gun, Harmon. What has got into you?
You just keep walking, Amanda. I'm keeping you covered till you're in your own meadow.
Real scared of your pa, ain't you? He shake her finger at you and you jump like a puppy through a hoop.
I'd appreciate you walking a little faster.
Oh, you hear what I hear, Amanda?
I know that sound.
It's a little cold. Look, there he is, tied to that tree over there. It's Juniper. He knows our voices.
We need to get our colt, Harmon.
I'm not discussing Colts. You keep going. Across the brook and onto your own place. Please, Amanda, I know what I'm doing. Just wait till we're out of my father's sight. Trust me. Please.
But Juniper belongs to us.
Never mind Juniper for the time being.
Harmon, what are we going to do?
I'm not sure.
We're counting on you.
I know you are.
Could it, for any reason we can't, we're far from helpless, Isabel and I.
I know that, too.
No, don't come over to our side. Stay where you are. I'm sure he's still watching. Why don't you just turn around and walk slowly back to your own place?
I have to talk to you.
This is not the time.
But tonight, after dark.
I'll be waiting. You're sure he doesn't know where you are?
I just said I was going out for a breath of air.
Now, Harmon, just listen to me. Your father has lived all these years making his own laws, fitting your life, your mother's, everybody's, to however it pleased him.
Yeah, we all know he's not an easy man.
But whether he goes along with it or not, that's all about to end. There is such a thing as the law. There is such a thing as right and wrong.
What are you getting at, Amanda?
The law goes for everybody, including your father. And he has to know that no one, not even he, is above it. And that means the law of Thebes County.
You're not thinking of bringing old Judge Calvin into this, are you?
Why not?
Well, the captain wouldn't pay him no mind, you know that. He'd just laugh at the old judge.
Well, that remains to be seen. Now you just go on back home. Fast.
Whatever you do, don't forget, my father is a very dangerous man.
I can't tell you how sorry I was to hear about Paul.
Thank you, Judge Calvin.
Can I offer you a cold lemonade, Amanda?
Oh, no, thank you.
Real hot day. Long walk from the Carpenter place all the way here to town.
Well, I'm fine.
What exactly was on your mind? How can an old servant of the people be of help?
Judge Calvin, my father used to say that no man in the whole county, whether they agreed with you or not, could look at things as fair as you.
It's a real compliment.
And that everyone had respect for your honesty, for your good judgment.
What are you leading up to, Amanda?
I need your help with the law.
What for? To do what?
To get Paul's body back from Crane Webb's land, so that Isabel and I can see he gets a decent burial.
As I understand it, Paul was trespassing on Webb property.
But trespassing or not, the fact is, Paul is dead. How he was killed and what led up to his death is not the question. What is important is, he can't be left lying out there in the hot sun, unburied. The birds waiting to pick out his eyes.
What is it you'd like me to do?
I want my brother's body. I want you to give me the legal right to go in there and take it. Right away. A paper of some kind, with your signature on it that says that I can do it.
I've known Crane Webb since he was a boy, 50 years or more. He never learned respect for anything that he considered weak.
And to him, I'm weak, because I'm a girl. Is that it?
He'll never change.
All right, then where does the law come in?
Well, that's hard to say, especially here in the mountains. I could serve a piece of legal paper on Captain, and he'd just tear it up. And then, what would I do?
Force him, some way, to let us take possession of our brother's body.
Force Crane Webb to do anything? I know him much too well for that, Amanda. Besides, the bitter truth is that any judge, any keeper of the peace, who dares to raise a gavel against a man like Crane may do it at the risk of his own life.
I see.
I may not have too many years ahead of me, my girl, but those I have, I cherish.
You're afraid of him. Is that it?
Well, I know the history of this county. Your father, and now your brother, are sad proof of it.
And you won't lift a finger to change that, will you? A man who's supposed to deal out justice, who claims to have been my father's friend. Judge Galvin, you make me want to be sick. You're a tired, scared old man.
No, just a minute, man.
I don't want to waste any more time with you.
Now, don't make trouble, girl. There's been enough.
My sister and I will find a way to do what we think is right.
Well, those were the words I heard your father speak. It cost him his life.
It won't cost me mine. I'll do what has to be done, with or without the help of what you call the law. Oh, don't bother. I know where the door is.
I'll try. I'll try to make him change his mind. But Harmon, you know your pa. He's with it, iron.
It don't make sense, though, Ma.
Well, not to him, Harmon. To him, that's all that counts. Now, I beg you to stay away from Paul's dead body. Don't you so much as touch it.
There's something this time I told you, Ma.
What's that?
Paul Carpenter was my good friend.
I'm glad the captain never knew.
And that's not all. Amanda and I, we love each other. We've been hoping to get married.
Married? To a carpenter? You out of your mind. Your pa'd kill you first.
If I don't help her move Paul's body onto their own land, she'll never speak to me again. Never.
How could you dare disobey your father?
How could I dare think of not helping the girl I love?
Your father says there is no greater wrong than betraying your own flesh and blood. Harmon, my son, don't let your feeling for this girl turn you against your own kin. I beg you.
What would you have me do?
Try to do what you're told. Even if it means choking this carpenter girl out of your heart. You gotta try to do just that.
I don't want to hurt no one. Not you, not Pa, and not Amanda.
It's your choice, Harmon. But whatever you decide, remember, I couldn't bear to lose another son.
One more, Isabel. Come on now, pull. With me. Together.
I'm doing the best I can, Amanda. Oh, Paul is so heavy. We can barely budge.
Come on now,
Keep trying. We'll never get him out of here. Oh, whatever happened to Harmon? Why didn't he come to help
I
us?
have no idea, Isabel. I am not waiting for him. Oh, Calvin, either or anyone. Well, there's one thing we can do, just the two of us.
What's that?
We could dig a shallow grave, right here. And then we'll throw some earth over Paul's dead body. And
Oh,
no, that way we'll be to try to give him something like a decent burial. Come on, hand me the shovel.
here.
Hold it, lad, a little higher.
Oh, Amanda, how awful it look. My dear, beautiful Pa.
You can go home if you want to, Isabel. I can handle it alone.
You need to... I think there's someone coming.
Don't move. Amanda, darling. Isabel.
We thought you were coming.
What are you two doing?
We're burying Pa.
Here? Why no? Well, if my pa catches you...
We have the right to take care of our brother.
Once we've given him a show of burial, a token, we'll have done part of our duty to him.
Give me the shovel.
Thank you, Harmon.
Well, what do we do after that?
Cross that next bridge when we come to it. But a little deeper, Harmon. All right there. Now that'll be fastened.
Let me try to move him over here.
All right now. I can remember the words, let's see. I sprinkle a handful of earth over 'em, and then I say, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
In sure and certain hope of the resurrection. Amen. Amen. And may he rest in peace.
What's going on out there? Answer me, somebody.
It's my paw.
Blow up that lamp, Elizabeth. Be still. Don't move, either of you.
No, you two go. I'll take care of my father best I can.
Oh, be careful, Harmon.
Go, just go. I love you, Harmon. And I love you. Now run. Is that you, Pa?
Who else should it be? What are you doing out here this time of night?
Well, too hot to sleep.
What are you trying to hide? What do you got there behind your back?
Nothing.
What is it?
It's just a shovel.
Let me have it, Harmon.
Oh, you might as well know now, Pa. Paul's body has been buried.
By who?
The girls and me.
You?
The ritual of burying's been done. The earth is scattered on Paul's flesh. The prayer's been said.
And you, my son? You had a hand in this?
Yes, I did.
You call yourself my...
Oh, you hit me.
You brought shame to the name of Webb.
I did what any decent human would.
You just scrape off the earth that sits on that dead body. Right now. It stays unburied.
I can't do that, Pa.
You'll do what you are told.
I can't. I just can't.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means I can't. It means I won't.
Crane Webb thinks of himself as a man with a will of steel, which cannot, must not be denied. But as the poet John Milton wrote, what is strength without a double share of wisdom? Vast, unwieldy, burdensome, proudly secure, yet liable to fall by weakest subtleties. Captain Webb continues to stand up against the resistance he is meeting from all sides, even from his own son. I shall return shortly with Act 3. A vendetta, we are told, is the right or obligation a person assumes to be his, in retaliation for a wrong, often a murder, he thinks has been done to a member of his family or group. Vendettas go back to the most primitive times, and even find their place in Greek literature. In Hamlet, for example, where the young prince seeks vengeance for his father's murder. In our story, it's the feud between the Webbs and the Carpenters. Captain Crane Webb speaks to his son Harmon, who he thinks has betrayed him.
Harmon, you brought shame to the name of Webb.
I only did what any decent human would.
Scrape off the earth that sits on that dead body.
I can't do that, Pa.
You'll do what you are told.
I can't, Pa. And I won't.
You won't?
No, Pa. I won't.
I reckon you thought you were too big, maybe too old to be whipped.
Don't try it again, Pa. I'll warn you.
Let me tell you something, boy. A man prays he may beget a household full of dutiful sons who share with him the punishing of enemies, the honoring of his father's friends.
I won't listen to that.
Oh, yes, you will, boy. The man who breeds a young one that won't stand by him has done nothing but sow trouble for himself. His enemies laugh at him. Why, when I was your
Oh, not again, Pa, please.
I had respect for my pa. The greatest respect.
Maybe he earned it.
And maybe you just better go into the house and help your mother. Roseanne's doing some mending. Maybe you can help her thread the needles. But first, give me that shovel. Hand it to me, I said. Give me that shovel. Pick up that shovel.
Pick it up yourself, Pa. I'm going to bed.
Very well. I'll uncover the corpse myself.
Oh, Crane, go easy on the boy. Harmon is so young.
I won't be disobeyed, Roseanne. Not in my own house.
He means no one no harm.
Disobedience to authority is what ruins a country, tears down our hope.
This is your own son, Crane.
All the more reason. Another thing, I will not let myself be beaten by a girl. Any girl. If the way I live is to be threatened, let it be by a man, not by some girl.
You're sick. You're sick with hate.
I will not listen to this.
You don't really know why you hate. And it's your hating that'll destroy all of us in the end.
You should be sharing that hatred with me.
I cannot share in hatred, but in love.
Good night, Rose.
One last thing. Harmon's my only son. Your only son. And there are more carpenters than just them two girls. If anything happens to those girls, it'll be the end of Harmon, too.
Nothing will happen to Harmon. I'll see to it.
How can you be so sure?
I've done all I can, Amanda. My father's like a rock that no amount of prying can move out of the earth.
And if the rock goes on, refusing to be moved?
Well, then you and I'll have to find our way around it.
Oh, we can't depend on old Judge Calvin. My threat to him was just to wait the turn.
Maybe if I would go and talk to him.
No, Harmon, I don't want you getting in any deeper than this, and you really are already. There's just no telling what your father might do.
I wouldn't care.
Well, I do. For your sake. And for our.
Let me kiss you, Amanda.
No, Harmon. Don't. Right at this moment, I don't feel at home either with you, the living, or with Paul, the dead. Forgive me, Harmon. I need to be alone. There's things I gotta figure out where no one can help me.
Can we offer you something to drink, Judge Calvin?
No, thank you, Crane. I apologize for dropping in on you after dark.
Perfectly all right. Roseanne, turn up the lamp a bit, and then leave the judge and me together.
Yes, Crane.
Now then, to what do I owe the honor of your visit, Judge Calvin?
Your next-door neighbor, Amanda Carpenter, paid me a call.
How very friendly of her.
At her request, I have here an order of the court.
For what, if I might ask?
I don't want you to take offense, Crane. It's, to allow removal of her brother Paul's dead body off your property, so he can receive a proper burial.
That's it.
Just about.
Put it over on the table there, won't you, Judge?
Glad to. You will respect this order, I hope. It's a law.
And if I don't?
It'd be easier for all of us if you did, Crane.
Well, I'll look it over, maybe tomorrow morning. If I can spare the time. I'm a very busy man, too, you know.
It's a law, Captain.
So you said. You know something, Judge? On second thought, I will take that piece of paper.
You're a reasonable man, Crane. I knew I could count on you. What are you doing?
There's your court order, Your Honor. And now I would appreciate your getting out of my house just as fast as your old legs will carry you.
You can't defy the law forever, Crane.
I can't? Who says I can't?
Good night, Crane.
Oh, wait just 1 minute, Judge. There's someone sneaking around down there near the stable.
What are you doing with that rifle?
Please let me get by, Your Honor.
Are you out of your mind?
Don't you worry. I'll take care of everything.
Crane, put down that rifle.
I'll take care of them good. Once and for all.
Got to be very quiet, Amanda.
I know.
Judge Calvin's up there talking with him and with Mama. We got to be quiet and quick.
Well, you're wonderful, Harmon, to be doing that.
Don't let talk. I'll just try to hike Paul's body over my shoulder and carry him to the stream. In no time at all, he'll be back where you want him. Oh, he is heavy.
Can I do anything?
When I grab him here, you get your hands under his head. That'll help.
Oh, Harmon, I love you so.
And I love you. What happened? What was that?
I've been shot there in the neck.
Oh, my poor darling.
Harmon, be careful. Your father, he's shooting from the house.
That's the last shot he'll ever fire on this earth.
What are you doing?
Paying back my father. This time, he's more than asked for it.
Put down your gun, Harmon. It'll do no good.
We'll see. I want you to die, Pa. I want you dead.
That's one of them. Can't say they didn't get fair warning.
Crane, you'll hang for this.
Maybe, maybe not. You! Well, what do you know?
They're shooting back at you.
Not bad aim either. That one nearly got. Oh, we're just gonna have to stop this foolishness. Like this.
You realize what you're doing?
I think I do. Those are them carpenter girls, both of them. But I reckon I got 'em both. Judge Calvin, Roseanne, come on down with me and take a look at the prize. Bring your lantern more over this way, Roseanne.
Yes, Crane. I'll go a little ahead. Light the way.
I hope you know what you're doing.
You are about to see, Judge Calvin, what I call justice.
I'm afraid so.
Watch out for that big rock there, Judge.
It can't be.
What is it, Roseanne?
I thought all this killing might be ended. All this bloodshed.
What are you talking about?
There's your bride. Take a good look.
It's the carpenter girl, the older one.
Amanda, she's dead, Crane, by your hand. And Harmon, your son Harmon, he's dead too.
And he's old enough in his dog. You killed your own son. Murderer. You stubborn, self-righteous.
Easy, Roseanne, easy. No idea. I thought that Harmon was...
You never thought, not one. You never had a decent thought in your head.
Oh, why were they here together? His arms around her.
Wrapped up Mel, you didn't know. They loved each other. They were going to get married. It was their hope that all these years of feuding might be ended by their marriage. You must try to control yourself, Roseanne.
You can be real proud of yourself, great. The great Captain Webb, maker of corpses.
Wife, I ask you to forgive me, if you can. I'm a killer. I look on the son I killed. I look on his bride that shall never be. They both have died too soon, and by my hand. Cursed be the hand that did this. Cursed be the day that ever I was born.
Why don't you both go back into the house? I'll ride my horse to town and see that what must be done will be done.
I just can't stay here. Oh, my son. My son.
Let me take my son up in my arms. Harmon, I didn't mean what I did. I loved you, Harmon, my son. And now you are no more, nor will ever breathe again. Never, never, never. You up there, come down and strike me. Kill me with your cotton sword.
Easy, Crane.
I am soaked to the bone with grief and sorrow. Let my death come quick, bringing my final day. Oh, let me never see tomorrow's sunrise.
We better see where Roseanne has gone to. She shouldn't be alone.
And maybe you better go to her and come to her. I don't think she can bear the sight of me.
Captain Crane. Captain Crane, where are you?
Here, right here.
Who is that?
It's me, Isabel. Isabel Carpenter, Amanda's sister. What's happened?
Your sister's dead.
Oh, no. No!
And so is Harmon, both killed by the same hand.
I came to look for them. They were gone too long. And on my way back, your boy getting quick.
Yes?
What is it, Isabel?
I saw Mrs. Crane in the barn. The door was open. I saw her.
Yes?
She was here, swinging from one of the rafters, a thick rope around her neck. Two wet, two carpenters.
Both sides lost, Isabel.
And nobody won. Nobody.
Our happiness depends on wisdom all the way. The gods must have their due. Great words by men of pride bring greater blows upon them. So wisdom comes to the old. With those words, Sophocles ends his tragedy of Antigone. I'll be back shortly. The Antigone of Sophocles has been updated many times, in many places, since its premiere nearly 2,400 years ago in ancient Athens. A contemporary French playwright, for example, presents Antigone as a doomed young woman without hope, and Creon, her antagonist, as a wily political figure, both of them very French. We trust you've accepted Amanda Carpenter, Antigone, and Captain Crane Webb, Creon, as suitable American counterparts. Our cast included Arnold Morse, Marion Seldes, Evie Juster, Don Scardino, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
At Temple, you grow a beard, we dye dark for you, alter your hair. Add colored contact lenses to make your eyes brown. You and Carol book a 30-day in advance 1-week excursion cruise. You get into Bulgaria, we make the contact for you, you turn over your passport, and James Otescu uses them as his passport to freedom.
Hey, now wait a minute. How come Carol, too?
He has a wife to bring out.
Who looks like Carol?
Chance we gotta take.
How about our chances? How do we get out?
No problem.
Famous laugh.
No, honest. You shave off your beard, wash out the dye, take out the contact lenses, and come back on a passport of your own that we issue, complete with entry visa.
And what if something goes wrong?
The chances we take, that's our business.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. A CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Give a man a pipe he can smoke. Give a man a book he can read. And his home is bright with a calm delight, though the room be poor indeed. That was a fine poetic sentiment when it was first written about 100 years ago, but it may not have stood the test of time. For one thing, smoking has fallen into disfavor,
And not too many books written today are designed to brighten and delight.
These are grim times, my friends. And don't just take my word for it. Read some of the recent books, especially the one we're about to consider.
With this book, we can do justice. With this book, we can get rich. Do you know what this book can mean to the world? I want only what it can mean to you and me. But I don't want money. This is just money. This is millions. Millions. Justice is more important. Captain, if you can't see it, well, only one of us is gonna walk out of here with the book.
Our mystery drama, The Book of ABACA, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Alan Swift. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. What is the most valuable book in the world? The original Gutenberg Bible? A first folio Shakespeare?
The answer is no. To them. Or to any other famous first editions you could think of. There is a book, and it was written by a man most people never even heard of, that can be worth millions. The Book of ABACA. The ABACA was a 20,000-ton tanker that flew the Silanian flag. On June 3rd at 2300 hours, or 11 o'clock p.m., she was approximately 100 miles east of Cape May, New Jersey. Her captain was on the bridge when he heard a frantic voice from the engine room. Captain Bauer, Captain! What is it, engineer? We're sinking. Sinking? Your water's rushing into the engine room. Well, man the pumps. The plates have struck. I said, man the pump. What pumps? I switched them on and the motors blew. We're sinking. I can't stop the water. We can't sink. We've got 3 million gallons of oil on board. I'm hip deep in water now. You know what that means? I only know we're sinking. I'm coming below. What? Or you want to drown down here? Every plate in the hull's beginning to buckle. This tub is gone. Do you know what this oil spill will do to the East Coast of America? Captain, don't you realize it's over? John, I never lost a ship in my entire career. Captain, can't you understand? This one is gone. We'll be lucky to get out of her alive. All hands, prepare to abandon ship. Captain, what are you doing in the cabin? Captain, are you all right? No, I'm not all right. The crew is away. That's good. Come on, Captain. Where? Well, there's a life raft left. For you and me. Let's go. We don't have 5 minutes. You go ahead, Karn. What do you mean I should go ahead? Just what I said. Hey, wait a minute. You're not going to do what I think you're going to do. I am. I'll go down with my ship. Oh, no. Well, that's for books, for movies. I cannot leave this ship with a good conscience. But can't we argue later? 3 million gallons of crude oil. You know what this will do to the coastline, to the fish, to the birds? It'll destroy the livelihood of thousands, the enjoyment of millions. How can I face people? But it isn't your fault. Yes, it is my fault. I should never have failed at the ABACA. I knew she was unseaworthy. But I let myself be convinced. But I still say it isn't your fault. Vanity, my vanity. I'm old. I'm too old to command a ship. Why didn't I accept it gracefully? Captain, before it's too late. But they flattered me. They said, Captain Bauer, you're the best there is. Take the ABACA. Vanity. I was so happy for a command, a ship. Didn't I know she was little more than a heap of scrap metal? Well, everybody knows that. Everybody does not know that. This phony flag, this too-big monarchy of Solania. It's all a dodge to register rotten ships and crooked corporations. Captain, there's nothing we can do about it. Oh, you're wrong. There's plenty we can do about it. But I cannot do it if I drown here like a rat in this death trap.
How good. Let's go.
Yes. Yes. Let us leave.
My waterproof bag, and I'll need
Captain, there's no time to look around.
the book. The book that will destroy them. The book of the ABACA. The log book of the ABACA.
Right. What?
The seas aren't too bad. We can stay afloat on this raft. We're bound to be picked up as soon as it gets light.
God, listen to me. You this book. In this book.
Captain, something wrong?
God, I'm dying.
Well, what's the matter?
I don't know. I'm dying.
Wrap yourself in his blanket. No help. Hold on. Captain, in a couple of hours, we're bound to be picked up.
God, listen. Don't say anything. Just listen. The Terry Corporation.
Yeah?
Charity Corporation, yeah.
Okay, they only are back.
Yes, and 25 or 50 or who knows how many other rotten, unseaworthy
Now, don't get yourself excited.
Tyler Corporation. Bartholomew Tyler.
Captain, you're just getting excited for nothing.
No. It's for something. Bartholomew Tyler. Buy these unseaworthy hulks and he...
Captain, just take it easy, please.
No, I don't have time. Should have been scrapped 20 years ago. Bartholomew Tyler will go down with the ABACA. His book. My logbook.
Look out. It'll prove that he was angry.
That we were unfit to sail. That I'm going to die.
Don't say that.
I'm going to die of shame. You take this book and turn it over to the United States Coast Guard. You do that. Promise me. Promise?
Yeah, Captain, I promise.
Yes? Oh, yes. Have him come in. Mr. Khan. Have a chair.
Oh, thank you.
Cigar? Thank you again. You were chief engineer on my ABACA.
I don't believe we ever met before.
But we're meeting now.
Too bad about the ABACA.
Yeah.
Fine, trim ship.
Was she?
Well, what was she?
She was a rusty old tub that could hardly keep afloat.
How can you say that? She was given a most searching inspection by the authorities before she was permitted to leave port.
By the Solanian authorities, no doubt.
Of course. And unless she has met the standards of the Solanian Maritime Commission,
Which is a joke all over the world.
she would not be permitted to leave the harbor.
The only time one of your ships flying a Solanian flag is prevented from leaving a Solanian harbor is when you have failed to bribe the proper, or should I say improper authorities.
Now, see here, Mr. Khan.
Which hardly ever happens.
Mr. Khan, what is the purpose of this visit?
The Tarrier Lines. All those ships that fly the big red T under the Solanian flag, of course I should say alleged ships, because the Tarrier Line is little more than a floating scrap heap. A temporary floating heat. Khan, I am a busy man, I know. But I am empowered to arrange matters for you to become a gentleman of leisure. I can retire you from business a hopeless bankrupt.
I must ask you to come to the point.
What was I doing on the ABACA? I'm a good engineer, but I'm a drunk. The Terrier line is the only one who take me as a chief.
Well, I must say you display remarkable gratitude.
Embowers. Who else wanted a captain his age? But we're okay for Terrier. Why? Because the price is right.
Well, I fail to understand your complaint.
Your ship, the ABACA, is down on the bottom, 100 miles out. And there's a mammoth oil spill 3 million gallons thick headed this way.
An unfortunate circumstance of our technological age.
And you sit there, fat and happy, convinced you'll even make a buck on this tragedy. You actually think you're going to collect insurance for ship and cargo.
I know I'm going to collect.
Now the insurance company can prove negligence.
What negligence? My poor man, you're heavenly suffering from your ordeal. Negligence cannot be proved.
The equipment failed.
Really?
All of it obsolete, faulty.
And who will testify to that?
I'll testify.
To what? You're drunk. You're unfit.
Then why did you hire me?
You concealed that condition from us. I admit we would have a problem if the captain had survived.
Then, you do have a problem. Because he did.
He what?
He survived.
He's dead. He was dead when the Coast Guard picked you up.
I know. But his testimony survived. His book, the log book of the ABACA.
The log book?
I've made a photocopy of several entries. They're chosen here and there at random. They're fascinating reading for a board of inquiry.
Kid, look through. Let me read this.
I was afraid of the worn engine cylinder. I begged Terrier to have it repaired. Terrier replied it would last the trip. It had been causing heavy vibration. I think we may spring some of the plates. Radioed the office for permission to put in the Tangiers for repairs. Was told to proceed to New York. I will not be responsible for the results of this action. This is not the juiciest either. It goes on, gets worse and worse.
You have, I assume, the log of the ABACA?
Oh, yes.
This is my property.
Of course.
I could have you arrested.
Oh, why don't you do that? I will then turn the book over to the American authorities, and I'm sure they'll be eager to look through it, under the circumstances.
Well, isn't that your intention in any event to turn the book over to the authorities?
It was Captain Bauer's intention. He was a very old man with a very guilty conscience. He was out to sink the Terrier line.
And what is your intention? What do you want?
What do I want? A life I always dreamed of. Life of ease, grace. A life completely secure from storms.
Is such a life possible?
Enough money makes anything possible.
And how much is enough?
$2 million?
$2 million.
$2 million. The log book of the ABACA.
Well, that's a rather expensive book.
They're true. But think of how much more expensive it would be if it were ever published.
$2 million for an unpublished manuscript. Even in these overinflated times, that's an extremely substantial sum. $2 million. And it doesn't even have any sex in it. Mr. Terrier looks across his desk at Mr. Carn. What do you suppose his answer will be? Don't guess. Just wait for Act Two.
What are the wild waves saying? Asks the poet. In our story, we have seen an oil tanker go down off the Jersey coast. And it's not so much what the wild waves are saying, but what they are doing, which is burying a thick, fish-killing oil slick closer and ever closer to shore, where it will have a most depressing effect on the economy and the environment.
$2 million. A not unreasonable sum, Mr. Terrier. Damages, claims, and fines could go at least $50 million. $2 million is what? 4%? No, Mr. Terrier, you are getting a bargain. Actually, the buy of the century.
The log is in your possession?
Yeah?
It is immediately available?
Ready to change hands at an hour's notice.
Well, you realize, of course, I do not have $2 million in my pocket. Where may I reach you?
Well, we can't do it that way. I'll be in touch with you. How much time do you require?
A day.
Fine. I'll call you this time tomorrow.
Cosmo is rolling about. Good. A man named Khan has just left my office. He's 6 feet tall, thin, red hair. He should be headed for the elevators. Roland's to follow him, find out where he lives. That's right. I'll have other instructions for you later.
Yes?
You got a Mr. Khan living here?
Khan. No, I don't believe I rented a room to anyone named Khan.
Ernesto Khan.
No, I don't have a room by that name.
Let me ask you that again. A fella 6 feet tall, thin, red hair.
Oh,
You gonna ask me who I am, huh? What do I want him, huh?
well, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm used to questions like that. I'm from the FBI.
Oh.
And we have to talk to this man.
Oh, well, of course. It's FBI. That's different. Well, he answers that description. His name is Edwards.
Edwards? Yeah. Very significant.
Arthur K. Edwards.
Hey, that's gotta be a phony.
Oh, I knew there was something suspicious about that one the minute I laid eyes on him.
Did you?
Oh, yeah. You don't fool Edna Miller. I'm an excellent judge of character.
Yeah, sure. Well, now I gotta see this fella. You better stay here.
Oh, you mean he's dangerous?
Nothing like that. Just tell me what room he's in.
Number 6. It's up the stairs and first door on your right.
Upstairs, all right. First door on the right.
You'll see the number 6 on it. It's a very nice room, really.
Yeah. Thanks, ma'am. You better keep out of sight, huh?
Oh, I will. I will.
Aye there, Mr. Khan. Who are you? Well, I got something to show you. What? This. This is a .45 caliber automatic pistol. Now, let's close the door. What do you want? Well, I'll tell you how it is. I'm an agent for a book collector. Oh, yeah, I see. Well, now that you see, we can save a lot of time. You hand over the book, and you're entitled to something for your trouble. My client's really a very big-hearted guy. He told me to give you $1,000. Oh, that's very generous. Sure, considering he don't have to give you nothing at all. And, if I refuse? Come on, chump. This thing's too big for you. You knew how to handle yourself, you'd never get into a spot like this to begin with, so hand it over.
You don't think I keep it in the room, do you? I don't know. You're an amateur. Who could be dumb enough to do anything? Okay, so it's not here. Let's go get it, huh? And suppose I refuse. I can make a phone call. And in 5 minutes, I could get a guy up here, and before you know it, you'd be begging him to listen.
Yeah, well, you can't threaten me. I've got the aces. Only I know where the book is.
That proves how stupid you are. My client don't need the book. All he has to do is to make sure it never gets seen. If you had any brains, you'd have said, if anything ever happens to me, I'd arrange to have that book delivered to so-and-so. But you're an amateur. Come on, come on. Get out of it while you're still alive. Well, what do you say?
Well,
listen, mister. Only a professional can make a killing. An amateur can only get killed. Yeah, $1,000, and you're out of it.
okay. You win. Hand it over.
Now you talk. Drop it, or I'll break your arm. Let go. Let go. I'll kill you.
Yeah, you asked for it. You asked for it.
Oh, I heard a shot.
Hey. Hey, you there! Out! Out!
Hello there, Porky. Oh, ordained Lieutenant Foster. How do you feel, Porky? Well, I wouldn't want to go dancing tonight, Copper.
Well, the doctor tells me you'll be okay.
So, what do you want to talk about? Who was he, Porky? Who was who? The dead man. What dead man? Oh, the one you killed. Did I kill somebody? I ain't want to play that game, huh? The name of that game, Copper, is democracy. I didn't kill nobody unless and until a jury of my peers says so. Porky, we've got you nailed.
You were running from the house with a smoking pistol. Your bullet killed him. The jury won't even have to leave the box. We could make a deal.
A deal?
Who bought you, Porky? And why?
Hey, that's what you want to know. What do you give me?
I can't promise anything.
Oh, well, I'll do it my way. I'll keep my mouth shut and trust machinations.
Nothing helps when it's murder one.
Yeah, well, Copper, you and me, we're small potatoes. We're just an extension of big hunchers. You see what I mean? Now, my hunchers knows how to put the heat on your hunchers.
You'll need a miracle to beat this one.
It's just what my hunches are. They're in the miracle business.
Hello, Lieutenant Foster. I'm Patrolman Leone.
Oh, you're the cop who collared Porky Adams.
Yes, sir.
Well, that was a good job. What are you doing here?
Well, the old dame, Mrs. Miller, owns the rooming house.
Is she okay?
Well, the doc says she's still in some kind of shock. Precinct assigned me to keep an eye on the place.
I came here to talk to her. Mrs. Miller?
Who are you?
I'm a police officer.
But if you're a policeman, why aren't you wearing the uniform?
I'm a detective.
I don't believe you.
Officer Leone, will you tell Mrs. Miller who I am?
Yeah. He's a detective, Miss Miller.
Are you sure?
Mrs. Miller, would I lie? Well, no, it's all right for you to answer these questions.
Now, the man who was shot.
I don't want to think about it.
What was his name?
I don't remember.
Miss Miller, the man who was shot in room number 6, don't you have a rent book where you keep records?
Is this the book on the table? Hand it to me, Leone.
That's my book. You have no right to look at that.
Of course. You look in the book and tell me who was number 6.
I don't have my glasses. Officer Leone,
Yeah, sure thing, Miss Miller. All right. Room number 6. Here it is. Mr. Arthur K. Edwards. That's the last entry.
Then his name was Edwards?
if it says so in the book.
All right, now, the killer. How did the killer get into the house?
Well, he rang the bell.
And?
He said he was from the FBI, and he asked for Mr. Edwards.
Mm-hmm. And then what happened? He rang the bell, and he asked for Mr. Edwards. Is that what happened?
No, Officer Leone, that's not what happened.
But you just said...
He didn't ask for Mr. Edwards. He asked for someone else.
Someone else? Who? Think.
I can't think. I'm scared out of my wits. I was there when a human being was murdered.
Who did the killer ask for?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
What was the name the killer asked for?
I can't remember.
I know it's hard, but try, eh? Promise me you'll try.
Yes, Officer Leone.
All right, the name. Did it sound Italian, like mine, or maybe German, or Irish, or Polish? With the name like yours, Miller or Foster?
I can't remember.
Yeah, that's all right, Miss Miller. I know you're trying so hard.
Honest, I'm doing my best.
Sure you are.
Honest, but that's his name.
His name is Honest?
Yes. No, it's Ernest. That's right. The killer, he rang the bell and he asked, did I rent a room to a Mr. Ernest L. Kahn? That's who he asked for. Ernest L. Kahn.
Well, what's in a name? Everything. Or nothing. It depends on whose name it is. For instance, Ernest L. Carn is, as we know, the name of the missing chief engineer of the wrecked tanker ABACA. But where will knowledge of that name take Lieutenant Foster? It will take us into Act 3, which I shall present shortly. Not that we wish to seem profound, but any story,
Every story that deals with human beings is basically a story about mankind.
We happen to be the order that stands on top of the animal kingdom. The reason for that is
We are smarter than the beasts below us, and that's the problem. We are so smart, we tend to outsmart ourselves. We and the beasts share the same environment,
but everything the other animals do enhances the natural environment. After all, did you ever hear of a fish that caused an oil spill?
That's who he asked for. Ernest L. Kahn.
Ernest L. Kahn. Lieutenant, why is that name familiar?
Ernest L. Kahn. Not some hood.
No, but I remember hearing that.
Kahn. Oh, I know.
You do?
I heard it on the news, and I read it in the paper.
Who is he, Mrs. Miller?
He was rescued from that ship.
Carn, that's right. That's right, Leone. He was on that tanker.
Oh, yeah, right, Lieutenant. The one that went down with all that oil.
Carn was the chief engineer. The one that's missing.
Lieutenant, a top professional like Porky Adams, what would he want to knock up Kahn?
Well, Carn was the target. Porky asked for him by name. Wasn't mistaken identity.
Why? Why did anyone want to knock off Kahn?
Yes, Lieutenant. What may I do for you?
Mr. Terrier, would you be good enough to identify this picture?
Or if I can. What?
I've never seen such a serene face.
Yeah, he should be. He's dead.
Oh, of course. I know this man. I should say I knew him. It's Kahn. He was chief engineer on the ABACA. Why is he dead?
Someone shot him.
Oh, my goodness. Why? Well, that's what we're trying to determine. Have they got the killer?
Yes. And that's what has us in the dark.
Why do you say that, Lieutenant?
Well, the killer is a professional.
Yeah.
It only kills on assignment.
I don't follow you.
He kills because he's hired. Who would hire him to kill Mr. Karn? And why?
Well, I'm afraid I can't answer either question, Lieutenant.
How well did you know Karn?
Or he applied for a position as chief engineer.
Did you interview him personally?
He was extremely qualified. I hired him.
May I ask you this? Your line has the reputation for low pay and hard work.
Who says that?
Well, I did some checking. If Khan was extremely qualified, why did he take a job with you?
Well, A, because jobs are scarce. B, no one else would hire him. C, because he was a drunk. And D, may I suggest a reason why he was killed?
I'd appreciate it.
It's possible that Khan may have been bringing drugs into the country, isn't it?
Well,
Now, drugs, as I understand it, are controlled by the syndicate, an organization. Is that true?
it would appear to be.
Karn probably got himself in trouble with the syndicate, and for that reason he was killed. That would account for a professional assassin, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Well, then, that could be your case, couldn't it?
It could. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Terry.
I hope I've been helpful.
Well, I'm sure you have.
Lieutenant Foster, could I talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure, Leon.
Where are you on the Khan murder?
Nowhere.
Look, I've been doing some thinking, and do you want to hear this?
Okay.
Well, this oil tanker, the ABACA, now, it goes down. You know the kind of damage it's going to create. Now, the company that owns the boat is known as Hasselbach Outfit, right? Maybe it's their fault, she's saying. If it is, you know what they can be hit for? Oh, who can prove it's their fault? The two best people for that are gone. The captain dies at sea, and the chief engineer is assassinated. The Terrier Company is motive.
Leone, that's one of those excellent theories. It looks good, sounds great. The problem is there's no crew. On the other hand,
yes, Lieutenant?
It could be good enough to scare Porky Adams.
Lieutenant, nice you to come to visit a sick friend.
You're through, Porky. You're in this all by yourself.
Ah, come on, Foster. You and me, we've been around long enough.
Who was this guy they brought you to knock off?
I don't know what you're talking about.
His name was Karn. Ernest L. Karn, wasn't it?
Well, this is your story, Lieutenant.
You know who he was?
No. Who was he?
Chief engineer of that oil tanker that went down.
Well, looks like he was unlucky all the way around, don't it?
So you see the connections are off. The fix is out.
Oh, rave on, Foster, rave on.
I'll tell you what the DA's got. Khan was ordered killed because he could prove that the tanker sank through company negligence. That's why a professional killer, Porky Adams, was employed. The way the public is up in arms about it. You think there can be a fix?
All I gotta do is keep my mouth shut. And nobody's got nothing.
Untrue. We've got you for murder. Murder 1. And the death penalty is back in style. Well, Porky? Now or later?
Well, for the sake of argument, yeah? What kind of a deal could I make?
I can't promise anything, Porky.
Sure, you have to say that. And what I'm gonna say is just conversation. You see what I mean?
Yeah?
You can never prove I said it. This Carrier guy, he says to me,
Khan has a book. We need it. Here's his address. Go get it. Scare him. Promise him $1,000 for it. But if you have to, knock him off. What kind of a book is vast? Khan will know what you're talking about, Terrier says. So I go there, ready to deal one way or the other. When that chump tries to tangle with me, well, the rest you know.
And you'll give that to the DA?
In writing. Now, the DA has to sit down with my mouthpiece and work out the deal.
Hey there, Officer Leone.
Hello, Lieutenant.
I thought I'd come by and tell you your days of walking a beat may be numbered.
Oh, I like being on the street.
You might like being a detective better. When I wrote up the report, I said it was your lead.
Well, thanks, Lieutenant.
You know, Leone, I've been a cop 20 years. This is the biggest thing I've ever had. It involves millions of people. It has to do with the whole country. Not everybody has a chance to do something like this. Something important.
Yeah, that's how I feel, too.
I want this guy Terrier to be bagged. I never felt this personal about anything in my life.
Hi there, Mr. Adams, is it?
That's me, Porky Adams. Who are you?
I'm the new resident doctor. You must be an important man. I see there's a policeman at the door.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting more important every day.
Then I should be honored that I've been chosen to give you a shot.
Shot? Why am I getting a shot for?
Well, according to the chart, it's an antibiotic. You still have some traces of the infection from that gunshot wound. The surgeon wants it cleaned up.
Will it hurt?
Oh, come on, roll over. You won't feel a thing.
John Foster? Yes, sir. Who?
You what? What do you mean Porky Adams is dead? But
At the hospital?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I know. Right.
Lieutenant Foster, what may I do for you?
it's not what you can do for me, Mr. Terrier. It's what you've done to me.
Really? What have I done?
Well, you, just to make a fast buck, you're willing to destroy the whole world.
I don't follow.
You had Porky Adams killer in his cum.
You can't prove that.
Notice your instinctive reaction. You don't deny it, you simply say, I can't prove it. And you can't. When you found out Porky was willing to talk, you arranged to have him murdered at the hospital.
You can't prove that either.
You hired a killer who poses a doctor, and
You can't prove any of it.
you hired Porky to get a book from Khan. The only book it could be is the logbook of the ABACA.
None of this is provable.
Which means the book exists. And I came here to tell you one thing. I'll find that book. There is such a thing as justice. You won't be allowed to get away with it.
Well, Lieutenant, we turned the place upside down. There's nothing to be found.
Where could he have hidden the book? He had to have it handy.
Well, it's nowhere in this room.
But where could it be?
Now look what you did to the room.
We'll see that it's put together again, Mrs. Miller.
Mrs. Miller, where could Khan have hidden something?
Well, you looked, didn't you? I don't know.
A book. It would have to be a pretty good size.
Well, it's not in this room. He stashed it someplace. We'll never know.
That's how Terrier wins. He doesn't need the book. He just has to make sure it's never found. Oh, he mustn't win. We have to stop him.
But there's nothing here, Lieutenant.
Oh, you're right. Okay, Mrs. Miller. I'm sorry we troubled.
Oh, that's all right.
Goodbye, Miss Miller.
Bye.
Is something wrong, Mrs. Miller?
No, nothing at all.
You sure?
Yeah, sure, I'm sure.
Now, look, if something's wrong, you can tell me. I'm your friend. Cop on the beat, Officer Leone.
Well, look, I was terrified I'd have to testify against that killer, but he died mysteriously in the hospital, so nobody would need me for anything, so I'm out of it, right?
Absolutely.
Which is where I want to be, out of it. But I'm afraid I'm in it again.
Oh.
A letter. It came a few days ago for Mr. Arthur K. Edward. You know, the name Mr. Kahn used when he was here.
You'd better let us see that letter.
I'm in it again. I'm in it again.
The letter, please.
I wanted to destroy it, but I was afraid. It's a criminal offense to do that to the U.S. mail. So whatever I do, I'm just...
Where is the letter?
In my bag. Here.
It's from the National Bank.
Miss Jones, I have a court order here to open the safety deposit box in the name of Arthur K. Edwards.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. I remember Mr. Edwards. He rented this box just about a week ago. Is he in trouble?
He's dead.
Oh.
You say he just signed up for this box a week ago?
Yeah, see? Here it is on the card.
With notice sent to his address says he owes a year's rental.
Oh. Well, you know why that was sent out? It was a mistake on the part of the computer.
Mistake?
Yeah, 8787. This is the one. Yet the computer's always fouling up on the billing. A lot of customers get mad. Oh, this is a big box. What did he keep in there, I wonder? What? It's a book. A leather-bound book. Well, what does it say?
You know what it says. The Book of ABACA. And how it was found. The way many things are found. By mistake. The computer made a mistake. Or the fingers that punched the computer made a mistake. It happens every day. So many good things and bad are the result of mistakes. But there is a peculiar significance and irony to the fact that the Book of ABACA should be found through a computer mistake. And I'll tell you why in a few moments. The ABACA. ABACA comes from a Greek word, abax, which means just what you think it means, abacus, which was the first primitive computer. The Greek word abax comes from the Hebrew word abak, which means dust. Because when you wanted to add in those paperless days, you scratched the figures on the ground. So, from dust on the ground, to strings in a box, to fantastic electronic circuits, the ABAC becomes the computer of today. Therefore, it is altogether fitting that somehow a mistake of a computer reveals the story of the ABACA. Our cast included Alan Swift, Robert Dryden, Court Benson, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The early bird, we are told from childhood on, catches the worm. This is good advice, but only for birds. Worms, by inference, should sleep late. Now, this is perfectly obvious and rather well known. However, there is a problem of identity. You see, most people really don't know who they are, birds or worms. That's why, for so many of us, the timing is always off.
He killed her. Shouldn't he be arrested?
Arrested? Irma, he doesn't exist.
What are you saying?
She don't exist. It's a television show, TV. They're not real people.
They are too.
Our mystery drama, Fan Mail, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Terry Keane and Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
If you'd really like a big car, but you really think you ought to buy a small car, maybe what you ought to buy is a mid-size car. To be specific, a Buick Century Custom. The Century Custom, you see, offers a lot of the room and comfort you look for in a big car, and the trim size and the V6 engine give you a lot of the benefits of a small car. But the Century Custom has one more thing going for it. It's a Buick, and no matter what size car you're looking for, you just can't do much better than that.
How does your laxative work? Many brand name laxatives contain ingredients that expand in your stomach. That's how they work. We know a medicine that works differently. It's in the X-Lax pill. Overnight, the X-Lax pill gently stimulates your system's own regular rhythm. Stimulates your system for relief in the morning. No surprises, just relief in the morning. That's the X-Lax pill. Try it tonight with confidence. For occasional use only as directed. X-Lax pills.
God, said Mr. Leo Tolstoy, sees the truth, but waits. We, on the other hand, being considerably less than divine, are apt to register impatience, which sometimes erupts within us and impels us to a course of action which we usually will have cause to regret. However, all this is the price we pay for being human, or at any rate, one of the many prices. Listen, somebody is very angry.
I want that money.
What money?
Hand it over.
You only drink it up.
I said hand it over.
No, I worked for that money.
You give it to me.
It's mine.
You give me that money before I...
Look, lay one hand on me. One finger. I'll call the police.
You just try it.
Get out of here.
This is my house.
Your house. Who paid the rent?
Oh, somebody's been steaming you up.
I said get out.
Who is he?
Nobody.
You're a liar.
You ever hit me again?
Who's the guy? The lion.
Oh, I made a vow to love, honor, and obey.
I'll beat it out of you.
No, not this time.
Put down that phone.
Take one more step and I'll call the cops.
I said put down that phone.
Look, I'm warning you. Let go of me.
Drop that phone.
Call a cop on me, will you?
Margo, get up. Come on, get up. You don't have to give me all the money, just some of it.
Operator.
Look, maybe $50, and I'll go away. I won't bother you anymore. I know I said that to you before, but this time I mean it. Margo? Margo? All right, kids, all right, that's the take.
Whew, did I fall okay?
Oh. Like a dying swan, Eleanor. I think I was a little too vicious, Peyton. Oh, no, Perry, you were perfect. Felt like a wild beast. They're gonna love you out there. They'll be the most hated man in America. And that's love. You know, those women watching, they enjoy watching a virile brute. Your fortune is made. You'll be responsible for at least 10 million dreams tonight.
Well, how long am I going to be in the hospital?
How long?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You're not going to the hospital, Eleanor.
Not going to the hospital. Oh, I understood a long period of treatment and convalescence would enable us to use a medical locale. I could be involved with the problems of nurses, interns.
Yeah, yes, that was the idea, but it's been changed, Eleanor.
What's been changed?
You know, the storyline.
How has it been changed?
Well, like this fight you just had with Joe, well, tomorrow we open with a doctor, and the doctor pronounces you dead.
What?
What, Joe just killed you.
Joe killed me?
Yes, in this terrible fit of rage,
Then I'm dead? I mean, Margot dead?
Well, that's what I've been telling you.
And I'm off the show.
Kind of stand to reason.
After 12 years. 12 years of... Well, I've got to see Bill Harrison.
Well, Bill is in Hollywood.
Well, I'll be on the next plane.
Oh, Eleanor, the decision was made a month ago.
Oh. I see. And nobody had the guts to tell me.
Oh, now, honey, it would have been like the Battle of the Bulge around here. This way, things ran smoothly.
Are you going to continue on the show, Perry?
He's been getting the fan mail. He's put the juice back in the rating.
Are you going to continue, Perry?
Oh, darling, they asked me.
They asked you. Who got you on the show originally?
Eleanor, we've been around long enough to understand.
Hoping you knew about this. You did, didn't you?
Yes, I...
That you didn't tell me?
It was told to me in strict confidence.
Confidence? I'm your wife.
Eleanor, where are you going?
Out.
Eleanor!
Take your hand off me.
You've no reason to get...
Or if I stay here one more minute, I'll kill you.
Eleanor, you know this happens all the time.
I'll probably kill you anyhow.
Yeah, give me a tuna salad with lettuce, and you got any chicken soup left, Dermot? Dermot, what's the matter with you? Hey, Dermot, you okay? Hey, what you crying about, huh? Last time I seen somebody stand there crying like you are, quiet with sheltered tears running down their cheeks, it was because somebody died. Oh, is someone died?
Margot.
Margot? Who is Margot?
Joe killed her.
Joe?
Her husband.
Oh. Were they friends of yours?
She was. She was my dearest friend for 12 years. How I admired that woman. She was like a sister to me.
And Joe killed her, huh? Why, he would go to jail. He maybe get the chairs. That he's back now, you know, I think.
My only consolation, that animal must be destroyed.
When did it happen?
When? Just 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago?
I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
But you've been here since noon. How could...
I saw it happen on the TV.
Wait, you mean a guy murders his wife and he's on TV? Wait a minute.
Millions of people saw it happen.
Well, how could they see...
Carlos, it was on the program. Crossroads.
Crossroads, for crying out loud. For a second there, you had me going. You were talking about some city soap opera. Is that what you're talking about?
She's dead, Carlos. She's dead.
Listen, Erdebag, you pray. Look, I am sorry.
She was a saint. Why did he kill her?
Irma, I don't know. Is the break?
The chair is too good for him.
Look, we're going to have the early supper trade right away. You think you can kind of pull yourself together?
What?
Well, maybe since you feel so bad, you want to go home?
No. I'll carry on. You called for a tuna salad, lettuce, tomato, mayo on toast, a cup of chicken noodles.
That's my Irma.
That's how Margot would want it. Hey, Carla?
Yeah, baby.
Listen, I'm gonna take my half hour off, okay?
Sure, it's quiet now.
I'm gonna bring the TV into the back room.
Oh, yeah, why not?
And, I don't want to be disturbed.
Okay.
Yesterday, they caught him.
They caught who?
Joe.
Joe.
Joe who killed his wife, Margot.
Oh, yeah, too.
The cops have him. He's in the station house.
Ah, that's good.
And here's where it begins.
Wait, what begins him?
Justice. The long march of justice.
Oh, yeah. Wait, that's fine. Huh?
The only way her death will have any meaning.
Who's dead?
Whose death are we talking about? Margot's death.
Oh, yeah, Margot. Yeah, that's right, Margot.
We call us Joe Mutt-Peck.
But through the nose, I
He
agree.
has violated man's law and God's commandment.
Hey, that's a heavy bundle to carry.
You know, I thought about it. Margot had to die.
Oh, she did?
She had to die for you and for me.
Well, listen, I mean, she didn't have to die on my account, exactly.
Oh, but she did. We have become casual. Is that the word?
I don't know.
Yeah, I remember reading it. Casual in our acceptance of sin. Isn't that so?
Well,
We have, believe me.
I believe you.
And we forget the laws, both human and divine. And so, a sacrifice must be made.
The what?
A sacrifice. You know, the ancient heathens made sacrifices all the time.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. So they could feel close to God. You understand?
Irma, I see you're losing.
So Margot was sacrificed in order that we should pause and remember right from wrong and punish the transgressor. And that's what's going to happen today.
Who'll come with you, Irma?
I'll be ready to go back to work 3:30 sharp.
Okay, Mr. Davis, now let's hear your story.
My story? Well, I came home, Lieutenant.
What time was this?
Oh, it must have been sometime after 5 o'clock.
That's not true.
Go on. I went around the back. I had mud on my shoes, so... Well, the first thing I noticed, the kitchen door was open. That seemed strange, so I went in and...
Yeah?
Well, there she was, laying on the floor.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
All covered with blood. I kneeled down beside her, and she was dead.
It isn't true.
I could see the ring was missing from her finger, the gold wedding ring that I gave her, and a watch. That was gone from her wrist.
You took them. You took them in
The purse was laying right there on the floor, and it was empty. That she'd been paid just that day, and it should have had over $100 in it.
You stole it.
And you believe some intruder killed her for her money? Well, that's what I have to believe.
Don't ask him what he believes. He's a liar. He's a murderer.
Now we have to ask you this question. Where were you at 4 o'clock, which has been said as the time of your wife's death?
Where was I?
You were there in the house. You killed her.
What I'm asking is, do you have an alibi?
You were there.
You see, at around 3, I stopped off at Jerry's bar.
It's a lie. He was in the
How
house.
long did you stay there?
Oh, let me see. It must have been until about 10 minutes to 5.
You sure of that?
Yeah, I'll tell you how I know. We were waiting there to hear the results of the 7th race on the radio.
And then?
You actually believe him?
Well,
Don't.
Then I walked home, and it's only a couple of blocks. You can ask Jerry.
Jerry's a receiver for stolen goods, a fent, the dope pusher. He and Joe must have been together in one shady thing after another. How can you believe Joe?
If there's anything I can do to help catch this wild animal...
Oh, shut up.
That killed... That sin to was my wife.
You killed her. You killed her.
All right, Joe, that's all.
Oh,
You mean I can go?
Just be available for questioning in case you need it.
he's walking out. You can't do that, Lieutenant. He's the killer. Don't let him get away with it. You can't. You can't.
Hey, what is it? What's the matter?
He's gonna get away with it. He's gonna get away with murder.
Irma, I can hear you screaming all the way out front. Get a hold of
He's
yourself.
getting away with murder.
No, Irma,
No. He had to pay for it. Somebody had to make him pay for it.
You remember a popular song, Somebody Loves Me, I Wonder Who? Well, Joe in the TV script or Perry in real life could rewrite those lyrics to Somebody Hates Me. Irma's emotions have been steamed to the boiling point, but don't jump to conclusions too quickly. Act 2 in just a few moments.
I know is what I read in the papers," said Mr. Will Rogers.
Well, that's what he knew. On the other hand, what do we know? For so many of us, all we know is what we see on a screen, in a motion picture theater, or at home on our television. These moving shadows have become our only reality. Well, what is reality anyhow?
Hey, now, Irma, baby. The first thing you want to do is just be calm.
How can I be calm?
How about if I make you a nice cup of tea?
He is getting away with murder.
Maybe I put a little shot in it?
How can they permit it?
Permit what?
He murdered Margot.
Are you sure?
Am I sure? I saw it happen on the television.
Okay.
Now the police pick him up, and what do?
How about...
They let him go.
What? Where, did they put him on the grill?
Grill. Ha! Some grill. Butter wouldn't melt in that homicide lieutenant's mouth.
What do you expect? You can't have no police brutality, you know what I mean? How would he look on TV?
But they let him go. Why?
Well, it's because maybe they didn't have nothing on him.
But he did it, and then he emptied her purse. He took the cash, he tore the ring off her finger, and the watch off her wrist.
Now, Irma, look, you see, they figured they need the evidence. You can't arrest the guy without the evidence now, can
But he's guilty. Don't they know he's guilty?
Sure they do. What do you think? They're stupid. You got to be careful, Irma. You put this guy on trial without you got the real evidence. You know what happens? The jury has to say not guilty. And then he's out of it. You can never try him again.
Why not?
Because he's what they call double jeopardy. You see, you can't try a guy for the same thing twice.
But they ain't even going to try him once.
They are, Irma, baby. Believe me, they are.
You sure, Carl?
Oh, shoot. They're just giving him rope. You know why? So he can hang himself.
Is that what it is?
Sure. You think they want to let him get away with murder? See, now, don't you feel better?
Yeah, Colin. I feel much better.
Eleanor,
Well, look who's here.
how'd the audition go?
I don't know. I didn't go. Hey, that rhymes. Maybe I've got a new career. Writing lyrics.
You drunk?
No, I wouldn't say that. I'd had a drink or two, but still got a ways to go before I could actually be considered drunk.
Why'd you go to the audition?
To tell you the truth, I was very busy.
Doing what?
Thinking. And I came to some very interesting conclusions. Do you care to hear them?
Eleanor, now listen to me. You got to get hold of yourself.
Oh, do I?
Your entire career is going down the drain.
Yes. That's probably true.
Then why can't you realize...
Let me tell you what I really realize. Oh, wait, excuse me. Have to refill this little glass? Pour you one?
No, thank you.
Ooh, more for me. Now, where were we? My career going down the drain. You know who pulled the plug? You did.
I did.
You helped them cut my throat.
What did I do?
You were part of the plot.
What plot?
For 1 solid month, I was given a dummy set of scripts to read while all along a new storyline was being created. And you were part of it.
Would it have made sense for both of us to be out of work? One of us has to have a
Well,
job.
you made sure that one of us was you.
Suppose you knew. What could you have done about it?
Well, I have been at the agency with the client, the network. I have favors I could have called.
Eleanor, you had friends, and you've run out of favors.
That is a lie.
You're washed up.
Dare you?
I dare because I love you.
Oh, love?
Yes. You're not the toast of Broadway anymore, Eleanor. George Bernard Shaw is dead. You can't play Joan of Arc any longer. And you've got to forget you're a great actress because nobody cares.
I have got a public. They care.
Is that a fact? You were just chilled up on a soap opera. Now who's losing sleep over it? Life and the world go on and you've got to change.
Hey.
Yes. You have to stop doing producers a favor by acting in their shows. You have to think in terms of character parts. You've got to sharpen your delivery.
You You presume to lecture me? I taught you everything you know. What were you? A cheap slapstick comedian? I made an actor out of you.
Well, at least I was ready, willing, and able to change. Or you
were always jealous of my sick death, out to destroy me. You plotted to get me off that show. I'm gonna kill you.
Eleanor. Eleanor, put down that knife.
No.
Eleanor.
You deserve the
Now, for God's sake, put it down. Now stop.
Let go of my arm. Now let go.
Drop that knife.
Let go.
I said drop it. Let that knife free.
I have to kill you. Drop it.
It's gotten into you.
I'm drunk.
Picked up that knife, you were actually going to stab him.
What happened to me when I get drunk? I hate you so much when I'm drunk. I want to kill you.
Eleanor.
I don't know what I'm doing. Why? Why? Because you're no good. Like you're younger than I am. You can still play romantic lead.
Oh, come on, darling.
I'm washed.
No, you...
You said...
What I meant was... It's the liquor. You've got to give it up.
I need it.
Eleanor, you could still get almost any part you want.
I noticed you said,
Well, it's just that the producers here and on the coast, they're scared.
No matter why, this is a problem.
All right, there's a plot.
You admit it.
There's a terrible plot. And you know whose it is? Nature's. Nature's, because she schemes against all of us and makes us grow older. With every passing year, she drains the color from our face and sucks the marrow out of our bones. Nature, she's behind it.
I'm tired, Darren. I want to go to sleep.
All right, but promise me you'll go on the wagon.
Well, think about it.
Promise.
Please.
No, you've got to promise.
Don't make me promise.
Try.
Try. Okay, sure, all right. That I can do. I can try.
Here I want a meatloaf special, 1 roast turkey white meat, and a chef salad. Irma? Irma, what you staring at?
You lied to me, Colonel.
I lied to you? Would I ever do a thing like that?
You lied.
Where? When?
You said the cops were really after Joe.
Oh, what? They are?
Well, they're not. He said Joe would pay for murdering Margot.
He will?
He won't. He even got a promotion at the factory, and he's going to marry the foreman's sister.
What?
So there was no objection. He got away with it.
Nobody gets away with murder.
Joe did.
But his conscience, you see. His conscience. It's killing.
I don't see that.
It's gonna come up and haunt him, you see. Maybe 5-10 years from now. Someday it's gonna come up. I mean, he really have a lot to lose. Like, maybe he was gonna take over the whole factory and become a millionaire, and boom! Suddenly he is stripped of everything.
I don't believe that.
Okay. But the fact is that there is nothing we can do about it.
Is that what you believe?
What do you mean, Elmer? Is that what I believe?
You believe the people should be permitted to get away with murder.
What? No, I don't see.
Marco was an angel. You don't know. You could never know what was in that woman's heart. And this bum, he just murders her?
Hey, come on, Irma. It's just a story.
I looked into that woman's eyes, and she was a person. I mean, a real, live person. And that Joe. No, Carlos. He will not get away with it. Not while I have one breath left in my body. Why, you wanted a meatloaf special, a roast turkey, white meat, and a chef's salad?
Irma, I wish you'd get over this thing.
I'm sorry it bothers you, Carlos. I won't talk about it in front of you anymore.
There you are, Perry. Sorry I'm late. It's nothing serious. Well, shall I order for you? Just ginger ale will be fine.
I see. What do you see? One lashing up in the family? No, don't take offense. No, I can't afford to.
Because I want to ask you a favor.
The answer is no.
You don't even know what it is.
But I do. You want me to find a job for Eleanor.
Why is the answer no?
The answer, my friend, lies in that bottle.
I know.
Oh, come on. How could you ask me to take a chance?
She drinks because she doesn't have a job. If somebody would just trust her with a part, it would be the most fantastic therapy in the world.
Very, honey. I'm not running a sanitarium.
I know that, Peyton, but look what I've done for Crossroads.
With what it's done for you.
All right, I'm a star. So I want a favor.
Perry, in our world, you become a star overnight. You know that. But you may find out you can also become an unstar. Just as quickly.
Look, I know that she can't come back on our show, but Billy has 2 other soaps, and he does specials. Now, he listens to you when it comes to casting.
Because, baby, he knows he can trust me.
Please. She has to have a job.
That's her problem.
No, it's my problem. Look, she's got to stop drinking. I mean, lately, well, she becomes violent when she's had a few too many.
Violent?
Yes. I mean, she wants to kill me, Peyton. She's already taken a knife to me.
A knife?
I had to fight for my life.
No.
Come, please believe me. Sometimes late at night after I've gone to bed, she gets up and she very quietly hits the model. Now, one night, if she's drunk enough and if I'm asleep, and if she gets into that murderous mood...
Kid, you really do have a problem.
Would you help me, Peyton?
Well, I'll try, Perry. I'll see what I can scare up.
Talk about the sword of Damocles, that lethal weapon that hung suspended by a hair. Our friend Perry seems to have a similar arrangement with a bottle of liquor. On the face of it, he might benefit by 2 pieces of advice. First, hide the whiskey. Second, become a very light sleeper. However, there's a third possibility. But for that, we have a third act. It unfolds shortly. Art, we are told, must imitate life. But more and more in our society, life imitates art. Actors who play doctors on the screen are often solicited for medical advice. Classically, it's been the actor's task to create an illusion, but now he actually creates reality. Well, now, reality and illusion may become all mixed up, even for an actor. Perry Stanhope, a very good actor, is asleep, somewhere on the borderline of consciousness and slumber. Is he dreaming, or is it real? Is a woman actually approaching his bed with a knife in her hand? Is it a dream, or has she actually raised the knife high above her head and plunged it down, deep down into his heart?
Here, if I give you a Western sandwich, a stack of wheats, and 2 punch tags. You got it?
I got it. What do you at? Do they always have it?
It's just lately you've been, worried about things. Oh, by the way, this guy Joe, the one you got it in for?
Yeah, the man's a criminal, a killer.
You know, puppy, he's gone.
Yeah?
He got his. He won't be around no more.
Is that so?
Well, I mean, not Joe exactly, but the fellow that plays in this Perry Stanhope.
Yeah?
The guy was killed last night.
He was?
I just heard it on the radio. He was stabbed to death in his sleep.
Why are you telling me this?
Oh, don't know. I thought you might be interested.
I was only interested in justice, and now it's all over.
What is all over?
Joe killed Margot, and now Joe has killed himself.
But Joe was not killed.
He wasn't?
No, Irma, for crying out loud. An actor was killed. An actor named Perry Stanhope.
Is that a fact? Well, this afternoon, you just tune in Crossroads, and you'll see there's no more Joe. He's dead.
I'm afraid it's my fault, Sergeant. Your fault, sir? Yes, Sergeant Freeman. I think maybe I could have prevented. How? Well, his wife, Eleanor, had become a heavy drinker. When she was drunk, she wanted to kill him. And how do you know this, Mr. Porson? He told me. Curry told me. He said she had already picked up a knife in a drunken fury and attempted to stab him. When was this? About a week, 10 days ago. And why do you say it's your? Well, he said the thing that could sober her up would be a job, and he asked me to try to get her one. And you did not? Well, I tell you, maybe I really didn't believe him. I don't know. I mean, what he asked of me wasn't easy to do. But maybe I didn't try hard enough. She actually tried to stab him?
Sergeant, she hated him. She held him responsible for her, downfall.
Mrs. Stanhope, on at least one occasion, you were heard to threaten your husband.
I did?
Yes, you were at the studio with your husband. You were on your way out, and you said, "If I stay here one more minute, I'll kill you." Then you added, "I'll probably kill you anyhow." Don't you remember saying that?
I'm at anger.
Did you say it?
My whole world had collapsed.
Did you say it?
You don't know how I felt.
Did you say it?
I didn't mean
But you said it.
There's so many times when we say so many things.
Did you ever pick up a knife and try to kill your husband?
No.
Think carefully, Mrs. Stanhope. Your husband reported such an incident.
I don't remember.
Then that's not the same answer as no.
You see, I've been drinking a great deal more than is good for me, and when I reach a certain point,
Yes?
I sort of black out. I just don't remember what I do or say.
Then it is possible that you could have reached that point last night and murdered your husband.
No.
Why not? You just admitted you don't know what to do when you're in a certain state.
I couldn't do anything that's against my basic principle.
What are your basic principles, Mrs. Stanhope?
I truly believe I am not capable of committing murder.
But you already tried to. And only your husband's superior strength saved his life.
I doesn't believe Peyton Forsney's story.
Could I doubt it? Why would he lie to me?
Because he hates me. He was the one who got me fired from the lead on Crossroads.
Oh. Well, it's not the way he tells it.
Well, naturally.
Actually, it was the client who wanted you out of there because of your drinking problem.
That's a lie.
I spoke with the client, Mr. Williamson. He corroborates Mr. Forsney's story.
Don't you see? It's a plot. A plot. They're all against me. And they're all against them. That's why they murdered my darling Perry, because he knew the truth. He would have exposed them.
Mrs. Stanhope, you really don't believe that, do you? Now, where were you last night?
I was home in my room, see? What do you see? Perry and I
Didn't share the same bedroom anymore.
Oh, hell, do you?
No. Things were going very badly between them.
Yes.
And I just stayed in my own room.
All night?
I think so. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I was drinking and I don't remember.
You don't remember walking into his room where he was lying in his bed, fast asleep, and plunging a knife into his heart?
I don't remember.
What'd you do with the knife afterward? You try to get rid of it? Did you go out? Did you walk to the bridge or drive to the bridge? Did you throw it over the side into the river?
I don't remember.
You remember a desire to kill him, do you? Please, Mrs. Stanhope, face the truth.
The truth?
Did you have an urge to kill him? The truth.
True.
Did you hate him because you believed he had betrayed?
It was true he had betrayed me.
didn't you start drinking because of him?
How do you know?
I've spoken to your friends.
Oh, friends, I have no friends.
But is it true? Did you start to drink because of your husband?
Yeah.
You hated it.
No. No, I was afraid of him.
Afraid of him? Why?
No. You can never hope to understand.
You could help me understand.
Because I was now living in his world.
I don't understand.
And I said you wouldn't.
You see, my world was Shakespeare, Shaw, Ibsen, Chekhov.
That world is gone. Today at his world, quick study, the automatic response.
I saw you as Hedda Gabler.
Did you indeed?
Oh, aren't you being a snob?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I also saw you as Margot in Crossroads. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, God bless you. I'm not alone.
No, Mrs. Stanhope, you are not alone. You have these devils inside you.
Yeah.
And you've got to get rid of them.
I know.
And you killed him, didn't you?
I must have killed him.
It doesn't have to be the end of the world. The judge, the jury, they'll understand.
Will they?
I'm sure. You'll be given treatment instead of punishment.
No. I deserve to be punished.
Oh, you have been already. You're an actress. You can survive. You'll return to the stage.
I can promise you what I was unable to promise Perry. Sergeant Seaman, I promise you I will never take another drink.
I know you keep your promise.
Yeah. What is there that I must do now?
You must make a statement.
Statement?
Well, actually, it's a confession.
Confession?
Yeah. You just tell us what happened in your own words, and Officer Pembroke here will take it down in shorthand.
The confession. Mea culpa. Through my fault. Through my most grievous fault.
Here, you see the paper this morning?
Why would I want to see the paper?
Well, there is this story.
Listen, what's in the paper? Violence, misery. Was that order of eggs supposed to be easy over?
Yeah. You know this Perry, this Stanhope? The guy who played Joe in Crossroads? The one that killed your friend Margot and then got killed himself?
Listen, don't forget you got to order at least 2 fresh hams today.
They got the damn who killed him.
Hey, what?
Yeah, Dick Crawford. It was his wife. She confessed.
But...
Hey, well, look, what is it?
She couldn't confess.
What do you mean she couldn't confess?
Because she didn't do it.
But how do you know she didn't do it?
Because I did it. Hand me the paper.
Irma, what did you just say?
I said I killed it.
Baby, you don't want to talk that way, even in a joke.
Carlos, I killed him.
Hermit, you're holding the paper. You're reading with your very own eyes. This dame, his wife, Eleanor, she admit.
But she's lying.
Why would she not?
Maybe it would... to protect me.
Why would she want to protect you here?
Because she played Margot.
Yeah, but...
And we were friends. Don't you see? She was closer than a sister to me, and she would do anything to help me. That's the kind of woman she was.
Look, Irma, maybe you're tired.
Look, I'm going down to the police station. To confess, I killed Joe. But you see that knife, my special slicing knife? This is the knife I used. I sharpened the point.
Oh, no.
I'm not leaving in the middle of the morning, Carlos. But justice is more important.
And you say you killed him, Miss...
Burkett, Irma Burkett.
Why?
Because I hated him. He murdered Margot.
Margot? Oh, I see.
And I just couldn't let him get away with it.
It isn't starting. She could never.
Please, just let it
I believe in justice, and that's why I can't leave an innocent woman pay for what I did.
Yes, I understand.
So I'll take what's coming. But I can't let her go to jail for something she didn't do. I have to do what's right.
Yes, I understand.
Now here's the
Knife I used, you'll find my fingerprints all over it.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
You don't believe me, do you?
Oh, I believe that you're sincere. I know how you felt about Margot. I felt that way myself.
She was a saint.
An angel. I also wanted to kill Joe.
Did you?
Oh, yes, yes. Miss Burkett, will you let me make a confession? One night, I dreamed I killed him.
You did?
Oh, it was so real. It must have been just like your dream.
But I went there, to his apartment.
Yes, I know. I went there, too, in my dream.
But I killed him.
You wanted to kill him so badly. I understand. I felt that way. But I didn't kill him. And you didn't kill him, no matter how convinced we may be. And you know why? We, you and I, we are incapable of murder. That's because we believe in justice. We are moral people, but that doesn't mean our blood doesn't boil. So, you see, what we cannot allow ourselves to do in real life, we perform in a dream. That's why your dream was so real. That's why you really and truly believed you killed him.
Then it was a dream?
Of course. Mr. Gonzalez, would you take Miss Burkett home?
Oh, sure. Hey, Irma. What'd you say, baby? Huh? Let's go.
It was a dream, Carlos. It was only a dream.
Was it only a dream? Who really killed Joe? Or Perry Stanhope? Was it Margot? Or call her Eleanor? Was it Irma? I don't know. I would warn many of my fellow actors, however, moderate your thespian villainies. There are people out there who really believe you. I shall return shortly. Where does reality end and illusion begin? For that matter, where does illusion end and reality begin? Or why do we insist that the two are separate entities? Maybe there's no such thing as either, but only a mixture of each. Illusion and reality. These are the basic raw materials of our show, and we weave a new design 7 times each week. Our cast included Terry Keane, Ann Williams, Mandel Kramer, Ian Martin, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater present Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Many choose to see life as a comedy. Others see life more as a tragedy. But in truth, life, with all its strange twists and turnings, is probably best seen as a mystery. How else to respond to our complex human dramas, those hard-to-accept sequences of events and emotions that seem, quite frankly, unbelievable, until someone appears bearing proof that, yes, this too actually happened. Each human life holds its own share of mystery.
Who is this waiting at my door?
Master Derville. Oh, sir, I didn't think you'd come.
Come in. Come in, Mike, with me.
Thank you.
Sit down. A man of your years has no need to stand in my presence. Now then, to whom do I have the honor of speaking?
To Colonel Chabert.
Which colonel?
Colonel Roland Chabert, who died at Eylau.
Our mystery drama,
The Colonel Chabert, was adapted from the Honoré de Balzac classic especially for the Mystery Theater, MARQAUX, and stars Alexander Scourby. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division
and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. One day in the spring of 1833, French writer Honoré de Balzac burst into his sister's home with the words, "Salute me, I am well on the way to becoming a genius." Balzac was not terribly far from the truth. The last 2 decades of his life saw the creation of the human comedy, a world-famous work comprising dozens of short stories and novels about life as he knew it in 19th century France. The Colonel Chabert was originally written by Balzac in 1832, just 1 year before his pronouncement of genius.
Now listen, old man, Master DeVille won't receive anyone unannounced.
If you'll just give me an idea, I'll tell my tale only to the lawyer himself. This is my 5th visit to this office. I will keep returning until Master DeVille is ready to see me.
As Master DeVille's assistant, it is my job to screen his visitors and to make sure his clients are the kind who pay bills.
I have always paid my bill, sir. And as the Master will learn from my tale, the fortune due me will be more than ample.
Fortune? You hardly looked. I don't know why I'm wasting my time on you. The Master's not even here. He's home taking a nap. He does his real work at midnight.
Here in the office? At midnight?
From 1 to 4 in the morning. It's the only time of the day when he can find peace and quiet.
Very well. I will come back tonight. Good day, sir.
You what? You'll do nothing of the kind. Master can't...
Who is this waiting at my door?
Master DeVille, I didn't think you'd really come at this hour. Your assistant said midnight.
Come in, come in. Calm yourself.
Thank you.
Now then, sit down. A man of your years has no need to stand in my presence. Now, to whom do I have the honor of speaking?
To Colonel Chabert.
Which colonel?
Colonel Roland Chabert, who died at Eylau. Sir, I would like to tell you my tale.
You're here, and I'll listen. I simply ask you to be brief.
Very well, sir. Perhaps you know that I commanded a regiment to Eylau. I was the central figure in the famous cavalry charge that won us tobacco. Unfortunately for me, however, that charge also lost me my life. Well, we'd managed to drive a wedge through the Russian front line. But then I found that the Russians had closed in behind us. In order to return to our emperor, they had to disperse them all over again. I led us straight into the thick of the enemy cavalry. 2 Russian officers, 2 near giants, both attacking at once. One of them dealt me a saber blow that threw me off my horse, to be trampled by my own charging men. 1,500 of them. I'd fallen in full view of everyone. When they hauled my body from its pile of dead soldiers and horses, it was only to declare me dead just as quickly. A simple formality. No one bothered to feel the pulse of a man whose head was covered in blood, and whose body had just borne the weight of 1,500 horses.
Yes. Do you know, sir, that I am the lawyer for the Countess Ferrot, widow of the Colonel Chabert?
My wife, yes, sir, I do. That is why I decided I would have to find you. But hear my story.
My wounds must have thrown me into a state of shock not unlike catalepsy, leaving me unconscious throughout my removal from the battlefield and my subsequent burial. When I finally came to myself, I was in a position, an atmosphere which I am hard put to describe. The little air I had to breathe was putrid. I wanted to move. I found no space. I opened my eyes. I saw nothing. I suddenly understood where I was and realized that there I would die. By raising my hands, by feeling around in the dark, I found a space between my head and the surrounding cadavers. The haste with which we were all thrown into one grave had somehow wedged two of the corpses in almost upright, leaning one on the other, and forming a sort of shelter just above me. And then, feeling further, I came upon a bodiless limb, an arm somehow sliced off in the battle. And this bone of Hercules is what actually saved me. You see, I used that arm as a lever, and with each displaced cadaver, I gained a bit more air with which to fuel my struggle. And then finally, I saw daylight, and almost fainted dead away from the shock. Now the pain gave me the strength to cry out over and over again. Help! Help me! Someone help me! I'm over here! Help me! Finally, one brave woman, whose curiosity got the better of her, came close enough to discover that my head, looking much like some lonely cabbage or mushroom, actually rested on top of a living man's body. She went for her husband, and the two of them unearthed me, took me to their home. For 6 months, I hung somewhere between life and death. They turned me over to the hospital in Heilsberg, where one morning I awoke from my stupor and remembered my name. I can remember telling them now. I am the Colonel CHABERT. I am the Colonel... No, you don't understand. I know I am. They laughed. They had retrieved me from a field, naked, without uniform, papers, or memory, and 6 months later I suddenly claimed I was a colonel. They thought it was just more delirium. Finally, however, my doctor began to believe me, and he took the trouble to have that good couple who saved me sign papers attesting to my strange rescue. He also notarized his own official opinion. But now, Master Derville, I must confess that I have none of those papers. The war returned to Heilsberg. I was put away as a crazy man, 2 years in the mental institution in Stuttgart. As time went on, I actually became convinced of the impossibility of my own adventure. I became resigned. I no longer insisted on being called by my name. And then, lo and behold, one day, they set me free. Free with a small sum of money and the hope of seeing Paris again.
Well, your tale makes me wonder if I'm not dreaming.
Master Derville, you are the first man, the very first, to listen to me with any patience at all. No lawyer in France or in Germany has been willing to advance the 10 gold pieces necessary to obtain my papers from Heilsberg, without which I can begin no prosecution.
Wait 1 minute. What prosecution?
But, monsieur, is not the Countess Ferraud my wife? She holds all of our property, and at least 30,000 francs of back salary due me, and refuses to advance me a penny.
Well, you know, certainly, that the Countess is remarried, given birth to 2 heirs.
I know, yes, I know, and it's of no help to my argument, yes. One after another, the lawyers lead me to the door, either with a glacial politeness or with outright brutality. They take me for an impostor or a fool.
I will begin the necessary investigations and away for your papers. And until their arrival, I will advance you some money to live on. If you are indeed the Colonel Chabert, you will understand the modesty of a loan from a man who has yet to make his fortune. Now, please continue.
Where was I at?
Just been released from the mental hospital.
Yes. I sent letters. I left addresses. I returned to post offices time and again, but no answers, no letters, no money. My wife showed no sign of life. I finally made it back to Paris.
Are you sure she knows you exist?
Oh, she knows. She had letters that I've delivered myself. But she no longer loves me. She owes her fortune, her life's happiness, all to me, won't even extend me a courtesy. Sometimes I just don't know what will become of me.
Well, now, the affair is serious indeed. Even allowing for the authenticity of those papers you say are in German. They are. I have no guarantee of success. A compromise might be the wisest of actions.
A compromise?
Yeah.
Am I living or dead?
My dear sir, if you want me as counsel, you'll have to trust my advice. I can assure you, your cause will be my cause. While applying energies in your behalf, I'll advance you money to live on. Here is a note from my accountant. They'll give you 50 francs every 10 days. That's wiser that you're not seen on these premises.
Oh, Master,
if you are the Colonel Chabert, you owe thanks to no man. I advance these sums to you in the form of a loan, payable when your fortune is regained.
No, all that is almost too much.
All right. Will you give me that doctor's name and address, or wherever it is, I must write in order to recover your paper?
Yes, here, it's all written right here. All right, there. All on that piece of paper.
Dr. Hart. Geist, 122 Kirchenstrasse. Yeah, all right, seems in order. And this is your address here in Paris? Yeah, fine. Very well, I'll be in touch with you as soon as I have any news. Right now, I'm afraid I must ask you...
Of course. Yes, thank you. I'm leaving now.
Oh, and take these. They will tide you over until you see my accountant. Oh.
My faith, Master Deville, After the Emperor, you're the man to whom I owe the most in my life. You're a brave, kind...
Talk about the Emperor now. Those days are gone. Now go, and Godspeed.
A strange tale, almost incredible by anyone's standards. And yet Master Deville has chosen to believe it, or at least to pity the old man enough to advance him something to live on. Do you believe the old soldier is really Colonel Chabert? You'll have to wait for Act 2 for a closer look at the truth. We'll be back in just a few moments. Society is ordered, as Balzac once wrote, by 3 different professionals: priests, doctors, and lawyers. One guards the soul, one the body, one the pocketbook. And the unhappiest of these, maintained Balzac, is the lawyer. Win or lose, all 4 lawyers are constant witness to the falsehoods and dishonesties, the baseness of human nature. It is a rare lawyer who can maintain his faith in innate human goodness, who can claim that there is hope for mankind. Master Deville, with his generosity to our would-be colonel, seems to be one of the few. But is he?
I say, Master Deville, what's this bill from your accountant for 600 francs? I don't recall. Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten that case. Thanks for reminding me, Blanchet. Here. May have cost me 25 pieces of gold, but even if it has, I'll never weep for my money. One night, some weeks back, I found an old man waiting.
What? He actually came then? The old derelict with the scar on his forehead?
Well, I'm glad he came. That old man's story brought the whole war to life for me. His tale would be with me for a long time.
An old soldier, was he? And you've been lending him money.
Yes, well, I may have been royally duped, but 600 francs isn't too much to pay for the memory.
Oh, there's more mail, sir. A large packet from Germany.
Germany? Oh, that must be what I've been waiting for. It's been 6 weeks since I set out for this. Really? Ah, yes. Oh, I wasn't fooled after all. He is the Colonel Chabert.
The Colonel Chabert?
But he's a war hero. He died. Yes, so most people believe, but the old man is alive. Marche, you saw him. Now, I have the proof.
Chabert. Chabert. Wasn't it his wife who managed to liquidate all of their possessions after his death for some ridiculous sum and then buy them all back for a song in her own name? Why, she's your client now. Not that we see very much of her around here.
Yeah, that's the one. She doesn't spend much time around here because all her dirty work is done through her accountant, Delbec.
But if the Colonel still lives, then she's illegally married.
Yes, and stands to lose a pretty penny, if discovered. Well, I must go see the Colonel. He's been waiting 10 years for this news.
Hello? Hello? Anyone home? Hello? Master David.
It's you. I heard your voice, but I couldn't. Well, I was beginning to think I'd never hear from you.
My dear Colonel. Oh, my, to think that the man who won the Battle of Harlow lives in such...
Oh. Then you believe that... Master David, have my papers come then?
Yes, your papers have come, and they confirm all that you told me. I have no doubt that you are the Colonel Chabert.
The struggle finally ends. Why didn't you,
Right, I would have come at once. This is no place for a man or a stammerer. It's too good to delay.
Colonel, is there any place we might sit down and talk?
Of course. I apologize for the mud. The courtyard isn't very well drained. And do step this way. There's solid ground over here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, India. These are my quarters.
Oh. I don't mean to embarrass you, Colonel, but surely with the funds I advance you, you could have found better lodges than this, a straw bed, a dirt...
No, worry, Master, I can explain. It's true, these surroundings are not exactly luxurious, but those who lodge me have done so for a year out of kindness, long before I could pay them a franc. I won't walk out on them now, just because my fortunes improve. Besides, I'm in the midst of teaching their children how to read.
But with your money, Colonel, they could have at least lodged you better.
Oh, this is the best room they have. You know, my friends have years of work ahead before they'll pay off this dairy farm. That is, until I recover my fortune, which won't be long now, will it, Master?
I must remind you, Colonel, that your affair is extremely complex.
But to me it seems perfectly simple. I was thought dead, but here I stand. Give me back my wife and fortune. Give me my general's title.
Dear Colonel, as I tried to tell you once before, things are not all that simple in the judicial world. A compromise is the best course for both.
No.
Now, I'm going to see the Countess today to see exactly what she'll settle for, but I can't go without your consent.
Let's both go. The two of us.
In the shape that you're in, well, Colonel, you'd risk losing the entire case. Now, take courage, please. The final solution will work out in your best interest, believe me. You must trust me to choose that which is most to your benefit.
I'll do as you see fit.
So I shall. I will resolve this whole thing amicably, arrange annulment of both the Death Act and your marriage, will restore all your rights, Colonel. You'll be called General, not Colonel. Start receiving a sizable pension.
Well, Master, did you see him?
Oh, yes, I saw him all right, living in conditions you wouldn't believe. Well, I guess an old soldier is used to rough betting. Anyway, no time to talk. I'm off to see the Countess Ferrot.
To see the Countess?
Yes.
Oh, you might want to glance at these files before you go. I pulled some information together while you were off seeing the film. Oh, you're a good man, Blanchet. Let's see what you've gathered. Mostly information on Delbecq, her accountant. He's the real scoundrel, that one. Then there's also this thing on her husband, the Count, who is repeatedly frustrated in his attempts to win the seat in the Senate. Apparently, money and title haven't sufficed, and rumor has it that his wife's lack of education and background are what's holding him back. Ah, that's it, Blanchet. There we have it. I needed some kind of leverage, a threat of sorts that would bring her around to our way of thinking.
I don't quite see your meaning, sir.
It's quite simple, Blanchet. We persuade the Countess, but the Count would be delighted to be freed of his marriage to marry some well-placed senator's daughter. It won't take her long to deduce that the Count will have just that opportunity if she doesn't arrive at some kind of a settlement with our poor old Colonel.
Ah, Master W. The workings of a fine legal mind are a thing of beauty indeed.
Do come in, Master Derville. The maid announced your arrival. How nice of you to drop by. Can I offer you a cup of tea?
Thank you, Countess, but no thank you. I'm here on rather serious business.
Oh, dear, what a shame. The Count is not in this morning.
There's no shame at all, Madame. I have no wish for his company. I know through Delbecq that you prefer to handle your affairs on your own without bothering your husband.
Well, then I shall summon Delbecq.
You may not even want his company. Now listen, just one moment, please. One sentence should be enough to clarify matters. Colonel CHABERT lives.
Is it with such inelegant jokes that you expect to clarify matters?
Madame, you seem to ignore the dangers in store for you.
You believe my first husband can rise from the dead? I have Napoleon's witness that he died and was buried in Germany. I'll contest anyone who tries to prove otherwise.
Madame, I can tell you that proof exists.
Since you are obviously the lawyer for this impostor CHABERT, allow me the pleasure...
Madame, I'm still, at this moment, your lawyer as well. But do you actually believe I care to lose a client as valuable as yourself? But, since you don't care to listen...
Speak, Master Derville. I'll listen.
Thank you. Your fortune comes from the Colonel, and yet you rebuff him. Your fortune is enormous, and yet you let him go begging. Don't you think that the judge's opinion...
The judges will side with me because of my children. Anyway, what obligation have I, financial or otherwise, to a man I've been told is dead?
One never knows how the law will decide, Madame. You may come out of this as a bigamist, and worse, you may discover an adversary whom you don't yet suspect.
A new adversary? And who could that be?
The Count Ferrot, Madame.
My husband. The Count has too great a respect and affection for me to ever...
Madame, were he to learn that his marriage stood a chance of being annulled and that his wife might well be judged criminal, if not by the law, at least in public opinion...
He would defend me.
No, Madame.
And why not?
Perhaps because he'd rather marry the daughter of some well-placed senator, whose seat would eventually go to the son-in-law. What regrets could he harbor, moreover, since by such an act he'd be returning the wife of a grand old war hero to his right...
Enough! I'll never have another lawyer but you. What must I do?
Settle, Madame.
One question, Derville.
Yes.
Does the Colonel still love me?
I don't believe it could be otherwise, Madame. I await your orders to know whether you wish to sign the papers in your own home or to negotiate in my offices.
I'll come to your offices.
Oh, Madame, how good of you to come.
Where's the Colonel?
I did not know whether or not his presence might be painful to you, so I took the liberty of placing him in an adjoining chamber. I will act as your go-between as you discuss the papers I've drawn up point by point.
Let us proceed.
I will read. The first article recognizes, as will be witnessed by 3 witnesses sworn to secrecy, the annulment
of the Death Act of the Colonel. The second article recognizes his agreement not to make use of any of his claims against you, and his intention to seek an annulment of your marriage. And the third...
That won't do at all, Derville. I will not have any part of any court proceedings. You know perfectly well that the public would get wind of...
And the third article, madame, guarantees a yearly rent of 24,000 francs to be delivered to him.
But that's far too expensive.
Do you really think you can get better terms?
Perhaps.
And those terms would be?
I want no public judgment.
You want the Colonel to stay dead?
Master Derville, if it costs 24,000 francs yearly to keep him dead, then I'll see him in court. But...
You'll see him right now.
Huh?
Too expensive, am I? I've given you nearly $1 million and still you quibble over pennies. All right then, now I want your fortune and you. Our marriage is not yet annulled and never shall be.
But this man isn't the Colonel.
Not the Colonel, eh? Perhaps you need some proof. Where was it I found you? On the sidewalks of the Palais Royal. Doing what? You were working, as I recall, for a Madame...
With your leave, Master Derville, I must depart. I did not come here to listen to such horrors.
No, that woman. I gathered her up out of the gutter and gave her... Ah! You'd have known better than to trust in appearances. She's hot.
Are you quite pleased with your actions, Colonel? You may have set our negotiations back permanently. I warned you to leave this beneath.
I'll kill her, you fool.
You'd be snapped up and guillotined in an instant. I'd better leave the mending of your blunders to me. Now please, go home and sit patiently until I send for you.
Once enmeshed in a mystery, in the complexities of any highly keyed human drama, it's very difficult to separate emotion from reason. The events sweep you along faster than you can possibly think. Our poor Colonel Chabert is so emotionally involved in his own crisis that he's doing himself more harm than good. Has he the wisdom, the self-discipline to sit back and let Master Derville handle everything for him? And should he? We'll return shortly with our final act. Our principal characters have now met with each other for the first time and have ricocheted apart almost immediately. It is now up to Master Derville, our untiring lawyer, to reconcile his two emotionally volatile clients. Derville hasn't reckoned, however, on one other possibility, that the Countess may prefer to negotiate on her own and do without Derville altogether.
Colonel Chabert, come on. Please, monsieur.
But where? Well, who is this? Come where?
Here. Get into the carriage, won't you?
No, but this is your carriage, not mine. I don't...
Roland, please do get in. Driver, roulette, please. Well. So here we are again, Roland. After all this time. A bit better than the lawyer's office, wouldn't you say?
Madame, I'm afraid Look, I just don't understand. You denied it was I back there with Derry.
Roland, how could you ever doubt that I know you? After all we shared...
Rosine, your words hold the only balm that could soothe all my miseries.
My dear Roland, how could it ever be otherwise? Don't you see what it costs me to act out such a falsehood before strangers? Why bring a lawyer into this? Why expose ourselves to an insensitive public? You think me hard-hearted, indifferent? When all is an attempt to save face.
No, but you were indifferent to me, to my letter.
Well, could I believe you were alive? Yes, I received letters from you. That month, years after the battle, when you were supposed to have died. I was sure they were a trick of some impostor. I had to think that. Like only because of my new marriage. My children. Can you blame me?
No, Rosine, I can't. I blame myself for being so stupid, for not foreseeing the possibility that you'd have married again. I was so sure you'd be overjoyed to find me alive. Rosine, where are we headed?
To my country house near Groslay. We'll have some peace there. We'll have time to think over exactly what path we should take. I don't think I hope to escape my duties. Oh, no, Roland. I simply hope to keep out the public, to maintain the dignity of our name. I want to decide with you, beside you, what is right for us both. After all, my first duty is to you. My first husband.
Ah, Rosine.
I place my fate in your hands. I trust in what I know to be your good nature. You'll decide what we must do. But keep one last detail in mind. When fate chose to make me a widow, I was not yet a mother.
Then the dead are wrong to return.
Oh, no, my dear Roland, no. I'm just reminding you of my children. Telling you that things are different than they were when you left.
Rosine, I'm not so indelicate as to force a woman to pretend love where it no longer exists.
And you will help me. Oh, Roland, how will I ever... Oh. But never mind. We'll face all of that later.
Rosine, what's the matter? What's wrong? An hour ago when I left you were laughing, and now I find you in tears. What on earth could have happened?
Nothing.
But you can't be crying over nothing. Look, is it something I've done? Our last 2 days have been absolutely idyllic, so happy. What could make you cry when everything is going so well?
I wish I were dead.
Dead? Rosine, what on earth is the matter?
Just leave me alone. My situation is more than a human being can bear.
Please tell me what's wrong.
Did my husband...
What?
How can I ever call him that name? In your prison.
Of course you must call him your husband. Like the father of your children, is he not? Now, please don't worry about hurting my feelings. Just tell me what troubles you.
It is just that my husband... Don't you see? If my husband can't ever ask where I've been, if he ever discovers that I've been staying here with some stranger...
But I'm no stranger. Anyway, we've done no wrong.
And how is he to know that? What on earth can I tell him? Oh, Roland, there's no hope for me. I must resign myself.
My dearest, you know I've resolved to sacrifice myself to your happiness.
It's impossible. I know it's too much to ask.
You know, what is too much to ask? Haven't we agreed that
How can I ask you to renounce your identity? To deny your whole life?
What?
To simply sign it away?
Sign it away? No. Isn't my word good enough for you?
How can I hope for such a sacrifice? You'd be giving your whole life for me daily, for the rest of your days.
But
No, it's impossible.
But Rosine, can't you simply accept my promise of silence and let me live my days away here in your little country house? I don't need much, a little tobacco, the newspaper.
Live here. No, but you can't. Oh, never mind. Just do as you wish. Make your arrangements with my accountant, Delbec, when he comes tomorrow. I can't bear to think about this anymore. Well, Delbec, it is time.
No, madame. I don't even understand quite what happened. He took one look at the papers and, well, the old horse reared up and ran away.
I might have known he wouldn't go through with it. We'll just have to ship him off to some hospital. There are plenty of doctors who'll declare him insane with no trouble at all.
Insane, is it? I'll show you who's crazy. I'll show you what an old horse can do. Get out, Delbec. Get out. I have something to say to Madame.
Madame,
You may go, Delbec.
I'll be close by if you need me.
I'll go in a minute. I have no desire to stay in your company any longer than necessary.
I simply wanted to tell you that I bless the stroke of fate that drove us apart. I not only no longer love you, I have no taste even for vengeance. I don't curse you. I quite simply despise you. I want nothing from you.
You have my word that I'll never again seek to claim the name of CHABERT. It's part of a past I've no longer any desire to recall.
Roland, the delight to see you. Room 7.
A lawyer? I've asked been a lawyer.
Mr. Roller, Colonel CHABERT. That it is you, I knew it. Even from the back of the courtroom, I recognized you. I just had to come down here and see if it really was you. Why did you disappear as you did? Where have you been all these...
Oh, it's Master Derville, isn't it? So nice of you to come and visit. I think they put me away for good this time. Too many vagrancy charges. As I hear tell them he sent me to some old people's poorhouse.
Well, how did you wind up in this
place? Tale's not worth the telling.
Oh, now, come now, Colonel. I remember one night when your tale kept me stunned in my chair. I remember advancing some money to you. Money I was sure that you'd eventually pay back. I never could understand why you didn't.
What? But that money was supposed to have been paid. I was sure that the Countess would have at least paid for that.
No, the Countess took her business elsewhere and left all your bills outstanding.
Tell me this, does the Countess still live?
Yes, she still lives. Richer than ever, I might add, of course. Still married to the Count.
Then your debt shall be paid. You have a piece of paper? A pen?
Yes, good.
Here. Deliver this to the Countess, and you will be paid. I swore never to claim the name of CHABERT again, but an unpaid debt to a man of your stature is far worse than breaking my word to that woman.
Then you did make a settlement.
A kind of settlement that put me back on the street, and glad to be rid of her.
She didn't pay you any money?
I didn't want it. Not on her terms. She wanted me to sign affidavits declaring myself an impostor, even worse, a forger. And when I refused, she threatened to put me away in a mental hospital. Yeah, she played on my sympathies in the most clever fashion, but she couldn't get me to the point where I'd sign documents that not only would protect her, but would probably put me in jail. It was a terrific choice. Jail or a mental hospital. I finally walked out. I prefer the street and the poorhouse over any society where the likes of her have their way.
I see. And I always thought that you'd made your deal with her without me, that you just didn't care about the debt you owed me.
I'll have to go now, but take that note to the Countess. You'll get paid. It says that you'll take the note on to her husband, the Count, if she doesn't. That should do it.
Indeed it should.
Oh, Master Derville. I figured it had to be you, but why wait there? What? This is a guaranteed income of 25,000 francs a year.
In whose name?
It's for Monsieur Roland. Signed by the Countess Barreau.
Yes. I did a little lawyering when I went to see the Countess with your note. She was so moved by my arguments that she not only paid my bill, she also agreed to this little stipend for you. I hope you don't mind.
Mind? I'll never thank you enough. How shall I ever know how to spend it?
I'm sure you'll find a way. I just couldn't live with the idea of such a noble fellow going off to the poorhouse.
Oh, I know what I can do with the money. My friends with the dairy farm. I lost it because they couldn't pay the mortgage. I'll buy it back for them. Would you handle the legal papers?
Of course.
I
I spent 14 years trying to rise from the dead, and finally stopped trying. And now, you brought me back to life overnight. Derville,
there is justice after all. There were many ways this story could have ended. Master Derville complained at one point that the Colonel's case was difficult because there was no precedent. For once, it was a legal tangle as unpredictable as our lives. Unpredictable, but satisfying. For the human instincts won out over the law books in the end. I shall return shortly. Balzac himself, as a matter of fact, chose to end the Colonel's story slightly differently. Derville and the Colonel did indeed meet up in prison by accident, and the Colonel did give Derville a note for the Countess. Derville, however, according to Balzac, did no more than redeem his own debt, and did nothing further to help the poor Colonel. We hope you appreciate our little twist of the story. After all, happy endings do happen sometime, even in real life. Our cast included Alexander Scourby, Laurie March, Larry Haynes, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Am I to believe what you have just told me? That you have joined the enemy?
I've been struggling with my conscience for weeks. My sympathies, Mother, are with the North.
Then we'll just have to get along without you. Parker, you're a traitor to your country. And a traitor to your loved ones. You must do what you conceive to be your duty. But your father and I torture. It's been our way of living, always. But I never for a moment dreamed...
I'm not ashamed of my decision. Don't try to make me, please.
Understand. Now, I would be most grateful if you would leave this house. At once.
Wish me well, Mother.
I can't do that, Parker. Not to the enemy of my country. Not to a stranger.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What is death? When the heart stops beating? The second the brain ceases to function? The end of the will to live? Or is it the privilege of human nature and life, without it, not worth our taking? Whatever your definition, religious, clinical, psychological, or poetic, no one is a total answer. Nor do we expect to answer it here, only to tell the story of one individual death.
I don't know how you put up with Elaine all these years, Art. Oh, I guess, Dan, I never knew how to go about getting rid of her. Well, too bad you didn't ask me in the old days when I had connections. I could have had her taken out for you, just like that.
Hey, what are you saying? I didn't mean get rid of her like that.
Why not?
She's put you through the mill for years. Take. Eh?
I'd have killed her long ago. Our mystery drama, The 1001st Door,
was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Russell Horton.
It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It was John Webster,
A famous playwright of Shakespeare's time, who said, "Death hath 1,000 several doors, for men to take their exits." Art Hollis, pharmacist, opened one as unexpected as it was strange. This is his story.
All right. Come on, boys. Let's move it on the double. Here, I'll get the doors.
Well, what have you got here, Dr. Pinnock?
I don't know, Garvey, but he sure needs the best nurse in the hospital and intensive care. Now, when I picked him up at his house, he was a goner. He was moribund. But on the way back in the ambulance, I got his heart going again. Now, can you get him on a support system?
All right, now roll him in. We'll do what we can, Doctor.
Boy, he sure picked a lousy time to have a stroke.
Oh, is that what it is?
Let a guess. He's in deep coma.
All right, boys. Now you can get him into bed. There we go. Have you got a name for you?
Yes, a whole dossier. Arthur Hollis, male, Caucasian, 48, married, one child, wife Elaine, hysterical, history of arteriosclerosis, one coronet. Okay, boys, just leave him on his back. I want to have a listen. Hey, quick, get me a hypoverdrenolin and rush that equipment, nurse. His heart has stopped again. We're going to have to get him to an oxygen.
Yeah, Doctor.
Now, you draw some blood so we can get him typed. He may need some whole blood.
Can do, Doctor. No, don't move. I'll take it from the other arm.
His respiration is shallow as hell.
How's his pulse?
Rapid, thready, indistinct. I don't like it.
Now, as soon as I draw this blood, there we go, I rush it to the lab. Now, let's keep our fingers crossed he's not a rare type.
I bet there must be massive brain damage. Heaven knows how long he was moribund before I arrived. When I walked in, I thought Mr. Art Hollis was a goner. You never saw anyone look deader.
Art Hollis? That's me they're talking about, is dead? I don't feel dead. I can't move.
I can't feel anything or see.
My lips won't move. Dead. Am I dead? Is this the end? Elaine should be here. Where did it all go? How did it all go? But I remember back how lovely it was in the beginning. In the beginning. In the beginning.
Yes, miss? Can I help you?
Oh, I was looking for the druggist. Mr. Hollis?
You're looking at him.
Oh, well, the one I mean is, an older man.
You mean my father? Well, this is his day off. I'm, kind of minding the store.
Oh, well, see, I was looking for something for a headache,
Oh, you don't have a prescription? You mean just like a plain aspirin?
Well, not exactly. See, it's,
Oh, you mean, just a moment. Something like,
Yes, that's just what I want.
Should have been, smarter right away. Anything else?
well, let's see, you don't have much else but medical kind of things, do you?
That's my father for you. He's kind of old-fashioned in some ways. He thinks a drugstore should be just that. Just for drugs, a real pharmacy.
Well, that's pretty old-fashioned. I mean, in 1954.
Well, you know how some old folks are.
Oh, don't I just? Why, they sure want to run you live, don't they?
Sure do. You live at home?
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait till I move out.
Oh? You getting married or something?
Oh, no, nothing like that. And me and another girl at the office have been talking about getting a place for ourselves. You know, you live home?
Yeah. The old man, well, he's not feeling so good these days. I couldn't walk out on him or the store here. I mean, it's just me and him.
Oh, your mother died?
Yeah, before the war. Well, how about you?
Oh, my parents are still alive. Were you in the service?
Yep.
I had 2 brothers killed. What outfit were you with?
Oh, medics. See, I was going into pre-med when Korea started up. Kind of blew a crimp in my plans. I was going to be a doctor.
But didn't you still want to be after you got out?
More than anything in my life.
Well, then why didn't you?
Well, Pop was sick, and there was the place here, so I settled for being a pharmacist.
But that's still kind of a doctor.
Oh, sure. Say, well, you know my name. I was wondering if...
Oh, well, mine's Elaine. Elaine Stack. I live right in the neighborhood.
So do I. And back at the store. Well, no, over it, actually. Hey, listen.
Yes?
Being we're so close and all, how about... Oh, darn. I was gonna say, maybe we could, date sometime.
Oh, super.
I, don't have your address.
Oh, will you take care of your customer? I'll just write it down.
Oh, sure. Use one of my prescription pads. Oh, here's a pen. Your phone number, too, huh?
Of course.
I was 25 years old. But from the moment I saw her, I could feel my heart beating right in my throat. She was the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. And the nicest. You know, shy. But not too shy, and she looked you right in the eye. And most of all, did she like to have fun. We sure enjoyed a good time.
Hey, you're the most.
So are you, Elaine. Well, you sure lay out the leather.
Oh, just love to break it up, buddy.
Willow. Swing.
So you lay it back.
Oh, Artie. It's dreamy. It's just dreamy. Oh, look at the stars.
I don't have to, Elaine.
What do you mean?
Well, I've had them in my eyes ever since I met you.
You say the cutest thing. Honest, the darndest thing.
I love you, Elaine.
Oh, Artie. I thought you'd never say it. Go. Boy.
Oh, girl. Let's do that again.
Now you pretty near just have to marry me.
Try and stop me.
Oh, I was only kidding.
Well, I wasn't. That's why I took you out on the war. Fish to get you hooked.
Hooked? Which one of us was it that really got hooked?
Oh, I didn't have any doubts then. I couldn't wait till the wedding day. But the stumbling block of all was my own father. I mean, he really knocked me for a loop with a roadblock he wanted to put in our way. He said, it's not
that I've got anything against this girl in particular, it's just any girl.
Why, Pop? Why? I'm 25.
This is your last chance. Art, I want you to be a doctor.
It's too late.
Just the point. It isn't.
Pop, it means pre-med, medical school, internship, or it'd be 6 or 7 years before I could think of getting married.
If she loves you, she'll wait. It's what you wanted all your life. What do you think it did to me when I got sick and you had to give it up? I shouldn't have let you.
What could you do? We couldn't afford any more than we did. You had to have someone at the store.
Why?
Well, because it's more than you can handle.
I'm going to sell it, Art, and then I won't have to handle it. You're going to take the money and go be a doctor.
Oh, great. Fine. And what do you live on in the meantime?
I won't need to. Let's not kid around, Art. We both know I'm going to die. And soon.
No.
Oh, yes. So I am going to sell the store.
Oh, no, you're not.
We're all gonna need the store to make a living because there'll be 3 mouths to feed when I marry Elaine.
Pop never sold the store because he died 3 days later. And 3 months later, I married Elaine. After the honeymoon, Elaine decided not to go back to work. Oh, that was fine with me. I had another job in mind for her. That's when I first began to discover that Elaine had another side. A side I never dreamed existed.
What the matter, honey?
Oh, nothing.
Well, you're not eating a thing. Aren't you hungry?
Sure, I'm hungry. Look at this crummy restaurant.
Oh, you should have stayed home.
Oh, I couldn't have faced cooking another dinner. I'm tired of the kitchen and all the smells. Makes me want to retch.
Hey, how are you feeling in the morning?
Well, how do you expect me to feel when you drag me out of bed at the crack of dawn to make breakfast?
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. I should have realized it. I'll get my own from now on. Gee, it's finally happened.
What are you going on about, Art?
You know, I mean, you feeling queasy about food and all that? Hey, you've been to the doctor yet?
Oh, what do I need a doctor?
Art, you back at that again. I've told you and told you I don't want any kids.
I'm only 22. I want to keep my figure.
The funny thing is, she didn't know it, but she was already carrying Tom. When she found out, well, she was fit to be tied. Well, he came on time, healthy as a horse, and pretty near as big. She blamed me for that, and all the rest of it. He's the only kid we ever had. Maybe just as well. Elaine wasn't much of a mother. And that is the kindest way to put it.
What?
Oh, for crying out loud.
That's just what he's doing. Hey there, lover boy.
Now, what'd you have to go and pick him up for?
I didn't want our nether lungs here to wake you up. Besides, it was time for his bottle.
I get the message.
I'll give it to him. I've got it right here.
Look, as long as you're going to feed him, why don't you take him back to his room so somebody can get some sleep around here?
Okay, darling.
I was too blindly in love, of course, to see Elaine. It would be a long, long time before my eyes were opened. Before I'd understand what a terrible mistake I'd made. Except there was Tom. That was the good part of it. My son. Strange that he was the one who held us together through the years. And that in the end it should be because of him that I was ready to murder my wife.
The systems which science has developed today to support life are myriad and marvelous. Any organ, even a brain, might be kept alive and functioning by artificial means. But the mystery of death is still elusive. Who is to say that after the brain scan has pronounced that gray mass no longer alive, that some portion of the memory may still not function? Bringing us the rest of its story, where I return shortly with Act 2. The man lies flat on the hospital bed. The machines to which he is hooked, breathing for him. He is in an oxygen tent. He is being fed intravenously by the slow drip of glucose in one arm, his blood nourished by plasma in the other. There are other tubes, too various to mention, and most important, the insulated wire that leads from him to the plug in the wall. That is his lifeline, if life can be said to exist.
I can feel nothing, hear nothing, see nothing. Yet I can remember who I am, that my name is Art Hollis, and I remember how I came to be here. Elaine.
Oh, Elaine, whatever became of the girl I loved, fresh, young, slim, shy? How can I recognize her after 6 years of marriage? I come home for lunch and the breakfast dishes are still dirty in the sink. She sits reading a fan magazine.
Is lunch ready?
Oh, is it that late? Oh, honey, I forgot. We get to reading and time flips away. Fix yourself a sandwich, huh?
Well, what have you been doing all morning? You're not dressed? You haven't washed the dishes? Elaine, where's Tom? Didn't you fetch him from school?
Oh, take it easy. I didn't have to.
Well, you're not letting a first grader walk home alone.
No, he's with Jose over at the Ramirez's for lunch.
That's the third time this week.
Oh, well, Dolores has so many kids she doesn't even notice another one.
I asked you not to let him go over there anymore.
What's the matter, Art? They're not good enough for you?
It's nothing to do with that, and you know it.
He and Jose are amigos.
So fine. Let Jose come over here and have lunch. The Ramirez's are on welfare, Elaine. They can't afford extra mouths to feed. Just because you're too lazy to... I'm sorry.
You better be. You want to know the truth? I wasn't feeling so hot this morning.
Well, if you'd stop loading yourself up on chocolates and cake and sweets and all the junk you eat, you'd feel better. You know, you're starting to put on weight, Elaine.
So what? A woman looks better for a few curves. Anyway, it's mostly because I never get out. You never take me anywheres anymore.
Well, dadgum, there's only me and Dan, the part-time help to run the store. I have to be there to handle prescription.
Well, hire another pharmacist.
Well, the way business is, I can't afford it.
Oh, come on. Don't give me that. You got a savings account. I saw the book.
That money can't be touched.
Why not? You can't take it with you.
I am saving that money for Tom's college and his med school.
Aren't you a little, previous? The kid is only 6 years old.
No. 2 generations of Hollises blew it, but not the third. By the time Tom is ready, the money's got to be there.
Oh, boy. I'm going crazy locked up in this apartment.
Look, maybe if you wanted to go back to work again...
I don't expect to work anymore. I'm a married woman.
Well, if you help out in the store, and I could save on the part-time...
What for? Blow it all on babysitters? Where you going?
Down to the store.
What about your lunch?
I'll pick up a coffee and at the Kaliza's diner.
Give my regards to Dan. And ask him why he never stops by anymore.
Dan Fenton. My one steady employee and about my only friend. I think he made book on the side of the numbers. I couldn't figure out any other reason for him to stick around. Couldn't pay that much. Tom was about 8. He came into the store one evening dressed to kill.
Hey, Art. How's it moving?
Slow, Dan, slow.
I thought you might have closed up.
About 3/4 of an hour still to go.
Brought you some Java.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Look, Art, I'm blowing town for a while.
Oh, yeah? Trouble?
Yeah, no other way. I'm getting my own territory. Now, I do a good job. I keep my nose clean. I'll be back here in the big time and really in the chips.
Look, Dan, I like you. I consider myself a friend. Maybe I kind of blinked at what you're up to, but, hey, don't get mixed up with the hard guys any deeper, huh?
Art, you let me fly my kite, huh? Now, look, you'll need a new boy. I could send you a good guy.
No, I don't want any more of that in my store.
I'll find my own man. Oh, Art, wake up. Now, either who you get runs it, or they cross the street and give Jackman a business. I ain't jumping.
Well, let him. I don't go for that kind of stuff. I never should have let you get away with it, but we were...
buddies, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, I'll miss you. Me too. Hey, you got time to drop up and say so long to Elaine? She talks about you all the time. Yeah. All right,
I want to say something.
Well, go ahead, anything.
Do yourself a favor. Get rid of her. She's an anchor around your neck. She's gonna end up destroying you.
I'm sorry you said that, Dan. Let's drop it right there, okay? Because that's my wife you're talking about.
My wife. I stick with her because she was the boy's mother. People grow used to one another anyway, so all those years went rolling by. And Dan was right. The book and the numbers moved across the street, and Jackman's flourished, and only the prescription business kept me alive. Then Elaine got hypertension. She was in and out of the hospital, and the pills ate into the nest egg. Till finally, Tom was getting to the last year of college, and there was no money for medical school. And everything blew up when I had the heart attack.
Hi, Dad. Oh, hello, Tom.
Did I wake you? No, I was just lying here with my eyes closed, thinking.
Oh, what are you doing down here from college? Come on, Pop, I wanted to see you. Oh, but not like this. Anyway, you shouldn't be away from your studies.
Somebody's got to mind the store. I hired a pharmacist till you're back on your feet.
Well, then you don't have to be here. I want you back
Where you belong. No way. I'm forgetting college, Pup.
Forgetting college? Don't blow a fuse. There's no point in my going back. I can't go on to medical school anyway, the way things are. Well, what do you mean, the way things are? Please, don't get excited.
It's no big deal. There's no dough, so what? I'm not all that sure that I'd have made such a hot sore bones anyway.
Tom, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to yourself.
Pop, I'm only doing what has to be done. It'll work out.
No, Tom. Look, all my life I dreamed this for you. Dr. Thomas Holland.
I know, Pop, I know.
We'll work it out. I'll borrow money somewhere.
Where? Mother told me you're in hock up to your neck already.
I'll sell the store.
Like your father wanted to do for you. You know that makes no sense.
I've been lying here thinking. I could go to Luther's shack and...
My grandfather, Mother's father, over my dead body. That old fat fraud and his frumpy wife have had the nerve to look down on you ever since. My mother married beneath her. The way they see it, I wouldn't touch a penny of it. He wouldn't lend it to you anyway. He wouldn't even give you the time of day.
He gave us something better. 1 month later, he gave his life, along with his wife, in a plane crash. He was insured to the hilt, and Elaine was his sole heir. By that time, I'd gotten out of the hospital and was starting back to work. I persuaded Tom to go back to college to finish the term. Elaine had hysterics. By the time she had pulled herself together, it was near the end of the term, and I had to have a talk with her.
All I'm asking is that you do something to guarantee a loan.
All you're asking me to do is guarantee a loan?
Yes.
Have you any idea what it would cost to make that boy a doctor?
Yes, about $20,000.
And you want that from me?
I just want you to guarantee...
How could I guarantee a loan you couldn't pay?
Oh, damn it, Elaine. He's your son, too.
Tom's young and he's strong enough to take care of himself. I'm a sick woman. I gotta think of myself. You had your nest egg all these years. Well, now I'm gonna have mine.
I might remind you, my nest egg, which was for our son, mostly went out the window to pay for your doctors.
That's right. Throw it up to me. Can I help it if I'm not a well woman?
Well, if you'd lay off the rich food and the booze and the pills you don't need...
The doctors had to prescribe the tranquilizer.
I'm not talking about those. I mean the ones that you hook out of the dispensary when my back is turned.
Oh, now I'm a thief. Oh, I don't know why I didn't get rid of you when I had my chance.
I can't tell you how many times I've asked myself the same question.
A few days later, Dan turned up out of the blue.
Well, $5 is the best I can do, Dan. And that's only for old time's sake.
Well, that's better than a kick in the pants. Thanks, Art.
You're, not on the lam?
No. I just brew it. That, well, and other things along the line.
Say, look, my helper's leaving. You want to come back here? Can't pay much, but
Art, oh, buddy, pay something, and it looks like a mint the way things have been for me.
I'll tell you what. At least till you get set and Tom's still up at college, you could have his room.
Yeah? I'm gonna take you up on that, Art. You better be sure.
Sure. Hey, listen, just having a friend around again is gonna save my life.
Dan moved in, and it was something to have a friend around again. I guess it got to me, and one night when Elaine was out to the flicks with some girlfriend, over a glass of beer, all the pressure suddenly blew out. And I guess I kind of cried on Dan's shoulder.
I've seen it for myself, Art. I don't know how you put up with her all these years.
I guess I just never knew how to go about getting rid of her.
Too bad you didn't ask me in the old days when I had the connections. I could have had her taken out for you. Easy as that.
Hey, what are you saying?
No, nothing, pal, nothing. Just what you ought to be thinking. She's put you through the mill for years. Take. Oh, I'd had her killed a long time ago.
Don't think it hasn't crossed my mind at times.
And why didn't you do it?
What? You must be kidding.
No, I'm not. You got every drug you need to do it, and to know how to use them. With her gone, you get the money and everything. It's great. Now, if it was me, I wouldn't hold back for 1 minute.
Art Hollis gazes at his friend Dan Fenton in horror. A man talking as casually of murder as if it were an ordinary business deal. In Dan's world, maybe. But that isn't why Art is so horrified. What has shaken him is to realize that he is actually considering the proposal and wondering if he could get away with it. I shall return shortly with Act 3. The taking of one human being's life by another, under any code or philosophy, is not to be condoned. But are there extenuating circumstances, as in war, for example, or in self-defense, or in the heat of passion? Perhaps. Each individual must judge for himself, but cold-bloodedly, with premeditation. The method of the poisoner. Surely there's no excuse for that. I don't pretend to take any side. You heard Art Hollis' story up to now. Are there any extenuating circumstances as he plans to murder his wife, Elaine?
Stop putting me on, will you, Dan? I am not putting you on. Now, I'd knock her off for you if I knew how to get away with it. Oh, thanks a lot, pal, but drop it, fat, lazy, penny-pinching dame. I know where she's put you to all these years. Selling out her own son, I mean, when she's rolling us. What'd you say that insurance was written for?
Top figure. $300,000 apiece.
Oh, holy mackerel. And Elaine was a sole heir?
That's right.
What? You know how I'd do it if I was you? Do what?
Get rid of her. Look, she's got these big black and brown capsules. What do you call them?
Oh, they're tranquilizers. Right. And she swallows one or two of them every night before going to bed, huh?
Yeah. And she also told me she takes a sleeping pill. It's another big gelatin capsule, right?
That's right.
Yeah, well, I take a bunch of capsules just like them, and I'd load them with whatever would do the job. Eh? Then I put the same amount of each of them in 2 bottles just like she has, and switch them one night before bedtime. Now, after she swallowed the pills you fixed, and I knocked her out, then I'd switch back to the original bottles, flush the rest of the poison pills down, and put the bottles back in the dispensary. I'd go out for the evening with a pal, like me. They'd tie one on, and late that night, after we're sure it was all over, we'd come back and we'd find her. Together. Kaput. Too bad.
And what would you put in these capsules?
That's what you figure out, old buddy. Plus the fact you got access to the drugs. Could you get away with it? I mean, what about the autopsy?
If you waited long enough, it'd be pretty well dispersed through the tissues. With a history of hypertension like hers, or, say, coronary disease like me,
Death wouldn't be too surprising. Like you say, Art. In your case, it might look suspicious because you don't pop pills, but in her case, it's par for the course.
Now, in my case, with my hardening of the arteries,
Most any doc would write me off as a stroke or maybe congestive heart failure. Of course,
there wouldn't be any motive for killing you. I mean, why would anyone have the aim?
That's the truth. But the way you laid it on, I don't see much risk for me killing her.
You know what? I bet you could get away with it.
It's one thing to talk about a thing like that. Most people wouldn't even get that far, but with all the provocation, all the lousy years that hurt the way she treated Tom, the hysterics. Still, I wouldn't have done anything about it if it hadn't been for the way I loved Elaine. When I came home that night. Hi, Elaine. I'm home.
Oh, did you have to wake me up to tell me?
Oh, I'm sorry, the light was on.
No, I must have fell asleep.
And I won't be long. I am so tired, Hey. What are all those?
What?
The bags there.
Oh, that's my new luggage.
Oh? You going on a trip or something?
Yeah, to Mexico.
When?
Day after tomorrow.
You never told me.
I just made up my mind.
Look, Elaine, if you can afford a trip and luggage and all,
won't you reconsider about Tom?
No. Don't come crawling around with your hand out. I told you, he's of age. Let him stand on his own 2 feet.
You're talking about your son.
Well, I never asked for him. I never wanted no kids. You take him. He's your son. He don't like me anyway.
What chance did you ever give him?
I'm not gonna argue. I just want to get to sleep.
What are you going to Mexico for?
To get rid of you. Huh? I'm gonna get you off my back. The way I should have done years ago. I'm gonna get me a divorce.
What for?
I got me a fella. A real live one.
You've gotta be kidding.
You'll find out this Saturday when I'm gone. Now, you go to sleep on the couch till I get out of your life for good.
Something snapped in me right then. And I thought, all right, if that's how you want it, only you won't have to wait till Saturday. I'll arrange it for you before that. The following night, I had my chance. Elaine went off late in the afternoon for a permanent, a Wednesday. All the shops in our neighborhood took the afternoon off on Wednesday. I closed early too, about 5 o'clock. And Dan and me went up to get things ready. Oh, just the way we planned it. Only, what happened? What went wrong? I remember I was with Dan in the apartment and you were having a drink.
Your switch bottle's okay?
Yeah.
Got the others?
In my pocket.
So, here. And drink up.
What is it?
It's ouzo. It's Greek. Strong. Just what you need. Drink it up. Oh. Strip on. Funny. Yeah, well, I get the rest of it down. You get used to it.
And drink with you. Over the river.
Oh. That makes me a little woozy. Look, I'll take care of you. Now, we're supposed to be out on the town for the night anyway, so sit down and I'll take care of you. Dan, I only... Hey, don't back out now. Oh, you know, that stuff's pretty good.
calms me down. Sure. Hey, wait a minute. I'll pour some more in a bottle.
Dan? Yeah? I don't think I can go through with it.
No, sure you can, Arn. She you got on it. What you think of Tom, huh? Anyway, it's as good as done now.
Here, drink. You know, just knowing that Tom is gonna make it, that we're finally gonna have a doctor in the family, makes it all worthwhile. I wouldn't mind dying this moment. The last thing I remember is sitting in that chair and feeling sleepy. So sleepy. And now where am I? I can't move, but somewhere I thought I heard people saying, he's dead. Dead? How could I be dead? It isn't supposed to be this. It's supposed to be Elaine. I won't die. I won't die until I... Yeah. Voices. Voices. Listen. Try to listen.
I'm afraid you won't get any reaction from your father, Mr. Hollis.
I'm prepared. Could we, be alone together? Just a minute.
Well, don't touch anything.
No, I won't.
Very well. Oh, you know your mother and another gentleman are on the way up.
I'll let them in when I leave. I'd like a moment alone.
I understand. I'll leave you now.
I don't know what happened, Pop. I hope nothing I said upset you. I mean, I'm gonna come back to you to tell you that I got a government loan, and come hell or high water, I'm going through med school and I'll come out a doctor. And I'll be a good one. For you, with the grandpop. I just wish I'd said all this in time. I talked to the doctors. I know there's too much brain damage, but I wish I had the guts to pull out the plug so you could die right. There'd be no way for a guy who planned to be a doctor to start out. I love you, Pop. Goodbye. You want to go in, Mother? There's no way you can hurt him now. Tom, I'm sorry, Mr. Fenton. I don't feel like talking.
Oh, what we have to come in here for, Dan? It gives me the creeps.
Oh, yeah, I've got to keep up appearances, all right.
Yeah, I guess. He looks dead enough, don't he?
Only he isn't. Until he's legally dead, you're still married to him. And that means that you and I can't get married.
What's your hurry?
Well, that's what you wanted, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm a big girl now. Maybe I don't have to get married.
Hey, you want me to walk out on you?
That's all you want, isn't it? That's all you ever wanted. The money. It wasn't me, like you said.
Keep your voice down.
And you're hurting me.
Hard to like to hurt someone. Starting a little bite like this.
I don't understand what happened. I thought he told you the stuff couldn't fail.
Sure he did. He swore half the dose he made for you would kill him, and I gave him twice as much. I switched 4 of your pills for ones that he made up. I even gave him a Mickey and the Ozo to make sure.
How long is it going to take them to die?
Oh, he could be dead in a minute just by yanking that plug out.
Go ahead.
Well, you go ahead. We don't dare risk it. The cops have an eye on you already.
On me?
I got a big fat notion old Art is lying there laughing his head off at us. That he knows he's got us stuck. But good. It's gonna be a long wait for the both of us. I should have known. Elaine always went for Dan. Dan, he'd do anything for money. Real cute guy. Conning me into mix my old murder potion. Only for some reason it didn't work. is warm here and peaceful, and I can rest a long, long rest to make up for 20 bad years, while Elaine and Dan claw themselves to pieces longing for what they each want so bad and can't have. Yes, sir. I think I'll just lie back and relax, and hope that God will take me in his own good time. Another doorway to death. One more to add to Mr. John Webster's 1,000 several ways. A doorway leading to a long, dark road with no signpost to mark the end. A man lies moribund and still, kept alive by the miracles of modern science. Not ready yet for the final embrace of death as God moves in mysterious ways his wonders to perform. I shall return shortly. You may remember the case. It was featured in many newspapers because it was over 2 years before Art Hollis's heart stumbled and at last failed. As for Elaine and Dan, they were arrested and finally convicted. Our cast included Russell Horton, Carol Teitel, Earl Hammond, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Not just a moment. That beach stretches for a mile in either direction without so much as a piece of driftwood to hide behind. Yet, you say it was less than a minute between the time he disappeared over the dune and you reached the spot where he'd been standing.
Well, it may have been a little more than a minute.
Spot from which you could survey the entire length of the beach. Now, where else could he have gotten to in that period of time? 4:37, the time of his disappearance, the ocean was at high tide, a mere 40 yards from the dune. The surf was up, making visibility, dear old...
No, Edgar would not have killed himself.
Forgive me, Mrs. Pennington, but how can you be so sure?
Because he loved me.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Truth is a torch that gleams through the fog without dispelling it, which means that while we may see the truth, we're still left in the dark. Which is as it should be, for the truth is the most complex of all human concepts. And while it's true, as the book says, that the truth shall make you free, it's also undeniably true that the truth can make you uncomfortable.
But who is this man?
Meanwhile, he's dead now.
All right, who were they?
A cab driver,
From where?
Morrison City.
Oh, that's 1,500 miles from here. Mine, I've never been there in my life.
That cab driver was murdered.
Okay, some cabbie halfway across the country from here is murdered. Why do you think I should be interested in it?
Because you murdered him.
Our mystery drama, For Want of a Nail, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Betsy Palmer. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. At this time, it's our pleasure to introduce you to a Mrs. Amina Saunders, or more properly, Mrs. Ralph K. Saunders. She's a most delightful woman, pert and pretty and filled with good spirits, happily married, well-adjusted, with never even a hint of any deep, dark problem of a mental, moral, or psychological nature. She is completely without fears, guilts, or hang-ups. You may well ask, where did we find her? The fact is, there are such people today, except they happen to be out of fashion. Well, our Amina is at an airport, and she has just hailed a cab.
Okay. Can you tell me something? It all depends. Do you know where number 1 Oliphant Avenue is?
Well, sure I know where it is.
Do you know how long it would take to get there?
10 minutes?
Marvelous.
Okay, it's marvelous.
I'm going to check it. Let's be off.
They do. Airport to Oliphant. 10 4. So, tell me, lady, why is this marvelous?
Well, you see, I just came in on that huge 747.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was wondering why that size airplane sat down here. I mean, we got a big enough runway, but who don't want to come to Mars and City?
Oh, well, there was a minor problem with the right outboard engine.
Is that a fact?
The captain assured us that the plane would get by quite nicely without that engine, but why bother? He said we'd only be here for an hour, but you know something? I don't believe it.
I wouldn't believe it either.
It'll be closer to 2 or even 3 hours before we're airborne. So, this gives me a chance to visit the Audley people.
The, Audley people?
Yeah. You see, my husband owned the company. Well, actually, he had the partner, and they make starter engines.
Yeah?
Well, not for cars or big things like that.
No?
No, it's the very small units for, kind of various mechanisms used in, a sort of, complex machinery. Don't ask me.
Okay.
No, well, what I mean is, it's beyond me. It's completely beyond me. I have no head for technology. No, or mechanics for physics or mathematics.
Me neither.
That's that.
Like this taxi cab. All I know is I can drive it. Least something go wrong with it and I have to raise the hood, forget it.
Oh.
It's all Greek to me.
Most men would hesitate to make such an admission.
Yeah, no, it's woman's live. It's got to work both ways. Dames want to be freed from the kitchen. Guys should also get sprung from the machine shop.
Right.
Oh, I mean, just because I'm a guy, am I automatically supposed to be able to fix things?
My husband, he can fix anything. Design anything, make anything. His biggest customer is the Audley Company here in Marsden City.
The Audley Company?
Well, to me, they've always just been a name, and no, by just the merest accident. Well, actually, you see, I won a contest. In 25 words or less, they said, tell why you love Aunt Brunhilde's homemade potato salad.
Personally, I hate Aunt Brunhilde's homemade potato salad.
Oh, it's awful, isn't it?
My wife ever tried to feed me any of that slop, I'd throw it and her out of the house.
I understand. Anyway, the first prize was a trip, though, to Hollywood. And my mother lived there, you see.
She a movie star?
She was. Well, maybe not a star, but certainly a featured player, way back in those days of the silent film. Her name was Bessie Marlowe. Well, you can still see her on some of the late movies.
I'll look for her.
So, in 25 words or less, I wrote how I simply adored Aunt Brunhilde's homemade potato salad.
You lied.
Oh, it was such a tiny, harmless little fib. Really, it doesn't count. And anyway, I won the trip for 2. Ralph couldn't go, so I took my sister Ruthie. She decided to stay on for an extra week. I thought so much. And now, to top it off, I'll even get a chance to drop in on the Audley Company. They must employ a great many people out here. The Audley Company.
I'm just trying to play some.
Well, really? A town this size and they're a large outfit, I should certainly think.
Oh, what do they make?
Well, I'd assume they make automatic machinery of one kind or another.
Well, we got General Engines, United Motors, a couple steel plants, but what's that name again?
The Audley Company.
Don't ring a bell.
The Audley Company. The plant is at 1 Oliphant Avenue. That's why I remember it. It's sort of a funny name.
Ma'am, there's no plant at 1 Oliphant Avenue. There can't be. Oliphant is one of the shopping streets. Oliphant, Sheridan, Garfield. You only got the factories around the belt.
Oh, I'm positive.
No, look. We're just about there now. Here's Griswold. Now we turn right. We're on Jefferson. Now we go left. And there it is. The Star Development. Right here is number 1. Is the McCloskey building.
Well, there must be some mistake.
What kind of mistake?
I know for a fact the Audley Company plant is located at number 1 Oliphant Avenue.
Man, what can I tell you?
Driver, will you please help me?
Sure. Wow.
Answer my question.
Okay.
And don't think I'm crazy now.
Go ahead.
First, am I in Marsden City?
Yes, ma'am.
Marsden City, South Dakota.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, could there be 2 of them?
No, ma'am.
And you say that there is no manufacturing plant here known as the Audley Company?
I never heard of it.
Well, then I must be mistaken.
I would say so.
But how can I be mistaken? The Audley Company is my husband's biggest customer. I mean, that's the fact.
Move, you say so.
And I remember I saw printed shipping labels when I was in my husband's office. The Audley Company, number 1 Oliphant Avenue, Marsden City, South Dakota. What kind of building is this number 1 Oliphant?
Why, you can see it's kind of old. What do you want to call it? Seedy, shabby, rundown.
Yeah. What kind of offices are in there?
Ma'am, let's just say that what you might call the town's substantial element won't be found there.
Please wait for me.
Where you going?
Inside.
Just a second, ma'am.
What is it?
I don't think you ought to go in there.
What do you mean?
Let me take you back to the airport.
Why?
You're gonna miss your plane.
I have more than enough time.
Ma'am, just don't go in there.
But why not?
Because you. Now look, you gotta promise not to think I'm crazy.
I promise.
I get a click.
A click?
It's kind of hard to explain, but it's a click. You know, like you go to a movie, you see a guy, usually the hero's pal, and you know the minute you lay your eyes on him, he's going to be killed. And you get the click.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And he does get killed.
I get the click on this here build.
Huh. So do I.
Let's take off.
But I have to find out.
Gonna go in, huh?
Yep.
All right. I'll go in with you.
No, that isn't really no.
I'll feel better.
Doesn't seem to be a very active lobby. Oh, there's the directory. Look. There it is, right on top of the listing. The Audley Company, room 402. Oh, where's the elevator? Do they have one?
That's right here. Oh, for crying out loud, this must have been the very first self-service elevator ever made.
400, 401, 402.
Hey, look at all them names on the door.
But the top one says the Audley Company.
On a hunch, let me take you back to the airport.
No, I have to go in. Excuse me.
Yeah?
Is this the office of the Audley Company?
Why do you want to know?
I don't think that should be the answer.
It shouldn't? Why not?
Well, because the answer should either be yes or no.
Well, why do you want to know?
I'm curious.
The name's on the door, isn't it?
I can read 10 other names on that door, too.
Well, you can read and you can count. What else can you do?
I can make deduction. Such as that nobody really has an office here.
They don't?
People just rent an address and a phone number.
Well, now that we've got that cleared up, do you have any other questions?
Yeah. Where is the manufacturing plant of the Otley Company?
Just leave your name and number and somebody will call you.
I wonder who. Well, I've enjoyed our little visits, but I must be going.
Drop in again, anytime you're in the neighborhood.
Well, ma'am, not to any of my business, but you sure you got things straight?
No, I'm not sure of anything.
You go back home. You'll see it.
What'll I see?
Bet you got the name or the address or something. All confused.
I am all confused. There is an Audley Company at number 1 Oliphant in Marsden City, South Dakota, but it's not a huge manufacturing plant. It's just some fly-by-night bird of little... I don't know what to think.
Hey, ma'am, how about if I scout around?
Got around?
Something's going on. What it is, I couldn't tell you, but something's going on.
Yeah, I'm sure something is.
My name is Oscar. Oscar Hogan.
Oh.
Yeah, let me give you my card.
Thanks.
Now drop me a line. You know what I mean? Maybe I can find out something.
Well,
Oh, look, I got nothing better to do.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan.
I may be in touch with you.
Mr. Oscar Hogan, that kind and obliging cab driver, dropped me off at the airport where the plane was ready and waiting. And soon we were headed for home. Didn't really know what to think. But I blundered into something. So what? When the plane touched down at home, it was still early in the afternoon, and I decided to go to Ralph's office. Ralph was out, but Jim Carroll, his partner, was there.
Hey, Armina, have a good trip?
Oh, you're just great. Where's Ralph?
Oh, he went downtown on an errand. Some places makes new steel alloys or something. I don't know what he puts into those engines. I just sell...
Jim, do you know that my plane flew directly over Marsden City, South Dakota?
What about it?
Marsden City. That's where the Audley Company is located.
Oh, yeah, that's right, they are.
Have you ever been there, Jim?
Sure. Can't remember how many times.
To the plant.
Fantastic place. Brand new, completely automated.
But except the big customer, I couldn't help remembering the name. The Audley Company at number 1 Oliphant Avenue. That is right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, when was the last time you were there, Jim?
When was it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess it must have been last week. Things were really high.
On Oliphant Avenue?
Yes, indeed. We can't sell them enough engines.
Is it a big plate?
At least a square block.
Oh, imagine.
Why do you ask?
Oh, no reason.
Now, anytime a lady says, oh, no reason, on this program, you should say, aha. Because here we have a lady who has, by the merest flick of fate, discovered a most disturbing, if not devastating, fact about her husband's business. Just what that fact really is and what it actually means, well, it's hard to say at this moment. But you know as well as I do that things may get better in the second act, which I shall bring you in just a few moments. A cat, they say, has 9 lives. A cat, being a poor dumb animal, is necessarily limited. We human beings, on the other hand, are not restricted to so narrow a number. We may lead an infinite number of lives. For life, in truth, is the face we present to the world. And this may vary with our mood, disposition, or interest. We know that some people in our story must be leading more than one life, at least.
What had I discovered? That my husband's biggest customer, the source of a sizable part of his income, simply did not exist. What did it mean? I caught Jim Carroll, my husband's partner, and a friend in a lie. But with something shady and illegal going on, and was my husband part of it? Of course, I could forget the whole thing. But how could I forget it? Well, there's only one thing to do, and it's the thing I've always done. Just go full steam ahead and, well, whatever happens.
Oh, Armina, you're not serving that horrible Aunt Brunhilde's potato salad again.
They sent us the years to buy.
Oh, couldn't we donate that potato salad to some charity?
Talking about potato salad, the Audley Company, your biggest and best customer,
Mm-hmm, that's me.
you know the one that you've been shipping all the engines to?
Oh, sure, what about 'em?
They don't exist.
What'd you say?
There is no Audley Company.
Oh, I'm waiting.
For what?
For the punchline, the rest of the joke.
Which isn't a joke.
Armina, are you all right?
The plane made an emergency landing out of all places, Marston City, South Dakota. I had time on my hands, and so I decided to see this great Audley Company plant. You know, just to see it. But there isn't any plant, Ralph.
Oh, come on, you can't be serious.
Number 1 Oliphant Avenue is a rundown, seedy, falling apart office building.
Honey, that's impossible.
The Audley Company is just a name on the door, along with 10 others or so. And it's just an address and a phone numbers.
Why, I just don't understand.
Ralph, have you ever been out there?
No, why would I ever go out to Marsden City? It's Jim. Jim runs the sale. Jim's been out there hundreds of times.
Well, how did you get the Audley Company as a customer?
How do we get any customer? Jim. Jim brings in all the business.
Have you ever met any of the Audley people yourself?
No, honey, I only meet customers when they have problems, technical problems. But the Audley Company never seems to have any.
Ralph, what's happening?
I don't know. I don't know.
But you send all of these engines to a non-existent company. Ralph, is it possible that this is how Jim could be stealing?
Oh, no, that couldn't be possible.
But I caught Jim in a lie.
Yeah, but well, all right. Let's say there is something, Pony,
And there is, Ralph. There has to be.
But what? Jim can't be stealing.
There is no Audley Company.
We're getting paid for the engine.
By who?
I only know we ship out the engines.
The number 1 Oliphant Avenue, Marston City.
That's right, and 30 days later, just as regular as clockwork, we get a check.
A good one?
What good as gold, and we deposit that check.
Ralph, something is wrong.
I don't know what to say. Maybe Jim is pulling a fast one, but... well, guess I'll just see about that.
What are you going to do? Oh, no. Not now. I'm sorry I even started.
Armina, you had no choice. It's time for a little showdown with Jim. I mean, I let him run the business. I bury myself in the shop. I spend all my time on engineering, and once a month I check out the books. Everything seems to be okay, but now this...
Ralph, what are you going to do?
I'm going to find out what's going on in my own business. No, that's my fault. You know, I've enjoyed being the head-in-the-cloud scientist, the absent-minded professor. Well, that's all over.
Hello?
Jim, it's Ralph.
What's up?
Jim, I want you to drop whatever it is you're doing and get over here right now. I've just made a discovery about the Audley Company.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't exist.
Well, now, just a second, Ralph.
It's not a big, modern manufacturing plant. It's a desk and a telephone. Okay, still there, Jim?
Yes, Ralph.
Get over here. And Jim,
Yes, Ralph.
you better have one great story.
I guess I might as well tell you everything.
All right, what is everything, Jim?
I'm a phony.
Jim.
From top to bottom, through and through. I've been taking advantage of you, Ralph.
But how? The company's making money.
Should be making more. 10 years ago, I spotted Ralph as the most brilliant engineer and designer, so I decided to latch on to him. I sold him a bill of goods about what a hotshot salesman I was.
Jim, you are. Aren't you?
No, not really. So we went into business on that understanding. Ralph would make them, I would sell them. Well, selling takes a lot of effort, long hours, hard work. The engines were just great, so I figured I could get rid of them easily if... if I could just find somebody to take them off my hands.
Tell me something, Jim. Do we have any legitimate customers?
Well, you know we do, Ralph, locally. You know about Consolidated Systems, Brenner and Gassner, people like that. But I ran into this fellow, Robert Audley. He said he could get rid of all the engines I could send him.
Get rid of them? How?
Well, I couldn't press him on that. Anyhow, he was willing to pay the going price, so what difference does it make, I thought?
The going price. Only because you made it the going price. Well, sure, now I see. We deserve more. But you weren't willing to make the sales effort.
I know, Ralph, I know. You're asking me to tell it, and I am. I couldn't let you know what was going on. And I had to justify a lot of sales expenses.
Go on, Jim.
So I created this manufacturing company. And naturally, I had to take trips out there to service it. And after a while, it just grew and grew, that's all.
Jim.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you found out. I don't have to live a lie any longer.
It was a very difficult evening for me. A man had been stripped down to where his soul had been bared, and well, I'm not a person for serious situations like that. I try to live in the sunshine, not in the shadow. So Ralph and Jim arrived in an agreement. Jim would buckle down and really behave like a sales manager, and only deals like the Audley Company were out from now on in, so I decided to forget all about it, and I did. But then a week later, I received a letter. It was from a Mr. Oscar Hogan. The Hogan? Who? Then I remembered. The cab driver.
Hey, you remember I said I'd scout around for you? Well, I'm doing it. And I think I'm onto something. Maybe. I just want to say I appreciate the fact we met because it sure is a great way for me to spend my spare time. But with a sprained back, I can't go bowling no more. I always did want to be a kind of undercover operator, and here's my big chance. I will write further details. Sincerely yours, your friend, Oscar Hogan.
Such a darling, lovable human being. But actually, there was no longer any mystery. And I'd better tell him so. So I had his card, and I decided to call him at the taxi garage in Morrison City.
Morrison City Taxi.
Is, Mr. Oscar Hogan there? Mr. Oscar Hogan.
No, he ain't here.
Oh. When will he be in?
He ain't never going to be in. He's dead.
He's what?
Dead. He was killed the other night.
No.
Yeah. Must have been a holdup.
Oh.
That's how the cops figuring.
A holdup?
Why else would he have been shot?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hey, you one of his regular riders? Why don't you try Ernie?
Have the police any clue?
What kind of clues? You got all these bums running around wild? Hey, listen, you want a cab?
There was an out-of-town news stand on the east side, so I went there. I was able to get a Morrison City paper. Cab driver held up, shot and killed. Oscar Hogan, 55, a veteran cab driver of this city, was murdered last night at approximately 3 a.m. His change purse and his wallet were empty. A ring and a watch were missing. Police are convinced robbery was the motive. However, the victim's wife, Maud, disagreed. She disclosed to this reporter,
No. Nobody would have killed Arthur for the nickels and dimes and quarters. He was on to something. He was involved with somebody.
That morning, he said to me, Maud, there's something going on in this town, and I'm getting close to it.
I said to him, listen, Arthur, you stay far away from it. But you couldn't ever tell Arthur nothing. He just wouldn't listen.
Darling? Yeah. A minor?
Oh, yeah, Frau.
Darling, something's wrong. What?
I don't know.
But there is something the matter.
I suppose so.
Well, tell me.
A cab driver was killed.
So?
You remember I said I visited what I thought would be the Audley Company plant in Morrison City?
Oh, yes.
He's the driver who took me there. He went upstairs with me and...
Why on earth would he do that?
I seemed so confused and lost. He just wanted to help me out.
That was a pretty wonderful thing to do for a stranger.
Well, later on, he said to me that he'd kind of scout around and see what was up. I guess he fancied himself an amateur detective.
Well, it certainly did look like a mystery.
No, he'd been murdered.
Well, that's a shame.
The police think that it was a holdup.
Well, honey, these terrible things happen.
It was that his wife seems to think he knew too much.
About what?
She doesn't know. He didn't tell her. But, Ralph, could it be about the Audley Company?
Well, what's there to know about the Audley Company? Jim gave us the lowdown there.
Though, you feel awful.
Well, of course, it's a terrible thing.
Wife insists in the papers that something's going on there.
Maybe she believes it, darling. Maybe she has to believe it.
Why do you say that?
Well, you'd see many of these hold-up murders go unsolved, though perhaps she thinks that by adding a touch of mystery or intrigue, the police will work harder on it.
Oh, Ralph, do you really believe that?
Yes, dear, and I can understand that. I'm sure that's what it really is.
Well, all right, darling. If you think so...
Another key phrase about is, if you think so. It's usually uttered by a trusting wife to her husband. It's said in a tone of voice that might imply she is in complete agreement with it. But the statement is filled with what actors call subtext, which implies that there can be all kinds of meaning behind it. We're in the home stretch now. Act 3 will arrive in just a few minutes. The world is bright and sunny for some people, and thus it seems to pervade their dispositions and make them bright and sunny human beings. Here we have Mrs. Armina Saunders, and a happier, more up-tempo person would be hard to imagine, much less find. But suddenly our Mrs. Saunders has discovered that there are swift and terrible storms that can overwhelm one without warning.
Hello?
Ralph?
Darling, I've been trying to reach you all morning. Where are you?
Well, but I'm not sure I know how to explain.
Explain what?
Where I am.
Well, where are you?
In Marsden City.
Marsden City?
South Dakota. I don't know how it happened. It's just that, you see, I thought of that poor taxi driver.
Darling, what is it you can do?
I don't know, but I just feel so guilty.
But you weren't to blame?
Maybe I can comfort his widow.
Darling, he was just some poor unfortunate who was killed in a hold-up.
But maybe it wasn't a hold-up.
What else could it have been?
The Audley Company?
The Audley?
Look,
how?
I don't know, Ralph. I'm sure you're right, but it's just I couldn't help myself. I took a cab to the airport and a plane out here.
Darling, Armani, what can you do there?
I don't know, but something.
Okay, I'm taking the next plane out, and I'm going to bring you home.
What was I doing out here? What did make me come out? What could I hope to accomplish? I didn't know.
I couldn't help myself. Something was just pushing me, and it bothered me. I'm certainly not a person who's driven, a person who's complicated, and I don't have any deep, complex motives either, and yet I just couldn't help myself. Well, before I knew it, I was ringing the doorbell.
Yes?
Mrs. Arthur Hogan.
Are you a reporter?
Well,
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Come on in. Look, I want to see reporters. I want to see every reporter in the world. I want to tell them the true story.
What is the true story?
Oh, sit down. You want a cup of tea, May? No, thank you. Oh, please. You gotta write this. Make sure you write this. ABACA was killed because he knew too much.
About what?
About what was going on.
Where?
I don't know.
Well, just what was it he told you? Do you remember?
Oh, could I ever forget? It was the last day of his life. I said to him, "Hey, Ossie, what are you so nervous about?"
Me? I ain't nervous.
Well, what are you?
Oh, maybe I'm excited.
About what?
You know when the time comes.
Yeah?
I'm pursuing a line of investigation.
You're what?
I'm investigating the activities of a certain company.
What for?
Because I'm certain there's hanky-panky, skullduggery. Who knows what going on?
And what if there is? What business is it of yours?
Crime is the business of every citizen.
Artie, we've been married 30 years, and you get lots of crazy ideas, and I hold still for them. But this,
Danger, nothing to it.
Artie.
I have floated a few trial balloons, as they say. In a day or two, I shall be ready to pounce.
That was what he said. He got close to something. And that was why he was killed.
But did he by any chance happen to mention the company?
No. He just said I'd find it all out in due time. Oh, listen, you print it. You newspaper people, you gotta get the cops moving.
I'm sure the police are doing the best they can.
maybe, but it ain't good enough.
Yeah, and you say that's the Audley Company?
Yes, the Audley Company at 1 Oliphant Avenue.
Okay, ma'am, we'll check it out when we get a chance.
When you get a chance? Well, what else are you doing?
Why, we're proceeding along certain channels.
Channel? What channel? But this is a lead. It's the only solid lead you have.
Well, thank you, Mrs.
Saunders, I traveled over 1,500 miles to come here.
Now, we sure do appreciate it.
Look, Lieutenant, I know that you've got a lot of clanks who come in here and waste your time.
Oh, we sure do.
And I know that there's just no real evidence, but
All right, I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you.
what kind of stupid thing is that to say? What was I going to prove to him, and how? Just that it made me so angry the way he sat there. He knew that he wasn't going to do anything, but what was I going to do?
I found myself walking down the street. Before I knew it, I was in Oliphant Avenue, standing in front of number 1, the seedy-looking office building. Then, I was in the rickety elevator, and I was walking along the dark and dingy 4th-floor corridor. I was standing in front of the greasy, frosted glass door with all those names on it, and then, without knowing why, I was inside.
Well, hello. What can I do for you today?
Or more than you did for me the other time, I hope.
Oh, was your plane forced down again?
No. No, not this time.
Oh, for what are you looking for?
I wasn't sure until just now.
And now you're sure?
Yes, I think so.
Well, what are you sure of?
The Audley Company? The connection between it and Jim goes deeper than what Jim told us.
You realize I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, I do. You're part of it.
Part of what?
So far, I don't know, but Oscar Hogan did.
Who's Oscar Hogan?
And that's why he was killed.
I really wish I knew what you were talking about.
You do.
Look, I just rent desk space and phone service to these people. What they do is none of my business.
Well, it must be a very lucrative business. That watch you're wearing cost at least $300. You certainly didn't buy that dress in this town. That's Para.
Mina.
Ralph.
Oh, darling, I knew I'd find you here. I flew out immediately.
Ralph, something is going on with this Audley Company. Jim is still in contact with them.
Oh, no, Jim and I had that all out. Jim promised me he'd never so much as sell him a single engine.
Well, how did she know that my plane had been forced down? Who could have told her? Who knew? Only Jim, and you, and I.
But as far as we're concerned, there is no more Audley Company.
Only if you believe Jim's story. But Jim's been lying to us for years now. Why should he start telling the truth? How do we even know that he's been telling us the truth about the engine? How do we know anything? Well, we'll soon find out.
Well, Mina.
I've been to the police.
The police?
Yes, I've told them the whole story, and they'll find out what's going on here. After all, if Oscar Hogan could find out.
Oscar Hogan?
The cab driver. That's why he was killed.
Ralph, it's Mayday.
Ralph? But does she know you?
I said it's Mayday.
Ralph, how does she know you?
Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard.
Ralph, it has to be Mayday.
Oh, shut up, the both of you.
Well, what is it? What did you just say to me and to her?
Ralph, who is she?
What do you want to do with her?
Ralph, who are you?
Ralph, we have to get out of here.
Mine,
I'm in command. I make the emergency decision.
But what is she talking about?
Our cover is as good as gone.
What does she mean by cover, Ralph?
And we have to get rid of her.
She's my wife.
She's the part of your cover, just like your starter engine factory.
Ralph, will you tell me what's
Yet,
going...
I'll tell you. She and Jim and I are members of a cell.
A what?
Oh, years ago, we were sent here by...
Ralph!
Well, the country doesn't matter.
You're a spy.
Yes, I'm an agent. Or the title doesn't matter either. Comes to the same thing.
But you're still an American. But no one would ever dream that you were a foreigner.
We had the factory to make starter engines. We needed it for a front. But we couldn't earn enough money, so to make it legitimate on the books, we created this phony Audley company.
Then I am right. It is phony.
Ralph, I'm warning you again.
It was an undercover way that my government could finance our activity.
And you never did ship the starter motors here.
Oh, that's what this cab driver found out. Which is why he had to...
You killed him.
Romana, we had it done. It had to be done.
You're a spy. You commit murder.
I love my country, or I serve it the way I know best. You have countrymen who do the same thing for you.
Oh, Ralph. What are we going to do?
Ralph, you know what you have to do, and quickly.
No, Dolores, she's my wife. I love her.
I merely remind you of the agreement we all had to make. All attachments would be for the sake of cover only.
A human being can throw these things. I still love her.
She cannot be permitted to live. She knows too much.
I won't do it.
If you don't know your duty, I know mine.
Dolores, don't you dare.
She got a gun. Get away from her, Ralph.
No, I won't let you. I won't let you.
Oh, stop. Let go. Let go of my arm.
You won't kill her. I won't let you kill her.
Yes, she's dead.
Oh, darling, you're bleeding. You're hurt.
The first shot hit me.
I'll call it back.
No, don't. Just sit with me.
Oh, well.
I don't need a doctor. I just need you to...
Oh, my dearest.
Had to come to...
No, I won't let you die.
No one can save me. I killed myself.
What are you saying?
I'm a spy. An agent. Call me what you will.
The only thing I want to do, the only thing I know. A man like me
shouldn't have far enough. That's why I died. I fell in love.
Oh, well. Now,
Get all right. I had to leave here. And that would have been the same as no love.
What happened? We were happy. We were in love, and suddenly, without warning, from nowhere, a terrible storm swept everything away. What happened?
The storm. The storm.
We, you and I, two ordinary, everyday people. And all this time you've had a secret life. A terrible secret life.
Everyone has a secret life. It's just the dyed and Lord. Mine was.
How?
But yours.
Hold me close.
Close. This one embrace will have to last.
A lifetime.
When the police arrived, they were sitting very close together. But he was dead. Well, maybe he wasn't dead for her. For Amina Saunders, he will live as long as she will. she'll feel the warmth of his embrace for the rest of her life. I'll be back shortly. You're probably wondering why our story is called For Want of a Nail. You know, for want of a nail, the shoe was lost, and the horse was lost, and the king, and the battle, and the war, and so forth. Well, just because Armana's plane made a forced landing that day, a series of events was activated that wiped out an important espionage cell, killed 3 people, ended a marriage, and changed a woman's life. Well, why was the plane forced to land? It seems a gasket had become worn, and an oil leak was developing in the engine. The gasket is a tiny piece of fibrous material that costs all of 17 cents. Our cast included Betsy Palmer, Ian Martin, Robert Dryden, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Thinoff, the Thynet Medicine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When you join me, I can promise you an experience in suspense that can arise from many sources. Sometimes it is natural conflict, and at others the supernatural. We delve into the strange and the unusual. That is the shadowy world we explore, a world of minds and souls, slightly askew. What we're about to hear is an adaptation of a story written by Algernon Blackwood about a man shell-shocked in the First World War. A not uncommon experience, but dreadful for the victim. His name is Terry O'Reilly, Captain O'Reilly.
Forgive me, officer. I didn't see you, Miss Ogg.
Say, didn't we meet before? You were lost, and some woman came around?
Yeah, the fog was so thick that... Officer...
Hey, you all right? Hey, maybe you're the man we've been looking for. Captain O'Reilly?
Yeah. Yes. The police want me?
Our mystery story, In the Fog, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Gordon Gould. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Shell shock is a psychoneurotic condition like hysteria. The stress of warfare can affect some men to the point where they become disoriented. They cannot tell what is real and what is unreal. They are treated by psychotherapy in a sanitarium until their minds are healed and are able to return to life outside their safe and protected world. Slowly but surely, Captain O'Reilly dreamed less and less of the horrors he had seen, as he explains.
I cracked up. I won't frighten you with the last battle when they came at us in our trenches.
The carnage was awful. Only a handful of us were left. I became a screaming idiot, and I was shipped home to a sanitarium near Cambridge. And a Dr. Henry.
Now, you think you're up to it, Captain?
I think so.
If you begin to feel any uncertainty, just go to a policeman and have him telephone me.
Okay.
You made good progress. All of us are pleased. You just think about the present and the past will recede. Phantoms exist only in the mind. They're up to you to control.
I'm trying to, Dr. Henry.
Now, your friends in Boston, what's their name? Collard?
Yes, Jeff and May. I wrote down their telephone number. Here it is.
Ah, good. I won't need it, I'm sure. Now, when you reach their house, it's on Beacon Hill. Nice. Well, after you arrive, will you telephone me?
Sure. Jeff's a buddy of mine. He got shot up pretty bad. It was when I saw him mowed down that I...
But there he is, he and his wife. Doing well, I'd say, with that Beacon Hill address. Now, your visit is a big step forward to you. Are you going by subway?
Yes, from Harvard Square.
Well, it's a short and pleasant ride. Enjoy yourself. I see you dressed for rain. That's wise.
It's predicted. It's hot, and a cold front is coming in from Maine. We'll get rain.
Oh, maybe fog.
I can do without fog. It reminds me of gas drifting through the barbed wire toward our trenches. I left Dr. Henry. He and his staff had been wonderful to me. I wore my hat and raincoat, and I had the feeling that everyone was watching me. You know the feeling, like you're an intruder. Well, nothing happened. In the subway, I read the car cards, and then I got off and climbed upstairs to the street. Fog, thick as sheep's wool. I didn't know where to turn. I'm sorry, officer. I can't see a thing.
Oh, that's all right. Me neither. It rolled in about half an hour ago.
Where am I?
Tremont Street. I wouldn't move around very much. Most cars are to stand still, but there's always some nut who tries to drive. Who wouldn't see you, and you're hit. No, I'm not moving.
But unexpected my friend.
Or their weight. If they got windows, they can see you'd be struck.
Oh, they're on Beacon Hill.
Across the public gardens in that sea of fog. No, you stick around a while. The fog will lift.
I can make it.
Suit yourself.
I just have to reach my friends.
But wait a few minutes. You wander around through the park, you could stumble into the lake.
Are you all right?
Huh?
Oh, yes, sir. You look kind of worked up.
I was in the war, and the fog...
Hello? Oh, help me. Oh, officer, you're out there?
Oh, no, what is it, Lee?
I'm lost.
Well, so am I. So this man here. No one can find his way in this thick fog.
No, but I'd be there, and he'll be waiting.
Well, my advice is to stay put.
I have to get to Marley Street on Beacon Hill.
Oh, that's where I'm going, too.
Oh, then let's find it, please.
I warn you, lady, you go groping around in this mess and you could be hurt.
I'll go with you.
Oh.
Remember, I warned you. I hope I don't see you in the morgue.
Hold my hand. Tight. Come on now.
Oh, you're very kind.
That's all right. I don't know the hill except it's above the garden.
If I could only see.
Yeah, it's unreal.
What the phantom world. I hate it.
So do I. Hold on. What's your name?
Oh, well, that's unimportant. I don't mean to be rude, but we'll never see each other again.
Even in the fog, I can see how beautiful you are.
Oh, well, thank you.
Holding your hand does me good. You're real.
I should think so.
I mean, I'm Captain O'Reilly, Army. Shipped out for shell shock.
Oh, well, are you... should you be out? I mean, is there a senator?
No, I'm fine.
What did you mean I'm real?
Not an illusion. That's what I suffer from. Not knowing what's real and what isn't.
Now you know.
Sure.
Oh.
It's slow going, but if we stick to the path, we'll be all right.
Your doctor said you could come into Boston alone?
Sure. Dr. Henry. Hey, You're not afraid of me, are you?
Oh, no.
We're never dangerous. Except maybe to ourselves. Like you reach for something you see, and it isn't there. That's why it's good to hold your hand. And don't be nervous. We'll find your house.
Oh, but will I be in time?
Inching along seemed like it took hours instead of 20 minutes. We went uphill, and the path ended, and there was a sidewalk and a curb. You couldn't see the narrow Georgian houses across the street. They were just shadows behind the white fog, like dark cloth under thin white. And here and there I saw pinpoints of yellow lights.
Oh, Morley Street. This way. To the right.
Hold on.
Oh, no, I can find my way now.
Do you see a door?
No, please don't. There's no need.
But I'm going there myself. My friend, the Collard, you may know them, they live on Morley.
Oh, you'll find them.
I hope so. What I thought was, if you don't mind, I'd telephone them and tell Jeff that...
Oh, no, I can't let you do that. The telephone service has been cut off.
Oh?
I'm leaving Boston tomorrow. That is.
Oh.
And the house is closed.
My number is 141. You can head me in the right direction.
Oh, of course. I'm 99. Oh, there it is. Oh, thank heaven. Oh, I'm so late. Oh, please be there.
The woman broke away from me and ran through the open iron mail gate. I hurried after her. She entered the house through an open door, and that struck me as peculiar. I followed. Inside, I found myself in a dark hallway. I could hear her steps as she ran upstairs, and I called, "Hello?"
Go away.
I'm coming up. The door was wide open and you don't know who's in the house. Wait for me.
I'm nervous, Jeff. You'd think your friend Terry would have telephoned.
Well, if he could, but he doesn't know Boston.
I hope he didn't panic.
He could have. But Dr. Henry says that he thinks the captain's ready to rejoin society. Oh, May, you'll like him. Except for Terry O'Reilly, I'd be dead.
Well, maybe we'd better telephone Dr. Henry and the police.
No, let's give it a few more minutes. The fog seems to be lifting a little.
I don't like to think of him wandering around out there lost.
You know, everyone out there's lost, darling. Nothing moves in fog this heavy, and that's really bad for Terry. You know, there's something spooky about fog. Even a normal person sees things in it. Ghosts, figures of the imagination.
Well, I've got a funny feeling about your army buddy.
What?
Fog or no fog, he ought to have been here by now. He's over an hour late.
Well, the number's on the desk by the phone. It's Dr. Henry's. I'm going out on the stoop. Maybe I'll see him stumbling along.
Dr. Henry speaking.
It's Mrs. Collard, Doctor. It's about Captain O'Reilly. He's an hour late and I'm very...
That's disturbing.
The problem is the fog.
The fog?
Boston is socked in.
Oh, well, then that relieves me. He must be waiting for it to lift. It's raining here in Cambridge. When the fog lifts, he'll turn up.
But it's been an hour, Doctor.
Don't you worry, Mrs. Collard. The captain knows what to do if he becomes confused. He has my number, and I've told him not to hesitate to speak to a policeman. You just sit tight.
But don't you think we should notify the police?
Well, yes, maybe that is a good idea. Tell you what, I'll do that, and I'll come in.
Oh, you don't need to do that.
That's all right. Captain's a special patient of mine. I'll be in as soon as I can get to your house. You know, this experience could be critical for him. He's well recovered, but me and Loss could terrify him and send him back into his world of phantoms again.
It was very dark in the hallway. I felt along the wall and entered a parlor. There was a milky kind of light coming through the high windows, and I made out a candlestick. I was conscious of my heart beating hard, not from effort, but from the eerie house. I struck a match and lit the candlestick and started upstairs. "Hello up there!"
Are you all right? Holy Candido. Where are you? Answer me! I'm coming up!
When the woman screamed, I froze. I knew something awful had happened. I took the stairs 2 at a time, the candle flickering in front of me. There were several closed doors in the hallway. I tried the one nearest the street. I opened it. The room was lived in. I went toward a bed. And then... murdered. Good Lord. Stabbed through the heart. Coincidence? It is frowned upon by many, but it is a fact of life. For want of a nail, the shoe is lost. For want of a shoe, the horse is lost. For want of a horse, the rider is lost. What else is that except coincidence? Who is responsible for the want of a nail? How was the doctor to know that when Captain O'Reilly emerged from the subway in Boston, that he would walk into a thick fog? Coincidence? When I return with Act 2, we'll find out where coincidence next led Captain O'Reilly. Coincidence is remarkable because of the lack of apparent connection between a group of events. That's how it seems. And why not? You meet someone you haven't seen for years. You may renew the relationship with good or bad results, and all because of an accidental meeting. When you look back on what followed, how can you explain it? An unexpected meeting, a coincidence. Well, Captain O'Reilly met a stranger, a woman as lost as he. When he followed her upstairs, he found her in a bedroom, murdered. To say I was shocked isn't strong enough. Almost without realizing it, I removed my hat. The dead woman was no illusion. This was real. Selfishly, I knew that this was good for me. I could distinguish between the real and the unreal. That gave me enough confidence to leave, and I left fast, running down the stairs. Then I heard a door closing. For a moment, I hesitated. Then I went outside into the fog.
Hello there.
Oh, hello.
Don't be afraid. I'm a physician, Dr. Sprague.
Oh?
Is, something the matter? Can I be of help?
No, I'm lost.
It's, a little more than that, isn't it?
You really are a doctor?
Oh, yes, I live close by. Why don't you come with me until you calm down and get control of yourself?
I'm late for my friend.
5 minutes won't make any difference. Your name?
O'Reilly. Captain O'Reilly. I could telephone from your house, couldn't I?
Of course. You've, recently been discharged from service, Captain.
Yes.
Shell shock?
You can tell that?
Oh, a shrewd guess. You're distraught and you're perspiring.
But I'm almost cured. I'm going to be okay.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Thanks. So is Dr. Henry.
Oh, yes, the doctor with the sanitarium in Cambridge, of course.
He'll be worried about me. So will my friends.
Well, the telephone.
Yes, that's a good idea. You're very considerate, Dr. Sprague.
By the way, how did you get here to the hill?
Oh, my friends live on Morley Street. I walked through the public garden.
From Tremont Street? How could you see?
I couldn't. We held on to each other and we managed. I don't know how.
We?
Some woman. This is her house. I saw her to the door.
You didn't follow her in?
She just flew in and up the stairs. I called. You see, the front gate and the door were open, and I was afraid for her.
That's quite an experience, Captain. First the fog, and then this woman. Who was she, by the way?
I don't know. But she was frantic. She was meeting someone, and she was afraid she would be too late.
Ah, poor thing. Well, come with me.
All right.
You didn't follow the woman into the house.
Well,
I asked because you said that the gate and the door were open. The gate is still open, but the front door, Captain.
The front door is now closed. Well, he's been seen.
I'm relieved.
A policeman spoke with him when he came out of the subway on Tremont. Terry seemed to be all right. And then some woman came along and they headed into the public gardens toward the hill.
A woman?
That's what the policeman said. A stranger. She was lost too, and was acting pretty wild.
You looked around?
Yeah, the fog isn't that bad now. It's begun to drizzle. I walked around the block calling his name.
Well, now what do we do now?
Nothing. The police are on the lookout for him, and we know that Terry is somewhere in the neighborhood.
That's funny about this woman.
Why, what's funny about her? She's not imaginary. The cops saw her, and they saw them set out together.
The doctor saying the door was closed. That bothered me. I knew I'd been in the woman's house. I didn't know what to do. The right thing was to notify the police. But would they believe I hadn't murdered the woman? We reached Dr. Sprague's house in a few minutes. He led me into a handsome study.
You want to telephone your friends, or may I do that for you? Have you the number?
I wrote it down. Here it is.
Thank you. Operator, give me 1961, please. You can just relax.
That's mighty nice of you to take me in.
Oh, I'm glad to be of help.
Yes? Jeff Collins speaking.
Oh, this is Dr. Sprague. Captain O'Reilly is with me.
Oh, is he all right?
Oh, perfectly. I'll send him on his way in 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm at 141 Morley. And he really is all right?
Yes. I met him on the street and noticed he was upset, so I brought him here to relax. He'll be along shortly.
Where are you, Doctor? I can come for him.
Well, there's no need to do that.
Well, I'd like to, if you don't mind. Your address?
99 Morley.
For heaven's sake, that's only a block away. I'll be right along. And thank you, Doctor.
You feel relieved.
Yeah. I know they've been worried.
So Dr. Henry allowed you to come into Boston?
Yes. Jeff Collard visited me several times at the sanitarium, and last week he invited me to his house for dinner. Dr. Henry approved. It all worked well until I stepped into that fog.
And you were afraid that you might retreat into your, well, how shall I put it, your other world?
You know about Del, Doc.
Quite a good deal. You experienced a dreadful shock, didn't you?
Pardon me?
Something about that house and the strange woman. Why don't you tell me about it? In confidence, of course. I'm a doctor. Keeping it bottled up could be bad for you. What about the open gate and the open door? And the strange woman, Captain?
I told him everything. How I bumped into the cop and the woman coming up. The stumbling walk to the public garden, right up to the house, and into it, and into that bedroom, and the woman stabbed to death. He listened intently.
Extraordinary.
It was horrible, and she was so beautiful. I can smell her perfume now. Poor woman.
Yes. How odd.
Worse than odd. And I don't know what to do about it.
Oh, there's nothing to do about it. But the police... You didn't murder the woman, did you, Captain?
Good Lord, no.
Then you'll be wise to forget about it. She'll be found, I imagine, and somebody will be suspected and hopefully caught. When I said odd, I meant odd in a coincidental sense.
Oh? How's that?
You have wisely unburdened yourself to me, so I'll do the same for you. I have a story that's very similar to yours.
I'd like to hear it.
I had a friend who was a professor at the college. Unlike most professors, he was quite wealthy, and he lived here on Beacon Hill. When war was declared, he enlisted.
He must have felt strongly about it.
Oh, he didn't. But to go on, this friend had a young and beautiful wife.
They were devoted?
He loved her very deeply.
I loved that way before I was called up.
Ah, you're married?
No. I was overseas too long. She married someone else. And that hurt.
Not as bad as a man can be hurt by an unfaithful wife, Captain.
Is that what happened?
My friend closed his house up on the hill. His wife took smaller quarters. He'd been in France for 6 months when he learned what was going on back home.
She took up with someone else?
She was young. She was beautiful. She was alive.
But you knew her, Doctor. How could you allow her to take up with another man?
It was I who wrote to my friend about what I suspected.
Did he divorce her?
No, he got leave to return for a few weeks, and he murdered her.
Good Lord. And the other man, what happened to him?
My friend waited in his old house where his wife and the other man used to meet.
The man never showed up for their rendezvous.
Too bad.
Wasn't it? And she had left the front door open for him.
Like...
Exactly. What did you say the woman said as she ran into the house?
Something like, I can't be late, I can't, and I can't miss him. She was afraid maybe he'd been there and left. That's the impression I got. And your friend said the front door was open?
That's what he told me.
The only difference between the stories is that I walked in not as the woman's lover.
No. As a stranger.
Did you bring him back yet?
No, I didn't find it.
But Dr. Sprague gave you his address, and it's only down the block?
But I went to 99. It was closed and dark from top to bottom.
That peculiar.
Yeah, isn't it? I don't understand it at all.
You tried the bell.
Sure, no luck. Then the next-door neighbor came out, Mrs. Lawrence. I know her slightly. She said the house had been closed and the professor enlisted and that his wife had moved away. I asked if she knew a Dr. Sprague. She said she never heard of it.
How funny.
There's no doctor living in the block that she knows of.
But why would Dr. Sprague tell you that... Oh, it beats me. And now we still don't know where Terry might be.
Something very strange is going on. I just sent it.
But you said Dr. Sprague found it perfectly normal.
Well, he did.
Well, maybe you better find that policeman and go back to 99. I'll come with you.
No, darling. You stay here. Don't forget that Dr. Henry's on his way in.
Oh, I forgot.
And who knows, Terry just might show up.
Well, if he does, you'll take us out to dinner. Mine is ruined.
Oh, it's a nightmare. Now, what if there isn't a Dr. Sprague?
What? Why would he say he was if he wasn't? Terry had to be with him, or how would the man know us or our telephone number? And what's the matter with you, Jeff? You think Dr. Sprague's a fictitious character?
Well, maybe.
But why? You think this could be a hoax?
Who knows?
The few minutes I spent with Dr. Sprague calmed me down, and confessing my discovery of the murdered woman did relieve my mind. Jeff and May knew where I was, so that worry was taken care of. I liked Sprague, and I was grateful he happened along when I ran out of that house. I said as much, and he said,
"Oh, coincidence, Captain. I like the fog. I often stroll around in it."
"Most people hate it."
"Well, I don't. It gives me a feeling of solitude, encases me in myself. Shuts out the world."
I better be going along, Doctor.
Yes, I suppose you should. Now, let me help you with your coat.
My hat.
What?
Good Lord. I left my hat in that room. The police will find my hat and trace it to me.
Why, is your name in it?
No, it's just an ordinary felt hat, worn.
Well, the police will know that someone murdered the woman and left the hat, but how could it be identified as yours?
But I'll be missing a hat, and somebody will ask me about it.
Right, then tomorrow in Cambridge, buy another. No, wait a minute. I have a better idea. Take this one of mine.
Oh, I couldn't.
Of course you can. I have several. Why not?
You're very trusting, Dr. Sprague.
How so?
What if I did murder that woman?
Oh, my dear boy, I'm convinced that you didn't. What motive could you have had?
Yeah, none. I only saw her face for a few minutes, and she'd be the last person I'd harm. No, I wanted to help her. Someone else killed her. Someone who was hiding in that house. As I ran down the stairs, I heard a door shut on the second floor.
Lucky you didn't meet up with him.
I hadn't thought of that. You're right. I could have been stabbed the way she was.
Quite a story you're going to have for Dr. Henry.
Mine and yours. Whatever happened to the man the wife was going to run away with?
Ah, my friend would like to know. I suppose that man did run away. Captain O'Reilly, I doubt if we'll meet again, but I wish you well. You know, this experience has been good for you.
I think so, too.
And don't forget your hat.
Your hat? Thanks. My alibi for something I didn't do. I wish I knew who did. Who'd murder a beautiful woman like that?
Someone she had deeply offended, Captain.
All of us are two persons. That's a generalization, but I think it's true.
We appear to each other as one kind of person. Then there's the inner person. A criminal does not have to look like what we think he should look like. Everyone is capable of committing a crime.
For those that do, something snaps in the mind and triggers it. More when I return with Act 3.
We have a victim of shell shock in the First World War, nicely recovering and about ready to return to normal life.
Then fog leads him into an experience that would terrify a sane person. The fog is frightening in itself, but
then there's the stranger, the nameless, beautiful woman, and the discovery in her closed-down house that she'd been murdered. Despite what Captain O'Reilly has told us, can we overlook him as the killer?
He could have committed murder.
I thanked Dr. Sprague once more and put on my coat and his hat and stepped outside. It was raining now and I could see where I was. He had told me which way to turn to reach Jack Collard's house, so I went through his iron rail gate and turned to my left. And coming toward me was the policeman.
Well, we keep on meeting. You are Captain O'Reilly, right?
Yeah.
You got everyone in town looking for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dr. Henry called on the police, and your friend's been out in the street calling your name.
Caused a lot of trouble.
You're kind of special, Captain. Dr. Henry got worried that, lost in the fog, you might have lost your bearings.
Well, I did. But Dr. Sprague took me in, and I'm okay now.
Well, I'll walk you to your friends until I have own headquarters from there. Is that all right?
Of course.
The woman find your house?
Oh, yes, I guess so.
Why the guess? You were with her, weren't you?
Well, through the public gardens. Then she thanked me and ran down the street.
Oh, well, so she got home all right.
I suppose so. I don't know.
She was pretty tensed up.
She was meeting someone. That's what she said.
You remember what I told you over on Tremont? How, if you'd listened to me and waited until the fog thinned out, you'd have saved yourself a lot of aggravation. Well, you're found, so we'll forget it.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Am I near 141? I can't quite make out the numbers.
Dr. Henry?
Oh, yes. Oh, well, you must be Mrs. Collard.
Yes, May Collard. Please come in. I'm so glad you came.
Oh, hasn't Captain O'Reilly turned up?
Come in. No, he hasn't arrived, but Dr. Sprague said Carrie'd be along directly.
Oh, who's Dr. Sprague?
Oh, just leave your coat and hat here in the hall.
Oh, thank you, Miss Collard. Has something happened to the captain?
No, not that we know of. My husband's wandering the block trying to find him. Dr. Sprague telephoned and told Jess that Terry was all right. Jess said he'd walk down to 99, Sprague's address, and walk Terry home.
And?
The house is closed tight and dark at the tomb.
Oh, that's strange. Captain O'Reilly's somewhere in this block with a Dr. Sprague who isn't at the address he gave.
Yeah. Now, what do you make of that? We're really terribly worried.
Well, now, don't be. I have full confidence in the captain.
But wandering through that fog, it was like a covering of snow. You couldn't see 5 feet.
Well, how do you know he's here on Beacon Hill?
From this Dr. Sprague.
Uh-huh. Maybe I'd better telephone the police. I told them to watch for him that I was coming into Boston. Maybe they have a report by now. It's hard to imagine walking through the public gardens if you can't see. May I use your telephone?
Oh, of course, back there in Jeff's study.
Don't worry. Unless he's had an accident, I'm sure he's all right.
Oh, Jeff, any luck?
I can't find that policeman. Who's Hatton? Oh, Dr. Henry's?
He's checking with police.
Well, I give up. Let him come to us. I don't know where else to look.
Mr. Collett.
Oh, hello, Dr. Henry.
There's no news yet, but everyone's got his eye open for the captain.
Oh, hey.
You must be May.
Harry, thank goodness.
Oh, Voddy, hey, are we glad to see you. Come in, come in.
My friend, Sergeant.
Oh, Mary, do you mind if I use your telephone, Mr. Collett? Well, come with me. Where did you find this big hulk?
Coming down to Mr. Sprague's house. So he exists, huh? Well, Captain?
I apologize for causing all this trouble, Doctor.
You've had quite a day.
I'll wait until you're here.
You seem to have borne up well.
I think what happened to me today has got me cured.
Fog can be terrifying.
Not as terrifying as finding a woman murdered.
Oh, no!
What? You found her?
Hey, what's going on? You look shocked, May.
It's just relief that Carrie showed up.
Sergeant O'Malley, thank you.
Sure. The alert's off, and I got a pat on the head from his chief. Good night, folks, and keep O'Reilly indoors.
Well, what's going on here?
Sit down, and I'll tell you what happened to me. It was horrible. There was this beautiful woman.
A spy story.
Together we found her house, right on your street.
Yeah, sounds exciting.
The front door was open and she ran in. A few minutes later, I found her, dead.
Good Lord. Well, where'd she live?
At number 99.
Oh, isn't that where Dr. Sprague lived?
Yeah, that's what he said. But 99's closed. No one lives there. The owner enlisted and the wife moved away. Terry, you...
I was in that house. I found the woman on the second floor, stabbed to death. I told them everything that had happened to me from the time that Dr. Henry had sent me on my way until I walked into their house a few minutes ago.
It's incredible, Terry.
Pretty weird, May, but it happened. Now what do I do?
Yeah. The body in the front room at 99 Morley.
I have to report it to the police, Jeff. That's my duty. Don't you agree, Dr. Henry?
Well, yes, but then come the complications.
I know that, Doctor. Who's going to believe me? I found the woman murdered. I, a patient at your sanitarium.
Captain, tell me about this Dr. Sprague.
He was very nice. A very nice man.
And you walked into him when you ran out of the house at 99, is that right?
Yes, that's it. I was badly upset. He saw that and tried to calm me down.
Jeff, Dr. Sprague couldn't have told you that he lived at 99. He just couldn't have.
Yeah, you could be right. But no one lives there.
But there's a body in there, old buddy.
Sprague invited you to his house. You walked, and he led the way.
It was close by. I guess we walked for a few minutes.
You don't know where, of course.
No. The fog wasn't too bad, and it had begun to drizzle. I just kind of blindly followed where he led.
And when you got to his house?
It was dark. There wasn't even a light on the stoop. I followed him into a kind of study with books and shelves on the walls, a desk and some chairs.
You told him your story, and he told you his. Why?
Well, confession's good for the soul.
But whose soul, Doctor?
What's your point, May?
Well, say that Dr. Sprague is a saint. He takes Terry in and hears his story and tells him almost the same one.
Yeah.
Why? That's what puzzled me. What if the story Dr. Sprague told was not about that friend of his, but about himself?
What? This Dr. Sprague murdered the woman? Oh, that's impossible. Terry met him outside the house.
I know that, but... Well, it's an idea.
No, it's too fantastic, darling. You agree, Terry?
I don't know. So much has happened, I'm pretty mixed up. I did meet him outside, May.
But, could he have been in the house, Captain?
I didn't see him. I didn't see anybody except the woman. It was very dark in the house.
I don't think he exists.
Now, wait a minute, Jed.
No, I know he exists, old buddy. I mean, I don't think he's Dr. Sprague. That man is somebody else. I know why he said he lived at 99 Morley. He wants the body found.
But he said that no one would ever know who murdered the woman. I was to forget it.
He didn't suggest notifying the police.
No, Doctor.
Yeah, but giving me the address where there's a murdered woman is just about the same thing. He knew my curiosity would be aroused.
Sergeant O'Malley will come forward about Terry wandering around like a ghost up and down Morley Street.
You know, if May's right, if this Sprague is the murderer, he could frame you, Terry.
Oh, I don't believe that for a second. He's a fine man.
Captain, if you agree, I'll ask Sergeant O'Malley to step around and we'll enter that house at 99 Morley.
All right.
That's step one. If the woman can be identified, the police may find a clue to the person who stabbed her.
The next hour was a week long. I told my story to Sergeant O'Malley, and he and Jeff and Dr. Henry entered the woman's house. They found the body all right. An ambulance took it to the morgue. Dr. Henry vouched for me, and the police thanked me for reporting the murder. I was placed in the doctor's custody until an investigation was made. O'Malley left the Collards' house, and we sat down, pretty drained.
You feel better now, Terry?
Yes, Jeff. I'm glad it's over with.
Now you have nothing to worry about, Captain. It took courage to tell the truth.
Well, he's never been short on that, Doctor.
You didn't have to tell us any of this, Terry. Why did you? You've let yourself in for a lot of questioning.
Yeah. It may sound funny, but I fell in love with that woman. That may sound silly, I know, but she was beautiful, and she wore lovely perfume. And there's more to what happened tonight than I've told. Let me tell you 2 things. As I went up the stairs to the bedroom, I heard the door close.
The woman or the murderer?
Not the woman. She had screamed. So it was the murderer who closed the door. He did the same thing when I got to the bottom of the stairs and flew out.
Well, why didn't you mention that to O'Malley?
Because of something else. When I got to the street and bumped into Sprague, I didn't have my hat. I'd left it in the woman's bedroom.
But, there was no hat in the room when we were there.
I left it there, Jeff.
It couldn't just vanish. My gracious, if your hat had been found...
Oh, you'd have been in for it, old buddy. That's hard evidence.
But you were wearing a hat when you came in here, Captain.
So I was. I told Sprague I'd left my hat on the woman's bed, and he said to forget it. And he offered me this one of his. Almost forced it on me. Just a moment. I'll show it to you. Here it is.
So?
Oh, it's, just an ordinary hat. And Sprague's hat was the same size as the one you left behind?
Exactly the same size. And do you know why? Because this is my very own hat.
You may have guessed, but I was sure of only one thing. Dr. Sprague, or whoever he was, did not intend to frame Captain O'Reilly. Weather is a factor in our behavior. Fog more so than other conditions because it's like a shroud. It deadens sound. It can lead you astray, often into the unexpected. And that is what we specialize in. The byways of life where a person by design or by accident may experience an adventure that will be unforgettable. I'll be back shortly. In the beginning, I spoke about coincidence. Is there such a thing? Or are certain meetings that seem to be accidents predetermined? Philosophers argue the subject to a draw, but I imagine that Captain O'Reilly, freed by the way, and Sprague was never caught, often wonders about the awful night he was lost in the fog. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Martha Greenhouse, Ian Martin, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale. Why wasn't I on this morning of all mornings? Why?
It's a miracle, darling. It's a miracle.
Of course, it's a miracle. But that doesn't answer the question. Why was I saved? 5 people are dead. The 3 in the plane, Mr. Fieldings, and a woman named Mrs. Jane Grey. Why was I saved? The people in the plane died because their aircraft underwent some malfunction. Mr. Fieldings and Mrs. Grey, they just happened to be there. I should have been there too. Why wasn't I? Why was I saved?
Because Dick Harrison called you at exactly 8 a.m., the split second you were about to leave.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We're all doomed, said one philosopher. It is inevitable. It is fate. It is destiny. Our lives hang on a slender thread from one day to another. We place our daily existence in the hands of total strangers and pray for the luck of the draw. We do it when we drive down the highway, when we fly in an airplane. We do it when we elect a president. It is not death we fear, but the inevitability of it. The destiny of one, the destiny of millions, can rest in the hand of a single person.
That's right. Ignore the truth. Go make your report. Tell them a lie.
Dr. Bela, it's all in your mind.
You can't allow this project to continue. It's flawed. It's dangerous. There is only death. You alone have the power to stop it.
You're talking insanely.
You fool. Are you also blind? We will be destroyed, and you are the only one with the power to save us.
Our mystery drama, Death on Project X, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Details, details. In the infinity of government bureaucracy, have you ever wondered about those workers whose job it is to look after the tiny pluses and minuses? The supposedly insignificant paperwork that maintains the order of our society. For them, the sum total of any of our lives is written on a slip of adding machine tape. This is in no way to demean those who pursue these rather thankless back-office careers. But even the dullest of jobs is never totally predictable, and obscurity can often end with a call to the front desk.
You're probably wondering why I've sent for you, Jenkins. Jenkins is on sick leave, sir. I'm Hughes. What happened to Krebs?
Transferred to another department, sir.
Well, what about
Already retired last month.
Hughes, huh? How long have you been with Project Planning Office?
5 years?
And of course, you've served on the review board before?
No, General.
No? You worked for the planning office all this time and you've never gone on a field inspection?
No, sir.
Well, then how can you possibly be acting assistant director?
Seniority, sir.
What was your previous position?
Until last week, I was supervisor of accounts and records.
Accounts and rec... No, you won't do. You won't do it all. Hello, Haskins. And General Glynn here. What do you mean sending me this Hughes fellow? He has no experience. What? Are you sure? He is. Well, no, all right. All right, I'll get back to you. It's incredible, Hughes, but according to the director, you're the only available staff member familiar with Project X.
Yes, sir. The accounting section is acquainted with every detail of every project.
Well, let's hear what you know, Hughes.
Yes, sir. Project X, filed under Category 723, Miscellaneous Research, Secret Type D Defense. Total expenditure to date, $1.87 billion. Location, 1/2 mile underground. Craig installation. Personnel, 89 men, 43 men.
That's enough, Hughes. You certainly know the raw fact, but knowledge is no substitute for experience.
No, sir.
This department is overextended. Just find us an excuse and we'll drop Project X.
Drop Project X, sir?
Or Project W or V or whatever we find sufficient grounds for termination.
Gerald Glynn, what would you call sufficient grounds?
Bad morale for one, and misuse of funds for another. That I'm sure you could spot that particular one, Hughes. And of course, there's also the high risk quotient. Now, in other words, you have reasonable doubt that adequate safeguards exist to ensure a margin for error.
Well, I'm supposed to be able to determine that, sir. I'm no scientist, sir. I'm an accountant.
Hughes, I've got my hands full as it is.
General, the responsibility. I mean, I've never...
I know that, Hughes. And you know that. But so help me, don't you let them know it's your first assignment. I did want you to have a look at the main generating plant, Mr. Hughes.
Oh, it's very impressive, Colonel.
Not to mention efficiency. As the project's chief power source, it can't be beaten for maximum utilization of fuel anywhere.
Yes, I'd seen the figures.
Mr. Hughes, I just want you to know that the Project X staff is completely at your disposal.
I appreciate your cooperation.
Yeah, that's it, cooperation. The research we're doing here at X, it's at least important enough for a little common courtesy. I'm sure you've run into some real belligerent types on other inspections, haven't you?
Yes, I have, certainly.
If we're finished here, I'd like to take you on to the primary testing facility. This, of course, is the main lab. You won't find another as well-equipped in the entire country.
At a cost of nearly $67.2 million, I should think not.
You certainly know your figures.
Well, details have always intrigued me, Colonel. Facts, figures, these things are the black and white. They are the ultimate indicator of success or failure.
You sound just like an accountant.
Well, you might say I'm interested in seeing a financial outlay for this project is justified by its progress.
In other words, the boys at the planning office still want to know if they're getting their money's worth. But I assure you, Mr. Hughes, at Project X, you certainly are. By the way, I'd like you to join me for dinner. If you have no other plans.
Thank you, Colonel. I'd be happy to. Memo to General E.F. Glynn. My first day at Project X. Record most favorable. First impression. Project director extremely cooperative. Facilities well planned and in good order. Staff efficient and congenial. No evidence of any morale problems. Come in. I said come in. Strange. Nobody there.
Wait a minute, what's this? That's a note. Who'd write me a note? Let's see. Beware, the end is near.
Beware, the end is near. And what kind of a message is that?
You say someone slipped the note under the door to your quarters?
Yes, that's right, Colonel.
Strange.
Colonel, do you have any staff members here who might be, a little unstable?
Mr. Hughes, our people are carefully screened to avoid just that.
Over 130 men and women engaged in top-secret defense research, constantly under stress, and there are never any difficulties?
Well, of course, we're human. Occasionally, some of our people experience depression, fatigue, but it's normal.
And you say there's no morale problem?
Here? No, not at all. I'm sure even you noticed how well our people seem to work together.
Do you have any conception of how crucial our research is?
Do you think I'd risk it all on demoralized personnel?
Well, Colonel Durf, I merely inquired. I wasn't a thief.
I told you we have nothing to hide. We're an open book.
Then you won't mind if I paid a visit to your infirmary?
Of course not.
I'd like to meet your staff psychiatrist.
Staff psychiatrist?
If I just think a brief talk would clarify things for me, Colonel. I'm sure there are no real problems, but I pride myself on being thorough.
Can I help you?
Well, I'm looking for Dr. Baylor. My name is Eli Hughes. I'm from the Project Review Board.
Oh.
You must be Dr. Hillary, the project medical director?
Yeah, that's correct.
You have an unusually high efficiency rating, Doctor.
I do what I can.
Well, I wanted to speak with Dr. Baylor concerning cases of fatigue.
Fatigue?
Well, according to the Colonel, the only personnel problems here stem from sheer physical exhaustion.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hughes. You'll have to come back when Dr. Baylor's available.
Well, maybe you could tell me, Dr. Hillary.
Well, I'm afraid not. I am rather pressed for time.
In other words, you don't wish to cooperate with an official government inspector.
Mr. Hughes, don't try to put rank on me. This is your first time out.
That's not true, Doctor.
It is written all over you. You don't even understand what we're all about here, now do you?
Well, I most certainly do.
You don't know anything. Adrian.
Hello, Dr. Hillary. Who is the man?
Adrian, I'd like you to meet Mr. Hughes.
Hello. Can you swim?
I beg your pardon?
Swim. Can you swim in the water?
In fact, I don't.
But you must. We're going to be with the fishes, so we must know how. Isn't that so, Dr. Hillary?
Yes, Adrian, that's true.
Doctor, what is she talking about?
I didn't mention the seahorses. We're going to be with the seahorses, too.
Seahorses?
Yes. We'll all be together. The fishes, the seahorses, and the people. That's a fact. Doctor, have you been practicing your underwater breathing like I told you to?
Yes, I certainly have.
That's good. That's very good.
Doctor, could we step outside for a moment, please?
Adrian, we have to go away now, but we'll be right back.
Okay.
Would you, explain to me what that was all about?
You mean Adrian?
Well, that girl talks like an idiot.
An idiot? Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Hughes. That girl happens to be Dr. Adrian Orman, the chemist.
That girl?
Yes, assistant to Professor Shoup, the man behind the X Factor.
I don't understand. What happened?
Well, a few weeks ago, she just snapped.
Just like that?
Yeah, I'm no psychiatrist. I'm a surgeon. But I can tell you this. She was very dedicated, a perfectionist. She wasn't satisfied with the final conversion formula.
Shoup's formula?
Right. She insisted that there was an error somewhere. It just didn't feel right, was how she put it. In any case, she went for days without sleep, without food, looking for some imagined error. Well, she finally cracked. From sheer fatigue.
Oh. I'm very sorry.
Are you? Are you really?
Yes, Doctor, I really am.
Well, you shouldn't be. To feel sorry is to care, and to care is to become involved.
What's wrong with that?
He's here, isn't he? The man from Project Review?
Jerry, this isn't good for you. Now you should stay in bed.
I'll go. I will, just as soon as I talk to him. You're the man, aren't you?
I'm Eli Hughes from the planning office.
Please listen to me.
Jerry, I want you to stop this.
But he has to know. He has to know how sad it is. A tragedy, that's what it is.
Jerry, you can talk to Mr. Hughes later. Now, we're busy now.
I'll go, but please, tell him how sad it is.
Yes, I'll tell him.
Because he shouldn't be afraid to cry. Tell him. Make him see. He'll cry too.
Yes, Jerry.
Because it's so sad.
Dr. Hillary, that woman is crazy.
Yes, I know.
That's all you can say?
What else can I say, Mr. Hughes? I've already told you.
Yes, I know. You're a surgeon, not a psychiatrist. But what does the project psychiatrist have to say about this?
Mr. Hughes, Dr. Jerry Baylor is the project psychiatrist.
The Bible says, "Physician,
Heal thyself." Obviously, we have just met the perfect example in Dr. Baylor.
if this woman is the resident psychiatrist, what can we expect from her patients? Are the lunatics indeed running the asylum? That is, if Dr. Baylor really is a lunatic. After all, who are we to say? We don't make hasty judgments here. We examine all issues carefully. We'll be back in a moment with Act Two. For the past 5 years, Eli Hughes lived a carefully ordered life in an adding machine world where 2 + 2 always came out 4. Suddenly elevated to the rank of project investigator, he has been sent out on a seemingly routine check of a top-secret research center. And he must make a judgment based on only 2 things: experience and instinct. Lacking the first, we can only hope he has a little of the second. Instinct, that subliminal sense that tells us something is wrong.
Colonel, what I want from you is an answer.
An answer to what, Mr. Hughes?
That woman I met just 10 minutes ago in your infirmary. According to my records, she's still on salary as a full-time staff psychiatrist.
I'm aware of that.
Well, then perhaps, Colonel, you can explain to me your reasons for not reporting this situation.
Mr. Hughes, what do you really know about Project X?
I'm acquainted with all the facts.
Oh, I'm sure you are. You know the statistics, what we spent. But what do you know about us? What are we doing here?
You're doing research.
What kind of research?
Complex research for the defense program.
Do you know the nature of the research?
Yes, you're developing another weapon.
No, not just another weapon. The ultimate weapon. This weapon will render all others obsolete.
Yes, I've heard that before.
No. This is the highest level of achievement we can ever hope to reach. Nothing will be as sophisticated. X is capable of destruction on a level that is incomprehensible.
Colonel, I was talking about Dr. Baylor.
So am I. The X factor is the cause of Dr. Baylor's breakdown. Let me explain. There are over 130 men and women working on this project. They have actually constructed a device which, if ever put into operation, could obliterate an entire country in a matter of moments.
Moments? Well, I don't see what this has to do.
Let me finish. Our people are working on the ultimate weapon. Can you imagine the moral and ethical implications? The guilt resulting from association with the most devastating weapon ever built by man? Dr. Baylor worked around the clock with some of our people. She listened. She cared. Unfortunately, she had no one to discuss her own doubts and guilt she had absorbed from others. The strain was too much.
You mean she broke from the pressure?
That's right. And so you understand, Eli.
I'm sorry, Colonel. I had no idea, but still, this must be reported. The woman must be sent home.
Why?
Well, because this woman is a government employee drawing a $37,000 salary.
That's your reason?
Well, Colonel, isn't that reason enough?
We're speaking of a broken woman, Mr. Hughes.
Yes, I understand that.
Well, if you understand, then where is your compassion? How can you send this woman back into a world she no longer fits into? A record forever ruined.
I can't help that.
At least here, she does no real harm.
That woman is harmless?
Absolutely. She still has the delusion that she's helping her fellow workers. She feels useful. Would you take that away from her?
Well, I'm not trying to. I mean, I have to follow regulations.
So you'd send her away and strip every last vestige of dignity from the woman?
Do you have any idea how overexpended this project is? She no longer qualifies as a member of your staff.
And how do you know what qualifies someone as a member of my staff? Now listen, Eli. Now let's forget the formalities for a while.
I want you to erase from your mind the stereotype of cold-hearted military officers. I care about this project, and I care about these people. And I think what's good for one is good for the other.
But I'm talking about efficiency.
And I'm talking about humanity.
Well, you can't have both.
Who says so? Maybe you've been behind your desk too long. Or maybe you've been on so many field inspections that we all begin to look alike to you.
No. In fact,
what?
nothing. You'll have to excuse me, Colonel. I have work to do.
You're making your first mistake, Mr. Hughes. You are becoming personally involved with this project.
I am not.
If something is disturbing you, why not just put it in your report?
Because I want to be fair about this.
I know you've just been talking with the Colonel. As a result, you've made your second mistake.
What are you talking about?
I mean, you just can't leave well enough alone, can you? You're beginning to doubt yourself. Doubt this project. Is it really worth all the expense, all the trouble?
And what do you think?
Well, I can't answer. I refuse even to let myself think about it. If you want answers, why don't you talk to the man who made it all possible?
Just who are you talking about?
The man behind the X Factor. Professor Shoup.
But I want your opinion.
I already told you, I have no opinion. And if I did, I certainly wouldn't advertise it. To you or to anyone else.
Project X is the only sure way to a permanent and lasting peace.
The ultimate weapon, Professor?
But of course.
Well, I don't understand how a weapon will bring peace.
Isn't it obvious?
Well, frankly, no.
If we have the means of destroying our enemies before they are capable of responding, who would ever dare attack us?
Well, what if you did use it? Wouldn't it destroy everything?
No. Let me explain to you what the X Factor really is. It is the power to harness the elements contained beneath the Earth's crust and channel them for our own use, a virtually unlimited source of natural energy combined with the power to control it, actually direct it.
In other words, pinpoint destruction.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I had no idea.
That is why it will bring us peace, because to contemplate war in the face of Project X is to be faced with obliteration without hope of escape. The choice will have to be that of trust and peace.
Yes, I never thought of that.
You must admit it all puts the matter quite in perspective, does it not?
It certainly does, Professor.
So you'll be leading us tomorrow, Eli?
Yes, Colonel. I thought about what you said about Dr. Jerry Bailey. I'm not going to make any mention of it in my report. It's not necessary to the case.
Thank you.
As far as I'm concerned, if you consider Dr. Baylor to be a member of the Project X staff, I won't dispute it.
What brought about this sudden change of heart?
Colonel, I am not a man affected by sentimentality. My primary interest is saving the government unnecessary expense. As a full-time staff member, Dr. Baylor receives a yearly salary of $37,500. If, however, she were discharged from her position here and put into the care of the Army Medical Center, annual cost for maintenance and therapy would approximate $52,000, not to mention a monthly stipend to her dependents, bringing a total expenditure per annum to well over $63,000. Keeping the doctor on at Project X will be a savings to the government of $26,500.
You're very efficient, Mr. Hughes.
I try to be. What are you doing in my room?
They said you were leaving.
Yes, that's right, Dr. Baylor.
But you just arrived.
Well, I've been here 3 days.
That's not long enough. Don't you realize that?
Doctor, I find that the time was sufficient.
I know what you're going to tell them.
How could you?
You don't have to be a mind reader. Everything's fine here. That's what you'll tell them. Everything's ship-shape and okay, but you're wrong.
Dr. Baylor. Jerry. I really have to be packing.
That's right. Avoid.
No, I'm not trying to
I understand. I know the kind of person you are. You've taken orders all your life, and now you're afraid to make trouble.
No, that's not true.
It's true, and you know it. But I upset everything. I'm the broken cog in the wheel. Well, just you listen to me, because I'm a psychiatrist. I know what I'm talking about.
Yes, of course you do.
Don't patronize me.
Jerry, I understand your situation, really, I do. In fact, I think you're quite a remarkable woman to have endured what you have, but I have already filed a primary report, and it's time for me to leave.
But you can't go. Not until you see the reality. The reality of Project X. You can't permit it to continue.
I had doubts about the usefulness of this research myself, but then Dr. Shoup explained it to me, and it does make sense.
Shoup is out of his mind. He is out to destroy us all.
How can you say that? He's a believer in peace.
You're wrong. He wants to destroy us, and he will, unless you stop him.
Jerry, believe me, what you're going through now is due to fatigue. You've been stretched to the limits of exhaustion.
You fool. Are you blind? Destruction is near. Why won't you believe me?
Jerry, don't you see? It all has to do with the fact that you absorb other people's guilts, the ethical and moral.
No. I have beheld the future and have paid the price. The horror was too great for anyone to remain sane. But you, Eli, you can save us. But you won't. No, you're right. You're right, Eli. Don't permit yourself to care. Leave now before you begin to doubt. Don't let yourself care, or you'll be destroyed. Leave now, this minute, before it starts to eat away inside you. Oh,
Jerry, what is it?
Before it's too late. Before the caring destroys you.
Jerry, what's wrong?
I see under the facade. You are sensitive, like the others. You are vulnerable.
Jerry, what's the matter?
Before it killed you.
Jerry. Answer me. Jerry. Well, how is she? Mr. Hughes, what happened, Dr. Howe? Why did she faint?
She didn't faint. She's dead.
Dead? That's impossible.
She's dead, Mr. Hughes.
No, I don't believe that. Why, only a few minutes ago she was standing right here talking to me.
I know.
Well, how could she die just like that?
The truth, Mr. Hughes, is that Jerry Baylor is dead because she had no desire to go on living. That's the reason it has to be. Because other than that, there is no reason under the sun why this woman should be dead.
The road to resolution starts with doubt. The best way home's the farthest way about.
So said the poet. Doubt. It begins as a wispy thread of curiosity.
It would have been so simple, so easy to have gone back and declared that all was well at Project X. But now doubt, the ultimate weapon of man's own conscience, has been planted inside the practical, well-ordered mind of Eli Hughes. And that is going to prove very unfortunate for him when I return with Act 3. The will to live. There is no power on earth quite like it. And even doctors are at a loss to explain the most critical patients whose sheer tenacity brings them back from death's door. Conversely, many people believe that there exists also the will to die. But what about Dr. Jerry Baylor? Could we say then that she actually died of despair? Of some terrifying vision?
This woman should not be dead.
The fact still remains, Doctor, that she is. Now, there has to be some sound medical explanation. There always is.
All right. Her heart stopped beating, so she died. In fact, though, she wanted to die, so her heart simply stopped beating. Now, do you understand the difference?
No.
Life was an utter torment for Jerry. Each day became more and more difficult to face. Visions of total annihilation. She was firmly convinced that it was actually going to happen. Now, the thought was unbearable.
How are you going to list her death?
Natural causes? What else can I say? That's how I recorded the other two.
Other two? What other two?
Yes. This is the third death we've had here in the past 6 months.
Well, I wasn't informed of any deaths.
Yeah, that's correct. Now that you bring it up, they occurred away from the installation on 2 staff members who had recently resigned from the project. Officially, they were no longer connected with Project X, although I consider the death to be work-related.
How did they die?
One in an accident, the other cardiac arrest. Both had previously been under the care of Dr. Baylor.
I see. Doctor, would it be possible for me to look through Jerry Baylor's office?
I thought you were leaving, Mr. Hughes.
Not just yet. Nothing. For nothing. Now, she had to keep some kind of records.
I'm sure of it.
But where... Wait a minute. One of these tapes. Maybe it's on tape.
Tape 3. Received news today of Dr. Vanetti's death. The second death in under a month. There must be a correlation.
She did put it on tape. Well, maybe now I can get some answers.
In conclusion, both of the deceased scientists had the following in common. They worked in the same lab. They both had previously expressed anxieties to me connected with the safety of Project X. Both admitted to an overwhelming sense of doom. Both had unusually high sensitivity ratings.
Sensitivity ratings? Now, what can she mean by that?
It's sort of an unofficial scientific term, Mr. Hughes. A sensitivity rating is a scale that Dr. Baylor used to classify the intuitive nature of her patients. Now, she believed that some people have a greater sensitivity to stimuli than others. Now, she was almost afraid to use the word extrasensory perception, but she believed that some people have a kind of antennae that enables them to detect danger present in any everyday situation.
Oh, a kind of sixth sense, Doctor?
If you go along with her theory, I guess could call it that.
Well, that would explain what happened to those 2 scientists, and even Dr. Baylor.
Well, you can believe that. I don't. I just think that what happened to the 3 of them, like what's happening to Adrian inside that room there. Some people can't cope with stress. It's as simple as that.
I don't know, Doctor. What about this girl, Adrian?
You met her. She cracked after Jerry was no longer able to function as staff psychiatrist.
Well, maybe there's a connection somehow. I'd like to talk to her again.
Well, if you want, Mr. Hughes, but I really don't think it's going to give you any answers. Unless, that is, you already have one in mind.
Hello, Adrian.
Oh, hello.
Do you remember me?
You're Mr. Hughes.
You can call me Eli.
Okay. Eli, have you learned to swim yet?
No, but, I will.
You better hurry up. You don't have forever, you know.
Yes, Adrian, did you know a man named Dr. Vannetti?
Who?
Dr. Vannetti. He was a chemist like yourself. Both you and Dr. Vannetti came to work at X around the same time.
Dr. Vannetti?
Yes, he worked alongside you and Professor Shoup.
Professor Shoup?
Yes, that's right, Adrian. Now, maybe you can tell me about Dr. Vanetti.
No, I don't want to.
All right. I don't want to upset you.
Do you see these figures, Professor Shoup?
What are you talking about?
Do you see our calculations, Shoup? You've made a mistake. Why won't you double-check your figures against ours? Professor Shoup, why are you so stubborn? Your calculations are off.
What calculations?
I can do a backstroke and hold my breath underwater for almost 1 whole minute.
Adrian, what calculations are you talking about?
I don't want to talk to you anymore today. You're too serious.
I hope you don't mind me disturbing you, Professor Shoup.
Oh, of course not, my boy. Now, you were asking me about Dr. Vanetti and poor Adrian.
Yes. Did you all, how do I put it tactfully? Did you all get along well?
Very tactful, my boy, but unnecessary. In fact, the three of us got along famously. Just famously we did.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because Adrian mentioned something to me about some calculations being off.
Oh, poor Adrian. She was so very distressed about Dr. Vanetti. They were very close, I understand.
In other words, there are no calculations.
But certainly there are. The calculations on my conversion formula. We start testing next week, and I'm very excited, and so is Sakura.
I take it that Dr. Vanetti disagreed with you on some of your figures.
He certainly did, but I set him straight quickly.
Yes. Professor, who double-checks you?
Everything is double-checked by the most qualified member of this staff. Me.
You're joking, aren't you?
Mr. Hughes, I double-check myself. No, on along, I have got work to do.
I think you're taking this all too seriously, Eli.
Colonel, I heard him with my own ears. He said he double-checks himself. Well, I don't know about you, but I call that an extremely unscientific attitude. Now, I certainly intend to mention it in my report. I'm beginning to have my doubts about Professor Shoup.
Oh, now look, you have to understand, the professor is a genius, an absolute genius.
Colonel, I find your attitude very unprofessional. I'm raising serious doubts to you about the emotional stability of your chief scientist. But how can you just dismiss it with a shrug of your shoulder?
Because? Well, it's this way, Eli. We're testing X on a very small scale next week. And as a favor to me, I'm asking you to let this all ride until after the test takes place.
Now, you're not serious. Now, what if Dr. Raymond Vanetti and Dr. Adrian Oramad were right, and the professor was wrong?
That, Eli, is extremely unlikely.
Well, I'll go along with that, Colonel. The question is, can you afford to take that chance?
So you're going away?
Adrian, I wanted to thank you.
Thank me?
Yes, you helped me make a very important decision. I'm going to make my report today, terminating Project X.
Terminate?
It means that Professor Shoup won't be able to carry out the testing next week. I thought it would make you happy to hear that.
Eli, you can't stop it. It's too late.
No, it isn't.
You can see it, can't you, Eli? You're one of us. I can see that.
One of us?
You have it. The sensitivity. You know what's going to happen. The miscalculation in the conversion formula will set off a disastrous chain reaction.
Adrian, I already told you I'm going to stop the test.
No, they'll stop you. They won't let you.
Goodbye, Colonel. I'm glad there are no hard feelings.
Not really, Eli. We do have a full week before the test. Something might always come up. The last word does belong to the General.
Well, I'm sure the General will support my findings.
Perhaps, Eli.
When he hears the results of our testing, I don't believe he will.
Well, you'll be shut down long before the testing, Colonel.
Eli, we can't be closed until you make your report.
In case you forgot, Colonel, I'm leaving today.
Not really.
What are you talking about?
You're a civilian. This is a classified operation. We have to debrief you, and that's going to take time.
Well, I've got a level 3 security clearance.
I'm just being technical, Eli. I have the option to detain any non-military personnel for a routine security check.
How long will this check take?
Exactly 1 week.
1 week? Well, that'll give the professor time to begin his tests.
It will?
Colonel, is it deliberate?
It is.
But you can't. I mean, you can't carry on those tests. If the calculations are even slightly off, there'll be a terrifying chain reaction. You're dealing with the forces of nature. We're talking about cataclysm. Unleashing the violence from beneath the Earth's crust, the elements raging uncontrollably.
Eli, I think you've been taking this all a bit too seriously.
You think I'm crazy, do you? Maybe I am. Maybe man wasn't meant to foresee his own destruction. But it will happen, Colonel, unless I stop it. Only I have the power to stop it, and I must, or else we perish. Civilization will perish. And I must go at once and make my report.
Eli, you're not going anywhere. Not for a long, long time.
No, lie down, Mr. Hughes.
How long have I been here, Dr. Harry?
Almost a week.
Doctor, it still isn't too late. There's still time.
I told you, Mr. Hughes, not to become emotionally involved. Now look what it's done to you.
No, it doesn't matter. Not really. I can't stop destiny.
Please don't tire yourself.
She was right. Jerry was right. It's a mistake to care. It'll destroy you if you care.
Please, Mr. Hughes. Eli.
It won't be long now, Doctor. We'll all fall in. Down to the bottom of the ocean. Back to the fishes.
Well, rest the fishes and the seahorses.
General Green? Yes, come in, Corporal. I want you to take a letter to the director of Project X.
Ready, sir.
To the attention of Colonel Lilly, Project Director. Sir, in lieu of a progress report from Investigator Eli Hughes, our Secondary Review Committee has voted to send a replacement sometime in the following few weeks. In the interim, as Project X poses no immediate threat to the safety of this country, permission is hereby granted for you to continue with your research. Signed, Major General E.F. Blinn, Commander-in-Chief of Military Forces, Atlantis.
Atlantis? You mean we didn't tell you that this story was about Atlantis? Well, after all, we never exactly told you it wasn't. One thing is for sure, though. We don't have to tell you how this story ends. Undoubtedly, you have already heard the ending. Atlantis was destroyed. I'll be back in a moment. Is man bent on destroying himself? This story was offered merely as a fable to make you think and wonder. That's what this program is all about. To expand the imagination, heighten the senses, tantalize the curiosity. Was there really an Atlantis? What could have happened to cause such an advanced civilization to vanish from the face of the earth without a trace? Our cast included Larry Haynes, Robert Dryden, Catherine Byers, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time...
pleasant dreams.
A CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.T. Marshall. If your candle is burning, a gust of wind will blow it out. If your house is burning, a gust of wind will make the flame hotter and brighter. The wind and the flame. Can it be said they seem to have a kind of love-hate relationship? Or should it be said that we simply cannot predict the actions of the elemental forces of nature? In which case, what can we say about ourselves? Isn't each living creature a collection of those very same mysterious and baffling forces?
Telephone for you, sir.
I don't want to talk to anyone now.
Gentleman said it's urgent.
Tell him to call back later.
I'll do that, sir.
Who is it, by the way?
Mr. Wesley Carradine.
Who?
Mr. Wesley Carradine.
Well, that's impossible. Wesley's been dead 6 months.
But here he is on the phone, sir. Do you want to talk to him?
Our mystery drama, The Wind and the Flame, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dare and stars Celeste Holm. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Conscience, said Sigmund Freud, is the perception of the rejection of a particular wish operating within us. And I take his word for it, on faith. However, I much prefer the definition by Robert Louis Stevenson, who revealed the heart of the matter when he said, "Conscience is the one thing I cannot bear." Well, you can see, this is going to be a story about conscience, and the best place to begin a story is at the beginning. That's a rule. And rules were meant to be broken. We shall begin ours neither at the beginning nor the end, but somewhere in between.
Yes?
Is this the residence of Mr. Arthur Randolph Hale? Oh, you're Mr. Hale. I recognized you.
What is it you want?
From your picture. They've been in the paper.
What can I do for you?
Well, I have a letter for you.
Oh, please come in. Won't you have a seat, Mrs.
Admit. Unfortunately, I have never known wedded bliss. Although, to tell the truth, when one looks around, one is hard put to believe that marriage is really blissful. What do you think, Mr. Hale?
Well, I think that I should like to see that letter.
Of course, of course. Here is it. From Mrs. Terwilliger.
Penelope Terwilliger?
Yeah, Mr. Gerald Terwilliger's wife. I should say his widow.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Oh, I see you're having trouble reading it. As you know, her handwriting.
That woman does it deliberately. It was always her affectation to have an illegible script.
You can try to squint and probe your way through it, but I can save you the trouble. I know what's written there.
You do?
Yes, Mr. Hale. It's a referent.
A referent?
A referent and a recommendation.
For what?
For employment.
But for whom?
For me.
What sort of employment? Don't tell me that you're a mining engineer.
No, sir.
A geologist, a draftsman, a surveyor, a metallurgist?
I'm none of those.
Well, what are you?
A housekeeper. And I might add, a very good one.
I don't want a housekeeper.
That may be, but you need one.
Who says so?
Mrs. Terwilliger in her letter. I know it by heart. I'll tell you what it's there.
This is a sealed envelope addressed to me. How would you know what's in it?
I made it my business to find out. After all, it's about me.
Well, of all the...
She writes, Dear Arthur, now that Gerald is gone, I have decided to close the house and travel abroad for a year. This leaves my very valuable and trusted housekeeper, Miss Sabina Caldwell, at liberty. Arthur, I know how you always felt about me. Now that I'm alone, I keep thinking more and more about your proposal. However, you have lived by yourself too long. You have developed slothful habit in that large, neglected house of yours, and so I send you Miss Caldwell in the hope that she can civilize you. She will see that you eat regular meals, keep your place in order, and altogether tame you and make you fit for human society. I think I love you, Penelope.
She wrote that?
I'm prepared to start immediately, Mr. Hale. My trunk is just outside the door.
Now, wait a minute. I haven't said that you can't.
As soon as the trunk can be brought into my room, I should like to inspect the kitchen.
But you just can't walk in here
If
and...
only you knew how she would sit and talk to me. For hours and hours on end. And she would talk about you.
Me?
With a sigh in her voice and a twinkle in her eye. Yes, she would say, I chose Gerald Terwilliger. I was young. I was foolish. If only I had to do it over again. There was a young engineer, Arthur Randolph Hale. What a fine, impressive name. And what a fine, impressive man he's become. A man of action, adventure. I'll pick that up.
Hold on.
No gentleman ever answers his own telephone. Oh, excuse me, sir. Are you in or out?
Am I in?
Do you wish or do you not wish to speak with anyone at this time?
You mean that Penelope would actually talk about me?
Oh, yes, in great length and considerable depth.
Will you get rid of that telephone, please?
That was my original suggestion.
I don't care who it is. Tell him that I'm out to call back later.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hale's resident. Who is calling, please? Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Hale is out at the moment. Do you want him to return your call? Oh, I see you cannot be reached. Yes, sir. I'll say that you'll call him back. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. There was a Mr. Carradine.
Will you now tell me what Penelope Terwilliger said about me?
Oh, it's not what she said so much as the way she said it.
Hold on.
It's a matter of you.
Wait. Who was on the phone just now?
Mr. Carradine.
Carradine?
Yes, sir. That was the gentleman's name.
But it's impossible.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You're sure that he said Carradine?
Certainly, sir.
Or did he happen to mention his first name?
Mr. Hale, are you feeling all right?
Answer me.
Yes, he did. Wesley.
Wesley?
He said, hello, this is Wesley Carradine. Is A.R. there?
He asked for A.R.?
That is you, isn't it, Arthur Randolph Hale?
The man's voice, was it young, old, middle-aged?
Well, you know how difficult it is to tell those things over the top.
Well, try. How old a man would you say that he was?
Well, not very old.
What do you mean by not very old?
So I don't think you should excite yourself.
Well, how old a man was it?
Well, I would say he was about 30.
Oh, 30, I see. Sure, 30.
Well, as far as one can ever be sure of these things. Now, I think you had better sit down and try to calm yourself.
But how would you describe his voice?
I would say it was in the middle range, but on the lowish, throaty side.
Or did he have an accent?
An accent? No, it sounded American enough.
Was there anything about it?
Wait, it did have an accent.
What kind?
Well, I'm not sure it would really be called an accent. It was more of a lilt.
As a lilt.
Sort of a southern rhythm, very musical.
It can't be true. It simply cannot be true.
What can't be true?
It can't be Wesley Carradine.
Why not?
Because Wesley Carradine is dead.
Well, if that's true...
Of course it's true. He's dead. It was in the papers. It was in all the papers.
Well, sometimes the press... And I don't say they do this deliberately, but there are times when they do exaggerate.
But he's dead. There couldn't be any doubt about it. He was murdered.
Well, then it must be another Wesley Carradine.
Are you saying that there were two of them? Two men named Wesley Carradine?
possible?
2 Wesley Carradines, both 30 years of age, both with soft southern accent, both who would know me and call me A.R.
You're positive Wesley Carradine is dead.
Well, I was the one who identified the body.
Oh, what a terrible moment that must have been for you. But why were you the one to do that?
Well, because he worked for me.
I see. Didn't he have a family?
Yes, he had folks living on the East Coast somewhere. Well, he wasn't close with them.
Mr. Hale, I begin to be troubled by the tone in your voice. I begin to hear the sound of hysteria. You must get hold of yourself.
It was Wesley Carradine. It was Wesley.
It couldn't be, if Wesley is dead. But there are no but. We live in a world of uncertainty and doubt. What we believe in may turn out to be matchstick temples built on quicksand. But of this we can be sure. The dead do not telephone the living.
But how can I be sure he is dead when he...
Will you excuse me for just a little while, sir?
Where are you going? Don't leave me alone here. But don't answer it.
Now, sir, you are reacting in a most immature manner. Mr. Hale's resident. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, sir. You have a wrong number.
Who was that?
You heard me. A wrong number.
You are lying.
I'm not used to being called a liar.
He just called back.
Now, Mr. Hale.
He was on the phone again. Wesley Carradine was on the phone again.
Please, sit down, Mr. Hale. Please. And listen. A man has just called you twice within the past few minutes.
Aha, you admit it.
A man who says his name is Wesley Carradine. Did you hear that? A man who said his name is Wesley Carradine.
Well, why should anyone lie about...
Someone with a very unhealthy sense of humor and a wretched taste in practical jokes. Now, who would want to play a trick like that on you?
I don't know.
It is a trick, a bad joke, and you must put it from your mind. But what? Mr. Wesley Carradine is dead, isn't he?
Yes, but
Then there's nothing more to be said. Now, I understand the telephone company has a special number to call if you require help in preventing harassing phone calls. Why don't you tend to that while I look in the kitchen and see about dinner?
What's that?
Well, I would assume it was the front door.
Don't answer it.
Why not? Who do you expect it to be? Excuse me. Yeah?
Who's there?
Well, that's odd.
Who is it?
There's no one here.
What are you talking about?
See for yourself. Do you know what must have happened? Some child must have just played a prank. Rang the bell and ran away.
No. Look, on the step.
Oh, it's a small box.
Don't pick it up, don't.
Why not?
Wow, how do you know what it is?
Let's open it and find out.
It is.
Your name is on it. Look, Mr. A.R. Hale, 1737 East 54th.
Oh, there's something wrong, very wrong, Miss Caldwell.
You'll catch your death standing out here in this cold. Let's take this inside. Well, shall you open it? All right. I'll do the honors. I wonder what it could be. Oh, my goodness, it's a revolver. And there's a card enclosed. It's addressed to you. Why don't you read it?
Well,
What does it say? Let me see. Use it well. Well, now that's an odd thing to say about a revolver. Use it well. Must be something written on the other side, too. What does that say?
One is all you need. Wesley.
Oh, Wesley.
You have to say one thing for Brother Wesley.
He gets around. What makes Wesley all the more remarkable is the fact that his home base is the grave.
There will be a widening of Wesley's theater of operation when I return shortly with Act 2. You can't be in two places at the same time, especially if one of them happens to be the grave.
However, someone named Wesley Carradine seems to be extremely active, even though he is no longer alive.
Now, wait a minute, some of you may be saying. Has it been definitely established that Wesley is dead? We'll take care of that in short order.
That a real revolver? Wait, don't touch it. Fingerprints. Mr. Hale, some vicious person is out to destroy you.
Use it well. One is all you need, Wesley.
Where are you going, Mr. Hale?
I had to see something for myself.
Mr. Hale!
What are you looking for?
Ed, here they are. Some letters, some notes in Wesley's handwriting. You see? You see, isn't it obvious?
Isn't what obvious?
The writing is the same.
Nonsense.
And you can see Wesley Carradine wrote this card.
This is a job for an expert. You and I are going to the police station.
Why?
Because something of a criminal nature is taking place.
But that is Wesley's handwriting.
It's not Wesley's handwriting. Wesley is dead. Now, sir, you happen to be very important to the future happiness of a woman to whom I owe a great deal, Mrs. Penelope Terwilliger. She has sent me here to take care of you until she can come back to America. I seem to have walked into the midst of some, well, very troublesome situation. I'm here to stand by you in every way I can. And the first thing we have to do is to go to the police.
Will you come in, please?
Thank you, Lieutenant Bauer. Mr. Hale?
All right. Just please be seated. No, there were no fingerprints on the gun.
Of course not. How can a corpse leave fingerprints?
With the live bullet in one of the chambers, and the other 5 were empty.
Use it well. One is all you need.
Now, on the
Suggesting that we have an affair.
Wesley Carradine.
He sent me his revolver. Don't you see? He sent me his revolver.
Well, now, why would he do that? Assuming, of course, that what you're saying is true.
I don't know.
Now, look, Mr. Hale, Wesley Carradine was murdered exactly 6 months ago. Now, you know that.
Yes, but
I was involved in that case myself. The facts cannot be in dispute. Your chauffeur stopped by Mr. Carradine's apartment at 8 a.m. that morning to pick him up. There was no answer to the bell. The door was open. The chauffeur went in, found the place ransacked, and Mr. Carradine dead of a bullet wound. Now, that's where we were, and that's where we are.
Is everyone absolutely positive that the dead man was Wesley Carradine?
Miss Caldwell, is that your name? Yes. Well, your police department appreciates, even solicits, assistance from the citizens of this metropolis, but please don't be an amateur detective. We have enough problems as it is.
Well, you are satisfied that the dead man was Wesley Carradine, Lieutenant?
Yes, I am.
Why? Did you know Mr. Carradine personally?
Well, what does this have to do with...
Did you know him personally?
Oh, no.
Then how could you be positive the dead man was Wesley Carradine?
No, look, he was identified by the chauffeur and by Mr. Hale.
What other identification did you look for?
Other identification?
Yes, a murder is committed. A corpse is found. 2 men say this is the body of a Mr. Wesley Carradine. On the basis of that testimony, you are satisfied that he is actually Wesley Carradine.
Mr. Carradine was, as we were given to understand, more or less a stranger in town.
As you were given to understand by whom?
By Mr. Hale.
Miss Caldwell, what are you trying to do to me? What are you trying to insinuate? I thought that you were on my side.
I am, to the finish. I'm only trying to establish that we blithely accept a fact, which may be found to be an illusion.
But why would I lie? What motive would I...
Mr. Hale, please, I have a mission to preserve your sanity.
A mission, Miss Caldwell?
The private matter that does not concern the police. I'm trying, Mr. Hale, desperately to somehow establish the fact that Mr. Carradine is still alive. What made the chauffeur so sure the body was Mr. Carradine?
Miss Caldwell, what you're trying to do is...
Could I talk to the chauffeur again?
There was no doubt about that body.
Well, why can't we talk to the chauffeur?
Because he's dead. He was killed in an accident last week.
Mr. Hale, there have just been a number of upsetting events, and you are quite disturbed by them. I can only hope to prove somehow that Mr. Carradine is still alive, that you were mistaken in your identification, because if he is actually dead...
He is dead. I knew him very well.
Why was no attempt made to notify next of kin?
Because we didn't know any.
Where did Mr. Carradine come from?
I don't know.
Then actually it would seem you knew very little about Mr. Carradine.
That is right. I gathered that he had left home in disgrace.
Disgrace?
He hinted at some sort of misunderstanding. Anyhow, he never wanted to speak about it. He said that he was starting a new life.
Why would anyone want to kill him?
Miss Caldwell, we have been through all this as part of our routine homicide investigation.
That may be the trouble. You treat it as routine. A human being has been murdered. Not only are you ignorant as to who may have done it, it appears now you can't even be sure of the identity of the corpse.
We are sure. Excuse me. A man was murdered. We know that for a fact, and we found a corpse. The body was identified as that of Wesley Carradine. Okay. Wesley Carradine might not have been his right name, but he was the man who had worked for Mr. Hale here. Now, that man is dead. He was killed by a person or persons presently unknown, who then stole everything of value from his person and his apartment. Mr. Carradine is dead.
But then how do you account for the telephone call, for this revolver with his name on it?
Oh, come now, Mr. Hale. What was to prevent someone from buying a revolver and having Mr. Wesley Carradine's name engraved on?
According to the number on this revolver, it was registered in the name of Wesley Carradine.
Lieutenant, anybody could buy a revolver and register it under Wesley Carradine's name.
No. In the first place, the registration dates back 3 years. And in the second place, only the actual applicant can register the weapon because he has to be fingerprinted. We have verified Mr. Carradine's fingerprints. Oh, and there is another thing.
Yeah?
Our handwriting expert says she is certain beyond the shadow of a doubt that the card was written by Wesley Carradine.
Lieutenant Bauer, I am certain there must be an explanation.
Well, there may be harassment here and not. We'll look into it.
Well, how do you propose to look into it?
That is a good question. I wish I had an answer.
Why would Wesley Carradine threaten from the grave, assuming that this is what's taking place?
I don't know.
Mr. Hale, there must be a reason.
Well, he didn't like me.
Ah, well now, why?
Quite frankly, he thought that I drove him too hard. I paid him too little. Well, I expected too much.
And did you?
Well, I suppose so. But I'm just as strict on myself. You know, I tell you what I believe. And you can make anything out of this that you please. He probably resents the fact that he is dead and I'm still alive.
Mister, if he's dead, he can't resent anything.
Look, I don't know how the police department fits into all this. Now, I can only assume that we have malicious mischief. And I've got to take down the particulars. Now, how many servants in your employ, besides Miss Colwell here?
I'm the only one.
Oh, and how long have you worked for Mr. Hale?
How long?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'd say about an hour.
An hour? How did you get the job?
I was sent to Mr. Hale by a friend of his, Mrs. Penelope Terwilliger.
Mrs. Penelope Terwilliger.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll see what we can do.
Mr. Hale,
What is it?
you must come down for breakfast.
No, I'm not hungry.
You haven't eaten in 2 days.
The phone rang this morning at 6:30, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Not a bad.
Who was it? He called again, didn't he? Huh? And what did he say?
Does it matter? Why do you allow your...
I knew who it was the minute I heard the phone ring.
You did?
Yes.
Then why didn't you answer it?
Because I can't.
That way you know for sure if it's his voice.
What did he say?
Mr. Hale, I have a problem I can't help, and it gets me into all kinds of trouble. Put yourself in my position. I hear a phone. I answer it. I report it's a man. I describe the voice. You become terrified. Why? Because you insist it's a man who's 6 months dead. And here is where my problem comes in. I make deductions from fact, and I speak my mind. I see you react in such a violent manner. You're so distraught. I cannot help but suspect you have a feeling of guilt.
Huh? Guilt? Guilt? Why should I have a feeling of guilt?
Sir, were you or were you not responsible for that man's death?
He was killed by the robbers.
We don't know that for a fact.
What are you trying to imply?
I don't even think I'm implying it. I state it as a fact. You killed Mr. Wesley Carradine.
Oh, do you dare to...
We could have settled this with a yes or no.
Well, the answer is a definite no. I hope that you're satisfied.
Sir, all I'm saying to you is that your reaction tends to arouse suspicion.
Well, what do you expect? I was very close with Wesley toward the end, and I was just, well, I was caught so completely off guard. Well, had that ever happened to you? You're hit from the blind side without warning?
If your conscience is clear, then you must not behave as if it were guilty.
Well, no one's conscience is ever entirely clear.
But you cannot behave as if you were the man who murdered him. First thing you need is a good breakfast. Wesley Carradine is dead. You are probably upset because you might have been kinder to her. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
Be kinder to someone in the future, and you will have learned from his death. And now, for breakfast.
Oh, yes, I'm starved. Oh, Miss Caldwell, what would I ever do without you? Oh, God, that telephone. You answer it.
Lays a matter to rest, Hale. You answer it.
Miss Caldwell, I give you back your very own words. No gentleman ever answers his own telephone.
Very well, sir. Mr. Hale's resident? Oh, it's you again. Never mind that. Before you even get started, you're playing a nasty little illegal game. We have the police and the phone company alerted. Sooner or later, you're going to be caught. Then, my friend, it's the jail or the asylum for the likes of you. Goodbye. I guess I told him.
It was that voice?
Yes, that ignorant and vicious person. Now, you know the best way to handle these people.
What did he say?
Don't even talk to them. As soon as you know who it is, hang up.
But what did he say?
What does it matter? Sooner or later, they get tired of the game. Their minds are too fragile to have any staying power.
He must have said something. He identified himself as Wesley Carradine?
Oh, yes, but I know his voice by now.
But did he say anything else?
I wasn't listening. Now, some hot coffee, cereal, egg, bacon, toast. Get back into the real world, Mr. Hale, and stay there.
You're a remarkable woman.
Eat your breakfast.
I wonder... I just wonder who that voice is.
Good. We make progress. Till now, you had deluded yourself into thinking it was actually the voice of Wesley Carradine, whoever he was. Now you acknowledge a rational explanation.
Well, it's obviously a prank.
I used to work for a doctor. He said, Miss Caldwell, the body, the mind, whichever, is attacked by a germ or a neurosis. It retreats at first, and then it summoned all of its strength to repel the invader. Now that's what has just happened to you. The practical instincts of a lifetime have just come to your assistance and rescued you from being overcome by superstition.
Yes, of course. I'm interested in knowing what he did say, however.
Not very much. He said his name, I mean his alleged name, asked for you, and said he wanted to discuss the project.
What sort of project?
Said you know about it. He gave it a name.
A name?
Yes, he said it was the Langley-Jewett proposal.
The what?
Well, I think that's what he said. Jewett-Langley, or was it Langley-Jewett? I don't... Mr. Hale? Mr. Hale, what's wrong? Mr. Hale!
What's wrong? Mr. Hale has just collapsed on the floor. That's for starters. It seems that he has been knocked unconscious by the mention of a name. Now, what's in a name, the poet asks. The answer, quite obviously, is, it all depends on whose name. We'll name some more names when I return shortly with Act 3. The pen is mightier than the sword, and the word, it seems, is weightier than the fist. If you want to strike a knockout blow, perhaps a good look can be more destructive than a right hook. The greatest wounds may be those that leave absolutely no outside scarring. On with our story.
Mr. Hale? Mr. Hale?
What?
Don't say anything. Just drink.
You said that Wesley called and...
No, sir. Wesley did not call.
You just said...
I said a voice that claimed to be Wesley. Now drink it.
He wanted to talk about Langley-Jewett.
You're going to be all right.
Langley-Jewett. He did say Langley-Jewett.
Mr. Hale, you must relax.
How can I relax?
Because you had a bad experience.
It was the voice of Wesley Carradine.
We know that's impossible.
But don't you see? Only Wesley Carradine and I knew about Langley-Jewett.
Are you positive?
Of course.
What is Langley Jewett?
What? Oh, it's a mine. It's an old abandoned silver mine.
Yeah?
You see, it's supposed to be all played out, and we could pick it up for peanuts.
What does that mean?
Wesley discovered that there's a whole untapped lode. Millions and millions of dollars worth of silver.
This was your secret.
Yes, Wesley's in mine.
How do you know someone else didn't find out?
Nobody could have found out.
How can you be sure?
Because I just closed the deal for the mine myself.
What does that prove?
You don't understand. If anyone else had been wise, I could never have... I could never have stolen that mine.
Stolen?
That's a figure of speech.
Well, then why did you make it sound like a shady transaction?
Is it shady to pick up a property as cheaply as you can?
What you're saying is that you were able to buy Langley Jewett because only you and Wesley Carradine knew its true value.
Yes.
Obviously, this person who just called knows something about it also.
That is why that person has to be Wesley Carradine.
If Wesley Carradine called you, then he can't be dead.
But he is. I know that he is.
How can you be so certain? After all, for reason of his own, Wesley may have wanted to disappear. He murdered someone who may have resembled him, left that someone's body in his apartment. You and your chauffeur make the natural assumption. The apartment is Wesley's, the body looks like Wesley, therefore it must be Wesley.
No, that's not what happened. It was Wesley.
My dear Mr. Hale, most of our assumptions are based not on absolute truth, but what seems to be apparently true.
Oh, will you shut up?
Mr. Hale, I know you're upset, but I cannot permit...
Just stop talking for a minute, will you? Just stop acting as if you know everything. You're always gadding away. No wonder you never got married.
I don't believe that my personal affair...
But you never had an affair either. You couldn't stop talking long enough. Will you listen to me a minute? Wesley Carradine is dead. You know how I know? I'll tell you. He is dead because I killed him. You don't have to say anything. You really have nothing to add to this conversation. I killed Wesley Carradine.
You realize what you're saying?
Yes, I know what I'm saying.
You realize I could go to the police?
No, you won't go.
You intend to stop me by force?
Yes. You see, there's a gun on my dresser. Wesley's gun. It's got a bullet in it. I could kill you, but I don't have to, because you will not go to the police.
How can you be so sure?
What? Because you wouldn't betray me.
I have a higher obligation as a citizen.
Well, it wouldn't do you any good. All you had is your unsupported word. I can deny it. Miss Caldwell, the police investigated that murder very thoroughly. I was a routine suspect. I had an unshakable alibi. I had spent that evening with a young lady.
She can be found. That alibi can be broken.
Well, she has since disappeared into the vast anonymity of her kind and class.
Isn't it possible she may return one day for blackmail?
Well, I had information concerning her which could be as damaging as anything she could say about me.
Nathaniel, I'll be leaving.
Leaving?
I don't want to stay in a house with a murderer.
But you can't leave me here alone.
You've always lived here alone?
I cannot be alone now.
You're a murderer.
But you can't prove it.
Of course not. And that means the state can't punish you. But there is another punishment. There's another retribution. You'll never know a moment's peace for the rest of your life. You will always hear Wesley Carradine's voice. You will always see his face.
Oh, Miss Caldwell, please listen. You don't know how it is.
You broke a man-made law. You violated a God-given commandment.
I did. I know that I did.
Then take your punishment.
Take your punishment. You can say that. That's what strong people say. You know, that's what Wesley said. Take your punishment.
What punishment, Mr. Hale?
I needed that mine, that Langley Jewett mine. Everything else had gone down the drain.
Fewer than losing other people's money. You faced a day of reckoning.
How did you know?
Oh, it's all too familiar a situation. A trustee, an executor, an administrator. You act as all three in many cases. You were false to your trust.
Don't say it. It's enough that Wesley said it. I didn't know that I was going to kill Wesley. I didn't dream of it. I stopped by at his apartment that night just to check out some routine affairs, and he...
He what?
He said... I'll never forget the way he said it.
We're not going to steal that mine, Arthur.
What?
We'll offer $10 million.
What are you talking about?
Well, now 15 would even be more fair.
Should I get a doctor?
That's what we'll offer.
We have an option to buy that mine for $30,000.
But that would be stealing.
Oh, you're crazy.
But to knowingly buy something for the tiniest fraction of its worth is to cheat.
But it's legal and legitimate business.
It's cheating.
Oh, and you never cheated in your life, huh?
Yes, much too often and far too often. Now, Mrs. Jewett is a widow. She has children to support and educate. and we are stealing from her.
What happened to you all of a sudden?
I feel that I want to go home. I have to go home. I wrote my folks. They're expecting me.
Now look, I have losses I have to make up. I can go to jail.
Oh, I am sorry, but if you keep sailing so close to the wind, sooner or later the boat tips over.
Well, what are you going to do? Now forget all about this fancy philosophy.
Tomorrow morning, I'll call on Mrs. Jewett, and I'll tell her we intend to make a realistic offer for the mine.
But she is happy to get 30,000.
My mind had made up.
Millions? You offer $1 million? Where will we get those millions?
We'll operate the mine and pay as we go.
No, I won't do it.
Now look, I am in as deep as you are. We both have to pay a price.
Well, I won't let you.
I am sorry. There is nothing you can do about it.
But there was something that I could do about it. I went home, I got my revolver. I went back there, and I shot him. Then I ransacked the place to make it appear to be robbery. The police investigated for a few weeks, and then it was filed and forgotten.
Perhaps it wasn't forgotten by Wesley Carradine. He's been trying to talk to you.
Oh, no, it's my imagination. Oh, I feel better now. I had to talk to someone. I had to confess to someone, and now I feel better. The weight is off of my soul. It's off with my imagination, and I can control that.
Tell that to Wesley Carradine. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, no. It's off my imagination.
I hear the phone. It's not in my imagination. I defy you. Pick up that phone. Talk to him. Talk to the man you murdered.
No, I can't.
Then I'll tell him. Yes, I know who it is. He says he will not talk to you. Very well. I'll tell him.
What are you going to tell me?
He wants to see you.
No, I don't want to. I can't see him.
Then confess you killed him.
I did.
Not to me. I don't count. Confess to the police.
No, don't make me do that.
If you want to know peace, you'll have to do that. Or
what?
Do what he told you in his note when he sent you the gun. Use it well. One is all you need.
Oh, no, never.
It has to be one way or the other.
What that?
You know what that is, the doorbell. Are you expecting anyone? Of course you are. Will you let him in, or shall I?
No, tell him to go away.
I can't tell him to go away. You can't. How? Confess to the police, or follow his advice.
No, I won't do it. You don't scare me. You're just a thing in my imagination. You don't scare me.
I was downstairs in the kitchen, Lieutenant. He was upstairs in his room. He was terribly upset. I heard a shot. I was frightened. I ran upstairs, and there he was, lying in bed with the revolver beside him.
You, say he was depressed. He wasn't himself.
Well, you saw that, Lieutenant, when he was in your office.
Yeah. I am convinced that he killed Wesley Carradine.
You are?
Yeah. You get a hunch about people in my work. Unfortunately, you don't always get the evidence to back it. So I said to myself, here is a clear case of conscience bringing the man down.
It does look that way. He confessed the murder to me.
Yeah, I guess that's about the size of it. Except, why should his conscience have started to bother him?
Who knows?
Maybe you know.
Me?
Well, I have a theory. I don't want to bother running it down because I have too much else to do. And this case wraps up very neatly. Do you want to hear my theory?
I'd love to.
Well, you say you were recommended to Mr. Hale by Mrs. Penelope Terwilliger. Now, what if I were to get in touch with Mrs. Terwilliger and ask her to verify that? What would she say?
You won't know. Unless and until you ask her.
Well, I don't want to do that. Because if she says I don't know Miss Caldwell,
I have no involvement.
I see.
Now, cut the phone calls.
You are the only one who ever answered the phone, and you are the only one who ever heard that voice. You are the one who said it called itself Wesley Carradine.
That's what it said to me, Lieutenant.
Yeah, well, let me go a little further. The revolver. Oh, you could have sent it to Mr. Hale.
But it was obviously Wesley Carradine's. Where would I have gotten it?
No, I'll answer that question in just a moment. And the card.
Where could I have gotten a card with his handwriting?
Where? From a Mother's Day present or a birthday present? You might have saved it.
What do you say?
If your name is, Mrs. Carradine, everything falls into place. Now, you would have the old gun. You would have cards from old gifts. Oh, incidentally, What did he once buy you that he inscribed with, "Use it well. One is all you need"? You would know enough valid inside things about Wesley which you might use to frighten Hale.
It certainly is a fascinating theory.
Oh, it gets better. Now, we are summoned to this address. We find Hale dead. A bullet wound, apparently self-inflicted. Now, he could have been napping. He could have been shot from very close range, what we call suicide distance.
Yes, I understand you found his fingerprints on the revolver.
Well, why shouldn't we? If somebody put the gun in his hand afterward.
Oh, yes, it's a fascinating theory. Tell me, Lieutenant, what happened to theories like yours?
Well, in this case, it appears open and shut. A man commits suicide. Now, I know for a fact he's been depressed. His conscience has been bothering him. But why do I have to go running around looking for complication, huh? What do you think?
I think you're a most sagacious and sensitive police officer. And I want to thank you very much.
Thank him for what? Who knows? So who killed Mr. Arthur Randolph Hale? His own hand, guided by remorse, or Miss Caldwell? Or is she Mrs. Carradine? You have as much evidence as we do. Why should we perform all the work? I shall return shortly. A little while ago, when this particular story began, we spoke about the wind and the flame. How the same wind can kill or give greater life to a blaze. And so it is within ourselves. We are the flame, our conscience is the wind, and we blaze or sputter according to those forces within us. We do a lot of blazing and a little bit of sputtering, just to give it variety, 7 times a week, right here. Our cast included Celeste Holm, Norman Rose, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It's recording a vibration with an amplitude of nearly 60 millimeters. Preliminary tremors already, but our calculate... No, it's too strong for that. What's the depth? It's only 70 feet. But I don't get it. What? Well, look where it's coming from. Transpose the coordinates. The valley? But that's safe ground. It's solid bedrock. This seems to be moving at a steady pace. Good Lord. What? Look at the screen. Look where it's headed. Straight toward the fault line. What's the amplitude now? It's still 60 millimeters. Still? Are you sure? Whatever it is 60 millimeters. It's still strong enough that if it comes into contact with the fault... Hang on. No, I'm calling the mayor. And if he won't listen, I'm calling the National Guard. No, you, Sam. If it's the real thing, it's too late.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. From the time the caveman discovered the fist to our present ingenious engines of destruction, what a long way we've come. And how much further will we go? Or perhaps I should say, can we go? How much longer can our reason keep pace with our sometimes irrational inventions? If these are questions that worry us today, think how much more urgent they'll be in the future.
I'm breaking out of here tonight. How can you do that? You're confined to a wheelchair, and this is maximum security. I'm offering you the chance to come with me. Huh? What's the catch? That you serve me without question for the rest of your life. You're crazy, and you're a fool. Because now you too will die. Our mystery drama, The Tunnel Man, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. What are mankind's chances for survival? We talk about the balance of power and the spread of nuclear weapons. But there is another voice at table. This is the voice of nature. We all have our pet fears, darkness, thunder, but perhaps the most terrifying of all is the earthquake. The thought that the solid earth on which we stand could suddenly divide beneath our feet and swallow us is so horrifying we refuse even to think about. We're in a monitoring station on the West Coast.
Good morning, Dr. Trilby.
Oh, good morning, Sam.
How did your talk go with the mayor?
Well, the National Guard and local army units are standing by, but he still doesn't want to order an official evacuation of the city.
But that's insane. What right does he have not to warn the people of the full danger?
As long as there's any hope that the earthquake won't happen, he wants to remain optimistic.
Politicians. They never change, do they?
Any new developments over the night?
No. I spent half the night at the telescope watching the skies.
The planets come closer and closer together. And at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, they'll be in perfect alignment for the first time in 400 years.
And their combined gravitational pulls are going to activate every fault line on Earth, including the one we're sitting on. And all we can do is wait.
Well, I think you're being a little too pessimistic after all. We can't know for certain what the effects will be until the Earth begins to enter the gravitational arc.
By which time it will be too late.
It is still only a theory, Sam. After all, this same phenomenon of planetary alignment did occur 4 centuries ago without leaving any cataclysmic upheavals in its wake. I'd say there's still room for hope.
What's that?
The seismograph.
Oh, it's going crazy. What is it?
I don't know. It's recording a vibration with an amplitude of nearly 60 millimeters.
Preliminary tremors already, but our calculation...
No, it's too strong for that. What's the depth?
It's, only 70 feet.
But I don't get it.
What?
Well, look where it's coming from. Transpose the coordinates.
The valley? But that's safe ground. It's solid bedrock.
It seems to be moving at a steady pace. Good Lord.
What?
Look at the screen. Look where it's headed.
Straight towards a fault line. I'm calling the mayor, and if he won't listen, I'm calling the National Guard.
No use, Sam. If it's the real thing, it's too late.
Wait, what happened?
It stopped. We've lost it.
The vibration stopped?
Well, see for yourself. The needle's gone back to normal.
Well, but what was it? What were we seeing?
I don't know. A vibration from out of nowhere, heading straight for the fault, and then just as suddenly it stops, disappears without a trace.
Dr. Trilby, There's something else. What? It's direction of travel. It was moving from east to west, but the stress lines in the valley run north and south.
Yes, of course.
Now, logically, its natural movement should have been with the stress lines, not across the grain.
Sam, I think as soon as Dr. Peterson arrives, you and I'd better go out to the valley and try to find out just what it was we were seeing.
Are you the bank manager?
Yes, James Dale.
Well, I'm Ron Hanka on the police commissioner.
Thank you for coming, Commissioner.
Captain Hayward said it was a pretty extraordinary situation.
Well, I don't know what to make of it.
You've been robbed, now, is it right?
Well, yes, I guess we have.
Right, well, just tell me what happened, Mr. Dale.
I can't.
What do you mean?
I mean, I can't explain it. I think perhaps I'd better take you down to the vault and let you see for yourself. Here we are. I had the guards close the vault. I thought it best if no one else saw. You see what I mean?
That hole in the floor, it looks like...
I know, Commissioner. It looks like an earthquake. That concrete is 3 feet thick, and it's buckled like plywood.
Well, it's obviously a tunnel job.
No, that's just it. There isn't any tunnel. Your men dug down 10 feet and found nothing but dust.
Dust?
Solid dust. This bank sits on hard rock landfill, and it's been churned into powder.
But you say it was a robbery. There is money missing?
Yes.
Or is there any other way a person could have entered the vault?
Absolutely none. This is our top security vault. It has a time lock. We only open it once each day, and today we...
You found the vault in this condition?
Yes.
How much did they get away with?
That's the other thing. This vault contains over $1 million of our reserves, but all it's missing is $10,000. And not only that, but what was taken was in new $100 bills.
How new?
Straight from the mint, still banded.
Which means the serial numbers are still recorded.
And consecutive. A person would have to be crazy to try to spend it. Yet, right next to that money was $1 million in older currency.
Who else knows about this?
The guard, myself, Captain Hayward, and 3 or 4 of your men. I thought it best not to tell the press. People are jumpy enough as it is because of the earthquake scare. What earthquake? Oh, Commissioner, everyone knows the situation. The conjunction of the planets or whatever it is that's supposed to take place tomorrow.
Well, those reports have been exaggerated. But, Mr. Dale, do you or anyone else in the bank feel anything?
Well, no.
Well, then I think we have to assume this robbery was man-made from start to finish.
Then how was it done?
Well, that's up to us to try to find out. In the meantime, I want your assurance that you'll keep this quiet. And people are jumpy. There's no point in giving them ideas.
Dr. Trilby?
Yes, Sam?
Dr. Trilby, I talked to the farmers over there. They've been out in this field all morning.
And?
Nothing. They didn't hear a thing.
According to our data, the tremor passed right beneath this spot.
Yes, but there's nothing here.
I know. No throw, no horizontal displacement of any sort. Now look at this. Even the topsoil isn't disturbed.
Yet the signals we picked up indicated a vibration significant enough to have caused visible damage. Now, we've been tracing the tremor's course for over 3 miles now, and everywhere it's the same story. No one's heard or felt a thing. We have got to report this to the authorities.
I guess so.
It's madness for them to wait any longer. Maybe everything we know doesn't tell us that disaster is inevitable. But what about everything we don't know? Yes, come in. Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize you were incapacitated.
I can manage by myself. You're the manager of this bank?
Yes, my name's James Dale. You're...
Mole. Mr. Mole.
Are you sure I can't help you?
I've been in this wheelchair for many years. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be. It's a waste of time. I was tired of walking anyway.
I see. Well,
one of the tellers said you wished to speak to me about something.
I want to open an account.
But one of our officers could handle that.
I deal with the top, Mr. Dare. You are the top here, aren't you?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
I want you to tell me how safe this building is.
Safe?
Is it safe from, for example, robbery?
Robbery? Of course. We haven't had a robbery here since this branch was opened. What about
from earthquakes?
Mr. Mole, we make it a policy never to turn away a customer, no matter how large or small his deposit may be.
Mine is a modest sum, Mr. Dale, $10,000.
$10,000? I wouldn't call that modest.
I look on it as an investment.
Well, of course your money will be very soundly invested. You'll earn a guaranteed return of 6%.
I had in mind a somewhat higher figure.
Well, in a limited withdrawal account, the rate is 8%.
How about 10,000%?
What? Plus, that would be $100 million.
Where do I sign?
Mr. Mole, if this is some kind of joke, I'm a very busy
No,
man.
Mr. Dale, you are a very confused man.
I believe in your case, we can make an exception to our policy of never turning away a customer.
Without seeing the color of his money?
Yes.
Oh, but I think you'll accept it. Yeah.
This money?
If you don't trust me, you can count it. $10,000 in brand new $100 bills.
Where did you get this? Guard! I'm afraid, Mr. Mole, or whatever your real name is, that I'll have to ask you to remain here while I call the police.
A large metropolitan area hovers on the brink of disaster. Its scientists probe for signs. All the known data is sifted for clues, even as the feeling of helplessness grows. And then, suddenly, the unknown. A strange tremor. An incredible bank robbery. And now the arrival of a mysterious stranger. I shall return shortly with Act 2. The mysterious Mr. Mole has been taken into police custody without resistance. Nor does he make any effort to deny his responsibility for the $10,000 robbery. But as to how this robbery was accomplished, that he does not seem willing to tell, at least not yet. However, the question which no one dares ask is what connection, if any, his bizarre actions have to the impending doom facing the city. The commissioner of police has sent for the mayor.
Come in, Your Honor. Come in. I came as soon as I could get the city council off my back. You made it sound pretty urgent. Well, I'm not sure. Damn fools on the council want to sound the alarm and throw everybody into a panic over this earthquake business.
Don't you think it might be wise to undertake an orderly evacuation of the city while there is still time?
No. Their reports from Dr. Trilby at the Mount Olive Laboratory are still not conclusive. It's still not definitely known that this planetary business tomorrow will have any effect on the fault.
Mr. Mayor, we have less than 24 hours left. Now, as a precaution, what can it hurt?
Hurt? I can tell you exactly what it can hurt. First of all, there'll be a stampede. People killing each other trying to escape, no matter how much time we tell them they have. Crowding the bridges, traffic jams, accidents. And then there'll be others who will see a golden opportunity to stay behind and run riot, looting stores, robbing banks.
We have the Army and the National Guard to keep order. Not to mention my men, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner, we've had this discussion 100 times. Now,
What is it that you're really afraid of?
All right, I'll tell you. When all the shouting dies down, we'll discover the city's reputation has suffered irreparable damage. People will begin moving out for good. The possibility of a major quake has never been a secret, but up to now the city has thrived in spite of it. And you know why? Because our citizens are tough. They have confidence. They're optimists.
You just can't believe it would actually ever happen, can you?
No, I can't.
But scientists know it's inevitable. It's only a question of when.
That's right, when? 100 years from now? 200? 1,000? Oh, look, if this is all you wanted to see me about...
No, Your Honor, it isn't. There was a robbery this morning at the First Pacific Bank. Oh, Commissioner, please. I don't have time. Now, anyway, I think you should hear me out. An hour ago, we took a man into custody. He offered no resistance. In fact, he's as good as give himself up. He wheeled into the bank manager's office and attempted to open an account with the very money that was stolen not 2 hours before. He wheeled in? Yes, he's confined to a chair. What does this have to do with me? He is demanding to see you. And I think under the circumstances... Now, look, I can't waste time now on crackpots. I've got my hands full. How can a man in a wheelchair rob a bank? Well, that's just it. The method he used. It seems to have been an earthquake. What? Yes, the floor of the vault was torn apart, and the ground beneath was crushed to a powder as if the earth had shifted. Well, didn't the people in the bank feel anything? No. Well, this is preposterous. I don't know. There's something about this man, something ominous. An incredible sense of power. And I think if we ignore him, Mr. Mayor, it's at our own peril. I ordered him kept in complete isolation. As far as I'm concerned, the less contact he has with anyone, the better. Well, here's a cell.
Oh, where is he?
What?
Well, there's no one in there.
Hey, he's gone.
Look, if this is your idea of maximum security...
Look, the floor. It's been chewed to bits. Well, he must have had some kind of tool concealed in his wheelchair. And there is no tool that could wreak that kind of damage. That's 3 feet of steel-reinforced concrete. Whatever it was, he obviously tunneled out. I don't think so.
Well, he's gone, isn't he? There's no hole in the ceiling, there aren't any windows, and I watched you unlock the door myself. What other direction could he possibly have gone except down?
But you won't find a tunnel. Well, how do you know? Because this is exactly what happened at the First Pacific Bank. Look, Commissioner, what are you doing? I am digging to show you that there is no tunnel. All right, stop raising all that dust. This isn't dust, Mr. Mayor. It is bedrock. It is solid granite. It's the earth we stand on.
Yes, Dr. Trilby?
What time is it?
5:57.
Right on schedule. Pluto is almost in place. Neptune is closing. One by one, the planets are entering a common gravitational arc. One by one, the fields of pull are beginning to overlap.
We'll be reaching the edge of the arc ourselves in less than 4 hours.
Yes. That's when the real test begins, Sam. But if our theory is correct, the fault should begin to respond with tremors of 1 to 5 millimeters, which will increase steadily at shorter and shorter intervals.
Until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, when the alignment will be absolute.
And we'll all know once and for all the true nature of the fault we've lived on all these years.
Eh? Who are you? Mr. Mayor, how did you get into my office?
Your secretary has a very usable sympathy for people with disabilities.
That wheelchair. Are you...
My name is Mole. Mr. Mole.
You're the man who escaped from the city jail, who robbed that bank.
Oh, that was only by way of establishing my credentials.
Miss Walcott, get me the police commissioner on the phone.
You're not a very curious man, are you, Mr. Mayor? My exploits have left you unimpressed.
Now, look, I have no time for anecdotes of a petty criminal. I have more important things on my mind.
That's why I'm here. Your city is in danger, is it not?
Well, there's no absolute proof. I'm still waiting final word from our laboratory on Mount Olive.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I have some good news for you. And some bad news.
Now, look,
It would behoove you to listen. In fact, you are right. The danger this imminent alignment of the planets poses has been exaggerated by those cautious creatures who refuse to accept the fact that to live means to take risks. According to my calculations, the chance of a major disaster is well under 50%.
And just what are your calculations?
They're worth a great deal to me. I'm a practical scientist, Mr. Mayor, a very practical scientist. You see, my calculations are based on one very important assumption. They'll hold only if nature is permitted to take its course.
What do you mean?
I mean, Your Honor, that I am also an inventor.
Look, who are you? Just how did you escape?
Ah, now you are curious, eh? We can begin to talk usefully.
Yes? Look, Commissioner, I think you better come over here at once. Your prisoner is in my office.
On the contrary, Mr. Mayor, you are my prisoner.
What?
But you are not alone. The Commissioner is also my prisoner. In fact, your entire city is in my hands.
Mr. Mayor, what is going on? I don't know.
Mr. Commissioner?
You. Mr. Mayor, are you all right? I brought a detail with me. They're waiting outside. I don't think we'll need your men, Commissioner.
It seems the explanation of my movements has upset his arm.
Well, I'd like to hear that explanation myself. Do you know what a submarine is? Of course I know what a submarine is. What kind of question is asked? Well, it seems Mr. Mole here has invented its terrestrial equivalent. A machine that moves through the earth?
Precisely, Commissioner. As a submarine moves through water.
How?
By an extremely simple device. The nose of my Earthship contains a rotating unit 15 feet in diameter. This unit resembles an enormous screw, and it can turn at speeds high enough to cut through even the most obdurate bedrock.
And that is how you got into the bank?
Oh, no. The mothership is far too big for such precision work. There is a smaller two-man craft, which of course operates on the same principle. The blades of the screws are made of a metal compound, also of my own invention, which churn the earth to dust. The dust is then channeled through grooves to the rear of the craft and left just where it was.
Which explains why you left no tunnel.
The actual robbery was committed by two of my crewmen, and my escape was effected in the same manner.
Just how many men do you have?
Enough.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, sure, it's very clever. But its limitations are obvious. Well, how do you mean? This time, we won't be so considerate of Mr. Mole's condition. He'll have a nice cell on the top floor. I don't think so. Why not?
Well, because there's something else, something he hasn't told you yet.
My Earthship resembles a submarine in one more respect, Commissioner. It contains an arsenal.
Arsenal?
Yes. It has torpedoes. And at this very moment, they are trained on the 3 primary focus points of the fort that surrounds the city. Do you know what a focus point is, Commissioner?
I'm not sure.
They are the vulnerable points of a fault line. If those torpedoes are released tomorrow afternoon, the combination of their impacts and the stresses created by the gravitational pull of the planets will detonate an earthquake unparalleled in the history of the world.
I don't believe this. The man is mad. Commissioner, please. He won't do it. He's got a proposition. He wants $100 million. Well, that is ridiculous.
I have also given your mayor a list of supplies which I will want delivered to an inland location.
He's building a whole underground kingdom.
Mr. Mayor, come to your senses. The man's an extortionist. It's just a bluff. How do we know that he can do what he claims?
You saw what he did to that bank vault and to your maximum security prison?
Yes, by underground torpedoes that can move with enough speed and force to set off an earthquake.
Your commissioner has a point. Of course, it's only right that when one asks for such a sum as I have, he has to expect to put up collateral.
What are you doing?
These buttons on my wheelchair are my means of communication with my crew. I expected to encounter skepticism, you see, so I've arranged a final demonstration.
No.
Oh, it's too late, Mr. Mayor. The signal's already been sent. But you don't have to worry.
Well, what are you going to do?
I believe your window there affords a view of a small peninsula across the bay.
Yes.
There is a small spur from the main faults, which runs directly across its base. I have just instructed my men to fire at it.
We should be able to see the results momentarily.
Good Lord. The entire peninsula vanishing into the ocean.
Fortunately, the peninsula was uninhabited. Such will not be the case tomorrow. If my demands are not be met, and I'm not back on board my Earthship by tomorrow afternoon at precisely 4 p.m., 500 miles of coastline, including this entire city, will go crashing into the sea.
With a faith worthy of our primitive ancestors, we extend our civilization to the very brink of disaster and cross our fingers. And now, suddenly, without warning, another specter which haunts us all has become a reality. The specter of absolute power in the hands of a man whose heart is filled with madness. I shall return shortly with our final act. Someone once said that malice can always find a target to shoot at and a pretense to fire. Mr. Mole has found both, and if his demands are not met, he could very well exceed all previous marksmen. While frantic conferences are taking place through the night in City Hall, the two scientists on Mount Olive keep their quiet vigil, unaware that now another clock, besides nature's, is winding down.
It's a peaceful night, isn't it, Sam? Almost midnight. In a few minutes, the Earth will enter the gravitational arc and our precise calculations can begin.
I've devoted my career to studying this fort. For 20 years, I've sought to unlock its mysteries, to elevate the art of prediction to an exact science. And now, within a few hours, at last, I'll be able to say absolutely what it's going to do.
Duff Truly, are you all right?
What? Oh, yes. Forgive me, Sam. The inhuman scientist with his distorted priorities. We better go in.
I just want one last yard.
It's a beautiful city, isn't it?
Why hasn't anyone left? Why are they waiting for an official edict? Look at all those lights down there still burning in practically every home and every building as far as the eye can see.
That's your answer, Sam. Lights for as far as the eye can see. Centuries of evolution and progress. And people just can't believe that it could all just disappear.
General Scarborough?
Yes?
Thank goodness you've arrived. I'm Mayor Gibbs, and this is Ron Hagler, Commissioner of Police.
Hello, General.
Did you bring the money?
Yes, the President authorized this withdrawal.
Good, I'll get Mr. Mole.
Just a minute, ma'am. I brought this money with me only as a last resort.
Last resort? General, what other alternatives do we have?
I think you gentlemen can appreciate the precedent we'll be establishing if we simply pay this madman off. We'd be putting the entire country at his mercy.
Entire country?
That's right, Commissioner. Nearly 1/3 of our population lives in areas vulnerable to earthquakes.
Well, there are millions of people in danger right now.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, no thanks to you.
What do you mean?
If you had ordered an evacuation of the city before now, we might have had a little more room to maneuver with this maniac. As of this evening, the President has declared martial law here and appointed me his deputy. From now on, you are under my command. And our first matter of business is to begin an evacuation at once. Tonight, we clear the hospitals and other institutions. The general evacuation, that'll have to wait until daybreak to minimize the risk of panic. And the second matter of business is to consider the options we have for trying to stop this Mr. Mole.
What options?
We've been able to pinpoint the exact location of this Earthship. Army scientists are drawing up strategies for its destruction.
Well, that's suicide. Hello, Mayor Gibbs speaking.
You might as well wave a red flag in front of a bull.
General Scarborough, it's for you.
All right. Hello. Yeah. But do you think it'll work? All right, good. Go ahead and keep me posted. Gentlemen, we may have our answer.
Our scientists have been developing a new kind of light beam that may be able to penetrate the Earth. If it's successful, we can then transmit a specific nuclear charge right along its length and explode the ship. But what if the men on board that machine get wind of this? Impossible. The beam's frequency is undetectable by any device we know of. But if they do, there's no telling what will happen. They may fire those torpedoes. With their leader here in our custody?
General, you haven't met this man. He's crazy.
I think that's something I'd like to determine for myself.
Who are you? I'm General Scarborough,
United States Army.
And you want to know if I'm really prepared to carry out my threat, eh?
Well, you have to admit it's a fair question. You've been separated from your wheelchair and strapped into that straitjacket. You have no way of communicating with your ship.
It's not necessary. My men have their full instructions.
Now look, before we give you this money, if we do, I think we have the right to ask what you intend to use it for.
I believe in preparing for the future, General. History began when our ancestors emerged from their caves, and it will end with mankind forced to return to them.
How can you be sure of that?
Because that is what happened to me.
What do you mean?
Why do you think I wear these dark glasses? Why do you think I can't walk? Look at my skin.
What happened?
Surely you recognize the symptoms of radiation burn, General? I was made a guinea pig once. I was the subject of certain experiments. One miscalculation, and this is how I emerged. Paralyzed below the waist, and allergic to the sun. I have no choice but to live as I do, or not to live at all.
So you think you can build an underground empire?
I am already in the process of fortifying and supplying the caverns beneath your country. Your government's contribution should help us considerably. You have to admit the logic of it, General. It's only a matter of time before you all blow each other to pieces.
You don't have much faith in us, Mr. Mull.
Why should I, when I'm the one who is going to ignite the spark?
What do you mean?
Where do you keep most of your missiles, General? Underground? Isn't that right?
Just what are you planning to do?
I've been banished from the Earth's service. But I've made the nether regions mine. When the Holocaust comes, the Earth will be your only refuge. But admittance will be at my discretion.
You mad?
But my method is flawless, eh?
Mr. Mole, I'm going to make you an offer. And I'm going to make it only once. We'll put you in radio contact with your Earthship. You will order your men to the surface to surrender.
But why should I do this?
Because at this very moment we are cutting a channel to your Earthship with a laser beam. When the channel is complete, we will dispatch a specific nuclear charge. You have less than 2 minutes to prevent that.
You could have spared yourself the trouble, General. My men will have detected this and relocated the ship.
Nobody has a detection device for this laser.
When you travel without sight, General, you realize very quickly that your other senses have to take up the slack if you are going to survive.
Scarborough here. What? I see. No further instructions at the moment.
Well, you are right. The ship has relocated.
Light travels in a straight line, and now you'll have to start all over. But you can see it's pointless, of course.
Mr. Mole, I appeal to you as one human being to another.
Human? In my condition? You flatter me, General. Time is getting short. Let us consider our options, eh? Either you'll meet my demands or you won't. If you do, I leave your city in the hands of nature. If you don't, we all died.
Very well. Obviously, we can't meet your demands and allow you to go. So we must concede you the city and carry on with the evacuation. But I am telling you now, Mr. Mole, you will be left behind.
I won't be alone, General.
What do you mean?
There's one thing I haven't told you.
Which is?
Before I was separated from my wheelchair, I sent a final message to my crew.
General Scarborough, huh? Oh, Mr. Mayor, it's nearly daylight now. Should we put the general evacuation into effect?
No, but we have less than 12 hours.
There's not going to be any general evacuation.
We'll all be killed.
We'll also be killed if we try to escape.
What happened?
Mr. Mole gave his crew instructions to monitor the vibrations of traffic leaving the city, with the orders that if the vibrations went above a certain amplitude, the ship is to proceed immediately with the attempt to detonate the fault.
But then, of course, we must pay him the money and let him go.
That is out of the question.
Well, why?
Mole has no intention of stopping, short of destroying all life on the surface of the Earth. And therefore we must stop him here, even though it means the death of everyone on this coast, including ourselves.
Isn't there anything we could do?
Nothing but wait. Wait until 4 this afternoon, when the planets are aligned and the torpedoes are fired.
And then?
And then we cross our fingers and hope the fault holds.
But, what you're saying is we're doomed.
That's right. Unless...
Unless what?
What time is it now?
7:35. There's barely 8 hours left.
All right. I want a pad and a pencil and a survey map of the area. For the next half hour, I don't want to be disturbed under any circumstances.
And then?
And then I'm going to pay one more visit to Mr. Mole.
You're back, General, eh?
You've reconsidered?
Not at all. However, since we're both waiting for the end, I thought you might like to pass the time.
What did you have in mind?
You play chess?
I must warn you, I am an excellent player, General. But if that is your wish, where's the board?
Here.
What's this?
A geological survey map of the area.
You have a bizarre sense of humor, General. Very well, I trust you would explain the rules to me as we go along.
Who makes the first move? Oh, you already have. And it was the wrong one.
What do you mean?
The original position of your Earthship was here. When our laser began its penetration, the ship moved here. Away from the beam's angle, it's true, but closer to the fault.
Still quite far enough away to be safe.
But you see how the fault curves slightly around your position. It creates a kind of pocket, and that limits your options.
Just what is it you're driving at?
The laser takes 10 minutes to penetrate the ground the first time, but the second time, in the same spot, the transmission is instantaneous, thus effectively eliminating that space as one which your ship can pass through.
So I am in retreat. Is that it?
Straight toward the fault.
The pawns against the king.
My calculations tell me I can force your ship into the fault zone in 28 moves. At 10 minutes a move, that's 4.5 hours, which will leave us 3 hours to evacuate the city.
And if my men see what you are doing and detonate the fault before they are within its range?
That's a chance we'll have to take.
If your plan works, it means a stalemate. And the future will be left up to nature, after all.
General Scarborough here. Yes? Have a new position?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, we've done it. They just moved within the fault zone. Then we can go ahead with the evacuation? That's right, Commissioner. Headquarters has already sent orders down the line. But look out the window there.
Yes, traffic's already beginning to move across the bridges.
With 3 hours, if all goes smoothly, everyone should be safe. We've done it. We can escape. And who knows, perhaps the fault will hold after all. Come in. Oh, Dr. Trilby, we've been expecting you.
Good day, Mayor.
The Commissioner, you know, of course, and this is General Scarborough.
Hello, General. Congratulations. I just heard the whole story. I'd no idea what was going on down here, but that explains the mysterious tremor we detected yesterday.
Yes, it was Mole's ship moving into its original position. I'm sure your laboratory has been a quiet place compared to City Hall these last few hours. But now, thanks to the General here, we're free.
Yes. Well, Dr. Trilby, have you completed all your calculations?
Yes, I have.
You can say for certain now what will happen?
Yes, General.
Well?
We can only hope that everyone will get out of the city in time.
Perhaps the single most terrifying thing about nature is its total indifference. It is beyond the reach of reason, independent of our concepts of right and wrong, justice and morality. We cannot always predict its movements, and we certainly cannot control it. The one thing we do know about nature is the one thing we so often forget, that we ignore it at our peril. I shall return there a moment. The brain is like a muscle, and just as some loads are too heavy for the arms to lift, so there are thoughts too awesome for the mind to bear. Our story took place in the future and falls properly into the realm of science fiction, but we thought it best to tell it to you now, while we still could. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Court Benson, Earl Hammond, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I was talking to Maribel.
To Maribel?
She accused me of killing her. I denied it. I shouted at her. I screamed, I didn't kill you.
Becca.
Hear me out. But the louder I screamed, the more I became convinced that I was lying.
Rebecca, what are you saying?
I'm saying I did kill
Marielle. Let me get you something warm to drink.
Look, see, don't humor me.
But please.
When she first accused me...
Well, how could she accuse you? She's dead.
That's right.
It isn't true that you killed her.
It is true. Now I know I did kill her.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If you have read the works of the saints and the mystics, you know what faith they put in their visions. Things they see not with their bodily eyes, but within themselves. See clearly, see vividly, with absolute certainty. The capacity to discern these visions is called the inner eye, and that is the title of this story.
We must find him, quickly.
But he's gone. He's disappeared.
Mother, he's in danger. We have to find him.
We don't even know where to look.
I know where. I know.
Our mystery drama, The Inner Eye,
was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Roberta Maxwell. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Visions are not confined to mystics and saints. The painter who suddenly sees the ultimate structure of his work of art. The novelist who senses the perfect conclusion to his book. The scientist who is abruptly convinced of the correct equation he has been seeking. All these and many others have visions in which they know they can believe completely.
Betsy, don't you love me?
You know I do, Carl.
Well,
But just to run off like that...
don't you see how fantastic it'll be? Paris, Rome, maybe. Or we could go to Spain, Madrid or Seville, or Portugal. We could go to Portugal.
How are we supposed to live in those places?
Oh, we'd live.
We don't speak Spanish or Italian.
We'd learn. We could pick it up.
What would we live on?
We'd find something.
Who'd hire it?
You're a real bring-down, you know that?
I don't mean to be. It's just that...
Why don't you think about how fantastic it'll be? You and me, just the two of us, walking around Rome or Paris or wherever, meeting people, sitting in little cafes.
But how would we live? Eat? Things like that?
We'd make out. We'd make out fabulously.
I don't see how. I don't know if Mother would keep on giving me my allowance. She doesn't like you very much, Carl. You know that.
She's got it in for me because I spent a month in a sanitarium. Holy cow, it was only a month.
It's not just the sanitarium. It's all the times you've quit your jobs, walked out.
Well, the jobs were no good.
Now you want to quit this one. Mother's going to say...
The deuce with your mother. Your mother's got nothing to do with it. This is just you and me.
If she cuts off my allowance...
I'll go to work.
Doing what?
Something. I'll do something. Don't you worry about that.
Darling, somebody has to worry about it.
You don't believe in me. That's the whole thing. You don't have faith in me. You don't love me.
That's not fair, Carl.
I should have known that a long time ago.
I do love you. I've always loved you,
If you
but...
loved me, if you really loved me, you'd do what I'm asking. You'd come with me.
To Rome? To Paris? To Portugal? Where?
Any place. To the ends of the earth. That's supposed to be what love is all about, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't see why we have to go to the ends of the earth. Why can't we stay here, where we live, where you have a job, where we can make plans to get married?
Are you back on that again?
It's what we both want, isn't it? To get married, have a little house, children someday? Isn't that what we want? It's what I want. I thought it was what you wanted, too.
I want you. I want you with me wherever I go.
But you've got me. Why do we have to go someplace?
Because I do. And if you won't go with me, well, that's the end.
You mean the end of you and me?
I mean, the end of everything.
Carl!
The end of the road.
You don't know what you're saying.
It's over. Finished. Done with. I hope you're satisfied. You've ruined everything.
Carl!
You destroyed me.
He said at the end, we're washed up, finished. He said at the end of the road, the end of us. He said I destroyed...
Yeah, darling, don't cry. Don't take on like that. He isn't worth it.
He said if I really loved him, I'd go with him to the ends of the earth.
Were you planning to walk?
That's just it. He didn't have any plans. He said we'd make out somehow, and it would be fabulous.
Dear heart, all young people think that things will somehow be fabulous. They think it's their birthright. It's quite a shock when things turn out otherwise.
Maybe they would have been fabulous, that is. Paris, Rome, all that.
Yes, I think growing up is nothing but reaching the conclusion that nothing is going to be fabulous. All right, maybe, but not fabulous.
I don't want to believe that.
Nobody wants to believe it, which doesn't keep it from being true. Now, come on, Betsy.
dry your eyes, take a hot bath. Maybe we'll do something nice, go shopping, see a movie.
I can't.
You can if you try. Now take your clothes off and I'll start your baths. Go on now. You'll see. You're going to love it.
Oh, Carl. Carl, what have I done to you?
I'm going to put some bath oil in. The expensive kind.
Not my fault. It isn't.
Smelled just heavenly.
I didn't do anything.
All right, come on now. Get undressed.
It's not my fault, Mother, is it?
Your fault? What's not your fault?
About Carl.
Darling, you did the only sensible thing, refusing to dash off with him to heaven knows where. Now, come on. Get your clothes off.
I told him you would probably cut off my allowance.
I most certainly would have.
We wouldn't have anything to live on.
Quite right. Now, come on.
If you could have seen how he looked.
I don't care how he looked. I care how you look, which is not so good.
He looked
awful. Well, so do you. Now, come on. Your bath's ready. I'll turn off the water.
You never liked to.
That's true. Come on now.
Just because he spent that month in a sanitarium?
That and other things.
And kept quitting or getting fired.
For heaven's sake, Betsy, isn't that enough? Not to want him for a son-in-law, not to want my daughter mixed up with him? Eventually tied down to him? I'd say it was plenty. And this last fancy gesture of his, running off to Europe with no money, no plans, no idea of how he's going to survive, and expecting you to pack up and go with him? What is there for me to like about it? Now, get your clothes off and get into that tub and be quick about it.
I wonder where he is. Right now.
I don't care where he is.
I wonder what he's doing.
I don't care if he's jumping off the bridge. Now, come on.
That's it. That's it. Oh, Mother. Mother.
What is it? What's the matter?
Carl's going to kill himself.
What?
He's going to kill himself.
Now, Betsy, you don't mean that.
I do mean it. What's more, I know it.
How could you possibly know something like that?
I can see it.
See it? See him? See Carl?
It's like the picture on a television screen. Just as clear.
Where do you think he is?
I don't know exactly. But he's got a gun in his pocket. He's taking it out of his pocket. I'm looking at it.
All right. This can't be allowed to go on any further.
What are you doing?
I'm calling that nice Dr. Bradley.
The one who took care of Carl?
The only psychiatrist I'll know.
That's where he is. Carl's there, at the sanitarium.
What?
Dr. Bradley speaking.
What are you talking about?
Hello?
Oh, Dr. Bradley?
Yes, speaking.
He's there. Carl's there.
Dr. Bradley, this is Mrs. Conover. I don't suppose you remember me.
Conover? I don't...
My daughter, Betsy, is, engaged to a young man you treated recently for a month or so, Carl Ashton?
Oh, yes, I treated Mr. Ashton.
Well, I'm not calling about him. I'm calling about my daughter.
He's there, at the sanitarium.
Yes?
Mr. Ashton and my daughter have had a falling out, a quarrel, and she's extremely agitated about the whole thing. I was hoping that you could see her.
You mean now, right away?
If possible. She's really in a dreadful state. She imagines all sorts of things, dreadful things. I can't get her to do anything, take a bath even. So if you could, if you have the time.
Mrs. Conover, can you come right over? I'll take the time.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Bradley. And before you hang up, among other strange things, Betsy is convinced that, Carl is at the sanitarium. Would you know? Is that possible?
Well, if you were to come here, Mrs. Conover, it would be the same me since I was his doctor. I was the only one who treated him.
And I haven't seen him or heard from him since he was discharged.
Thank you, Doctor. And thank you for consenting to see Betsy.
I'll expect you shortly.
Thank you, Dr. Bradley.
Not at all.
Well, that settles that.
What did he say?
He said Carl hadn't been at the sanitarium at all.
He's lying. Dr. Bradley is lying.
Mrs. Conover, come in, please. And your daughter?
Thank you. Come on, Betsy.
Please sit down, both of you.
I don't want to sit down.
All right.
I want to tell you that you are a liar. Carl came to this place this morning and asked to see you.
Did he say he was going to do that?
No, but he did it.
How do you know?
I saw him.
You mean you followed him here?
No, I saw him in my mind. I had a picture of him walking up the steps and going through the door and up to the desk. He's here, I tell you. I know he's here. You think I'm crazy, don't you?
Did I say that?
No, but you're thinking it.
I assure you, at the moment, I don't know what to think.
He's here. I see him here.
Miss Conover, when a girl and a boy have been very, very close, it's not unusual that one should think of the other very intensely, very emotionally. Perhaps you're reliving the times you came to see Carl while he was hospitalized here. You were a very faithful visitor, as I recall.
I'm not recalling anything. I see him here.
Excuse me a minute. Miss Brown, is it possible that Carl Ashton is anywhere in the building? There's someone here who, Oh? Oh. Yes, I realize that. Thank you. Miss Conover, I owe you an apology. Mr. Ashton was here. He asked to see me, but I was in a meeting. I didn't stop to pick up my messages. I'm sorry.
He really was here?
For a few minutes, yes. Tell me, why is it so important right now to locate him?
Well, Betsy thinks...
I don't think. I know. Carl is going to kill himself.
You see, saints and mystics are not the only ones who can see with the inner eye. It is not necessary to have practiced meditation, transcendental or otherwise, in order to have visions. The most prosaic, the most practical, the most mundane of God's creatures can experience this phenomenon.
Possibly more than once. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
If we do not wish to give the name of visions to Betsy's mental pictures, then we could call them the product of precognition, which is foreknowledge, or knowing ahead of time. However, thus far in our story, Betsy's visions have been tardy, have appeared too late. This is called retrocognition, the occult knowledge of past events. Listen now to the second act of The Inner Eye.
Now, Miss Conover, let's be sensible about this.
Doctor, you can't reason with her. I've tried.
It's true. I know it. Carl has a gun. It's in his overcoat pocket.
What makes you so sure? Have you ever known him to carry a gun?
No, but he has one now. And he's going to use it. He's going to use it on himself. I know it. I can see it.
Miss Conover, Carl was my patient. I saw him daily for an entire month. In all that time, I never detected any suicidal tendencies. He was suffering from a mild case of agoraphobia, a fear of open spaces. As far as I could tell, this cleared up completely.
Well, it must have. He was planning to leave the country, go to Paris or Rome.
Was he? That's interesting.
Well, they quarreled about it. He wanted Betsy to go with him. Without money, without prospects. He said they'd make out somehow, and it would be fabulous.
I had a fantasy like that myself when I was 20.
Oh, thank the good Lord my daughter had better sense than to go along with it.
Yes, a very steady young girl.
Well, that's what I've always thought, but now I'm not so sure. After they quarreled, Betsy began having these hallucinations.
They are not hallucinations. How dare you
Call them whatever you like. These, convictions? That Carl was going to do away with himself, that we must find him. And finally that he was here at the sanitarium. Now that's when I called you, not on Carl's account, on hers. She was becoming quite frantic.
But now it would seem that her hallucinations, quote-unquote, were not completely without foundation.
You see? You see?
Carl was here at the sanitarium earlier.
That could certainly be mere coincidence.
Yes, it could be.
Well, it is, isn't it?
Mrs. Conover, there are many mental processes that we know little or nothing about. This could be one of them.
Well, it all sounds very weird to me.
How can you sit there and talk about me as though I wasn't here? As though I was out of my mind and didn't count?
No one thinks you're out of your mind, Betsy.
I am very much in my mind. Don't you understand that?
I'm trying to.
Are you? Are you really?
I really am.
Thank you, Dr. Bradley. Thank you very much.
Betsy, I didn't mean to suggest for one moment...
Wait. Wait. I see him. It's Carl. Oh, yes. It's Carl. He's in a big room. A great big room with a lot of furniture in it and people. Furniture and people. He's...
Yes, Betsy?
He's sitting at a desk. He's writing a note. He's in this big room, and there are people in it.
What sort of people, can you tell?
Unimportant people, strangers. They don't have any connection with Carl.
Where is the room, the big room? Can you make that out?
It's got long windows and long, dark, red draperies.
Is it somebody's house?
No, it's got an elevator. It's got 2 elevators.
A hotel? A hotel lobby?
That's it. Yes, it's a hotel lobby, and Carl is sitting at one of the desks. He's writing a letter on the hotel stationery. He's writing a letter to me.
Could you possibly... Can you make out the name of the hotel?
I don't know. I've never been in this hotel before.
Well, the name must be on the stationery, mustn't it?
Yes. S-U-F, and then another F.
The Suffolk? The Hotel Suffolk?
Yes, the Suffolk.
Well, I've been there, and it does have long windows and dark red draperies, all the way to the floor.
Carl is writing me a letter to tell me his life is over. He's going to end it. What are you doing, Dr. Bradley?
Calling the Suffolk Hotel. If what you say is true...
It is true.
Then we'd better move quickly to stop him.
Hotel Suffolk.
Is this the desk?
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Well, I hope you can. This is something of an emergency. Can you tell me if there's a young man sitting at one of your desks writing a letter?
There are 2 young men in the lobby. Oh, another's just come in. Did you want someone paid?
No, what I want is to locate a young man seated at a desk writing a letter on hotel stationery.
No, there's no one sitting at a desk.
I say, thank you. The desk clerk says there's no one in the lobby writing a letter or sitting at a desk.
But he's there. He's there. I know he's there.
Doctor, I think I ought to drive her to the hotel just to show her that Carl is not there.
All right, I'll come with you.
Oh, would you?
It's my afternoon off. I'd be glad to devote it to you and your daughter and this mystery.
Yes. Can I be of service?
Yes, I called about 15 minutes ago asking about a young man seated at a writing table.
Oh, yes.
It was you I talked to. Yes, and I wish you'd left your name. I'd have called you back, because right after you hung up, a young man did come in, and he asked me for some hotel stationery.
Carl!
Which, of course, I gave him, and he went over to one of our desks here in the lobby and started to write.
It was Carl.
If I'd only known where to reach you...
What did the young man look like?
Medium height, blonde hair, blue eyes,
Yes, that's Carl.
Tell me, did he seem at all agitated?
Well, now, I guess you could say agitated, anxious. Yes, you could say that.
He was writing a letter to me.
The main point is, where is he now?
Well, he wrote only a brief note, put it in an envelope, and sealed it. Purchased a stamp from the stamp machine and posted the letter over there in the mailbox by the elevators. Then you went out. If you'd only given me your name and number, I'd have only been too happy to...
He was saying goodbye to me.
Is there any chance of getting our hands on that letter?
Oh, no.
You couldn't open the mailbox. It's terribly important.
That would be interfering with the United States mail.
But you see, we think... anyway, my daughter thinks the young man may be on the verge of... well, doing away with himself, so you can see why.
Well, we can't interfere with the United States mail, madam, but...
Yes? What?
The postman's due here in about half hour to pick up the mail. When he opens the box, he might... I don't know what the regulations are. We've never run up against anything like this before, but he might let you have the letter. I say he might, with the proper identification.
Dr. Bradley, what do you think? Would he let us see the letter?
I rather doubt it.
Still, we could wait around and ask him. It's only half an hour.
He's very prompt as a rule.
A lot can happen in half an hour.
You're beginning to think that, all of Betsy's premonitions are real, aren't you?
Frankly, Mrs. Conover, I don't know what to think.
We don't even know for certain that it was Carl who was here who wrote the letter. I mean, there must be lots of blonde, blue-eyed young men coming in here.
Miss Conover, what do you think? Why, where is she?
She was just here. Where could she have gone to?
Mother? Dr. Bradley, look what I found. It's Carl's fountain pen.
Where in the world?
It was lying on the desk over there.
Well, that settled it. It was Carl who was here, and Carl who wrote the letter.
This gentleman here suggests that we wait around for the postman. He's due here very soon, and there's a chance he may let us have the letter.
If it's addressed to you, and I'm sure it is.
I know it is.
Should we wait, do you think?
Betsy? It's up to you.
No. No, the letter's just to say goodbye. It wouldn't tell us where he is.
Within what?
But I know where he is.
You do?
You're sure?
I'm positive. I can see him. He's at the police station.
Betsy, we can't just keep driving around if you don't know which police station you're going. We've already been to...
Mother, keep on driving. I'll find it.
Perhaps if we phoned headquarters, central headquarters, I mean,
they could tell us something. I don't know what, but something.
Yes, let's do that.
No. We're almost there. Just keep going.
It all seems so futile.
Turn left at the next red light.
I hope you don't expect me to run through the light.
I don't care if you do.
Well, I care. Police are going to think we're crazy enough without that.
Not if Carl's there, Mrs. Conover.
Well, no. Not if he is actually there.
Mother, don't stop.
Be patient, Betsy. It will turn green in a minute.
You don't care about Carl. You never liked him. You don't care if he lives or dies.
Now, that's not true that I don't care if he lives or dies.
The light's changing.
Go on, Mother. Turn left. Left.
You don't want me to crash into one of those cars, do you?
Oh. This is the street. This is the right street. I know it is. Just keep going. The police station will be on the right-hand side. It's not far from here.
Betsy, will you try to control yourself?
We're almost there. I can tell.
You're making me nervous. It's very hard to drive.
Would you like me to drive, Mrs. Conover?
Oh, would you?
No, there isn't time.
I will just pull over. We can exchange seats.
Mother, there isn't time, and we're almost there.
Yep. Perhaps you better drive right on, Mrs. Conover.
All right, if you say so.
Slow down a little, Mother. It's going to be on the right. Pretty soon now. It's a low red brick building with a green light in front.
Oh, you keep your eye out for it. I'm having a hard enough time just driving.
We'll watch for it.
There it is. There it is. See it?
I see it.
Yes, you were right, Betsy.
Well, let's all pray it's the right one.
It is. It is. Pull up, Mother. We're here.
Right, all right.
Come on, hurry.
We are coming, darling.
We're right behind you.
No. Wait, stop.
Betsy.
What is it? What's the matter?
Listen.
You wet the sheet.
Be quiet. Listen.
What in the world? Child, what is it? What is the matter?
Didn't you hear it?
Hear what?
What did you hear, Bessie?
A shot. A gunshot. We're too late.
Perhaps we were wrong. Perhaps there's no such thing as the inner eye, or precognition, or retrocognition, or anything else but instinct, or the simple bond that links one loving person to another who is loved, the sort of instinct that wakens a mother a second before her baby cries. I'll be back shortly with our final act. If we have discarded the conception of an inner eye, if we scoff at the notion of precognition and retrocognition too, and agree to settle for the word instinct, then what is instinct? The dictionary says it is the natural and unreasoning prompting to action. Well then, if it is natural, and if it is unreasoning, then why not call it the inner eye?
What are we going to tell the police, Sergeant? Obviously, Carl not here.
He was here. I saw him here.
I must say, Betsy, every time you've seen him someplace, when we get there, he's gone.
I can't help that.
No, of course you can't.
I don't suppose you've got a vision of where he is now.
No. But I heard the gun go off. I heard it just as clearly as though I was standing next to him.
You folks wanted to see me?
Oh, yes, Sergeant. Mrs. Conover?
You tell him. I'm embarrassed to.
Yes. Oh, this young lady here had a quarrel with her sweetheart. They parted, and the young man went off in a rather disturbed state of mind. The young lady formed the conviction that he intended to take his own life.
Because they had a fight?
Well, I know it sounds exaggerated, but
it certainly does.
She saw him, in her mind's eye, that is, with a gun in his pocket.
He got a permit?
No. That is, we don't know. Actually, we don't know for sure that he has a gun.
He has a gun in the pocket of his overcoat.
Well, anyway, the young lady said she saw him in her own mind at the sanitarium where I am the attending physician. The boy was a patient for a month a while back.
He's some kind of a nut?
Oh, no, not at all. He was discharged as cured. Well, the young lady's mother called me to see if the boy was there, and I said no, because I hadn't seen him. But when they arrived at the sanitarium, it developed that he had been there, briefly.
So?
Well, the point I'm trying to make, Sergeant, is that the young lady couldn't possibly have known that her sweetheart did come to the sanitarium. She just sort of sensed it. And then in my office, she had another flash of insight, I guess you'd call it, that he was in a certain hotel writing her a letter.
I called the hotel. The boy wasn't there. But we decided to go there anyway, and when we got there, the desk clerk said that right after my phone call, a young man had come in, asked for hotel stationery, gone to a desk, and written a short note.
To me.
We assume it was to her, and we're sure it was her sweetheart who wrote it because we found his fountain pen on the desk.
Well, what about the letter?
We thought of waiting around for the postman to arrive and open the box.
He wouldn't have given it to you without a special order.
Yes, well, we decided not to wait anyhow because the young lady suddenly got a flash of intuition that he was here.
Uh-huh.
So we drove over, and we started to come inside, but just a few minutes ago, outside on the sidewalk, the young lady heard, or she thought she heard, no, she heard something. She heard a shot.
A shot, huh?
She thinks the boy has shot himself.
Well, what do you want from me?
Well, I know the whole story sounds a little bizarre, Sergeant. I mean, all we have to go on are this young lady's impressions, feelings, convictions. But they've been so accurate in the long run, we thought we could come in and ask, has there been a young man here today?
Yeah. Now, there was a crazy kid come in here a couple hours ago. Talked to him myself. Well, I tried to. Couldn't make sense out of what he was trying to tell me. After a while, he just ran out. We get a lot of those kind.
You wouldn't have any idea where he might have gone?
Not the foggiest.
That's too bad.
Never mind. It's all right. Get an ambulance.
Oh, me?
He's not very far from here, and he's not dead. He's just wounded. Get an ambulance. Hurry up. He's bleeding.
Oh, I can't do that, little girl. You don't even know where the fella is. You don't even know if he shot himself. I can't send out one of our ambulances on a chase like that, with nothing to go on.
But you have to. You have to.
Never mind, Betsy. I'll take care of this. May I use your phone, Sergeant?
Go ahead.
What do you have in mind, Mrs. Conover?
Since the police will not oblige, I'm calling a private service. Don't worry, Betsy. We'll get you an ambulance.
You gotta tell me where to go.
Just go straight ahead till I tell you to stop.
It sure is crazy.
He's lying in an alley. You know, the kind of an alley they have to get to a service entrance. That kind.
How much further?
Not far. Just keep going. He shot himself in the shoulder.
You wouldn't know which one, I suppose.
Of course. His right one. Driver, turn down this next street to the right.
I hope you know what you're doing, is all I can say.
He must have put the gun to his head and then lost his nerve or something.
Or changed his mind.
Driver, stop right up ahead. That big building.
Gotcha.
By the alley. Come on, we're coming.
We'll certainly hope.
He's bleeding.
You want me?
Of course. Oh, look, there he is.
He is all right. How did you know?
I just knew.
Shot my shoulder. Bullet went clean through his right shoulder.
I talked to your doctor, Carl. He says you're coming along just fine. There's no infection, and the wound's healing beautifully, he says. Aren't you pleased?
Yeah.
You don't sound very pleased.
It was such a damn fool thing to do.
Yes, it was.
I couldn't even do it right.
I'm very glad you couldn't.
Are you, Betsy? Are you really glad?
Of course I am. Can you imagine how I'd feel if you'd really killed yourself?
You'd be better off.
Now that's a ridiculous thing to say. I'd have been miserable, going through the rest of my life thinking I was responsible.
Oh, you shouldn't think that. You mustn't ever think that. I couldn't stand it if you ever thought that, Betsy.
Well, anyway, you didn't kill yourself. You've just got a little wound in your right shoulder, and it's healing up just fine, and in a few days, you'll be out of here.
Then what?
What do you mean, then what? Then What?
Will we just pick up again? You and me? Pick up where we left off?
Why don't we just wait and see? You've been through a lot, Carl. And so have I.
Yeah, I guess you have.
But it all turned out all right. So, let's forget it.
You know, I could have bled to death in that alley if you hadn't found me.
I suppose you could have.
They had to give me a blood transfusion.
Really?
Yeah. I lost so much blood.
I think I'd better leave, Carl. You'll need your rest.
Oh, just stay for just a minute. I have this terrible feeling I'll never see you again.
Oh, we'll see each other.
But not like before.
Well, no. Not just like before.
You don't love me anymore, is that it?
You don't, do you?
Oh, Carl, let's not talk about that now.
You must have loved me some, to have gone to all that trouble to find me. It couldn't have been easy.
No, it wasn't easy.
How did you do it? How did you know to go to that alley, on that street?
I don't see how you did it. And with an ambulance and all. I mean, it's weird. It's uncanny how you knew where to go.
I guess it is.
So tell me, how did you do it?
I don't want to talk about it right now. Someday I'll tell you. If I can remember how it was. He wanted to know how we found him, Dr. Bradley, and I didn't know what to tell him.
Well, you did it. Your mother and I just tagged along.
Okay, I did it, but I still don't know how.
Well, I suppose the psychics would say you were one of them.
I don't want to be a psychic. It's too hard.
Well, if you don't want to be a psychic, don't be.
Do I have a choice?
Many people have psychic experiences once, maybe twice, then never again.
I think I'll be one of those. But I'm glad I had this one. If Carl had bled to death in that alley...
You'd have blamed yourself. I understand that.
You understand a lot, Dr. Bradley.
It's part of my profession to understand, or try to.
I'm so grateful to you for going along with me, humoring me. When you must have thought I was, you know, a little soft in the head. Mother didn't. Why did you?
I don't know. Maybe because I like the look of your soft little head. The independent way you carry it.
Oh, come on. That wouldn't be the reason.
Does there have to be a reason?
I always thought there had to be.
You may be right. But do we always have to know the reason? Can't we just go along on instinct? You did, you know.
Me? I did.
When you went along with your visions, with the pictures you saw in your inner eye.
Is that what I did?
I think so. Now, I ought to tell you that I, too, am having a vision.
Really? Are you? What is it?
Well, I see myself in a very attractive, very quiet little restaurant, sitting at a table with a very polite, nice waiter waiting to take my order. And across the table from me is a girl, a very pretty young girl, with a very pretty little head, which she holds very high. And I'm trying desperately to make a good impression on this young girl, with the proud, independent little head, because...
Because why?
Because I want very much for her to like me.
I see.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, Miss Brown, what is it? Oh, wants to see me? Well, ask him to come in. It's the sergeant from the police station. Says it's urgent. I thought you might as well hear what he has to say. Come in, Sergeant.
Thank you.
You remember Miss Conover, of course?
Sure. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm glad you're here, Miss Conover. I've got something that may help clear up part of the little mystery in regard to your young man. Remember you said you saw him writing a letter in that hotel? Well, he was writing a letter, all right. Only it wasn't a letter to you.
It wasn't. I was sure.
No, it was to me. Seems a young man had embezzled some money from the firm he worked for. Oh, he put the money back, all right. But one of his co-workers was threatening to expose him. He was scared to death of the publicity. And that's why...
That's why he wanted to run away.
Mm-hmm. And when you wouldn't run away with him, he tried to kill himself. That's all there in the letter. You can read it for yourself. And you too, Doctor.
Thank you, Sergeant.
That's about all, I guess. I'll be getting back to work.
Well, thank you for this, Sergeant.
It's all right. Thought you ought to know.
Well, it would seem your psychic abilities are not infallible after all.
It would seem that way, wouldn't it? And you know what? I'm glad.
So, what do you think now of the inner eye? Is there such a thing? Can it summon up visions of events taking place in the world of reality?
Does it serve a valid social function? Is it a dependable guide to suitable action? Well, yes and no. I'll be back shortly.
If you want my extremely humble opinion on the validity of the inner eye concept, it is this.
There is a possibility, and only a possibility, that such a strong tie can exist between two people, that one can instinctively follow the movements of the other. This tie, by the way, may be fashioned of love, or it may be made of guilt. Our cast included Roberta Maxwell, Terry Keane, Gordon Gould, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Said the angry old wolf to the tender young lamb, "You think I've got the time to count your crimes, you pup? Your guilt consists in this: I want to eat you up." And so it goes. We now question the innocence of the victim. After all, what right do girls have to be beautiful, or men to be rich? Especially when there is so much hunger for beauty and wealth, and so few people have them.
Hey, why don't you watch where you walk? What do you want me to do, kill you?
You can't kill me.
What do you mean?
You've already killed me once.
What are you talking about?
And you can't kill a person twice.
Hey, what are you saying?
Isn't that what's called double jeopardy or something?
Our mystery drama, The Wintering Place, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Was it a dream? He keeps asking himself. Was it a dream that morning, that golden August morning in the woods, with the light filtering through the trees, the dappled pattern of sunlight casting a series of shimmering shadows on the turning leaves? Was it a dream? He keeps asking himself. The girl standing there with long yellow hair and deep blue eyes and flashing red lips and excited voice. Was it a dream? Oh, please, please, he prays. Dear Lord, have mercy. Grant that it was only a dream.
Hello there.
Oh, you startled me, Mr. Baring.
I'm sorry, Martha.
My name isn't Martha.
It isn't? Well, you look just like...
I'm her sister, Robin.
Oh. Well, how do you do?
I'm here on a visit.
Are you? I hope you enjoy it.
Oh, I will. It's the most beautiful country.
Are you writing anything in that notebook?
Of course.
But that's a silly question. Naturally, you're writing. I saw you.
I'm a lepidopterist.
Yeah, I beg your pardon?
A lepidopterist.
Yeah, I heard you, but I still don't know what...
Of course, we begin as biologists, then we become naturalists, and then we specialize. And my specialty is the order Lepidoptera, or the butterfly.
And you make a living at it?
Oh, yes, I teach at the State University. All about butterfly.
Boy, is there enough to it?
Oh, my goodness, yes. I made a life's work out of it.
Well, that don't beat all.
Surprised, Mr. Barry?
Hey, how'd you know my name is Barry?
Well, when I arrived the other day, my sister drove through Main Street, and she pointed out all the important people in town.
I'm not all that important.
She said you're the biggest landowner in these parts.
Oh, what do I own? A couple thousand acres? Why, back in Texas, where my folks come from.
I understand this is your land.
Yes, I do own this piece.
And I'm probably trespassing.
Oh, no.
I have an idea that this stretch of woodland might be part of the migratory route of the monarch butterfly, Odana plexiput.
For a pretty girl, you come out with some words that a jawbreaker.
Well, butterflies go south for the winter.
Oh, like birds?
Oh, yeah. Some of them go all the way to Mexico.
Oh, I thought a butterfly only lived a couple of days.
Oh, and some of them known to live for 9 months.
And they go all the way to Mexico?
Mm-hmm. All the way and back.
Why do they do that?
Well, they respond to mysterious biological urges.
What's a good-looking gal like you getting all involved with this insect war?
How many times I've been asked that question.
You have such a pretty smile.
Well, thank you. You know, if you look very closely at the top of those trees...
And such a beautiful voice. It's as sweet as music.
You think they're leaves, but they're not.
Robin?
They're monarch butterfly. Hundreds of thousands of them.
Robin?
Many of them will never see Mexico. They'll die en route. Die young. In the full blush of their beauty.
Robin.
What is it, Mr. Baring?
You're so pretty.
Oh, please, let go of my arm.
You're so pretty.
Mr. Baring, please let go.
No, I've been so lonely for so long.
You're hurting my arm.
I don't want to hurt you.
Please let go of me.
I wouldn't hurt you for the world.
Scream.
Wait, what do you want to scream for? What if somebody hears you? Just be quiet. There's nothing to scream about. I don't want to hurt you. I only want to look at you.
Somebody help me, please.
Told you to shut up. Pauline, come in here.
Yes, Mr. Baring.
I want to go over these accounts with you. You're spending too much money.
Well, Mrs. Baring didn't seem to think so.
No, that's another thing. Mrs. Baring is gone.
You're telling me?
What does that mean?
Well, I'll tell you what it means. Somebody has to tell you. It might as well be me. Something's come over you, Mr. Barron.
Now, you just look here.
No, I'll say my piece, and then you can fire me. Oh, you changed since your wife died. I know how you loved her, and I know how you miss her.
Nobody can ever know that.
Well, you take your misery out on everybody. You used to be a nice, kind guy. Look at you now. You're out to get everybody. You just wait for a person to make a mistake so you can jump on them.
That isn't true.
No? Well, you say you want to go over the accounts with me. You're going to wind up giving me this lecture about how inefficient I am, how I waste your household money.
Well, I have the figures here.
With you. And you know what we'll find out? If I had exercised more care these last 30 days, I could have saved you the grand sum of $3.98.
Well, it's the principle of the thing.
$3.98. And you got more money than you could ever spend if you lived to be 1,000.
There are other things involved here.
Yeah? Well, you tell me about them.
Well, you're always forgetting.
Okay. Score a point for your side. I got a bad memory. I can't remember things. I always forget things, so what?
So what?
That's how I am. But I always was able to make this house a pleasant place to live in. They have to admit that.
Yeah, I admit it.
You gotta make up your mind. Am I worth it? I forget things all the time. And I'm not the thriftiest housekeeper. But am I worth it? Do I stay? Or do you want to hire somebody else?
Look, I'm not myself anymore.
What I just got finished telling you.
I don't know what gets into me.
Well, you'll have to put a stop to it.
I'll try.
Okay.
It's just that I miss her.
I miss her so much.
I know.
I didn't think you could ever miss anybody that way.
You know what you ought to do. Marry again.
How could I ever get married again? She's cold in her grave.
She'd been dead a year.
I could never marry anybody.
Now, who's making that kind of racket? All right, hold your horses, I'm coming. Oh, if it isn't the Merry Merriman himself.
Pauline.
How white, Bob Fuller, what's the racket?
Got some special mail for us?
Well, Mr. Baring, listen.
What is it?
It's just terrible. A murder.
Murder?
Well, what are you saying? There has been a murder.
Who? Where?
Somebody better get on the phone, quick.
Who's been murdered?
Just call the sheriff.
Tell it, Bobby.
The girl.
Who?
I don't know that girl.
Which girl?
You know, what's her name? What's her name, Martha?
Martha's been murdered. Martha Penrose?
No, not Martha. And Martha's sister.
Robin?
Yeah, the one that's been visiting her.
Murdered?
The college teacher with the long blonde hair.
Yeah?
Yes, she was dead. I seen her.
Where?
You know where the woods begin at the edge of the creek?
Bobby, you sure?
Look, I was taking a shortcut like I always do.
Bobby, how can you be sure she's dead?
And there on the path just ahead of me was...
Did we call the doctor? Let's run out there. Pauline, she is... Well, he's laying out there.
Nothing can happen to her now, Pauline.
This girl is dead?
Yeah, just I covered her with my raincoat. Pauline, you want to pick up that phone and call with sheriff?
Yeah, I'll do that.
And somebody's got to break the news to Martha Penrose.
What's the sheriff's number?
I don't want to be the one to tell Martha. Oh no, sir.
I'll just dial operator.
I found the body, and that is enough for one.
Hello? Hello, who's this, Jennifer? Oh, Georgina. Connect me with the sheriff's office, will you? It's an emergency.
Oh, I will never forget that beautiful yellow hair with the bright red blood.
Hello, Sheriff. Yeah, this is Pauline, over at Frank Barron's place. Sheriff, you want to get over here right away. There's been a murder. Yeah. Oh, he says he's on his way.
Oh, that poor girl. To be murdered like that.
The Lord giveth. The Lord taketh away, Bobby.
Then it wasn't a dream.
It wasn't a what? What'd you say, Mr. Baring?
Huh? What'd I say? When?
Just now.
I didn't say anything.
More coffee, Sheriff?
Thanks, Mr. Bering. It's been a long day.
I asked Mrs. Taylor to set up coffee and sandwiches for your deputies.
That's very kind of you.
Has anybody found anything?
No, not yet. Sorry to say. We've been combing the woods.
I hope you get him.
Yeah, so do I.
Martha Penrose is such a fine woman. Yeah. To have a thing like this happen to her own sister. And out here, of all places?
And who ever thought we'd have a murder?
What'd the doctor say?
Well, yeah, she was beaten up pretty bad. And what killed her? She hit her head hard against a tree.
Was she, had she been...
Yeah. Doc said she'd been criminally assaulted.
It happened on my property, too.
Well, it could have happened anywhere.
Sheriff, do you realize what you just said? You said it could have happened anywhere. I guess that's what the world has come to, and a thing like this could happen anywhere.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
And there no crews, nothing to go on?
No, she was just taking a walk. She had a notebook and a pencil. We found those lying by her body. And Martha said she had an expensive gold watch. I was missing.
The killer must have taken it.
Well, I guess so.
Yeah, well, what do you aim to do now, Sheriff?
I'll ask for special investigators from the county. I mean, they got resources and experience. They ain't sheriff like me. What do I know?
I'll get it, Pauline. I'm on the way out.
Good morning, Mr. Bering.
Well, there's not much left of the morning, Fuller. You should have been here with the mail an hour ago.
Yeah, well, some days we get a heavier load than others.
Still, there's no reason for the mail to be this late.
No, I guess not.
I should report this.
Look, Mr. Bering, I know it's my fault. It's just that I don't take that shortcut through your woods anymore. After what happened last week, I get butterflies in my stomach just thinking about it.
What did you say?
Huh?
What did you just say?
I didn't say anything.
Yes, you did.
What?
You did?
Mr. Bering.
Why did you say that?
But why did I say what?
Hey, go. Did you say that? What are you trying to do? Let go of me.
Look, Mr. Bering, stop it or I'll have to call the sheriff.
Well, what is this sudden violent rage on the part of Mr. Frank Bering? Evidently, when the mailman said what he did, it was like touching a match to a fuse. But what exactly was it that was said, and why should it affect Frank? Well, if you were really paying attention, you'd know exactly what that dynamite word is, and why it can make Frank blow up like that. Meanwhile, we'll keep him sizzling till Act 2. Suspicion always haunts the guilty mind, said Mr. Shakespeare. And for a mind that is filled to the bursting point with guilt, we give you Mr. Frank Bering. Mr. Bering is haunted by guilt. He's consumed. He's devastated by guilt. And with good reason. He happens to be guilty of murder.
But so far, only he knows that. So far.
Mr. Bering, stop it! Let go of him! Let go of Mr. Fuller!
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Bering, what got into you?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
What did you want to try to knock me down for anyhow? Look, I'm just doing my job.
Look, I'm sorry. Okay?
No, it's not okay. Just because you're the big honcho in this part of the woods doesn't give you the right to knock people around.
Look, Bobby. Mr. Bering hadn't been feeling too good.
Oh, you keep out of it, Pauline.
I said I was sorry.
Look, you don't like the way I do my job? Okay, that is your privilege. Report me to my supervisor. But don't you figure you can lay a hand on me. Do you understand that?
Oh, sure. Sure he does. Now, why don't you go about your rounds, Bobby?
Here's your mail. I hope it's all bills.
Mr. Bering, why'd you do a thing like that for? I don't know. I'm not sure that's a good enough answer.
Yeah, ever since Emily died,
I don't know if that's a good enough excuse either.
I'm just not myself, that's all.
You jumped on him, 'cause he said something.
I just lost my head. I don't know why.
He said something that set you off. What was it?
I can't remember.
But you were ready to kill him. What'd he say?
I tell you, I don't know.
Oh, yes, you do.
I don't remember.
I'll help you remember.
Now, look here. What business is that of yours?
You were mad the minute he walked in.
I just happened to lose my temper, that's all.
You were mad at him because the mail was late.
Maybe I was.
And he said something.
Now, look, Pauline, I'm late enough.
Now, we better have this out.
I have to leave.
If you leave before we get to understand this thing, I won't be here when you get back. Now, I recall. He said he was late because he no longer takes the shortcut through your woods. He said, after what happened last week, I get butterflies in my stomach. Just thinking about it. And then you jumped on him. Why?
I don't know why. I can't tell you why.
Do you know how many butterflies there are, Mr. Baring?
Robin, listen. I didn't want to kill you.
The answer is, there are thousands of different species, butterflies and moths.
I didn't even want to hurt you.
All under the heading of Lepidoptera.
I've been so lonely I could die.
Lepidopter is made up of 2 Greek words.
Emily had the same golden hair.
Lepido, which means scale, and ptero, which means wing.
And the blue eye.
The wings of all moths and butterflies are covered with scales if you look closely.
When you talk, your whole face seems to light up just like hers did.
The monarch is a fascinating creature in all of its life stages.
And I just had to touch you. That's all I wanted to do. Just touch you.
Egg, pupa, larva, chrysalis.
I didn't mean to do anything wrong. Listen to me. If you only listen. You didn't listen to me that morning, and so I had to... Will you listen now?
Listen? To what?
Listen to me.
What do you want to tell me?
I don't want to tell you anything. I want to ask you something.
Yeah?
Can you forgive me?
Forgive you? Why should I forgive you?
Because I didn't mean to kill you.
Does that excuse you?
No, but...
Then why should I forgive you?
Because...
You did kill me. It's true.
Yes. But I didn't mean to.
When you killed me, I was 32 years old.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I worked so hard all my life. All my short life.
I didn't want to kill you.
I never had a chance to enjoy life.
There was only something I could do.
There is.
Tell me. I'll do it.
Confess.
Confess?
Go to the sheriff. Confess that you killed me. It's the only way I'll ever forgive you.
No.
Then I'll never forgive you.
Oh, please, Robert, please.
You must confess. Confess, and I'll forgive you.
I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't.
Well, maybe you can't, but I can.
Huh? What? Pauline?
You say you, can't tell me why, hmm?
What do you mean I can't tell you why? I can't tell you what?
What have we been talking about? Why, the word butterflies made you jump all over poor Bobby.
Butterflies?
Yeah. That poor girl who was murdered. Martha's sister who was visiting. She was involved with butterflies.
Oh?
And you feel guilty about her getting murdered, don't you?
Me? Why should I feel guilty?
Why? I don't know why. Maybe because it happened on your property. So what if it did? You don't have any cause for guilt. What could you have done about it?
I better be getting along. I got a lot to do today.
Mr. Baring, take a word of advice from me. A lot of hard things have happened to you. First you lost Emily, and now this terrible murder on your property. You'll have to keep your mind very busy.
And that was the Mozart piece we promised you. Turning now to opera on today's Gems from the Classics, we have the beautiful aria Un bel dì from Puccini's masterpiece, Madame Butterfly.
No. Oh, no. No.
Hey! What do you think you're doing walking out in the middle of the road? Do you want to get killed?
I can't get killed. I'm already dead.
Wait. It's you.
Yes, it's me. Robin.
Where are you going?
I'm going to the place where they go for the winter.
Where? Who goes for the winter?
Where they go. The butterflies. Remember I told you they go to a warm, southern place?
Must be going crazy.
Many of my colleagues say it's Mexico.
Okay. I understand. I've got a guilty conscience.
But I think that here in Southern California...
But it wasn't all my fault.
We have the climate and the conditions...
You were stupid. I didn't mean to hurt you.
...to provide a wintering place. And I think I know where it is.
Please, go away from me.
Don't you want to come with me?
Come with you? Where?
To the wintering place.
Wintering place?
So few people have ever seen one. I never did myself. But my professor, my old professor, he described it. There's nothing like it anywhere on Earth. Beautiful butterflies. They cover the trees like another coat of foliage, and they change the entire light and color of the forest.
This is just my imagination.
And most of the time they lie dormant. But then, is it in response to some mysterious primeval urge? They flutter their wings, and suddenly the colors of the forest change, as millions and millions of butterfly wings create unbelievably breathtaking kaleidoscopic design. Brilliant red and yellows and browns and blues and greens.
Gotta get out of here.
Come with me. You'll be one of the very few people in the world to have ever seen the wintering place. Come with me.
Go with you?
Stay with me. You wanted me?
No,
Come here. Admit it.
I only wanted to look at you.
That isn't true.
I just wanted to hold your hand.
You wanted me. The way you wanted Emily.
No.
When Emily was young. I'm a young Emily. The Emily you fell in love with.
No.
I have her hair, her eyes, her smile. Even her voice.
What you're saying isn't true.
But I am not saying it. You're saying it. Aren't you? Aren't you?
Yes.
Then come with me. It's what you want to do more than anything else in the world, isn't it?
Yes.
We'll go to the wintering place. Such wonder, such beauty. We'll lie down under the trees, and we'll stay with the butterflies for as long as they do. We'll come back when they do, and we'll live as they do, because they're the wisest and the most beautiful of all the children of nature. There you'll come with me.
Yes. Yes, I'll come with you.
And you'll live with me. Always. Promise.
I'll live with you. Always.
I'll make you so happy. Look in my eyes. You know I will. I'll make you as happy as Emily did. Do you believe me?
I believe you.
Now we shall leave for the wintering place. But first...
Yes?
First we must stop.
Stop? Where?
You must visit the sheriff, so that you may confess.
Confess? Confess what?
Confess you killed me.
Oh, no.
No, I won't do it. I can't do it.
Do you want to come with me? Stay with me? Live with me and be happy forever in the wintering place?
Yes.
Then you might go to the sheriff.
Yeah, but
You won't. I will leave you forever.
Oh, no. Please.
And tell me, you will go to the sheriff.
How do you suppose it'll work out? Will he confess? Or will he dismiss the whole business as a figment of his imagination? Well, don't speculate.
Relax. You'll get the whole thing neatly laid out for you in Act 3.
The scientists tell us that we can neither
Create nor destroy matter. Well, we admit we can't create it. That is, after all, the exclusive prerogative of a higher power than ourselves. But destroy it? Isn't that within our abilities? Actually, long ago we discovered the act of murder, and far too frequently do we practice it. But do you destroy a man when you kill him? Isn't there something vital and dynamic that lives on? Mr. Frank Baring is having his problems.
You must go to the sheriff and confess.
Confess that I killed you?
It's the truth, isn't it?
Yes.
Then go. Oh, Franklin.
You just called me Franklin.
Of course.
Only Emily would ever call me Franklin.
I know.
Well, how do you know?
Because I'm part of Emily now. And when I tell you to go to the sheriff and confess, it's also Emily who's telling you.
No, but to go to the sheriff and...
Franklin, would Emily ever tell you to do anything that was wrong? Will you go, Franklin?
Yes.
I knew you would. We knew you would, Emily and I.
Will you come with me?
No, it isn't permitted. Go. We'll wait for you here.
Where?
Then we all go to the wintering place together.
Sheriff. Oh, hey. I'm glad to see you, Frank. Sit down.
Sheriff, I came here to...
I see you got my message. Well, message? Yeah, sure. I called you this morning.
Why would you have called me, Sheriff?
Pauline answered the phone, said you hadn't come down to breakfast yet, but I see she gave you the message to drop in and see me.
No, she never gave me any message. Oh, that woman, she can't remember a blatant thing. How many times do I have to tell her to write things down? Well, that's no good. Even if she does write down a message, she forgets where she puts the blamed piece of paper.
What are you getting so worked up about, Frank, huh?
Because she always forgets to tell me.
She must have told you you're here, ain't you?
Well, I'm here because Sheriff, why did you want to see me?
Good news.
What do you mean?
They got the killer.
They what?
Yeah. They got the fella that murdered Martha's sister, Robin. The state cops picked him up near San Francisco. You know that watch she was wearing? A fool. He tried to pawn it.
If it's the same watch,
It is the same watch. Well, Martha identifies it positively as the one she bought for Robin the day she graduated. No, it's the same watch.
Where's the killer now?
Frank, I know how you feel and what you'd like to do, but the law has to handle it.
Where is he?
Downstairs in the lockup?
Could I see him?
I have to talk to him, and you can stand outside the cell. Well, what do you have to say for yourself this morning, Eddie?
I'll tell you the same story I did to the state cops.
Well, that wasn't much of a story.
Hey, look, what do you want from me? I was down this part of work.
What for?
You know what for? Gotta make a fast buck. I don't deny it. Well, I'm cutting through these woods, and there she is laying there on the ground, and she is dead.
If you come across a dead body, aren't you supposed to report it to the authorities as a good citizen?
Well, I'm not a good citizen. I'm a hood, a punk. I don't deny it. All I gotta do is report this, and the cops say, Buster, you're the one who knocked her off.
Mm-hmm. And how do you get me past the watch, Eddie?
At the watch. Yeah, well, there's a sunlight shining through the branches of the tree she's laying under, see, and it shines on his gold watch. It almost takes my eye out. If it wasn't for the sunlight, I'd have never spotted the thing. They'd have to go at least 7, 8 bills.
That was your mistake, Harry. You should have left it on her wrist.
Yeah.
So you were walking along the woods, minding your own business, and you came across the body, huh? Now, that's your story?
Uh-huh.
Like I said, ain't much of a story.
But it's true.
Oh, good luck with it.
In front of the jury.
Chance he might be telling the truth.
Like you got a chance of being elected president of the United States, Frank.
You're convinced he's guilty?
Well, look, he's got a record.
Yeah, I understand that, but theft.
And for the other thing, too.
What other thing?
A rape. Now, he's had one conviction and beaten a couple of others.
What? That meek-looking little... It's hard to believe it.
Yeah. This one's what they call an incorrigible. There he'll be put away for good. And we'll all be better off for it.
Yeah, I guess so.
And this thing is over.
How's the steak, Mr. Barron?
Pauline, this morning the sheriff called me here at the house.
He did?
He left an important message. As usual, you forgot to give it to me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barry.
I'm convinced you did it on purpose.
Why would I do it on purpose?
I don't know. I don't care. But the next time you forget about something, you're finished. Fired. Do you get that?
Yes, Mr. Barry. I get it.
You didn't confess.
No, I didn't.
That boy will pay for you.
He's a hardened criminal. He deserves to be put away.
Can you live with that?
If I have to.
I don't think so. Emily doesn't think so either.
I was going to confess.
Yes?
I went there to his office for just that reason.
But you didn't do it.
I couldn't. I tried, but...
Yes?
I looked at his place. His first place. He wears those glasses with the steel wire frames. And he scared me. I couldn't open my mouth.
Poor Brandon.
I should confess, I know that. It's the right thing to do. It's the only thing.
Then why don't you do it?
I'm afraid of saying it to the sheriff.
I understand.
You do?
Of course. He's such a strict, righteous-looking man. Write him a note.
A note?
Just write. Here. A pen and paper. Pick up the pen. Write. I'll tell you what to write. Dear Sheriff Bonin, I confess to the killing of Robin Meadows. It was unintentional. I just was overcome by a terrible urge that I couldn't control. I will sit here in my room and wait for you to come for me. Sincerely yours, Franklin J. Barry. Yeah. That looked all right. Now, fold it, place it inside the envelope, and see. And address it to the sheriff, Town Hall, Eucalyptus Falls, California. Good. And in the drawer, there. Good. Placed it on the envelope. That's right.
No. Wait.
For what?
Let me think.
We can't wait, Emily and I. We must go to the wintering place. No. Do you want us to leave without you?
No.
We will. Oh, Franklin, how we love you, Emily and I. How we want to be with you, always. Please, Frank, come with us.
Yes, I want to go with you. Pauline.
Eh? Yes, Mr. Barry. What is it?
What time you going downtown in the morning?
Oh, just about 7:30.
Mail this letter for me.
Oh, yeah. Yes, Mr. Baring, I will.
Yeah, make sure you don't forget.
Don't worry. I won't forget. More coffee, Mr. Baring. Mr. Baring. More coffee.
Pauline, what time did you go downtown this morning?
Oh, usual time, 7 o'clock.
Last night I asked you to do something.
You did?
You know I did. I asked you to mail a letter.
Oh. Oh, yes, yeah, that's right.
Did you mail that letter?
Did I mail that letter? Oh, of course I mailed that letter. More coffee?
You sure?
Oh, sure, I'm sure.
Where did you mail it?
Well, I docked it in a mailbox.
Which mailbox?
Which mail? Oh, the one beside the fork of the road, just as Route 46 becomes Main Street. Is everything all right?
But tell me, where it has that card on the box, you know, did you ever read the card on the box, the one that tells what time the mail is being picked up?
Oh, well, I think it said at 11:45 in the morning.
You sure?
Yeah, I guess so.
What time is it now?
Well, I have 11:30. Well, Mr. Baring, aren't you going to finish breakfast? What could have gotten into him?
Hey, Mr. Barry, I can't do that. All I want is my letter.
Look, you put a stamp on a letter, you drop it in a box, it's the property of the U.S. mail till it's delivered to the addressee.
Now look, last night I wrote a letter, an important letter. All night I've been thinking about that letter, and I changed my mind. But it was already dropped in the box.
Well, how do I know it's your letter? Now, I give you a letter you claim you wrote to somebody and get myself fired from my job, lose my pension?
I have to have that letter. That's all there is to it.
I should go out on a limb for you? What do I owe you anyhow? What did you ever give me but a hard time? Just let me pass.
I mean to have that letter.
Get your hands off that bear. It's the property of the U.S. mail.
All I'm going to take is that letter.
Now you get your hands off of that. Are you crazy?
I'll kill you if you try to stop.
What? Hey, now, you just put that gun.
I warned you.
Let go of the bag.
I told you. No, I won't take that letter. Where is that letter? The letter? Where is it? Where is the letter?
He just shot poor Bobby in cold blood.
He was real upset this morning, Sheriff. But why would he shoot Bobby?
It was about a letter that was in the mailbox. Bobby had just picked it up and he wanted it back.
Oh.
What is it? What are you saying oh for?
The letter wasn't there.
How would you know?
'Cause I forgot to mail it. Here it is. He asked, and I was afraid to tell him. He'd have fired me. I wonder what could have been in this letter.
Well, it's gonna be Exhibit A in a murder case. So I guess we're gonna find out. And they did. And so you see, they not only had Frank Baring for one murder, they also had him for two. And he not only got to go to the wintering place, but also to a summer, spring, and fall place as well. I'm not going anyplace. I'll be right back.
the wintering place.
The secret place of security and safety, so precious to every living creature, where we renew ourselves for the constant struggle for existence. And wherever it can be found, we must go there, no matter how long, arduous, and perilous the journey. Why, even the fragile butterfly can travel 3,000 miles to get there and back. Our cast included Robert Glyden, Evie Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If wishes were horses, then beggars might ride, or so says the poet. The problem is that wishes are only wishes, and they form the distance between dream and reality. For most of us, that distance will remain fixed and constant forever. However, there are those people who know how to make horses out of their wishes, and thus ride on to wealth and fame.
Now look, ma'am, the boy was heard to threaten him.
I know, Lieutenant.
He said he was heard to say, "I'll kill you."
I'm aware of that.
His fingerprints are on the murder weapon.
I can't deny that.
Well, then why do you insist he's innocent?
Why? I'm his mother. That's why.
Our mystery drama, Mother Knows Best, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Bryna Rayburn and Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It's a wise child, they say,
Who knows its own father. To which we might add, it's a wise father
who knows his own child. And in these liberated times, what goes for fathers also holds true of mothers.
You children of all ages who are listening, what do you know about your parents? And you parents, what do you know about the kids? If everything were completely on the level, would there be any shocks?
Good morning, Joy.
What do you say, Mom?
I say, are you gonna look for a job this morning?
Well, I'll go through the motions.
Now, don't let it get you down.
The only thing around is the warehouse.
Yeah?
$2.50 an hour.
Maybe if you'd stayed on at college.
Well, you should go down to the unemployment one day, Mom. You'd see all the guys with their college degrees lining up for their checks. College is like everything else.
No, college is a waste of time if you don't go to class.
Hey, I wasn't supposed to go to class. I was there to play football. I'd be there yet if I hadn't busted up my knee.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Joey.
But I am gonna make it big someday.
I'm sure you will.
Listen, Ma, you got $1,000?
$1,000?
Yeah, I got a chance to go into something with Ralph and Albie.
Who's Ralph and Albie?
Two pretty sharp guys.
Where would I ever get $1,000?
Oh, come on, I know you, Ma. You're always putting money aside.
Oh, maybe. But it's gone. I don't think I got $100 in the bank.
But you've been saving your money for years.
Did you ever hear of inflation? I don't make enough to live on. I've been dipping into the savings account. And the well's almost dry.
Gee, you never told me.
Well, that's why I was hoping you could get a job. Any kind of job for a while.
I simply have to raise the $1,000. This thing with Ralph and Albie, what could make us rich?
I don't know if I want to be rich. I've enough to pay the bills with a little bit left over. That's good enough for me.
Why should it be good enough? I've seen how rich people live.
I can imagine.
No, you can't imagine. Mom, I was big man on campus. I was all America. All those rich dames. They wouldn't let me alone.
Joey, that was the one thing I never approved of.
You take what's there while the taking is good.
If those are the moral values they teach at college, perhaps it's just as well you no longer...
The homes, the cars, the servants, what they eat and drink.
Oh, honey, be content with what you have, but
I've got nothing.
I'm sure you'll find a job. And a nice girl.
Yeah, like my old man did. Worked myself to death for peanuts.
So your father was a good and decent man.
Sure he was.
Joey, dear, don't be discontent.
I don't want to see you have to work so hard, Mom.
I don't mind.
But you deserve more. And you are gonna get it. You know, this thing with Ralph and Albie, it's real hot.
Yeah. Are they college men, too?
Oh, yeah, they went to college. Great guys. Mom, where can I get this $1,000?
If only I had it, Joey.
I never wanted anything so badly in all my life. You know how badly I needed, Ma? Enough to go see my Uncle Frank.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's how badly.
Well, he'll throw you out of the house.
Mom, he's a businessman. He'll listen to a proposition.
Not from you. He'll laugh in your face.
Oh, I don't care.
Oh, Joey. Don't you have any pride?
I can't afford it.
No one is that poor.
I am.
And get a job. Learn a trade.
That's not where the real money is. Ma, where else can I get that money?
Well, I don't want you to crawl to your Uncle Frank on your hands and knees.
I don't care. I don't care. I'll do anything to get that money. You hear me? Anything.
Hi, Joey. Oh, hello, Ralph. Albie's out of... Oh? Trying to raise money, you know, here and there.
Oh, yeah, I know.
The old lady turned you down, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too bad. Guess you can't come in with us.
I still may be able to come up with it.
Hey, baby, that's terrific. Who can you touch?
Well, see, I've got an Uncle Frank.
Will he come across?
Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
That's smart. Did you learn that at college?
Yeah, it's about all I learned. Hey, can you give me a ride over to my uncle in your car?
You got a deal.
And, wait for me downstairs.
You're on.
Let's go.
Well, come on, what are we waiting for?
I better have another drink first.
If you don't have the juice to go up against the old man, you won't find it in the bottle.
I said I was gonna do it, didn't I? I just want to make it go easier, that's all.
$1,000. Would the old geezer have that much lying around the house?
Oh, you got 10, 20, 50 times that much just lying around.
Okay. So what, $1,000 to a guy like him, huh?
Yeah. Guess it's like his blood. It's precious. You know what I mean? Like Uncle Frank, he's one of those misers right out of the book. He loves to sit around at night and count it. I don't believe it. Run his fingers through it.
Come on.
Yeah, I saw it once. I was a little kid. That's what turns him on.
Does Mr. Joseph Dawson, Jr. live here?
Why do you want to know?
I'm a police officer.
I can tell. It's written all over your face.
I don't know it showed. You accustomed to having cops stop by to ask about your son?
How do you know he's my son?
Well, you're just a bit too old to be his wife, or these days his girlfriend.
Oh, what else do you do besides ring people's doorbells and make insulting remarks?
My name is Casello, Detective Vito Casello.
Yeah? Where's your identification?
That's right, you should always ask. My badge. My card with my picture.
Well, what do you want?
I want to talk to your son.
About what?
May I come in?
Have you got a warrant?
A warrant?
Yeah, I work in a lawyer's office. I know my right.
You don't need a warrant to talk.
I'll make sure that's all you do. Talk.
Yes, ma'am. Was your son home last night?
I don't know. I worked night. I came home at about 4 o'clock this morning. And he was in bed. Asleep.
You said you work in a lawyer's office at night?
That's right.
Joey, you better get up.
Till 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
It must be an interesting job.
Joey, you have to come in here.
Where was I? Oh, what I do is that the business of the police?
It could be.
Does Joey have to know?
Well, I won't tell him.
You see, I told him I do typing there. But the truth is I clean the offices.
What is it, Ma?
A man here wants to see you. A cop. Right. You still haven't told me what this is all about.
I will, when Joey comes in. Ah, Joey. Oh, who are you? Who am I? I thought you'd never forget me. You were 12 years old and I was pounding a beat and you were caught shoplifting in a 5 and dime.
Now, hold on, Lieutenant. I can have you sued for slander. Joey has no record of ever having...
Thanks to me, he has no record. Because I gave him a talking to and let him go.
Have you come here so I could say thanks? Okay, thanks.
Joey, last night a man named Frank J. Timmons was murdered.
Frank, you Uncle Frank.
Uncle Frank murdered?
Outside the apartment house, witnesses reported seeing a red sports car. The license identified it as belonging to a Mr. Ralph Perry. You know him?
Joey, is he the Ralph you were talking about?
Mr. Ralph Perry, a small-time hoodlum, confidence operator.
Joey, you said he was a college man.
On being questioned, Mr. Perry said he had given his friend Joe Dawson a ride to Mr. Frank Timmons' apartment, and he was waiting for him to come out. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
Several of the neighbors report that they heard sounds of a violent quarrel. Did you quarrel with your uncle, Joey?
Well...
Answer him.
Yes.
You were heard to say, "I'll kill you."
Joey!
Did you?
Now, don't say another word. You're not required.
Oh, what's the difference? Yeah, I said it.
You said, "I'll kill you"?
Yeah, but I didn't mean it.
Well, if you didn't mean it, why did you pick up a heavy brass candlestick that was on the table?
Joey, that's not true.
People heard Mr. Timmons say, "Put down that candlestick, Joey."
Can't be true.
Is it true?
All right. Let me tell you what happened. I went up to ask him to lend me some money.
How much?
$1,000.
For what?
Well, for a business proposition. Well, we got into a hot and heavy argument, and...
I told you not to go, Joey. I told you not to go.
And I said I had to have that money. Well, you know what he said? He said people in hell have to have ice water. It was the way he said that, the nasty way he said it, as if I was dirt under his feet. Oh, I lost my temper. I shouted at him, "If you don't give me that money, I'll kill you." And I picked up that heavy candlestick. I shook it at him. He looked at me. He just looked at me with a funny kind of expression, as if he was seeing me for the first time. And you know what he said?
I believe you would. I believe you would kill me.
Uncle Frank, don't make me do it.
Look in your eyes, and I see a kid not even 25, consumed by hatred.
I need that money.
Why? No, don't tell me. It's something crooked, something shady, isn't it?
Yes.
It's my fault. My fault. When my brother died, I should have done something for his widow and his kid. You're willing to commit murder to get $1,000.
Yeah.
It isn't worth my life and your immortal soul. Take it.
Uncle...
Take the money. Take it and do something worthwhile.
Uncle Frank,
You better go now, Joey. And give my regards to your mother.
He gave you the money?
Yes, Ma. He gave me the money. It's in my drawer.
$1,000 is in your drawer? Maybe. Where's the other 50?
Well, what other 50?
The 50,000 he was known to keep about the house.
I don't know anything about that.
You don't?
No, I don't. But why are you asking me these questions?
You were there. You argued with him, threatened him. There's a blood-stained candlestick with your fingerprints on it.
I don't care what you say. I don't care how it looks. All I know is I didn't do it.
Hey, come on, Joey.
Ma, you gotta believe me. I didn't do it.
Say you believe me, Ma.
Say you believe me.
Ma.
Well, now, thinking ahead, did Joey kill his Uncle Frank, or didn't he? We've given him the world's strongest motive, which is money. We've placed him at the scene of the crime. We've arranged to have him somewhat intoxicated, which would serve to suppress any moral inhibitions. However, if you need more facts before coming to your decision, stand by. Act 2 is chock full of them. It's money alone that preserves life, said a Japanese poet. And it makes excellent philosophy, because the reverse is also true. You could say, in many cases, it's money alone that destroys life. You don't believe it? Well, a man named Frank J. Timmons is dead. Why? The only reason: somebody wanted his money.
Ma, I didn't kill him. I didn't. You have to believe me.
You lied to me.
I couldn't help it.
These friends of yours, Ralph and Albie, they're a couple of hoodlums.
Look, Ma, I was only trying
For $1,000 filthy dollars, you killed your Uncle Frank.
I didn't kill him.
I should have known. You said to me, I'll do anything to get that money. Anything.
Joey, I think we gotta go down to headquarters.
Ma, you gotta help me.
Now you want me to help you? Now, after you committed murder?
But I didn't do it.
Oh, don't lie to me, Joey. It's bad enough as it is.
No, or later, Joey. I didn't do it, Lieutenant.
Let me help you.
Why should you want to help me?
I helped you once. You were 12 years old. As it turned out, it didn't do any good. You became a bum anyhow.
If I hadn't busted up the tendons in my knee, I'd have been #1 pick in a draft.
Yeah, well, whatever the reason, you became a bum. Maybe if I help you this time.
Help me do what?
Get the best deal you can. Cooperate. You could be out of jail in 6 or maybe 7 years. You'll be just about 30. There's time for a whole new life.
But you're wrong.
Now be smart. Tell me what you did with the other 50,000.
What other 50,000?
Joey, I got lots of time and lots of patience. But it can run out.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You went there to borrow $1,000. To you, it was a matter of life and death.
Well,
come on, don't rewrite history.
Okay.
Your friend Ralph drove you down, waited for you in the car. Finally, you came out, and Ralph said...
You get the dough?
Yeah.
Hey, it's great. He popped for the thou, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, wait till I tell Albie.
Don't tell Albie.
Huh?
I changed my mind about the deal. I don't want any part of it.
You gotta be kidding.
No, I mean it.
Oh, hold on. You said you'd be willing to commit murder for the money.
That's right.
And now you got it? You want to call it off?
Yeah.
Well, why?
Because I was all ready to commit murder for it.
I don't get it. Goodbye, Ralph.
Was that the conversation?
Yeah.
What made you change your mind?
The look on my uncle's face. I decided I'd use the money for something worthwhile. I didn't want any part of the confidence scheme of Ralph and Albie's. I decided I would do something worthwhile with my life.
Just like that, huh?
Yeah, just like that.
And what were you gonna do?
I'll get a job, maybe go back to school.
That's why you changed your mind about the scheme, huh?
Yeah.
Well, now let me tell you why. You went in there, you were a small-timer. You were looking for $1,000 to buy a piece of I don't know, small-time con from two small-time hustlers. You knocked off your uncle. But I tell you, I'm still telling you. You looked around. He had more than 1,000. He had 50,000 more.
It's not true.
So you grabbed it all. Now, what did you need Ralph and Albie for? You'd just outgrown him.
He gave me the $1,000. I left the house. He was still alive.
You want sympathy, you'll get sympathy. You want understanding, you'll get understanding. But you gotta do two things. First, confess to the murder. And second, give back the 50,000.
Why? Why won't you believe me?
All right, Joey. Let me know when you're willing to talk.
Ma, you have to help me.
Help you? How?
Don't talk to me as if I was a stranger.
I'm sorry. I don't know you.
Ma, please.
Somebody who could commit a murder in cold blood. He's not my son. I don't know him.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry I bothered you.
All you ever wanted was to be a bum.
Oh, that's not true.
No? Well, if you wanted to make something out of yourself, you could have stayed in college.
That's what you think.
That's what I know. They'd have had to let you stay in college, even if you were injured and your athletic career was finished.
Stay and do what?
Stay and go to class.
I did stay.
Oh, sure.
And they flunked me out anyhow.
Because you didn't study.
I couldn't study.
And I know why.
Do you?
Yeah, you were too busy bumming around.
Mom, I wanted to study. I just couldn't.
What stopped you?
I don't know how to study.
What do you think you're kidding?
Listen, Mom.
No, you listen. Wasn't that why you were going to college? To learn how to study?
No, you don't go to college to learn how to study. By the time you go to college, you're supposed to know how to study.
Well, maybe if you'd paid attention in high school.
How could I pay attention? I was the big sport hero. And nobody told me not to be either.
But after the knee injury, what stopped you from studying?
It was too late.
Oh, it's never too late to learn.
I opened plenty of books. The trouble is, I couldn't read them.
They were printed in English?
Oh, you don't even know what I'm talking about. You never asked me how I was doing with my schoolwork, did you? Did you ever ask yourself, what's he learning in school? When does he study?
Oh, Joey.
Joey, how could I work in a warehouse after you've been the big man on campus? How can you become nobody?
Oh, Joey, I'm sorry.
But the fact is, I did become nobody. I was so stupid I let those two punks, Ralph and Albie, sell me a bill of goods.
Please, Joey. I guess both of us, we really didn't know the score. Sure, I kept believing I could fool everybody into thinking I did secretarial work. I wanted you to be a football hero. What other way was there for you to make it? And it would have been good for me, too.
Ma, you gotta help me.
Oh, sure, Joey. You know, the lieutenant said that it won't be too bad. A few years at most if you cooperate.
What are you saying? You believe I killed Uncle Frank?
Ma,
Joey.
No, Ma, I didn't. The evidence, Joey. The witnesses heard you. And your fingerprint.
I told you how those fingerprints got there.
I don't know.
I am innocent. You gotta help me.
Oh, I'll help you, Joey, because so much of it is my fault.
Oh, Ma, that's not why you should help me. You can only help me if you believe me. Please. Please believe me.
Come in, Mrs. Dawson.
Please sit down.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
You spoke to Joey?
Yes.
Did you convince him it's in his best interest to confess?
No.
You didn't?
It's not in his best interest. You know why? He didn't do it.
What are you saying?
I'm saying he's telling the truth.
Oh, now, Mrs. Dawson.
I believe him.
You're his mother.
Which means I know him better than anybody else. Why couldn't it have happened the way he said it did?
Oh, now, just a minute.
He needed the money. He goes to his uncle.
Well, he was desperate. Don't deny that.
Oh, he was up against it, sure.
He threatened the man.
Oh, he admits it.
He has no choice. He was overheard.
He even picked up the candlestick.
You're getting him in deeper and deeper.
I'll even say this. He would have killed Frank Timmons.
You'd say that?
A cold, cruel, heartless man. He could infuriate anybody.
Mrs. Dawson, you better not say any more.
But at the last split second, Joey stopped himself. Something in the old man's look or the old man's voice, or both, stopped him.
I don't think so.
I believe my son.
I sympathize with you, Mrs. Dawson.
I don't need your sympathy. I need your help. Look, I can't even afford a decent lawyer. Oh, sure, I know the court's going to assign me an attorney. Some kid fresh out of law school, or some old hack doing it for the fee.
Look, you're entitled to competent counsel.
Oh, don't tell me what I'm entitled to, because I'm telling you what we're going to get. We're going to get what they give you when you don't have any money. Joey Dawson is going to get written off.
He get a fair trial.
Oh, sure, it'll be fair. But it'll be wrong, because he shouldn't be on trial at all. He didn't kill Frank Timmons.
Frank Timmons is dead. Somebody had to kill him. If not Joey, who?
That's what the city pays you to find out.
If not Joey, who? To which we might add, if not Joey, how? Well, so far, all Joey has been able to do is convince his mother of his innocence, which, when you come to think of it, is hardly an earth-shaking event.
He'll have to do much better than that in Act 3, because if he doesn't, we'll have to hand him over to the jury.
Men freely believe what they wish to be true, said Julius Caesar,
who was quite guilty of that little conceit himself. But then again, aren't we all? With a straight face, we demand evidence, facts, figures, dates. But with a secret smile, we yield to hunches, premonitions, assumptions, which are based on what? Who knows? Mrs. Dawson, your son is the prime suspect in the Timmons murder.
That word prime, Lieutenant, does it mean only?
Mrs. Dawson, the evidence is there.
Only if you look at it a certain way.
What other way is there?
Now, suppose you say, for the sake of argument, Joey didn't do it. Then what?
Then what?
Say, for the sake of argument, nobody heard anything. Nobody heard Joey threaten his Uncle Frank. Nobody noticed Ralph's car parked outside. There were no leads to anybody. Then what? Then you'd have to go find him, wouldn't you?
But we already found him.
Now, you asked me, if Joey didn't kill Frank Timmons, who did? Okay, I'll ask you. Who?
Mrs. Dawson, what do you want me to do?
What would you do if you didn't have Joey in custody?
We'd cover the place to look for witnesses, for people who might have seen or heard something.
Then do it.
We've already done it.
Well, do it again.
We'd only come up with the same answer.
Joey was supposed to have killed his Uncle Frank. At what time?
Well, he was seen leaving there about 10:30.
Let's say someone else killed Frank Timmons. It would have to be after 10:30, wouldn't it?
Well, this is your theory, Mrs. Dawson.
Well, wouldn't the autopsy report show the exact time, and it would be after 10:30?
No.
What do you mean, no?
You can't fix the time of death to the split second. The examination can only place it within 10, 15, or sometimes 20 minutes to a half hour.
Yeah, but
Oh, furthermore, you got this to contend with. Frank Timmons was struck on the head. He could have still been alive when the murderer left him for dead. Maybe he didn't die till an hour later. The time of his death is 11:15. Well, what does that prove?
I believe my son is innocent, and I'm going to prove it. Don't ask me how, but I'm going to prove it. I have to.
Mrs. Dawson, you got a guilty conscience about that boy, haven't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You had a tough life. There were two half-brothers, Jerry Dawson, your husband, and Frank Timmons. Frank was rich, Jerry was poor. In addition, Jerry died young. Did you refuse Frank's help? Or did he never offer?
I don't know whose business that is.
Well, anyhow, Joey was your hope. You struggled to raise him, to send him to school. He could have made it big as a football player. But a couple of tendons in the knee ended all that. And your hopes to become somebody were out the window.
Now, look, all of this is my business.
He was such a bitter disappointment that when he was accused of murder, you practically disowned him. But then, of course, your natural love for him took over. So now you're trying to make up for it.
I'm trying to prove he isn't guilty.
Okay, Mrs. Dawson. If you need any help, let me know.
Oh, Ma, what's the use? They don't believe me.
Now, you left your uncle. It was 10:30.
Yeah?
Where did you go?
Home. I went right home, got to bed.
And before you went home, you spoke to Ralph.
Oh, yeah, okay, I did.
And you told him what?
Well, you know, I told him the deal was off.
But he knew you'd gotten the money, didn't he?
Yeah, he knew that. Ma, where is this gonna get us?
Okay. You said you didn't want the deal. And what did Ralph say?
Well, nothing. What could he say?
And then what happened?
I walked away.
And where did he go?
Well, I don't know where he went.
I do. He went back there, killed your Uncle Frank, and took the rest of the money.
Ma, what are you saying?
I'm saying the only thing that makes sense.
But it can't be proved.
You mean it would be too hard to prove? So why bother? This way you got a ready-made patsy and a case that's open and shut.
That's not fair, Mrs. Dawson.
My boy's whole future is at stake.
If I thought there was even the slightest chance your son was innocent, I'd be out there working on it.
This Ralph, he has a record. He's been up for assault, hasn't he?
Yes.
So he's capable of it.
That doesn't mean he's guilty.
Look, would you come with me?
Where?
To that apartment house where Frank Timmons lived.
Why?
Look, the government has all the aces. The government wants to prove my boy is guilty. It has all the money, all the manpower. The government can send you and 100 cops to talk to people, to find people. What have I got? If I want to prove my boy is innocent, nothing. You can ring a doorbell and people have to talk to you. I ring a bell. I get the door slammed in my face. Is that fair?
What?
Now, how am I going to find people unless I ring doorbells? I just want you to come so I don't get thrown out.
I can't do a thing like that.
Why not?
Well, I can't do it. Officially. I believe I told you the story already, Lieutenant. Well, perhaps something new might have occurred to you, Mr. Parker. Oh, I heard sounds of what was definitely an altercation next door. I could tell it was an argument about money. Did you hear any threats? Oh, yes. I heard this voice say, "I'll kill you," and Mr. Timmons' voice say, "Put down that candlestick." Oh, it was frightening.
Now, did it enter your mind that you might go and help Mr. Timmons?
Oh, I was gonna do something, but then I heard the door slam shut in the hall. I ran to the window, saw a man come out of the front door. He walked over to a red sports car parked at the curb. I jotted down the license number.
The man who walked out of the house, did he get into the car?
We had words with the driver. Then he walked away and the driver drove off.
Could you hear what they were saying?
No.
Well, thank you, Mr. Parker. I'm sorry I couldn't add anything.
This apartment here, it's on the other side of Frank's.
Mrs. Dawson, this is where I gotta get off the train. I brought you here to listen to all the witnesses. They all tell the same story now that they told at first.
I still say Ralph came back here and killed Frank Timmons.
There are no witnesses.
Surely the person who lived in this apartment here would have heard somebody.
I already spoke to him. In the first place, he says he didn't hear a thing, not even a fight.
How could he not hear?
Second, I wouldn't believe a word he said.
Why?
Because he's a nut, that's why.
Well, I'm going to talk to him anyhow.
Mrs. Dawson, there's nothing more I can do here. I gotta get back to headquarters. I'm sorry. You're on your own. Goodbye.
Okay, Lieutenant. Goodbye.
Yes?
Your name is Mr. Jedwick?
Isn't that what it says on the door?
Could I please talk to you, Mr. Jedwick?
Why would you want to talk to me?
About what happened here the other night.
Did something happen here the other night?
Your neighbor, Mr. Timmons, was murdered.
Don't know a thing about it. I don't know a thing about it. Now go away.
Mr. Jedwick, I'll stand here and ring your bell until you talk to me. I'll stand here forever. Now, you've got to talk to me, Mr. Jedwick.
I said I don't know a thing about it.
Mr. Jedwick, I know I can't make you talk to me.
You bet your life you can't, even if you are a cop.
But I'm not a cop.
You're not?
I'm a mother, and my son is accused of that murder.
Well, then he's a cop.
Which cop?
The cop that killed Frank Timmons.
But my son isn't a cop.
He isn't?
No.
Well, then he didn't kill Mr. Timmons.
Are you saying you know who killed Mr. Timmons?
Come on inside.
Now, who killed Frank Timmons?
For your own good. You'd better not kill anyone.
There was an argument next door. You heard it.
Of course I heard it. I wasn't going to tell it to the police.
The man who had the argument with Mr. Timmons, he wasn't the one who committed the murder, was he?
No. I looked out the window and saw him leave. 20 minutes later, this policeman came back.
Did you see him?
Oh, no.
But this person who came back, how did you know he was a policeman?
Well, I heard the bell ring next door. Oh, I said to myself, what is it now? I ran to my own door and I listened. Oh, I could hear it very distinctly. Every word.
Yes?
I'm a police detective.
Oh, somebody probably called you because they may have heard sounds of a fight, but it's no problem.
You have a nephew, Joseph Dawson?
Yes, but he didn't do anything.
We've been watching Joe Dawson on suspicion.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Well, we stopped him for questioning just before, and routine search revealed he had $1,000 on him. He claims he got it from you. Did you give it to him?
Yes, I did.
Well, that takes care of that. You mind if I use your phone so I can tell him to release Joe without delay?
By all means, come in.
I heard the door slam, and I ran over to this wall. I put my ear to it, and I heard sounds of... Oh, it could have been a struggle. I looked out the window, and I saw a man running down the street.
And you didn't call the police?
Call the police? What for? To report a murder? Why, the police had done it themselves.
But that man wasn't a police officer.
Yes, he was. He had to be. I heard him say so.
Mr. Jedwick, would you mind telling this story to a friend of mine?
Oh, no. I shouldn't even have told it to you.
For crying out loud, is this what you brought me here to listen to?
Who else could have come back but Ralph? Who else knew Joey had $1,000 but Ralph? Who else could use that knowledge as a gimmick to get into the apartment?
This Mr. Jedwick here, do you realize what a smart defense attorney could do to him on the stand? That is, if he was even willing to open his mouth, which he isn't.
Well, I say Joey didn't do it, and that means it had to be Ralph. Oh, where's the phone book?
What do you want a phone book for?
What does anybody want a phone book for? To look up a number? Oh, there it is.
Who are you going to call?
Just give me a second. Yeah, here it is.
Look, Mrs. Dawson, I gotta be going.
Just wait a minute, Lieutenant. Just wait.
Hello?
Oh, are you Ralph Perry?
Yeah, who are you?
But I live next door to Mr. Frank Timmons. That is, while he was alive.
Yeah?
I saw you come back there that night and murder him.
Hey.
You got away with $50,000.
You're crazy.
Oh, I don't care about that, but what I know should be worth a little money, say $5,000.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's only 10%. Be over here in 15 minutes with the money or I'm going to the cop.
You know what you did?
That was entrapment. I'm not allowed to have any part of that. I better get out of here.
How can you get out of here? Suppose that man comes with a gun and tries to kill me.
Well, you should have thought of that. Suppose you get this Ralph Perry all wrong. What if he didn't do it?
He did it.
Well, how long do you think I can afford to hang around and wait?
As long as it takes, Lieutenant.
Okay, Mrs. Dawson, I'm afraid this has to be it.
Oh, you can't leave.
It's been 3 hours. Surely, even you have to admit that Ralph Perry, whatever he may be, isn't the murderer.
I don't admit anything.
Not even the fact that your son is a killer?
Don't say that.
I wish that all the amateur sleuths would let the police do their job. Suppose Ralph is the killer.
You admit it.
No, I don't. There's no evidence. But if he is, you know what you did? You've ruined it. You tipped him off that he could be in trouble. Maybe we could have watched him, waited for him to flash a lot of money. You warned him to stay low, to play it cool.
I didn't realize.
Oh, of course not. And this little trick on the telephone. You think he'd fall for that? He's an experienced crook. Your word against his. He's probably got himself an ironclad alibi.
I'm sorry. It's just so hard to believe that my own son could murder.
I have to go now. You don't have to worry about him. He's laughing at you. He figured it as a trap, with the cops waiting to bag him the minute he rings a bell.
I said I was sorry. I was desperate. I was willing to try anything.
Be quiet. Stand at the side of the door and just reach over and pull it open.
Hello, Ralph.
Hello, Ralph. See? Sometimes the amateurs win one, too. And while Ralph is looking into the big black muzzle of a police positive, let us remember that evidence which is compiled by the heart is as powerful as that which is gathered through the brain. I'll have some further evidence for both organs when I return in just a few moments. Earlier on, I happened to remark that the greatest motive for murder is money. I'm sure some romantic souls among you will insist that the greatest motive is passion, especially romantic passion. Perhaps we're both right. I'm sure that to many, love of money is the most romantic of all the emotions. And there are those who love money with such a deep and dividing infatuation that they will never let go of even the smallest part of it. Our cast included Bryna Rayburn, Russell Horton, Court Benson, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater present Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Our story is titled The Actress. And, as well as one particular actress, it concerns all actresses and all actors all over the world. When you watch and listen to an actor perform, you are watching and listening to two people, the actor and the person portrayed. The less you think and feel about the actor, and the more you think and feel about the person portrayed, the greater is the performance you are watching and listening to.
I do not know which first to take in hand. Whether to set the bridal house on fire, or steal through the house to where the bed is spread and thrust the sharpened sword through all their heart.
Our mystery drama, The Actress, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Tammy Grimes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. There are actors who present merely themselves, no matter what the part they play. We say they play themselves, and no matter how deftly or charmingly they do it, they never do anything else. Then are the other actors, the precious few, who somehow, and only heaven knows how, manage to transform themselves to the last possible degree into another, an alien person. These are the great ones.
Go on yourself, my heart. I hesitate to do the dreadful thing that must be done. Then come, my wretched hand. Take up the sword, take it, I say. For so you must advance upon this bitter starting point of life.
Max, how on earth?
Get the children.
The white people stand either way. You know, Lorna and I have been married for 8 years. I backed her in a 6th play, but I had to force you into this one. Well, who could possibly guess that a play written by a Greek named Euripides 2,400 years ago could be a hit? Without your wife, it wouldn't have been. Well, my wife plucked your direction, Matt. Oh, I moved her around the stage a bit, and that's about all. Lorna did the rest. How does she do it, Max? How does she make people believe she's a woman who killed her own sons to revenge herself upon a husband who got tired of her and took another wife? How does she do that? Absorbs it through her pores, I guess. Don't ask me, I don't understand it either. Nobody really understands great acting, really great acting. They just submit to it. Yeah, but Lorna isn't at all like that, really. I mean, at home with me, with other people, with our son, she isn't anything like that, Max. Well, what is she like? Oh, she's, like anybody else, more or less. I mean, as much as anybody is like anybody else. Of course, she was a big star when I met her 8 years ago, but even then, I remember thinking, why she's not like an actress at all. I don't know what I thought actresses were like. Did you fall in love with her right away? Oh, yes, I did. Wasn't a question of a stuffy corporation lawyer being dazzled by a big glamorous star. I swear it wasn't. I'm sure it was. I fell in love with her, Max. The warmest, most wonderful person I'd ever met. I'd been divorced for 5 years. I was going on to 60. Lorna was 40, never been married, lived with her mother. You know her mother? Yes. Heaven help me, I know her mother. She never comes to the theater. No, she never goes anywhere. She never goes out of the house. Just sits by the window and stares out. I don't know what she's looking at. She just stared. That's all. She just stared. Stares and eats. You said eat? Eat. Constantly. Lorna's devoted to her mother. I've noticed that. She calls her up all the time. Every day. At least once. Her mother had the phone moved next to a chair by the window so she wouldn't have to get up to answer it. Yeah. She says it's a back. Her back. She has a bad back is what she says over and over, ad infinitum. Or maybe she has got a pain in her back. Well, Lorna believes that. With her, it's an act of faith, I guess. But I notice she doesn't take Bobby to see his grandmother very often. Bobby? Oh, yes, Bobby. Our son, Bobby. Now, we didn't get married with the idea of having children. I already had 2 grown sons by my first wife, and Lorna was over 40, but it happened. A special grace from God, I guess. And of course, it was wonderful. Bobby's almost 4 now.
Well, maybe she'll bring him to the theater sometimes. I'd like to meet him.
Well, I don't know about that, Max. She likes to keep her private life separate from her theatrical life. Oh, the curtain. Is it always like that? The applause 8 times a week. Some medicine. That old plan.
Euripides was a genius. And so is your wife.
Well done, darling.
What?
I said well done. The performance.
Oh, were you out front?
I watched In the Wings with Max.
Oh, did you?
Part of it. Then we moved back. Max said it might bother you.
Breaks my concentration if I happen to see somebody. Mostly I don't see anybody. Well, and, how's everything?
Everything's all right.
Darling, would you hand me the phone?
Well, it's almost 11 o'clock. Who do you want to...
I have to call my mother.
Oh, now, sweetheart, you called your mother this morning. I heard you. You talked to her for an hour.
She expects me to call.
You mean you call her every night? From here?
I thought you knew that. Hand me the phone.
Well, what on earth do you find to talk about?
Oh, this and that and the other. Darling, please.
Well, I can't imagine why you want to baby that woman. She's never done anything for you.
She's my mom.
Well, she hasn't acted like a mother. Quite the opposite.
Hello, dear. How do you feel? Oh, I'm so sorry about that. It's got to be her back. Mother, please, let me send my doctor over to see you. You'll like him. I know you will.
No, she won't. You'll tell her to lose some weight and she'll hate him.
All right. Forget about the doctor. Do you need anything? There's no matinee tomorrow, and I could...
No, you couldn't. You couldn't go over there.
Macaroon? Melody, I brought you some macaroons day before you... Oh. Well, I tried to get almond, but they only had coconut. I'll look again tomorrow. There's a place on Madison Avenue, I think.
Oh, Lord.
Yes. Yes, of course I will. No trouble at all. Now you go to bed and sleep well. Well, try. And I'll call you in the morning. Night, love. Now, Ted, don't look at me that way. She's my mother.
She's a leech. She's a sponge. She's a parasite.
I know.
Well, if you know, why do you bother with her? I don't mean you should neglect her. You'd never do that anyway. But why this incessant waiting on her, this constant keeping in touch with her? Can't you just leave her alone, Lorna? Let her sit by the window and munch her macaroons and her lady fingers and her pies and cakes and cookies. I know you love her, darling, but good griefs, there are limits, Lorna. You do understand what I'm saying, don't you? Yeah. It's not that I'm jealous of your mother. I don't think it's that. You know I want you to love your mother.
But it isn't a question of loving her. It's understanding her.
You do understand her.
No, I don't. Not really.
As much as anybody understands anybody.
But that's not enough.
Why not? Why isn't it?
That isn't. I have to know all about her. Why she sits in the window and stares out at nothing.
Oh, darling, you told me she started doing that right after your father ran off and left the two of you.
That's true. But why did it hurt so much? Why did I get over it and she didn't?
Well, you were younger.
I was 15 and she was 35. Still very attractive. That doesn't explain it.
You went into the theater.
She could have done that. She'd been in a couple of plays. She even made a movie. She could have tried to get back in, but no, she didn't. She just sat down in that chair by the window and started to eat. Now she's 65 and weighs 300 pounds. Why? Why would she do that?
Well, you just said, darling, that her husband, your father...
Lots of husbands and lots of fathers have run off. All those women didn't start eating themselves to death. No. The hurt must have been so deep, so searing. Such torture.
Her pride was hurt, her vanity.
That's not enough, Ted. There had to be something else.
Some other reason. Some other...
motivation. Oh, no, Lorna, that's actor talk.
What's wrong with actor talk?
Nothing, only
Actors aren't stupid, you know.
I never said...
Just because they work with their feelings doesn't mean...
Lorna, honey, calm down. Now, take it easy.
I'd love actors, you know that.
No, you don't. You think they're funny, pathetic little show-offs.
No, I don't.
You don't know what they go through to do what they do. You think they're just strutting around, showing off.
No, I don't think anything of the kind. Now, please, don't upset yourself like this.
All right. I won't. I mean, you don't know. You don't really know. Nobody does.
Hello?
Max, this is Ted Barrett.
Oh, yes, Ted. What can I do for you?
Max, how much longer do you think the play is going to run?
Through June, probably. It's not really a summer-type show. Why?
Well, I don't think Lorna is going to last through June.
What?
It's beginning to get to her, Max.
What is
Medea.
the play? The part?
Well, I can't think of anything else that would account for it, the way she's behaving.
Well, just how is she behaving, Ted?
Well, for one thing, my first wife is in town. Helen, her name is. And when she comes to New York, I always see her, find out how the boys are doing, how she's doing, and sometimes Lorna comes along with me, and sometimes Helen comes to the house for dinner. All very friendly, Max, all very adult and sophisticated, you know?
Yeah, so?
Well, all of a sudden, it's not so sophisticated anymore, or so adult. Lorna doesn't want to see Helen, doesn't want to have lunch with her, doesn't want her to come to the house, doesn't want to have anything to do with her.
So, is it so important?
No, not really, but Helen is surprised and a little hurt and... Well, the really important thing is Lorna, Max, her state of mind. It's not good, and I'm worried.
Well, there's only a couple of months to go in the play. We're still selling out. You wouldn't expect us to close while we're selling out.
No, I suppose not.
Lorna signed a contract, after all. You're a businessman, you understand what that means?
Yeah, I suppose.
You see, Medea is a very difficult, very, very exacting part. It's tougher even than Lady Macbeth. Maybe the toughest part ever written for a woman. Those old Greeks really knew how to go to the heart of things.
Yeah, Max, I know all that.
A woman who kills her children despite her husband, play her 8 times a week. That takes a lot out of the strongest woman, Ted, but Lorna is a strong woman.
I don't know.
Oh, she is. She'll last through June, believe me. Don't worry. She'll last.
I'm sure you've heard about the tribulations of unsuccessful actors. Perhaps they kept you from pursuing such a career yourself, and I am not here to tell you that you are right or wrong. But I will tell you that once success has come to an actor, the tribulations do not end, and may even increase. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Someone has said that everybody has 2 professions, his own and acting. People who would not dream of passing judgment on other fields of endeavor are glib and positive when it comes to estimating actors. The truth is that no one knows all there is to know about acting. And the greatest actors differ from the others in that they know they do not know.
Lorna?
Yes, Donnie?
I talked to Max the other day, asked him how long he thought the play would run, and he said probably through June.
Probably. It's not a good summer show.
Darling, I'd like to close it now.
What on earth for?
Well, I think it's too much for you. The part is too strict.
No, it's not. It's the hardest part I've ever played, but I can do it.
Now, look, Medea is the woman whose husband cast her off.
Ted, I know what Medea's all about.
Took another wife. All this after she'd helped him win the Golden Fleece.
Ted, really? I know the plot. You don't have to go over the whole thing.
And after all that, he deserted her.
Please, what's the point?
The point is you have to go through all this on a stage 8 times a week.
I went through all that in rehearsal. You don't think an actor suffers the whole thing every single performance?
Well, I don't know. I'm just a corporation lawyer.
Of course not. Nobody could stand it. You do it in rehearsal. You do it, And you do it right, in rehearsal. You do it completely, nothing left out, nothing slopped over, nothing ignored. And the memory never leaves you.
Memory of what?
Of the feeling now. Of the passion, of the torment, the anguish. You never forget it once you felt it.
You mean you play every performance from memory?
More or less.
I didn't know that's the way it was done.
Of course, there's one scene I've never really played, not really. Not to the core.
What scene is that?
The scene when she killed her children, the little boys. I've gotten close to it. I feel everything that led up to it. I know why she had to do it. I know it in my bone marrow. But I'd never really done it.
But darling, there's no such scene where she kills her children.
It happens off stage.
You mean you play scenes that are off stage?
Well, of course.
Oh, I never knew that. Why would you?
Medea is a whole person. She lives before the curtain goes up. She'll live after it comes down. It's my job to know how she lived and how she will live.
Wow. I'm glad I'm not an actor.
You should be.
Honey, Helen called this morning. She wants us to have dinner.
Oh. Well, you go.
Well, she wants to see you, too.
Tell her, what with the play and all. Has she seen it?
Well, I got tickets for her. She wants to take us to dinner before the performance.
You know I don't eat before a performance.
Well, I told her that, and she said, all right, then after. How about it?
I'll think about it. How is Helen?
Well, she's all right. She looks fine, feels fine, so she says.
How the boy?
Well, they're both married, both doing well. Why?
I just wondered. It must have been so awful for Helen.
What was awful?
Losing you? Having you marry someone else?
Oh, Lorna, our marriage had worn itself out before I ever met you.
Even so, I tried to think how she must have felt.
Now, look, my darling, this has got to stop. This constant trying to figure out what other people feel, this identifying with other people, putting yourself in someone else's shoes.
Well, why do I do it, do you think?
I don't know. Is it maybe to keep from being real yourself?
That's an awful thought.
Yes, I know, I know, but look, to somebody like me, it seems pretty strange. It's pretty weird for somebody to spend a whole life pretending to be somebody else. There. Now, I've said it. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, darling, but I just had to say it. Forgive me, dear, but I had to.
That's all right.
Forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive. You're quite right. It's a very strange way for a person to be. But it's the way I am. I'm going over to see Mother now. I have to take her something.
Yeah, what about Helen? Are we going to see her, or are we?
About Helen. You and she were married a long time, weren't you?
20 years.
20 years. Well, you fought to become a big, important lawyer. Helen really helped you win your golden fleece, didn't she? I'm going to put the kettle on, Mother, and we'll have tea together. If you want to. I have a surprise for you. Don't you want to hear what it is?
All right. You want to tell me?
Well, I do. Look here. They're in this box. Mother, look.
What are they?
Almond macaroon. I looked all over for them. Finally, I found a place way downtown that makes them. They make them all the time, so now we know where we can get them anytime we want. Isn't that nice?
I hate the ones they make with coconut. I'll take one now.
Oh, don't you want to wait till...
I'll take one now.
Well, all right. I'll get a plate.
I'll take it right out of the box.
All right. Well, what have you been doing these last few days?
I never do anything. You know I never do anything. My back. I can't do anything on account of my back.
Maybe you feel terrible pain.
Oh, terrible pain all up and down my back. Sometimes it's just high up, and sometimes it's further down.
Oh, water boiling. I'll take that tea.
Only if you want some.
Mother dear, there's something I want to talk to you about.
What?
It's something we've never discussed, really. Probably that's my fault. I didn't want to intrude on your feelings, maybe. But now, I think I have to.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about... Look, let's have our tea. You want milk and sugar? Here they are. Now, do you want to pour or shall I?
You do it.
All right. Want me to do the milk and sugar?
I'll do that.
Good, good. Now,
I need another macaroon to go with the...
Mother dear, they're right in front of you.
Uh-uh.
You like these macaroons, don't you?
Better than those other ones.
Now, Mother dear, I want to talk to you about something that may be very painful to you.
Oh, everything's painful. My back hurts.
No, I don't mean your back. I mean something that happened a long time ago. 30 years ago, as a matter of fact.
I can't remember anything that happened 30 years ago.
You can remember here.
Pack me another macaroon.
Right in front of you. Mother, I'm talking about when he went off and left you.
When who went off?
My father. Your husband. Mother, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, him.
Yes, him. Tell me about him.
Well, he just took off, that...
Oh, but there must have been more to it than that. I want to hear about it.
He took off, and that was the end of it.
But what did you feel? You must have felt something. You must have felt a lot.
I just said, well, that's the end of that.
But that's impossible. Nobody just accepts things like that.
Well, I couldn't make him stay.
Did you try? Did you want to? Mother? Did you?
I forget.
Don't forget. Try to remember. Try, Mother.
It was all so long ago.
But I want to know. I have to know.
Why do you? What's so important?
I want to understand. I want to feel what you felt.
What's it got to do with you?
Were you angry? Did you want to hurt him? Did you feel he cheated you, robbed you, destroyed you?
Oh, he couldn't destroy me.
No, but he could destroy your self-respect, your pleasure in yourself, your pride, your confidence, your openness, your strength to love. Wasn't that it, Mother? Didn't he take all those things with him when he left?
I survived. I'm still surviving. He couldn't destroy me.
But how are you surviving, Mother? Surviving isn't living, sitting in an old chair, all day, day after day, year after year, staring out the window, eating.
You begrudge me food?
No.
I have to have some pleasure.
Because your husband took away all your pleasure. Is that it? Did he take away all your ability to enjoy things? Mother, tell me. Is that it? Is that what happened?
Nothing happened.
It did. It did. Something terrible happened, and I have to know. Tell me, what was it?
I forget. Pack the macaroons, please.
And listen, Ted. If you want to close the show, you've got every right to go ahead and do it. Nobody can stop you.
Or Lorna can close it, for health reasons.
Lorna doesn't want to close it, Max. Lorna thinks she's fine.
Well, she should know.
I'm the one who thinks something's wrong. This obsession with getting inside other people's heads. You know why she doesn't want to see Helen on this trip, Max? She's begun to brood about how Helen felt when she and I were divorced. That was 8 years ago. She's trying to imagine herself into Helen, if you follow me.
Of course I follow you. That's what actors do, Ted.
They imagine themselves into other people. By the way, where is your wife? I wanted to talk to her.
And her mother. For all I know, she's trying to imagine herself into a mother.
Surely you just...
Well, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. She's been working on this one for years. Max, I said a terrible thing to Lorna. I wish I hadn't said it.
What was this terrible thing you said?
Well, I was talking about this, identifying with people, putting yourself in other people's shoes. And I said maybe she did it to keep from being herself.
I think you may be right.
Well, Lorna said it was an awful thought.
Look, Ted, I have to be going. It's getting late.
Oh, hold on, Max. I think Lorna's back. I hear a taxi stopping out front.
If she says she wants to close the show, we'll close it. No argument.
No, she's still working on a scene, she says, where Medea kills the children. That happens off stage. Yes, I know it does. She says that doesn't make any difference. Yep, she's back. Hello, darling. Max is here.
Hi, Lorna.
No.
Been to see your mother?
Yes.
How is she?
She wouldn't tell me. She wouldn't let me feel her pain.
You mean her back?
I mean her pain. Look, I'm going upstairs and see how Bobby is.
I think he's taking a nap, Lorna.
I better go, Ted.
Now stick around, please. Lorna doesn't look quite right to me.
I can talk to her some other...
No, Max, please stick around.
A couple of minutes, that's all.
Lorna, is Bobby asleep?
You must not think me poor and still. Weak and gentle. I'm quite the opposite.
Lorna. Max, up here.
I know what evil I intend to do. But stronger than my reason, thought is fury.
Lorna, what are you doing? What have you got in your hand? Is that a knife? Let me see. Let me see.
What is it, Ted?
It is. It's a knife. She was gonna kill the boy.
There was an actress in the century past who wrote as follows, for the benefit of all the actors to come after her. If the actress cannot unearth in the buried temple of her own consciousness certain undeniable identification with the naked soul of a murderess, she should abstain from such parts until she has learned more about life and herself. The name of the actress who had such profound knowledge of both her art and of human nature was Sarah Siddons. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. The ways of actors are exceedingly strange. There are schools, there are classes, there are teachers, there are systems, there are methods. Any of them may be good, but in the last analysis, none of them is any good at all. For finally, the actor must search out and discover the soul of the character he plays deep within his own. The search may be long, it is bound to be difficult, and it is essentially lonely.
Lorna, I think Max is here.
Give him my love.
Don't you want to talk to him?
I'm busy.
Oh, all right. Hello, Max. Come in.
How are you, Ted?
Oh, I'm all right. Come in, sit down. Let me make you a drink.
If you'll join me?
Yes, that I will.
How's Lorna?
She's all right, Lorna's all right. Yeah, she's all right.
Good, I'm glad. Is she home?
She's upstairs.
The last time I was in this house was the night that she... Well, you know, that terrible night. I was the one who took the knife away from her.
Max, that was a psychotic episode. That's what the psychiatrist calls it. A psychotic episode brought on by emotional strain. Lorna hardly remembers it. Actually, the next morning when I told her we'd decided to close the show, she couldn't understand why. I told her as gently as I could how we had found her standing over Bobby's dead, holding the knife.
Ted, she'd never have hurt the boy. Nobody can persuade me she'd ever do a thing like that.
And the doctor agrees with you.
She was trying to get to the heart of that off-stage scene where Medea kills her sons. You said she told you she'd never really done that, not all the way.
I know, Max, and the psychiatrist agrees with you. She went to him every day for 6 months. You see, she confused Helen, my first wife, with Medea. She confused me with Medea's husband. It was all too much for her. Thank heaven we're finished with that damn play.
That's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, the play.
Oh, what about it?
Well, now that the summer's over, do you want to reopen it?
Reopen? Are you crazy?
I just thought
That play is responsible for everything that happened.
Not Ted, that's not quite true.
Well, she got so wrapped up in that part.
That's what an actress does.
She gets wrapped up in a part. She doesn't wrap the part around herself. A great actress doesn't do that. She wraps up in it. And she loses herself in it.
Yeah, loses herself. That's what happened to Lorna, and I damn near lost her.
Well, then you don't want to reopen the play.
Hell no.
You think Lorna would like to reopen?
I certainly hope she wouldn't.
Well, ask her, will you? Please ask her. After all, it's her decision to make. Will you ask her?
I don't...
All right. I'll ask her.
Mother dear, it's Lorna. How are you, sweetie? I just called to tell you I'm coming over in a little while. I haven't been able to get there much lately because, I had a little trouble. I wasn't well. Not sick exactly. Well, yes, I was sick, but I'm all right now. Oh, I know it must have been hard for you, but I'll make it up to you. You'll see. Now that I'm not working. I'll be able to see you more often. Yes, I have the list of things you want. No, I won't forget the macaroons. Almond, I know, not coconut. I've already bought them. They're sitting right here beside me. Come in. Someone at the door, Mother. See you later.
Darling, I'm not interrupting you, am I?
I was just talking to Mother. I'm going over there. Take her some things. Did Max leave?
Yeah.
Did you give him my love?
Yes, darling. He was sorry he didn't get to talk to you.
What did he want? Anything in particular?
Well, it was about reopening the play.
Oh. What do you think? Should we?
You're kidding, aren't you?
Kidding? Why should I be kidding?
Well, I didn't even want to suggest it to you, but Max insisted. He made me promise. I thought, of course, you'd say no.
It'll cost money to reopen.
I don't care about the money. It's you.
But I'm all right now.
After what that play did to you?
Ted, darling, don't blame the play.
If it hadn't been for the play, the part...
But I've got it under my belt, as they say. I know all about Medea now. There isn't a particle of her I don't know. How she walks, how she breathes, everything about her. I think it might be fun to play her again.
Fun? Fun? I don't understand you, Lorna. You or any actor. I just don't understand any of...
Don't try. I'm not sure we're worth understanding. We're pervert and childish and confused. The only time we're not any of those things is when somebody gives us words to say that aren't our own. Then we're tractable and mature and very sure about that. I don't know why that should be, but that's the way it is.
Darling, I love you. You know I love you.
I honestly believe you do. Why, I don't know. But I believe you do. And I'm very grateful.
Lorna, let me take you away someplace. Don't go back into that play. Let's go abroad.
Later, mate.
When? How much later?
Oh, after Thanksgiving.
Does that mean you won't reopen the play?
If you don't want me...
Now, you know I don't want you to.
Then I won't.
Then why can't we go now? This is the ideal time.
There's something I have to do here first. Something I've been trying to do for a long time. And now I think I know how to do it.
Is that you, Lorna?
Yes, Mother.
Well, come on in. The door's not locked. I never lock the door in the daytime. You should know that by now. Only when I go to bed. Then I lock it. Huh. Did you bring the stuff?
Yes, I did.
Well, let's see it.
I want to put some of it in the refrigerator first.
Did you bring the macaroons?
Yes.
Almond?
I told you I got them on the phone.
I hate the coconut kind.
I know.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, you're not putting the macaroons in the refrigerator, are you?
No, they're right here.
Well, bring them over.
I want to make some tea first.
I want one now.
Later.
I want one now.
Later.
I haven't had one for weeks.
Mother, I want to talk to you about something. We started to talk about it once before, last spring. But then I got sick. But now I want to talk about it again.
I don't see why I can't have a macaroon.
Mother, it's very important to me to know how you get to be the way you are.
What's the matter with the way I am?
Everything. You won't do anything. You don't see anyone. You don't go out. You don't do anything here in the apartment. You don't even clean. You sit and you stare and you eat. You're killing yourself, Mother. Inch by little inch. You're killing yourself.
I do what I want.
Do you want to kill yourself, Mother?
My life is mine to live as I see fit.
Mother, when he went off and left you, how was it? What did it feel like? Oh, I know people talk about rejection. I suppose you felt rejected, but that's such a prissy word, so bloodless, so stiff, so dried out. There must be other words. Words with life in them, with feeling, with passion.
I don't know why you're so mean to me.
As though you've been kicked. Is that how you felt? As though you've been thrown down and spat on? Was that it?
My own daughter.
As though you've been stripped down to nothing? As though you've been stripped naked and found ugly? Mother, tell me.
You've got no right to talk to me about the thing.
But I have to know. Don't you understand that? I have to know. I can't keep coming here and bringing you things to eat and never knowing how you felt, how you feel, how you got to be the thawed net that you are.
Well, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about anything. Now, you just march right over there and fetch me my macaroon.
All right. I think the water's about ready to boil. Yeah, it is. I'll make tea.
I don't want to wait for tea.
It'll only take a minute.
Bring me a macaroon.
I'm going to put them on a plate. Now tell me about when Father ran off and left you.
No.
All of it. I want to hear it all. Everything you felt. Did you cry? Did you beat your head against the wall? What did you do, Mother, before you sat down in that chair and started staring out the window and eating macaroons? Tell me.
You bring me those macaroons.
They're right here. All laid out in the plate.
Well, bring them here.
Not until you tell me. Not until you start talking and telling me all about how it was. Don't skip anything. Don't leave anything out. Tell me everything.
If you won't bring them to me,
Tell me.
I'll come and get...
Tell me, Mother, what was it like? What did you feel?
You miserable, selfish girl, you...
Mother!
There was a heart attack. Dropped dead right at Lorna's feet.
Oh, terrible for Lorna. Well, when she called me next, she could hardly talk. All she said was, I never meant that. That wasn't what I meant. Strange thing to say. She just went over there to take her mother some delicacies. She bought some lime sherbet, Polish ham, things like that. And I'd been talking to her about reopening the show. She seemed willing enough, but I begged her not to, and she said, all right, she wouldn't. No argument. No, none at all, really.
Ted, is there anything I can do?
Maybe later, Mac. Right now, she's upstairs resting. The doctor gave her something a few hours ago. Maybe I better go up to see how she is.
You want me to come along?
No, I better go alone.
I'll let myself out.
Yeah, do that, will you?
Give Lorna my love.
Sure, Max.
Lorna?
You asleep, honey?
You think I might want to get dressed, come downstairs for a little dinner? Lorna? Honey? Sweetheart, what are you doing? I thought you'd be lying down. Are you all right? Lorna, you don't want to sit here by the window all alone like this. Why don't you throw something on, come downstairs with me, and... Lorna?
I can't do that.
Well, why not, darling? It might be good for you.
I can't. On account of my back. My back hurt. Pass me those macaroons, will you? Not those. Those are coconuts. Pass me the almond one.
When asked about the art of acting, Ellen Terry, the lovely and magical English actress of the 18th century, is supposed to have said, "Think what the words mean, my dear, and let them pour out." Sounds easy, doesn't it? It isn't. I'll be back shortly. Why do actors choose such a difficult, such a perilous career? So beset with problems, so riddled with uncertainties, why do they persist in devoting themselves to concepts not their own, struggling to give form and substance to someone else's fantasy? Why do they do this for all of their lives and ask nothing better? Why? For the life of me, I do not know. Our cast included Tammy Grimes, Larry Haynes, Arnold Moss, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. My father, who had a great deal of wisdom, used to say that the friendship of the over-friendly man is too often like a fire in the grate, exceedingly bright to look at, but not reliable should you wish to keep warm on a really cold day. The tale we're about to unfold for you, written by the incomparable Edgar Allan Poe, is not about a friendship that cooled off, but rather about one that became too hot to handle.
Well, what are you and Noah talking about, Edgar?
The disappearance of Horace Kramer, Charlie.
Yes, it is puzzling. I can't for the life of me understand what's keeping Horace this long in Boston.
Do you think he's still there? Edgar thinks he never got there.
What makes you say that, Noah?
Edgar suspects foul play. And so do I.
Our mystery drama, The Case of the Chateau Margaux, was adapted from a story by Edgar Allan Poe, especially for Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr., and stars Jackson Beck and Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Have you ever thought what a lonely old world this would be were there no one you could call a friend? A good friend? Someone who thinks as you do, likes what you like, and even more than that, likes to spend time with you, with whom you could share any confidence, anytime. So I suppose it's no wonder that in the small, isolated New England town of Mystic Falls, rich old Horace Kramer was delighted when a man his own age moved next door and became Horace's friend. The time is 1910, but Let someone who actually lived through those curious and perplexing days tell us what happened.
My name is Ed Edgar. My full name is, Edgar. I grew up with that awful handicap, but finally, after years of kidding here in my hometown, Mystic Falls, Massachusetts, now everyone is settled for Edgar, Ed, or Mr. Edgar. I write, print, and publish the Mystic Gazette, our local town newspaper. And we've never missed a weekly appearance since my father started the Gazette 75 years ago. One day, I had a visit from Noah Greeley, the town magistrate.
Have you heard the latest, Edgar?
About what, Noah?
Horace Kramer has disappeared.
Couldn't be. I saw him the day before yesterday.
Well, so did everyone else in Mystic Falls, but I haven't seen a hide nor hair of them all day, yesterday or today.
Noah, if you think it news that the richest man in town has gone off somewhere by himself and told nobody where he was going, I can't print that.
Oh, hold your horses, Ed. It looks like foul play.
Oh, please now. You know old Horace doesn't have an enemy in the world.
He doesn't have a friend in the world, which is far worse.
Well, you're forgetting Charlie Nash.
I can't talk to you while that press is operating. I'll come back later.
No, stay. I'll stop this run. Tell me what you know.
All right. Day before yesterday, very early in the morning,
Horace saddled up. Told his servants he was going to Boston for the day and that he'd be back that night.
That's 15 miles.
30, there and back. No one I've talked to since has laid eyes on him.
Have you just been sitting on this and doing nothing?
What could I do? I only just got the news myself.
No, really. You're the magistrate.
I checked Horace's servants, of course, just this morning. I asked, why didn't you tell somebody your master disappeared?
What'd they say?
They told Charlie, they said. He told them, oh, it'll be all right. Let's wait and see who wants to alarm everybody.
Well, maybe you're right. Something could have happened to him. Wonder why Charlie said...
Speak of the devil.
Good morning. How fortunate to find two of Mystic Falls' most prominent citizens together.
Morning, Charlie.
What are you two gentlemen cooking up?
The disappearance of Horace Kramer.
Yes, it is puzzling. I cannot for the life of me understand what is keeping Horace this long in Boston.
Oh, you think he's still there? Edgar and I think he never got there.
Whatever makes you say that?
It's possible he met with foul play.
I think you're both alarmists. Horace can take care of himself. He wouldn't put up with any nonsense from any highwayman. For one thing, he's too good a shot.
Unless he was ambushed.
Not only that, gentlemen. I happen to know he was well armed when he set out for Boston. Was carrying quite a bit of money with him to deposit. Oh, if you ask me, I'd say Horace is probably staying on in Boston. Then one of these days he'll be waltzing back into town, wondering what all the fuss was about.
I first met Charlie Nash 6 months ago. He pulled into town not knowing a soul. In 2 weeks, he was on buddy-buddy terms with rich, retired Horace Kramer. Charlie never let a day pass that he wasn't over at Horace's house, sometimes for breakfast, always for dinner. No question Charlie was good company, and the last time I had knocked on Horace's door, the two old codgers were carrying on like kids. I hope I'm not intruding, Mr. Kramer. Charlie, are you fellas celebrating something?
Shall we tell him?
Why not? Maybe news for the Gazette.
Oh, come on now, Charlie. Do you think our little jollification is worth a headline?
I'd rather be a headline than a footnote any day, wouldn't you? Edgar, we're just having a good time.
Now, what is it, Edgar? What brings you here?
Well, I understand your nephew Philip will be arriving soon, and...
It was 6 months since this man Charlie and I met, and it's his 6-month anniversary we're celebrating with some good wine.
I say some excellent wine.
Have a glass, Edgar. Chateau Margaux.
No, thanks, Horace. I never drink while I'm working.
Well, that's the difference between us. I never work while I'm drinking.
Well, even if you didn't, my boy, you can never be able to catch up with Charlie here. He dons this Chateau Margaux like water. Does my heart good.
Yeah, Mr. Kramer.
No, don't call me Horace, Eddie Edgar. You always have.
No, I won't stay but a moment. I just want to verify.
You're more of a party pooper than your father was, Eddie, my boy. Come on now, have some wine.
No, thanks, really.
You know, Charlie, I knew this boy's father very well. Wilbur Edgar. He was a great parlor magician. Ventriloquist. Oh, yes. Wilbur Edgar was quite a practical joker. I mean, who else with the last name of Edgar would have given his son the identical first name? Edgar.
Well, the boy's father used imagination, and I approve of imagination. Shall we remove the offending cork from another bottle?
There, Edgar, let me tell you, when a man gets to be my age, all his old friends have either taken to their beds or died off. That pretty well leaves an older man friendless. Yeah, but I was fortunate. Along comes Charlie Nash here, drifting into town.
Correction, I never dripped.
Yeah, moves in right next door. And I'll say his friendship has given me a brand new lease on life.
Horace, I can say in all sincerity, you have done the same for me.
Congratulations to the both of you.
Charlie, you are by odds the hardiest old fella I've come across in all my born days. And since you love to savor the wine in that fashion, I'll be darned if I don't have to make you a present of a great big box of that very same Chateau Margaux. Now, don't say a word. It'll be coming your way one of these days when you least expect it.
Horace, what can I say but thank you?
What I did come to ask you, Horace, was about your nephew. I just got word over at Sam's General Store that your nephew is arriving from Boston. He's going to be staying with you. It'd make a nice piece in our social column.
You mean Philip? I don't want to talk about him. He's a no-good, high-living son of my dear departed sister. He's staying with me because he has no place else to go.
Horace, can you tell me a little about him? What he does, how old, and so on?
I said I don't wish to talk about him. I don't approve of him or his way of life, and I don't particularly want him here.
And that was the last time I saw Horace Kramer. His nephew Philip arrived in Mystic Falls the following day. He seemed quiet enough. By talking with him or playing an occasional game of checkers over at Sam's General Store, I couldn't determine whether he was of bad character or dissipated habits. One day, Charlie Nash came in while Philip and I were playing.
Edgar, I'd move the red in the back row one square over to block you the double jump.
Hey, Charlie, will you please go away? Philip and I are having a dandy game without your help.
Well, I just don't want to see you taken advantage of.
Advantage? What are you talking about? We're playing on a board with everything in sight. Now, just go and sit down, Mr. Nash, and leave us be.
Now, Master Philip, is that a way to talk to your elder?
Well, you may be somebody's elder, but not mine. Well, Mr. Nash, I've seen your type before, and frankly, the way you're sponging off my uncle is disgusting.
Well, coming from a young man of your reputation, I consider that a compliment.
Let's forget the game, Philip. I've had enough of it.
Oh, Edgar, I've been looking for you everywhere. Have you heard the latest?
Not yet, Noah, but I will. Go on.
Horace's horse just wandered into town with no saddle and no saddlebags.
Was that hard?
His horse? You sure?
Well, come on, see for yourself. Poor animal showed up behind Horace's house in terrible shape. Bleeding. It's been shot in the chest, it looks like. It's a wonder it can still walk.
No sign of my uncle?
No, and as I said, everything's been taken from the animal's back.
I know Uncle Horace was carrying 2 saddlebags when he left for Boston. I know that.
Excuse me. I don't think... No, I just can't stand here like this. I have to see that horse. Now, maybe there's a hopeful explanation to it all.
Hopeful explanation, you stupid tub of lard? Hopeful? Obviously, my uncle has been robbed and probably killed, and you talk about hopeful?
Now, young man, I can understand your distress. It's no greater than my own, I assure you. We can do without the funny names, too.
Now, gentlemen, first things first. Let's go see this horse.
My point is the wound on the horse could have been an accident. A hunter somewhere out there could have missed his target, hit Horace's horse, and it bolted.
But that hardly explains Horace's disappearance.
I haven't finished. The horse bolts, runs through the underbrush, saddlebags are torn off. My dearest old friend is thrown off.
So where is he now, 3 days later?
You all know how stubborn he is. He got thrown from his horse, probably made him so darned mad he took his saddle.
I thought you said they were torn off.
If they weren't torn off, took them, picked up some other means of transportation, went on to Boston. I say, let's calm down, everybody.
I refuse to calm down. Mr. Greeley, you are the magistrate of Mystic Falls, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I charge you to make an immediate search of this entire area. I want you to organize a hunt for the body of my murdered uncle.
Murdered?
A singular expression, young man. Noah, Edgar, Sam, you're all witnesses to this extraordinary remark of Philip Kramer. What private knowledge does he have to assert that his uncle has been murdered? Could it be because he had something to gain from the death of a rich uncle?
You take that back.
I am merely offering a...
You
lying, fat, conniving...
Yes, sir. Stop it. Stop that. No, it's Sam. You kill old Charlie. Let go of me.
Look at him lying there, covering his face with a can.
Oh, you stop. He's an old man.
Oh, all right. I hope that's taught the lying old schemer a lesson.
Can I give you a hand, Charlie?
Yes. Now, you all saw that unprovoked attack. Young man, I shan't forget this. I shall not forget this as long as I live.
What have we here? A young man not liked by his wealthy uncle suddenly appears in town. Shortly thereafter, the uncle disappears. What else do we know? That the uncle may have been robbed or murdered? Certainly Charlie, who claims to be the uncle's best friend, is suspicious of the young nephew. Does he know more than he is saying? Well, we shall know either more or less of this Edgar Allan Poe story when I return shortly with Act 2. Who was it who said, "Murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ"? Before today's mystery is solved, we shall give you the answer, and you'll be no little surprised how much this saying applies to our tale by Edgar Allan Poe. But to return to where we are, Noah Greeley, the town magistrate, organized practically everyone to search for the missing Horace Kramer. But at the town hall meeting, not everyone agreed how to go about it.
Order. We're trying to conduct this town hall meeting in the proper way.
Mr. Chairman, Noah, may I have the floor?
Go ahead, Charlie.
I think we're all making darn fools of ourselves. One of these days, old Horace will show up in his own time and at his own pleasure.
Talk. Who's going to take action? That's what I'd like to know. All of you make me sick. My uncle is lying out there somewhere. Philip, behind passes. You all talk.
Philip Kramer, you are out of order.
Well, I don't care if I am. We have to act and act fast. My uncle is out there somewhere. Who knows if he's still alive? Maybe sick, injured, needing help. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going out this very minute and look for him. I was crazy not to have done it before. Goodbye.
Well, I'm sorry about that young man. As to those of you who haven't met him, that was Horace's nephew, Philip.
Bit headstrong, Noah. I wonder if you could get some reaction, pro or con, for or against searching parties.
Well, what do you say, Edgar? It was your proposal.
Well, could we have a show of hands? All those who feel well qualified to lead a search party in, let us say, a 5-mile radius. Will they raise their hands? No one?
Oh, yes, I see one hand. Oh, it's your hand, Charlie.
Well, as you know, folks, I'm retired. So I've had plenty of time in the 6 months I've lived in Mystic Falls to explore. I would say I've covered every inch round here. So I have had that advantage over most of you who are farming, horseshoeing, or minding stores.
I propose that as many as would care to join us at the village green at 2 o'clock, so that we can set forth under Charlie Nash's guidance.
Charlie turned out an excellent guide. The bunch of us, at least 20, followed him through all kinds of out-of-the-way paths, finding places none of us knew existed. The first day, we searched till it got dark, about 6. But then for almost a week, from morning till night, not a trace of Horace Kramer. Until the day Charlie led us to a pond 4 miles from Mystic Falls.
Anybody seen Philip Kramer?
Philip? Hey, is Philip back there?
I'm here. Edgar, I'd like to show you something. Look down there at those horseshoe tracks. See that little depression on the heel of each shoe?
Yes, I do.
That's Uncle Horace's horse. And look here, where the brambles are broken off. It's as if something heavier than a man was dragged through here.
Oh, you're right. So it does.
I'd look in that pond.
Heavier than a man, eh? I suggest we have this pond drained. There are enough of this with spades. We could all dig some runoffs.
We'll fall too. Excellent idea. How's the digging going, Edgar?
Well, they got 3 trenches dug and the pond's running off pretty quickly.
Isn't that something lying down there on the bottom? Sure, I can see the back of something.
You're right, Charlie. There is something.
What is it?
Well, look, down there.
Let me see if I can fish it out with my shovel.
You got it. What is it?
Black silk waistcoat, if I'm not mistaken.
Why, so it is. Or was. Fairly ruined now, torn.
Where have I seen this waistcoat before?
Those dark stains around the collar and the front could be blood.
Philip, you ever seen this waistcoat before?
I think it's mine.
Yours?
Yes, I think it is. Looks like it.
Philip Kramer, you realize this is very serious. You admit this blood-stained waistcoat is yours?
No, I didn't say that. It's very like one of mine.
Surely, Noah, you're not actually making an accusation, because this bloody, torn waistcoat, which may belong to Horace's nephew, was discovered here.
Now, hold on there. We don't know that is blood.
Precisely. We don't know it's blood. Or, if it is, that it's Horace Kramer's blood. Or Philip's. Then, too, one must think in terms of a motive. Just because this young rapscallion happens to be Horace Kramer's sole heir and would inherit everything, does that mean he is the suspect?
Well, it doesn't rule him out, Charlie.
Just a moment. We don't know, first of all, whether Horace is dead. We've found no body. Secondly, as far as inheritance is concerned, I remember a year ago Horace telling me he was planning to disinherit him. All we have to do is locate a will. And if indeed Philip is cut off without a penny, what does that do to your motive, huh?
Well, I've never heard such nonsense in all my life. I'm not giving up hope that Uncle Horace isn't still alive. But frankly, this search, led by this fat fool, is too comic for me. For a week now, we've been traipsing through brush and bramble, and all we've got to show for it is a muddy waistcoat and no sign of my uncle. Well, I'm heading back to Mystic Falls. I've had enough.
Philip, until I give you the word, I charge you not to leave Mystic Falls.
Charlie, where you going?
Just thought I saw something lying in the road up ahead.
Oh, what is it? What are you putting in your pocket? It's,
Spanish knife?
Yes. There appears to be blood on the open blade, now that I look at it more closely.
Does anybody know to whom this knife belongs?
Oh, my goodness.
Charlie? Do you know to whom it belongs?
Yes, I might. But, I am not the one to identify it. Philip still here?
Yes, of course I'm still here. What is it?
Is this knife, this Spanish knife yours? Philip? Is this knife yours?
I'm afraid there are initials on it, too.
No, so there are. PC. Philip Kramer. Are those your initials?
Yes.
So this is your knife?
Yes, it is.
Philip, can you explain why your knife is lying out here on the road?
No, I can't.
Philip Kramer, I arrest you on suspicion of the murder of your uncle, Horace Kramer. Now, the purpose of this interrogation is to clear up certain allegations in view of certain evidence. I understand that you, Philip Kramer, do have something to add with regard to the identification of the waistcoat found at the bottom of the pond.
It is mine. It must be mine. I've examined it more closely, and I noticed one button is missing at the bottom, which is proof to me that it is my waistcoat.
So noted. Would you like to tell us, Philip, where you were the morning your Uncle Horace left for Boston?
Glad to. I was out with my rifle deer stalking.
Were you anywhere in the vicinity of the pond in which your waistcoat was found?
Now, I'd like to correct a misapprehension. I said that waistcoat was mine, not that I was wearing it. Yes. Yes, I was in that vicinity because I clearly remember noticing the tracks made by my uncle's horse, the same ones I showed you.
Do you realize, Mr. Kramer, what you are telling us? The waistcoat is yours. A knife that was found nearby is also yours. You were in that vicinity, and moreover, you now admit to carrying a rifle for the purpose of deer stalking.
So? Yes, that's so.
May I ask the indulgence of the magistrate for a minute?
Yes, Charlie, by all means.
I had not wished to further complicate matters by divulging the information I have. But now I do feel it my duty to bring it to your attention. Let me tell you what I know. The evening before Horace left for Boston, he and I were playing a game of checkers, and his nephew Philip appeared.
Jump, 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 jump. Ha! What do you think of that, Charlie?
Nice going, Horace. Caught me completely by surprise.
It did, didn't it?
Yep, I can say it in 2 words. Completely.
Philip. Well, what do we have the pleasure of your company this evening? It's the shank, the very shank of the evening. I'd expect you to be at Benton, carousing, gambling, or whatever it is you're so noted for. What are you doing home?
You don't think much of me, Uncle, do you? You know, I never asked more of you than a place to sleep. Believe me, I don't enjoy being dependent on your favors.
Just in case you're harboring the hope that because you are my only living relative, Philip, let me assure you, I am planning to revise my will, and your name will not be mentioned in it.
I'm sorry to hear that, Uncle.
I bet you are. I threatened such action before, but now, knowing you better, tomorrow I shall actually take steps. Yes. Tomorrow morning I'm off to Boston with 2 tasks. 1, to make a cash deposit at the Farmers and Mechanics Bank, and 2, to sign my new will. Now, if you'll be so good, kindly leave Charlie and me alone, so that we can continue our checker game.
Philip Kramer, you've just heard Charlie Nash here recount an event that happened the night before your uncle set off for Boston. Is this the truth or not?
Is what the truth?
Did you know your uncle was going to Boston in the morning to deposit money? Did he tell you he was about to change his will to disinherit you?
Yes.
Would you repeat your answer clearly, please?
Yes, Uncle Horace did say that. But I still say I know nothing of his disappearance, and I did not kill him.
I'm sorry we must leave this tale of suspicion and mystery at this very moment. Does it strike you as strange that Philip Kramer, the only person suspected of having had a hand in his uncle's disappearance, seems so very self-assured? Is he feigning innocence? Hiding guilt? Or is someone else the actual guilty party? We'll be back with some of the answers shortly. Where has Edgar Allan Poe taken us thus far? A rich man has disappeared. Evidence has been uncovered pointing in only one direction, to a wasteful nephew now suspected of murder. But knowing Edgar Allan Poe, I would caution you not to believe there is an easy, straightforward answer to the question of what happened to Horace Kramer. There will be many a twist and turn before our tale is completed.
When Philip Kramer admitted he knew the purpose of his uncle's trip to Boston, Noah Greeley deputized me and the owner of the general store, Sam, to make a thorough search of Philip's room. When we returned to the town jail, Noah and Charlie were still there, as was the suspect.
Well, it didn't take you two very long. It's not a large room. The broom closet is bigger.
We found this pocketbook empty in Philip's room. It tore us. I recognized it right away.
And these bedclothes, shirt, neck handkerchief,
Stuffed under Philip's bed.
Yeah.
That, look carefully. That may be blood on them.
Goodness. Blood. That poor man. To die like that. I cannot believe it. Blood.
Well, I think we have a fairly open and shut case here, don't you?
Well, I'm not defending Philip, but I do say a man is innocent till proved guilty.
All this dreadful, dreadful evidence.
I mean, Noah, you have no corpus delicti, no body.
Well, I may not have Horace's body yet, but I do have his horses.
What do you mean?
Well, while you and Sam were out, I got word Horace's horse died in the stable from the wound he'd got.
I think a post-mortem of that horse should be made immediately.
You know, if it weren't for the fact that my uncle is missing, that there is some mystery there, I would say the lot of you are behaving like a comic opera. Like a stupid bunch of incompetent bumpkins.
Such a statement does not endear yourself to those who live here.
Look at the facts. My waistcoat is found. Supposedly blood on it. Anyone could have put it there. Smeared it with anything. Ketchup. Then my knife turns up, also supposedly covered with my uncle's blood. Then sheets and shirts under my bed. You don't know if it's blood or red paint.
Where do you suppose all this mysterious evidence came from, dear boy?
I haven't the faintest idea. And if it were true that I did away with Uncle Horace, why would I leave evidence lying around or under my own bed?
Perhaps you thought the bumpkins in Mystic Falls would never find it.
All a very poor joke and very poor taste, if you ask me.
I'd say it's a good thing we don't ask you.
Mr. Nash, I've had a feeling about you all along. I've been wondering if you really are all that concerned about Uncle Horace, or if your so-called helpfulness is an act.
Are you gentlemen going to stand here and see me maligned by a man accused of murder, Sam, Noah?
Hold on, Charlie. Philip is being held in custody on suspicion of murder. Nothing more. There's a lot of evidence, admittedly, still unproven.
Oh, go do your post-mortem on a dead horse.
It might interest you to know, my young city-bred friend, that should I discover the actual bullet that killed Horace's horse, it could inevitably lead us to the gun. First the bullet, and then, cherchez la weapon.
Oh, I see now. This renowned checker player wine drinker is also a horse doctor.
Oh, no. We'll have Dr. Corwin, the town veterinarian, actually perform the autopsy.
Events moved swiftly. Charlie Nash found a bullet in the horse's chest cavity which had somehow escaped Dr. Corwin's eye. Philip identified the bullet
recognizing it as one of a special set he had made for his hunting rifle. At the very next criminal session, Philip was brought to trial. He still treated the matter lightly, not even seeking legal advice. The town appointed a lawyer to defend him. But confronted with this unbreakable chain of circumstantial evidence, the jury returned an immediate verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree.
Edgar, I have news for you. Look at this letter, my fine friend. It's what I came to show you. Go ahead, read it.
Charles Nash, Esquire.
Dear Sir, in conformity with an order transmitted to our firm 2 months ago by Mr. Horace Kramer, we have the honor of forwarding this morning to your address a double case of Chateau Margaux, half a gross, 6 dozen bottles, Antelope brand. We remain, sir, your most obedient servants, and so forth. Well, that is news.
Read what it says on the bottom.
The box will reach you by wagon the Monday following the receipt of this letter. Yours, Milbracken and Company.
Isn't that like dear, sweet, thoughtful old Horace? You know, we used to drink Chateau Margaux together by the quart. It was the seal of our friendship, as it were. He did once say he was going to send me a case or so. I forgot all about it.
Oh, I seem to remember that.
What I would like you to do, Edgar, is to put in the weekend edition of the Gazette. The news that I am extending an invitation, let us call it a kind of open house, to all who would like to call themselves my friends. And when the case of Chateau Margaux arrives from the Milbracken people, then we'll open the pièce de résistance.
Pretty close to half the town was at Charlie's on Monday. There was lots of food and drink. The case of wine didn't arrive till early evening. By that time, everyone was in a very happy mood.
That is the biggest wooden crate I've ever seen, lifted right up onto the table facing me. All right, everybody. Let's open up the case and see how far 72 bottles of Chateau Margaux will go. I can recommend it to you all. Come on, somebody, get a crowbar.
Oh, wait a minute, I brought a big hammer, Charlie. I can pry the box open.
Good thinking for the state. Always prepared to be print-worthy. Open it from the end that faces me, Edgar. Now, a respectful silence as Mr. Edgar disinters the treasure.
Made Charlie happy to give orders to be the center of all attention.
This moment was his dream come true. Charlie, surrounded by friends and neighbors, all waiting for what Charlie would give them. Suddenly, the top of the huge box flew open, and from inside, there sprang up into a sitting position, facing Charlie, the bruised, bloody, nearly putrid corpse of old dead Horace Kramer. He seemed to look right at Charlie with his sightless eyes. Then, suddenly, slowly, the corpse spoke.
Charlie, old friend, how could you do this to me?
Having said that, the decaying corpse of Horace Kramer fell over the side of the crate, his arms sort of reaching for Charlie. Men fainted. Some ran for the doors, but slowly, as if magnetized, everyone came back to watch Charlie.
How did you get back, Horace? Know you were dead. Were you watching me all the time? Did you see me following you down the road when you got near the pool? Were you alive or dead?
They left you for dead. Is it bad luck with your horse? They shot him.
He wouldn't die. Would you believe it, Horace? I pushed him clean into the pool to drown. And the next day, he walked right back into town. It wasn't easy to cover my tracks. I had to plant all kinds of evidence so my friends would think it was your nephew. Horace, it wasn't easy at all.
Horace, you just said, I say.
How could you do this to me?
Oh, my heart.
Charlie, he's fallen on the table. Charlie! My lord. Charlie is dead. As dead as Horace.
Philip, you're free. The body of your uncle was delivered to Charlie's house in a crate of wine. And he, your uncle, accused Charlie of killing him.
What way, Drake? Not so fast.
Anyway, Charlie confessed.
I'm afraid I had a hand in there.
I thought you might have, Edgar. You were the only one who never believed the evidence.
I wasn't that positive Philip wasn't guilty, but I was pretty sure Charlie wasn't that innocent.
From the beginning?
Well, he was too helpful. That made me suspicious. Didn't you think it was strange, Noah, that it was always Charlie who discovered things?
Where was I with my eyes closed?
First of all, Philip was an outsider. Secondly, almost everyone in town liked Charlie, so why should you suspect him? Well, for me, he went just one step too far.
What did he do?
The autopsy of Horace's horse. Even with Dr. Corwin right there, it was Charlie who found the bullet. But he palmed that bullet. That bullet never went near the horse. There was a bullet hole where a shot had gone in, but another where it had gone out. No, it couldn't have been Philip's gun that killed the animal.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? We could have held up the trial.
No, I couldn't stop you. Besides, I had to find the body. Now, you remember how it was Charlie who led the search party? So I searched myself, and wherever he had gone, I went in the opposite direction. Now, eventually, I found an old dry well, very well concealed. And Horace was down there, at the bottom, neck broken. Terrible sight. I wrote that letter from the wine merchants and put him in the crate.
Ingenious. But horrible. Well, how in the world did you get Horace to speak?
That's a talent I've had since I was a boy. My father taught me. Voice throwing. Ventriloquism.
Charlie, old friend, how could you do this to me?
And so ends one of the great horror stories from the prolific pen of that master of the macabre, Edgar Allan Poe. I think it is almost as though Poe took and dramatized that one famous sentence of William Shakespeare's, "Murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ." I'll be back shortly. It is said that Edgar Allan Poe is the founder of the modern detective story, but I think he goes far beyond that, bringing together the strangely imaginative and the grotesque. A torn waistcoat, a bloody knife, a bullet. On these few objects, Poe hangs an entire plot of villainy and bizarre retribution. Man has always been fascinated by objects. Writing about their criminal use is called detective work. Studying and analyzing objects is called science. But one doesn't have to be a scientist or a PhD to enjoy a good mystery. Our cast included Robert Lydon, Jackson Beck, William Griffiths, and Lloyd Battista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We've been promised a lifetime of 70 years and 10. Civilization has created science which can add considerably to that expectation. Civilization has also created an entire witch's brew of sicknesses and psychoses which can dramatically shorten our existence. The whole business has always been a two-edged sword. One side of the blade kills, the other cures.
But you cannot condemn that young woman to death.
I cannot. Why?
Because... well, she's the victim. The weak, defenseless victim.
And? What of it?
But it's against the law.
My dear, the supreme law is the law of nature. And the law of nature always condemns the weak and defenseless to death. Doesn't it?
Our mystery drama, The Guy de Maupassant Murders, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. So much of life is a gamble. Our fate is always in the hands of complete strangers. The drunken driver, the impersonal sniper. Each of us who lives in the midst of human society is, in effect, hostage to fortune.
Only our Maker has the supreme power to create, but anyone,
everyone, here below, has the terrible ability to destroy. It is late at night, and while the street is fairly well lighted, it is nevertheless deserted. On the corner, we have a bus stop, and one of those telephone stands, you know, where the phone is out in the open. A young lady is nervously depositing a coin in the slot, and now she begins to dial.
I think it's 143. Oh, hurry, please. Please. Answer quickly, please. This is a special number for that killer, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any word?
I think I'm being followed.
Where are you, quickly?
Maybe it's my imagination.
Lady, where are you?
Oh, is that my imagination?
Where are you? Jerry, get a trace.
A man, he's coming toward me.
Run, yell for help. Lady, where are you?
No, don't shoot me.
Run, scream.
I won't tell the police. I won't say where I am. Just don't shoot me.
Lady.
Fifth and Boward.
Jerry, every car to Fifth and Boward.
Big man, black coat, black.
Lady.
Good morning, Mrs. Mullen.
Good morning, Your Honor.
That's a somewhat scanty-looking breakfast, Miss Mullen.
It's nutritionally balanced, Your Honor. You asked me to follow the diet laid down by the doctor.
Oh, well, there should be moderation in all things.
If you were capable of moderation, we wouldn't need the diet now, would we?
Game, set, and match to Mrs. Mullen as usual. What's new in the paper?
The mysterious killer has struck again.
Has he?
The mysterious killer. The mad killer, the unknown killer.
Yeah, he is all those indeed.
Well, the killer. According to the paper here, he claimed his fifth victim last night.
Has he killed so many people already?
Oh, yes, Judge. And all with a bullet from the same .22 caliber weapon. A young woman named Cora May Prenterford says. Age 30.
Age 30. What a waste.
What a waste.
Happened at Fifth and Ballard. She was waiting for a bus. She saw a man approach. There was a phone booth at the corner, and she was able to dial the police.
Could she tell them anything?
Oh, poor woman. She was paralyzed with fear.
I can imagine.
And she managed to say he was big, black raincoat, black mustache.
That all?
Yeah, except for the usual little note, placed on the victim's chest with just the words, "Thou shalt kill."
Let me look at that newspaper for a moment, if you please.
Oh, so your coffee's getting cold.
Where do they describe the killer? Oh, yes. Yeah. Big, black raincoat, black mustache. By bless my toe. The woman could be describing me. I'm 6 feet 3 inches tall.
You have a great sense of humor.
I weigh 230 pounds. I'm under a strain. I'm on a starvation diet.
Oh, 2,500 calories a day hardly comes under the heading of a...
And I have a black mustache.
Judge Wilmot, I hardly think...
I also wear a black trench coat, rain or shine.
Well, Judge, what are you going to do? Turn yourself in? Confess?
Poor girl.
Yeah. All 5 of them. Poor girls. Will they ever catch this killer, Judge?
Eventually.
How?
Well, you see, if he were to stop now...
Yes?
I suppose he'd be home free.
What do you mean?
Well, there are no real leads. No hard evidence. If he got rid of that .22 caliber revolver, the one that fired all those fatal bullets, how could he ever be brought to book?
But do you think that will happen?
No, Mrs. Mullins. He's under some compulsion. Keeps driving him.
What sort of compulsion?
Oh, he may not even know himself.
Well, do you think he knows what he's doing?
That's a complex question. He may know what he's doing while he's doing it, but after he's done it, he may not know that he did it.
Then are you saying that this man might be leading 2 separate, unconnected lives?
Yes.
And while he's in one life, he's not aware of the other?
It's possible.
Well, how will he ever be caught?
That's a problem for the police.
Oh, it's a problem for everybody who walks the street at night.
And if he chooses victims, seemingly at random, in more or less deserted places, it does become a serious situation. But he'll be caught.
How?
Oh, he'll give himself away.
You mean confess?
The killer has a problem of vanity. He's the center of so much attention, the focus of so much activity. He wants to take a bow. All this fame is something he wants to enjoy. He'll find a strange way to make sure he's caught.
How will he do it?
Oh, he'll drop clues, deliberately. He already has.
He had? What are they?
The little note he leaves with each victim.
Thou shalt kill.
Yeah, there's a meaning in it somewhere. Well, I believe he has monopolized enough of our morning. I must be off.
Oh, you haven't finished breakfast.
I am not hungry.
Well, will we be going up to the summer house this weekend?
Oh, yes. I know I'll have an opinion to write. I find inspiration in the pure air of the country.
When Fred gets here, what shall I tell him to bring up?
Whatever supplies you may require of the kitchen. My fishing gear, naturally. Oh, and have him stop off at Simmons Hardware and get me a box of .22 caliber cartridges. I may want to do some target shooting.
Didn't he buy you a box of those .22 cartridges just a couple of weeks ago?
He may have. I just don't know where they all go. Another of your dietetic masterpieces, Mrs. Mullins.
You call it what you like. It's keeping you alive.
But is life worth living under these circumstances?
Well, as some gentleman or other said, think of the alternative. Now just get up from the table right now and stop thinking about food.
All I can really do is to think about it. I get so very little of it.
Where's Fred?
He had to go back to the city. He'll be here in the morning.
You'd better be. I want to take the boat out.
Now, this would be a good time to sit down and start writing your opinion.
Now you're to quit hectoring me, Mrs. Mullins.
Hector? My, I thought that word went out of style 40 years ago.
It may have. They haven't replaced it with anything better.
Oh, I can tell by the mood you're in that you've decided against the defendant. Poor fellow.
No, Mrs. Mullins, you know I never discuss my cases.
That's not true, Judge. You do it all the time.
How can you say that?
In your own way.
I think I'll go out for a walk.
Good evening, Judge Wilmich.
Ah, Dorcas. How are you?
Just fine, Judge. I never did get a chance to thank you.
For what?
Now, don't pretend you don't know for what. I'm so grateful.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
It was everything, Judge. When George died, I didn't know what I was going to do, how I was going to keep the store. But thanks to you, I got the post office.
Well, I'm really happy things are working out for you, Dorcas.
Yeah. You know, Judge, I gave up the car. It's only a half-mile from the post office to my house. A half-mile walk along this deserted road at night. It doesn't bother me at all.
It shouldn't. Not up here.
Now, a couple of minutes ago, I saw you coming toward me. I didn't know it was you, but it was the figure of a man. I couldn't make out exactly who it was in the distance, but I wasn't the least little bit scared. In the city, I'd have been frightened out of my wit. That's the difference.
Yes, that's the difference.
But I often stop to think, what is the difference exactly? Is it that we have more respect for the law out here?
The law.
Yes, Judge. The law.
You seem to be interested in the law, Dorcas.
Yes, sir. If my folks have any money, I believe I'd have gone to law school. I always wanted to be a lawyer. The law fascinates me.
The law.
Judge? Judge, is something wrong?
The law. What do you know about it?
Judge, are you all right? You look a little sick.
Do you know what the law commands us to do?
Judge, if I don't get going, the kid will start to worry about me.
The law of nature. It can be expressed in one word. Kill.
Oh, yeah. I never looked at it that way.
You have a right.
A right? What kind of a right?
The right to know.
The right to know what?
The right to know why I'd have to kill you.
Judge, what are you saying?
To kill is the law of nature.
Judge,
Kill is nature's law.
Look, Judge,
We obey her. We are the children of nature. Her word is our command.
let go my arm.
You have children. You insist they obey you.
Oh, yes, Judge. Yes, that's why I have to get home.
They must obey you because you know best.
Absolutely. So
Oh, they are mother. Is nature, and her command is kill.
You wouldn't? You're not going to shoot me?
Nature commands it.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, Mrs. Mullins, it is I.
You're allowed to have 1 cup of coffee, no cream or sugar.
How unspeakably generous of you, madam.
Did you have a night's walk?
Oh, yes.
Anything happen?
What could happen?
What could happen? If anything, our story proves that we live in a world of infinite possibilities. Are there any more surprises? can there be surprises in a world that has seen just about every barrier to belief broken and shattered? Well, we've given you the murderer in Act 1, but don't think you aren't in for some surprises when I return with Act 2. Nutritionists tell us we are what we eat. Psychiatrists tell us we are what we hate. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume, A, that secretly we ourselves want to do those very things that we condemn in others, stealing, killing, and so on. Or B, that we eat things that we don't like, which means that most people are either frustrated or suffer from indigestion, or both.
Judge, may I present my brother, Lieutenant John Altman of the City Police?
How do you do, Lieutenant Judge? Have you had your breakfast?
Well, join us. I hope you're not hungry.
Oh, Judge.
Nasty situation I understand, Lieutenant.
Well, it's the killer.
Does that mean he's up here now, too?
I'm in charge of the investigation back in town. This thing happened last night. They asked me to come up and see if there's a connection.
Is there, Lieutenant?
There has to be. He left that same little note. Thou shalt kill. And we've just got the report from ballistics. It's the same gun.
What's he doing up here?
He's probably on vacation.
Poor Dorcas. All those children are orphans. Were there any clues?
Some kids driving home from a dance saw her body in the middle of the road. And that's all we have. But that's not true. We do have something else. I received a note from him the other day.
You did, John?
It's been printed that I'm in charge of the investigation, so the killer looks at me as his, I guess you could say, opponent or antagonist.
Oh, what did the note say?
It fits in with thou shalt kill. He writes, why then is it a crime to kill? Yes, why? On the contrary, it is the law of nature.
And
that's all.
That's all he wrote. There's no way to trace the writing or the paper?
No, I'm afraid not. What's your theory on this thing, Judge?
You're dealing with a madman.
Oh, we know that going in.
He suffers from one of the forms of amnesia. He obviously has periods in which he disassociates himself from the world of reality and wanders off into another world of illusion.
Or perhaps what we call a world of illusion is for him the world of reality.
That's true. I had forgotten for a moment you were a teacher of psychology.
I didn't teach psychology, I taught literature.
Forgive me, Mrs. Mullen.
Actually, psychology is derived from literature.
You got her started, Judge.
The psychologists stole everything from the writers. Well, after all, the Oedipus complex was discovered not by a psychiatrist, but by a playwright.
Oh, Martha.
How did it feel to grow up as such a smart sister, Lieutenant?
If I were smart, I'd have chosen a profession that paid me a decent pension, so I wouldn't have to spend my so-called golden years as a housekeeper for a man who insists on digging his grave with his teeth.
She really is a delightful lady, Lieutenant.
All right, now that message he sent you, say that again, John.
Why then is it a crime to kill? Yes, why? On the contrary, it's the law of nature.
That's it, John.
Yes.
Precisely the way it was.
I memorized it word for word, Martha.
Are you sure he wrote, why then is it a crime to kill, not why is it a crime to kill? I mean, you're sure about the word then?
Positive.
Is there a point to this, Miss Mullen?
There's a literary feel to it.
Well, the killer could very well be a literary person.
You see, why is it a crime? I mean, that's a question anybody could ask, but why then is it a crime? It's obviously part of an argument. It's been lifted out of a context. He's quoting somebody.
Who?
I don't know, John. It's like a thought that had been developed by a novelist or a dramatist or an essayist.
Well, is it familiar?
Yes. I have a feeling that I must have read it somewhere before.
Martha, here's why I asked you down here. Another note came in the mail this morning. Here, read it.
Every being has the mission to kill. He kills to live, and he lives to kill. John, he's quoting somebody. I mean, this is familiar.
What is it?
I've read it. I know I've read it.
Where?
A long time ago. Why then is it a crime to kill? Yes. Why? On the contrary, it is the law of nature. Now, that's the first note he sent you.
Yeah, that's right.
And now the second note. Every being has the mission to kill. He kills to live, and he lives to kill. Together, it follows, it flows, it's part of the same...
Okay, I buy it. Now, who wrote it?
Mission, kill, nature, crime. Those are the 4 key words.
Well, maybe the killer wrote it all himself.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Why not?
Why not? Well, I feel I was going to say that the writing is too polished, too poetic, too classic to be the work of some mad killer, but that's not the real reason.
Tell me the real reason.
It's too familiar. I know that I've read it somewhere before.
Well, can you try to remember?
You know what the trouble is, John? Some people haven't read enough. And I, on the other hand, have read too much. Do you think you'll send us another note?
I don't know. The medics have given us a profile on this guy. Shy, repressed, quiet. Maybe lives with his mother. Definitely not married. In fact, they all seem to agree he somehow doesn't make it with women.
Well, what's your opinion?
I don't know. Anybody can be a killer.
Well, of course, that's true theoretically.
It's true practically, too. We used to think people had problems because they didn't have money. Look at all these kids we keep arresting. So many of them have all the money they could ever spend.
Maybe they didn't have love.
Okay, so anybody could be deprived of love. So anybody could be the mad killer.
Anybody?
Don't search for the obvious nut, for the funny-looking eccentric. As it says, he may be walking among us.
Well, the identity is hidden somewhere in those notes. The ones that say, thou shalt kill, which he leaves on his victims, and the ones he just sent to you.
You know what I'm thinking? Even if we could find out where he got those quotations, what would it tell us?
What would it tell us?
It would just tell us what books he reads.
Oh, John, that could tell us everything.
Taxi! Taxi!
Yes, sir.
Take me to 18 Morrissey, please.
1-8 Marcy, right. Music bother you, sir?
No, not at all.
Some people don't like it, but you know, they're too timid. Is that it? Yeah. Yeah, timid. They're just too timid to say, driver, turn it off. So they stick there and they have a miserable ride.
Yeah. I'm having a very pleasant ride, thank you.
Are you gonna ask me the question?
The question?
I get it every time. What's a good-looking girl like you doing driving a cab?
What are you doing driving a cab?
Making a living.
Is it a good living?
Oh, I don't complain. If I did, who would listen?
You're driving a cab, what do you want to do?
Now I'm an actress.
Oh.
And I'm, as they say, at liberty.
I understand.
And this beats waiting on table.
I imagine it would.
And it leaves the days free for making rounds.
Rounds?
Knocking on producers' doors.
Oh, I see.
You know, you're one of the very few people who didn't pop off at me at being a lady cab driver.
Well, you must admit it's kind of a novelty.
Oh, not all that much of a novelty anymore.
You know, you'd think there's some kind of law that says that...
Law?
A law that says that only men can drive cab. Well, I understand there used to be such a law. Women couldn't get a hack license. But it's been repealed.
There's only one law.
Or maybe it hasn't been repealed. It's just nobody pays any attention to it anymore.
There's the basic law of nature.
You'd be surprised how many laws they still have on the book that nobody knows about.
The law that cannot be denied.
And that nobody even tries to enforce.
This law must be enforced.
For example, I know for a fact we have a law that says you can't lead a white horse through the street on Sunday.
Stop for a moment.
No one's going to lead a white horse.
Young lady, I said stop for a moment.
Yes, sir. Is something...
No. No!
Good evening, Mrs. Mullins.
Good evening, sir.
Something seems amiss, Mrs. Mullins.
You've been out. I suppose you haven't heard the news.
News?
Well, obviously you haven't. The killer, the mad killer, the mysterious killer, whomever, whatever, has claimed another victim.
When did this happen?
I heard it on the news just a few hours ago.
His seventh victim, I believe. This thing has gone too far. Something will have to be done.
Yes, sir.
Who was it this time?
The girl's name was Julia Tate. She was an actress.
Actress?
Yeah, but she was moonlighting as a cab driver.
No. Now that is a shame. Girl probably spends the whole day looking for work in the theater. Then at night, she takes on this difficult and hazardous job driving a cab.
Yes, they found the usual note. Thou shalt kill. I'm sure they'll find it was done with the usual .22 caliber gun.
I'm sure that somewhere he left something behind that must incriminate him.
Yes, sir, but the problem is to find it. And as my brother, Lieutenant Altman, would say, to know what it is when you do find it. I'll answer it, sir. Judge Roberts, resident. Oh, yes, John, wait a minute. Yes, I'll write it down. It's Lieutenant Altman. He's just received another note from the killer. All right, John, I'm ready. Man kills, yes, without ceasing to nourish himself. But since, in addition, he needs to kill for pleasure, it is not enough to kill beasts. He must kill man, too. Long ago, this need was satisfied by human sacrifice. Now, the necessity of modern society has made murder a crime. Is that all, John? Yes, it flows. It has to be part of the same thought, part of the same piece. Let me try to remember some things, John. Yes, right. Goodbye.
Am I to understand the killer has been sending more notes to the police?
Yes, he seemed to be expressing quite a philosophy of life, or I should say, death.
I hope he puts a stop to it before long. People will soon be too terrified to walk the streets.
Where have I heard those words before? Where have I read them? I know it's familiar. It's on the tip of my tongue, too.
Miss Mullins, I've had a rather strenuous walk this evening.
But you're required to. That's doctor's orders.
It, made me hungry. I was, thinking of a little snack.
That, sir, is out of the question.
Why?
Well, you defeat the purpose of exercise if you eat back all the weight you've just walked off.
But walking makes me ravenously hungry.
That, sir, is your problem.
You know, Martha Mullins, there are times when I could kill you.
Let's drop the curtain right now. We'll never get a better line than that one. Talk about your double entendres. You get it tripled right here.
Well, now, what does he mean? Of course, I'll kill you is often used as an epithet, but usually by those who have no intention of doing it. Here, we're dealing with a man who has already killed 7 people. What's another one, more or less? We'll have the grand total ready to add up in Act 3. No man, we are told, is a hero to his valet. This does not mean, however, that he cannot serve in that capacity to his housekeeper. Judge James Marshall Wilmot is certainly cast in the heroic mold. He is tall, imposing, brilliant, famous. Of course, he has a bit of a problem, but so far, only you and I are aware of it.
John, I know I've read those words in the note somewhere before.
Well, where? Think.
Well, I said it was written in a classic style.
Who wrote it?
Well, it has to be a classic author. Although
what?
Though it could be modern, too.
Oh, somewhere, somehow, sometime, there has to be a break in this thing. Why can't it be now?
Police. Yes. Where are you? What's your name?
No, don't be afraid. Just tell us. Where? No, don't do anything. If he goes away, forget it. Don't you try to follow him. Right.
What is it, John?
Jerry, we could have something. A woman is looking at a guy sitting on a park bench across the street from her window at number 51 Baker. You got that? Throw a circle around it right now. I'll be there in 3 minutes. Guy fits the description. Yeah, fast, but no sirens.
Oh, John, let me come with you.
Now, Mott.
And you know there won't be any danger. In 30 seconds, there's going to be an entire army of the police.
All units. Suspect still reported to be on the bench. Do nothing to alarm him. Make no aggressive moves. Just stand by. I will make the approach. Jerry and Art ready for backup. Over. Martha, he can't get away. Got no place to go. He's surrounded, cut off. Oh, if he's the killer, do we have this guy? Can we be this lucky?
John, I think something has just clicked into place about those notes.
They don't matter anymore if we have a killer.
I think I'm getting
Got a hunch we've nailed him. Finally. I better calm down. I'm getting too excited. But I want this guy so badly.
John, there's something just at the top of your subconscious that's trying to surface.
Ah, here's where the park begins. Baker Place. Idea of the benches. And look. 100 yards ahead. Big guy is sitting there.
John.
Yeah, he's wearing that black raincoat and that black mustache. All units, stand by. Jerry, Art, start walking across the street. Get on either side of him. Slowly.
John, that...
Perkins, Rossi, pull up, park.
But, John, it isn't the killer.
Now, we'll take him.
John, that's Judge Wilmot. Look, can't you see? It's the judge.
All units. False alarm. He's not our man. Let's go home.
You can't be serious, Miss Mullins.
Yes, 20 police officers. We're about to pounce on you, Judge Wilmot.
But whatever for?
Oh, Judge, I keep telling you, you fit the description of the killer. But it's the only description that exists. You're a big man with a black mustache. You wear a black raincoat.
I can't do anything about my size, although, goodness knows on your diet, I'm sure to shrink down to nothing.
You could shave off that mustache.
This mustache, Mrs. Mullins, is 35 years old.
And get rid of that raincoat.
I happen to fancy black. It's a fitting color for a judge.
All right, don't say I didn't warn you.
About what?
The nervous people in this town. Somebody might take a shot at you by mistake.
Well, I should hope so. I would hate to think anyone would want to shoot me on purpose.
Seriously, Judge. You live in a world of your own.
I deny that.
It's true. You see, judges have the power the rest of us don't. They have the power to judge.
Everyone has the power to judge.
Yes, but only a judge has power in his judgments.
Very well put.
You tend to lose sight of the problems of ordinary people because you're not an ordinary person.
I feel quite ordinary.
Oh, no, you don't. You flaunt your own personal attitude of freedom. A vicious sought-after killer dresses exactly as you do, wears a mustache like you do. And you recognize the fact that it's dangerous to walk around looking the way you do. Are you deliberately provoking the police?
There is no psychiatrist like the amateur psychiatrist.
And another thing, Judge, I also know something the police don't. You have a .22 caliber pistol.
Are you saying that I'm the killer?
You're a newt. Can't we be serious?
Right now, I believe I would like to take a walk.
In the streets? At night? With a jumpy public and maybe some quick-on-the-trigger characters all over the town?
One thing you should know, Mrs. Mullins. When I get the urge to take a walk, or something equally salubrious, I give into it.
Please be careful.
Why am I required to be careful?
Lieutenant Almer. Yes, Inspector. I know. I've just been through with the media. I know your problem. I know the mayor's problem. I know 8 people are dead. And we're still on square one, ground zero. Why shouldn't I lose my temper? Everyone else has. You want my badge? You can have it. I'll quit. Just tell me what you want me to do. Well, that's exactly what I am doing, the best I can. Yes, sir. And what do you want?
You asked me to come down and see you, Joe.
Oh, Martha, come on in. Sit down, sit down. You don't know what it's been like.
What do you want to see me about?
Another note from the killer. Yeah, what do you make of this?
We condemn and punish the assassin, but as we cannot live without yielding to this natural and imperious instinct of death, we relieve ourselves from time to time by wars.
What do you make of it?
I know this. I know this passage. I even remember the rest of it. It goes, "Then a whole nation slaughters another nation, and do we despise those selected to commit this wholesale murder? No. They are loaded with honors. They are given rewards and titles. They are proud, respected, loved by women, cheered by the crowd." Oh, I remember it. I remember it. It's a story. Well, no, it's not exactly a story.
Well, what is it?
Well, maybe it is a story of some kind. It's... Oh, of course. Dear MAUPASSANT.
All right. What about?
Wait a minute. Oh, it's so many years ago. I was still at college. Diary of a Madman.
Okay. We know that our killer has read a story.
It's more of a fragment.
Whatever it is, by de Maupassant.
Yeah.
We know now that he uses parts of the story in his notes to the police.
I remember them. These are word-for-word quotes.
Okay. Now what? I've been in a sweat to find out where he got that language from. Now that I've got it, I really don't know what to do with it. Oh, good Lord. What is it, Martha?
I know who the killer is.
You do? How? Well, tell me.
I know who the killer is because I just happen to remember who the central character in Diary the Madman was.
No, Mrs. Mullins. What is this?
It's dinner, Your Honor.
Oh, no. It's a mirage.
It's a highly edible mirage, then.
You have food on the table this evening. Not merely some tasteless, desiccated form of grass.
It may have been a form of grass, but it was neither tasteless nor desiccated.
Meat, potatoes, gravy, pie. What is it?
A hearty meal. You're entitled to one.
I should say so. No. Well, this is a treat. Pardon me while I fall to.
But Judge, in your library you have the work of de Maupassant.
And also Balzac and Stendhal and Anatole France. Those are the writers.
But Judge, are you familiar with a de Maupassant story? The Diary of a Madman?
I don't think so. Well, what's it about?
It's a diary of a madman who happens to be a judge.
Oh, no, the bench is filled with mad judges.
This judge is a homicidal maniac.
Oh, no, Miss Mullins, that's going a bit far.
Yes, he's obsessed with the idea of killing. He sees it as a beautiful, natural act.
No, that's a bit far-fetched.
And because it's his august position, he is, of course, above suspicion. He never read it.
It isn't in the least familiar. Oh,
What divine spices did you put into this meat sauce?
The mad killer who's terrorizing our city.
must we talk about him now?
Those notes that he's been writing to the police.
Mrs. Mullins, not while we're eating.
Those notes are taken verbatim from the de Maupassant story.
And these potatoes. Oh, superb.
I have this book from your library with the story in it.
No, let's make a note to read it sometime.
You had read it, Judge.
What? What are you saying, Miss Mullins?
Don't you see in the story you've underlined the very word? And here in the margin, your comment. How true, how perceptive that it's your handwriting.
I don't understand. I have no recollection of...
Judge Wilmot, you are the mad killer.
Mrs. Mullins, this is a... A monstrous accusation.
Your .22 pistol could prove it. Ballistics will show that it's the murder weapon. Where is the pistol?
You are actually accusing me of being a loathsome killer? On what evidence?
The pistol could prove it.
What pistol?
All right. You got rid of it. But you're guilty.
No.
Why? Why did you read that story and become inflamed by it?
I don't even remember reading it.
You don't remember reading, "To kill is the law, because nature loved eternal youth"?
The law. Oh. Yes. Right. The law. Now I know what you're talking about. The law. There is nothing more beautiful and honorable than killing.
Where is the gun, Judge?
We must kill in order to live, to satisfy the stomach hunger and the bloodlust.
Step over, Judge.
What?
Judge, it's me, Lieutenant Alban. Judge, Mrs. Valentine.
I don't know what I'm doing. What was I trying to do to you? This is most embarrassing.
You'll have to come along with us, Judge.
What?
Come along where?
What for? I think all of you owe me an explanation, but I shall not listen to it on an empty stomach.
John, why don't we explain things to the judge over dinner?
How do you explain to Dr. Jekyll that he also Mr. Hyde? I don't know how the explanation went. However, I do know that when dinner was over, everybody in the room went down to police headquarters. The mad killer is caught, and the city is tranquil once again. And shall remain so until next time. The inspiration for our story was the celebrated Diary of a Madman by Guy de Maupassant. Although this title refers to just one small sample of his writings, it is most revealing, since the entire body of de Maupassant's work can be called the Diary of a Madman. He himself went mad. Each day, in numerous and subtle ways, his madness became more intense, and each day he wrote and wrote some of the greatest short stories in the world. Were they great because he was mad, or did they drive him mad because they were great? Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Marion Seldes, Martha Greenhouse, and Nat Poland. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale. I didn't mean to do anything wrong. Listen to me. You didn't listen to me that morning, and so I had to. Will you listen now?
Listen? To what?
Listen to me.
What do you want to tell me?
I don't want to tell you anything. I want to ask you something.
Yeah?
Can you forgive me?
Forgive you? Why should I forgive you?
Because I didn't mean to kill you.
Does that excuse you?
No, but...
Then why could I forgive you?
Because...
You did kill me. It's true.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marceau inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.